Lin Yu, having traversed into the blue planet, finds that individuals awaken their martial souls upon reaching the age of 18. As a time traveler, Lin Yu naturally awakened his system, only for it to abandon him. Before its departure, the system provided him with 2 sets of martial souls, complete with soul rings and soul bones already equipped. However, the presence of white soul rings raises questions, and the soul bones are merely of 10-year quality. After the system's hasty exit, Lin Yu discovers that a fragment of it remains within him, bestowing him with 1 free attribute point per second, which can be allocated to a soul ring or soul bone, each point translating to a year. Upon examining the previous white soul rings and 10-year soul bones, he can only remark on their surprising allure. Chapter 1. A New Life, The System's Departure. Blue Planet, April 1st, 2024, within the confines of Jinling City and Jinling No. 1 High School. As the bell for class rings, the homeroom teacher, Tang Yanran, approaches the classroom of Senior Class 3, holding a textbook in her hands. Students, it is hard to believe that 3 years have swiftly passed. It is time for you to be assigned to new classes. This afternoon, students from each class will proceed to the grand auditorium to partake in the martial soul awakening ceremony. As the homeroom teacher, I wish to convey that regardless of the outcome of the awakening ceremony, you should approach it with a calm mind. A successful awakening is undoubtedly a positive event, but do not be disheartened by failure. You may still pursue academic excellence. Following the awakening ceremony, classes will be reorganized based on the results next week. Homeroom teacher Tang Yanran spoke at length, yet one student below remained bewildered. Where am I? Who am I? What is this martial soul awakening ceremony? At that moment, he heard a ding in his mind, signaling the arrival of the system. The day of ascension had arrived. Ding, martial soul sign-in system at your service. System malfunction warning, initiating repairs. Lin Yu's heart raced like a roller coaster. Having a system is undoubtedly advantageous, but what to do in the face of a malfunction? Ding, repair unsuccessful. The system will initiate recall in 1 minute. Host, listen carefully. I shall be brief. During your traversal, the system was struck by a high-velocity meteor in the chaotic void, and it is now on the verge of recall. To compensate you, I encountered a colleague at the Academy of Systems who arranged a reasonable martial soul for his host. Thus, I shall replicate it for you. However, due to insufficient system energy, the copied soul rings may exhibit some discrepancies in duration. Nonetheless, rest assured, your starter gift package remains intact. Additionally, a portion of the system's core has been damaged, leaving you with the storage space and character panel. Time's up. I must depart. May your future be bright. With that, the system fell silent, leaving Lin Yu's calls unanswered. Open the system panel. A virtual interface materialized before Lin Yu, with the left side depicting his current appearance. This young man was truly handsome, rivaling the likes of Yen Zhu and Yu Yan. The right side displayed his attributes. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 18. Soul power, level 10. Martial souls, Staff of Life, Godslayer Spear. Subsequently, he noticed a martial soul page beneath the panel and clicked to examine it. Martial soul Staff of Life possesses the innate skill of healing. Surrounding the Staff of Life were 10 soul rings, all white, with only 1 glowing, while the remaining 9 bore the insignia of being locked. Lin Yu selected the first soul ring, the 10-year Dragon Tendon Grass soul ring, which granted the soul skill. Growth of all things. Growth of all things. Accelerates the growth of plants, with actual effectiveness influenced by the soul ring's duration and the user's strength. Indeed, a white soul ring. This soul ring seems rather useless. Gazing at the 9 remaining white soul rings, an ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to click on the second soul ring, which displayed a requirement of level 20. Undeterred, he turned his attention to the second martial soul, the Godslayer Spear, and found himself speechless. Was the Godslayer Spear akin to a Barrett? The Godslayer Spear came with the skill, firearm shooting. This Godslayer Spear also featured 10 soul rings. He persistently clicked on the first soul ring, the 10-year Sky Falcon soul ring. Soul skill, precise shooting. Precise shooting, a passive skill that ensures hits on targets within a certain range, with the shooting range influenced by the soul ring's duration. For each year of soul ring duration, the range increases by 1 meter, with bullet damage affected by the user's strength. 10-year soul ring, 10 meters. Even a child's slingshot could surpass this range. Speechless. At that moment, Tang Yanran at the podium turned her gaze towards him. Lin Yu, do you have a question? Lin Yu? He looked up at the beautiful teacher at the podium, her right arm adorned with a metallic prosthesis, staring directly at him. Could it be that the owner of this body was also named Lin Yu? Lin Yu stood and shook his head. Teacher, I'm fine. If you're fine, then sit down. Do not gaze about aimlessly while I speak, and refrain from making impolite sounds. If you have any questions, you may come to my office later. After sitting down, Lin Yu listened to Tang Yanran speak on topics he found incomprehensible, leaving him bewildered. He had traversed into another world. Surely he should possess some memories of his prior existence. Never mind. It was better to focus on his system panel. Lin Yu opened his inventory, revealing several items: a golden orb, a vial of potion, and 7 soul bones. The golden orb was identified as the martial arts memory of certain powerful individual, while the potion was a standard genetic elixir provided by the system. The remaining items were 6 innate soul bones, alongside 1 external soul bone named Wings of Life, presumably with a 10-year duration. Was he destined for mediocrity? Above the inventory, there was an equipment section with 7 empty slots, 6 designated for limbs, head, and torso, and 1 positioned separately. At that moment, Tang Yinran continued, "All right, it seems that Class 1 and Class 2's awakening ceremonies are nearing completion. We should proceed." After Tang Yinran concluded her speech, she departed the classroom, and others began to follow suit. Just then, a rather rotund boy approached him, leading Lin Yu to ponder whether a chubby sidekick was a constant presence in the protagonist's life. "Hey, brother, were you dissatisfied with Teacher Tang?" Lin Yu glanced at the stout boy beside him and couldn't help but inquire, "Who are you?" "Oh my, you didn't hit your head at noon and lose your mind, did you? Never mind. Fatty won't stoop to your level." With that, the chubby boy left Lin Yu's side to converse with others, while Lin Yu lingered at the back of the line. Upon arriving at the grand auditorium, Lin Yu heard exclamations erupt from the crowd, followed by someone calling out, "Lin Manhwaedit, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix." He did not recognize Lin Manhwaedit. She was likely not from their class, as her classmates had only just arrived. Lin Yu glanced over and beheld a peculiar machine situated in the center of the auditorium, where a girl with cascading silver hair stood poised. A small blue bird, its wings flapping incessantly, materialized above her right hand. The girl possessed striking beauty, yet exuded an air of aloofness that rendered her seemingly unapproachable. Lin Yu immediately discerned that this girl was likely to be difficult to engage with. Beside the machine, a middle-aged teacher remarked, "Lin Manhwaedit, let us assess your soul power." With that, Lin Manhwaedit placed her hand upon the crystal orb at the opposite side of the machine. A series of lights illuminated in succession, halting at the 10th, which incited a stir among the onlookers. "Goodness gracious, Lin Manhwaedit has attained innate level 10. Indeed, how enviable. What is there to envy? If you possessed wealth and influence like her family, and had access to cultivation techniques from a young age, you too could reach her heights." Was innate level 10 truly so challenging? "After all, my martial soul is also at level 10. The middle-aged male teacher declared. "Lin Manhwaedit is at innate level 10. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul, Feigning Amnesia. In the spectator area beside the Grand Hall, an elderly gentleman with white hair clasped his hands in greeting to a middle-aged man beside him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Lin." The middle-aged man could not conceal the smile on his face, returning the gesture with a respectful nod. "Principal Wu, you flatter me." From the murmurs of those around him, Lin Yu learned that the Lin family was the most prominent clan in Jinling City. It was often said that while all roads may lead to Rome, some are simply born there. After Lin Manhwaedit descended from the podium, other students gradually made their way up. Lin Xiaotao, Martial Soul, Spiral Dragon Spear. Innate Soul Power Level 9. Well done, Class Monitor. In that moment, Lin Yu realized that Lin Xiaotao was indeed the class monitor of his class. He observed that apart from Lin Manhwaedit, who possessed full innate soul power, Lin Xiaotao's innate level 9 was quite remarkable. "Lin Xiaotao, you share the Lin surname. Would you care to join our Lin family? We shall cover all your university expenses." At this moment, Lin Yaodong, the head of the Lin family, suddenly spoke, plunging the room into silence as all eyes turned toward the youthful girl on stage. With poise, Lin Xiaotao replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, Master Lin. What a pity." Lin Yaodong remarked before engaging in conversation with those beside him. After stepping off the stage, Lin Xiaotao approached Tang Yinyan, who affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, the chubby boy who had just greeted Lin Yu stepped forward to test. Yang Daba, Martial Soul, Gluttonous Beast, Innate Soul Power Level 7. The chubby boy was revealed to be named Yang Daba, with innate Level 7 soul power, a commendable talent, though the gluttonous beast resembled a wild boar. "Lin Yu, it's your turn. Why are you dazed?" Hearing Tang Yinyan's voice, Lin Yu walked up and positioned himself at the machine for testing. "Student, do not be nervous. Extend your right hand." As Lin Yu did so, a green staff resembling entwined vines emerged in his grasp, adorned with several small leaves. The machine beside him displayed the result as the Staff of Life. "Ah, a student with an auxiliary martial soul, the Staff of Life. Such auxiliary martial souls are quite rare. Let's test your soul power." Lin Yu placed his right hand on the crystal orb on the other side of the machine, and the lights flickered to life. "Lin Yu, Martial Soul, Staff of Life, Innate Level 10. The teacher announced with enthusiasm, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. Lin Yu, a child from the slums, did not possess the inherent advantages of Lin Manhwaedit. In fact, in some respects, his talent might even surpass hers. At this moment, Lin Yaodong rose to his feet. "Young brother, we share the same surname. Would you be willing to join the Lin family? We will cover all your university tuition and provide you with a suitable first soul ring." Lin Yu, still grappling with his own situation. Found himself being recruited without a clear understanding of his identity. He thought to himself that if they knew his soul rings were all white, they might not be so eager. After all, nothing in this world comes without a price. I appreciate your good intentions, Master Lin, but I prefer to maintain my freedom. What a pity. After the martial soul ceremony concluded, Lin Yu returned to his classroom, where Tang Yinyan also entered. The martial soul awakening ceremony has ended. Do not be disheartened if awakening has not been successful. A successful awakening signifies the need to venture outside the city to battle, where injuries and death are inevitable. My right hand was bitten off by a 6th-level Gale Demon Wolf, and if not for the timely rescue of my teammates, I would not be standing here teaching you. The next 2 days are the weekend. Take the time to adjust your mindset. Next Monday, we shall rearrange the classes, and I may no longer be your homeroom teacher. Regardless, we have spent 4 years together. 4 years ago, I was entrusted by Jinling Academy to be your homeroom teacher, and throughout these years, you have brought me a life unknown to the battlefield. In closing, I wish you all a bright future. Class dismissed. One by one, the students packed their bags and bid farewell to Tang Yinyan as they exited the classroom. Goodbye, Teacher Tang. Farewell. The last to leave was Lin Xiaotao, who, being Tang Yinyan's prized student, naturally exchanged a few more words with her. After Lin Xiaotao departed, Tang Yinyan prepared to leave as well, only to notice from the corner of her that there was still a student remaining in the classroom. Lin Yu, why aren't you heading home? Lin Yu scratched his head. Teacher Tang, I fell earlier today and found that I have forgotten so many things. I don't even know where my home is. Tang Yinyan was aware of Lin Yu's fall. He had rushed down the stairs too hastily, missed a step, and hit his head, losing consciousness. The school nurse had to be called to attend to him. Tang Yinyan slapped her forehead, believing she had encountered a prodigy, only to find that he was now suffering from amnesia. This was quite the predicament. Come with me to see the school nurse again. Reluctantly, Lin Yu shouldered his backpack and followed Tang Yinyan out. They arrived at the school's infirmary, where Lin Yu surveyed the so-called medical room, which lacked even a proper pharmacy. Finding only an elderly man sitting there reading a newspaper. Director Ding, our student Lin Yu fell earlier and claims he cannot remember anything. Could you take a look at what might be the issue? The elderly man, referred to as Director Ding, folded his newspaper, glancing at Lin Yu and then at Tang Yinyan. Teacher Tang, you overestimate my capabilities. Lin Yu's condition appears to be intermittent amnesia, which falls under the realm of mental and spiritual knowledge. I can only treat minor injuries. I am hardly qualified to address such ailments. Tang Yinyan grew anxious. What should we do then? Can you think of any solutions, Director Ding? The old man shook his head. There's not much that can be done unless a 9th-level specialist in this field comes along, or he recovers on his own. Perhaps one day he will suddenly be fine. With no other options, Tang Yinyan left the infirmary with Lin Yu and returned to her office, inviting him to take a seat. Sit for a moment. I will call your family to come and pick you up, so you don't wander off and get lost again. While Tang Yinyan made the call, Lin Yu noticed that the office was a dual-purpose space, serving both as an office and an apartment. The outer area functioned as the office, while the inner area was her personal resting space. Chapter 3. Aunt Qinjing, Cousin Wenwen. After finishing her call, Tang Yinyan poured a glass of water for Lin Yu and began asking him a few simple questions, only to find him utterly clueless. Seeing Lin Yu continually gazing at her right arm, Tang Yinyan inquired, "Are you curious about my arm?" Lin Yu, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Teacher Tang, I don't quite understand. Since there are healing soul masters, why is it that no one can achieve limb regeneration?" Tang Yinyan pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps such individuals exist, but I have not heard of any. Generally speaking, auxiliary martial soul practitioners find it challenging to advance. They rarely possess offensive skills and often lack self-defense capabilities in the wild. They typically require a stable team. And an exceptional auxiliary soul master should ideally be paired with teammates of comparable strength and talent. In the coming 3 months, you will shift your focus to combat as soul masters. If you venture outside the city for trials, I recommend you team up with Lin Xiaotao and Lin Mashua." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "We'll see. They might not be willing to team up with a fool like me, who knows nothing. However, one day when I am strong, I might just heal your hand, teacher." Tang Yinyan chuckled. "All right, I will await that day." Half an hour later, a woman radiating a mature aura knocked and entered Tang Yinyan's office. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, what have you done?" Lin Yu, with a bold declaration, replied, "Sister, who are you?" At this moment, Chen Jing wore a perplexed expression as she gazed at Tang Yanran, who had not clearly articulated her thoughts over the phone, merely urging her to come over. "Aunt Lin Yu, please take a seat." Tang Yanran began to recount the events of the day in their entirety. Chen Jing felt immense joy upon learning that Lin Yu possessed an innate spirit power of full capacity. Yet her elation was swiftly overshadowed by concern upon hearing that he had suffered a fall, resulting in amnesia that could not be treated. Lin Yu's mind raced as he looked at the beautiful and mature woman before him, realizing she was his aunt, and he pondered why his parents were absent. "Very well. Teacher Tang, I will take him back. Indeed, over the next few days, you might consider preparing a suitable first spirit ring for him. Lin Yu has remarkable talent. It would be a pity to squander it." Chun Jing nodded in agreement. Understood. Xiaoyu, let us return home. Lin Yu mechanically nodded. And as they exited Tang Yinran's office, Chun Jing retrieved a small electric scooter from the bike shed and beckoned Lin Yu to take a seat. As Lin Yu settled behind her, he noticed there was nowhere to rest his hands. At that moment, Chun Jing spoke. Hold on tight. We are heading back. Lin Yu endeavored to memorize the route they traversed and the buildings that flanked them. The vehicle halted at the foot of an old apartment complex. And after Chun Jing secured the electric scooter, she grabbed a battery and prepared to ascend the stairs. Lin Yu proactively took the battery from her hands, causing Chun Jing to look at him in surprise. Yet she remained silent and continued up the stairs ahead of him. The building was not tall. And upon reaching the third floor, Chun Jing produced a key and unlocked her home. They stepped inside to find the space somewhat cramped yet impeccably tidy. A youthful girl emerged from one of the rooms, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu. What trouble have you stirred up today? Are we calling in the parents again? Chun Jing interjected. Lin Yu, this is your sister, Chun Wenwen, who is in the 3rd year of middle school. Wenwen, your brother has lost his memory after a fall and has forgotten the way home. Chun Wenwen continued her mockery. Lost his memory? He is quite the actor. Lin Yu was taken aback by Chun Wenwen's demeanor. What had the original owner done to warrant such disdain? Chun Jing, displeased with her daughter's attitude, admonished, Wenwen. How can you speak like that? Apologize to your brother. With a huff, Chun Wenwen retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Chun Jing turned to Lin Yu, saying, Xiaoyu, you should rest in your room for a bit. I will prepare dinner. The apartment consisted of merely 2 bedrooms and a living area. And Lin Yu surmised his room must be the other one. Upon entering, he observed a simple layout, a bed, a writing desk, and a wardrobe, all kept in immaculate order. Lin Yu set down his backpack, removed his school uniform, and went to wash his hands in the kitchen. He then donned an apron from the side. Auntie, let me help you. Chun Jing glanced at him and stepped aside to allow him to assist. Auntie, could you tell me about my past? As Chun Jing watched him cook, she recounted his situation. In truth, she was not his biological aunt, but had once been part of an adventuring team with his parents. Following a tragic incident that claimed the lives of Lin Yu's parents and Chun Wenwen's father, she took Lin Yu in to live with her. Lin Yu sensed that there was much left unsaid, particularly regarding Chun Wenwen's attitude. Was there some unresolved conflict between them? Annie, how much does an ordinary spirit ring cost? Chun Jing pondered for a moment before replying. A typical spirit ring of several hundred years can range from tens of thousands to several 100,000 federal coins. Oh, you need not prepare a spirit ring for me. I will find a way myself. Chun Jing considered. Although our family is financially strained, I can sell some items we no longer need tomorrow. We could manage to gather enough for an ordinary spirit ring. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. Really? It's unnecessary. I will think of a solution. Please trust me, Annie. There was no other choice, as the system had already arranged a white spirit ring for him. Purchasing a spirit ring would be futile and would only add to the burdens of their modest household. Chun Jing regarded Lin Yu with a smile. Very well. I believe in you. As Lin Yu focused on the ingredients in the pot, he turned to Chun Jing. Annie, why do we only have meat ingredients at home and no vegetables? Within the city, there were few farmlands, most of which lay outside the city limits. However, the outskirts were perilous, besieged by monstrous beasts and herbivorous wildlife that ravaged crops. Thus, vegetable produce was scarce within the city. In contrast, several large breeding farms provided ample meat, and food spirit masters ensured a steady supply. If you wish for vegetables, we can buy some tomorrow. Lin Yu recalled that one of his classmates possessed a food spirit that manifested as a hamburger. No need, Auntie. I merely inquired. When it comes to vegetables, I prefer meat. Soon after, the 3 of them sat at the table for dinner. Chun Wenwen glanced at the dishes and asked Mom, what special occasion is it today that you've brought out the best from the fridge? Your brother awakened his spirit today. He is innately level 10. So we are celebrating. Let us not talk too much. Just eat. Lin Yu realized that Auntie had not been entirely truthful. It seemed that meat was not cheap either. He picked up a chicken leg from the platter and placed it in Chun Jing's bowl. Auntie, you should have the chicken leg. Wenwen, you take one too. He then served another chicken leg into Chun Wenwen's bowl before adding some chicken soup to his rice. Chun Wenwen tasted the chicken leg and opened her mouth to speak, but stifled her words upon noticing her mother-esque glare. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room and closed the door, then checked the system for today as rewards. A golden orb displayed the pinnacle martial arts memories of Li Siyuan, with instructions to press it against his forehead. A small green vial contained the perfect super soldier serum, which could enhance physical attributes tenfold and possess the efficacy of marrow cleansing. Instructions indicated it was to be consumed orally. With his spirit nullified, he relied solely on these 2 items. Just as he prepared to ingest them, the door swung open, and Chun Jing stood at the threshold, saying, Xiaoyu, I am off to rest now. You should wash up and retire early as well. All right, Annie. After she closed the door, Lin Yu gulped down the perfect super soldier serum and pressed Li Siyuan's martial arts memory to his forehead. Instantly, he felt a multitude of sensations akin to countless ants biting at his body, while an overwhelming tide of foreign memories surged over him, causing him to faint. In another bedroom, Chun Wenwen observed her mother mending clothes and asked, Mom, What is going on with Lin Yu? Surely you've noticed something unusual about him? Yes. I suspect he is no longer your brother. Chen Wenwen sat up straight in alarm. Mom, are you implying that he has been possessed by a beast? We should report this to the authorities. Chen Jing shot her daughter a disapproving look. Are you foolish? Do you think a beast could cook dinner? Besides, your brother changed after he fell at school. Consider Principal Wu's strength at first high. He ranks among the top in our entire Jinling city. What kind of beast could roam freely under his watch? Your brother's condition resembles that of a dual personality, where the primary persona has gone dormant, allowing the secondary persona to take over. But that doesn't make sense. If there are two personalities, why does he have no memories at all? Chen Jing contemplated. Perhaps this personality was also dormant and never assimilated his previous memories. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. In this world, there were no novels about reincarnation or transmigration, and few people read them. Ordinary individuals were too preoccupied with their livelihoods, while spirit masters were solely focused on enhancing their strength and had no time for such tales. Very well, I find this preferable. This foolish appearance is far better than that previously annoying visage. All right, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. The electricity bill isn't cheap either. Meanwhile, Lin Yu struggled to rise from the ground, his mind now filled with the complete text of the Qian Kuan Supreme skill, the missing general outline of the 5 Thunder Heart technique, and the absorption skill, 3 martial arts. As for the general outline of the 5 Thunder Heart technique, he vaguely recalled 2 lines from an anime. In the cold ice of Tianling Mountain, beneath the Divine Hall, the sky is filled with stars, or something akin to that. He could not recall the rest. Shortly thereafter, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. His clothes were stuck to him with a black liquid. He recognized this as the effect of the Yi-Jin Fa Sui technique. He promptly opened the window and rummaged through his wardrobe for a set of pajamas, gently opened the door, and made his way to the bathroom for a proper shower. Half an hour later, Lin Yu gazed into the mirror. Noticing his appearance had improved once more, his abdominal muscles were now visible. He tossed his clothes into the basin to soak, as they reeked terribly. After washing them twice, the odor lessened slightly. It took 4 washes to rid them of the stench entirely. He hung his clothes on a drying rack, only to discover a basket of unwashed garments nearby. Instinctively, he retrieved the basket to wash the clothes, a habit ingrained from his previous life, where he was often tasked with laundry, cooking, cleaning, and childcare. Alas, he was the type of honest man who struggled to earn money. During his leisure, he would indulge in novels and anime. His lack of intelligence had resulted in 3 children, none of whom were his. Upon discovering this distressing truth, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, leading to his untimely demise, and subsequently, his reincarnation. After washing all the clothes and hanging them up in the bathroom, he returned to his room, glanced at the time, and realized it was already 11 o'clock. As he lay down to sleep, he instinctively glanced at the system panel, only to sit up abruptly. To his astonishment, he noticed a number above the first soul ring, and at the bottom of the system panel, a sequence of numbers appeared, 32546, increasing by 1 every second. Could it be? He eagerly tapped the plus sign above the first soul ring, and indeed, the number below began to decrease. He adjusted the first soul ring to 999 years before halting, watching it transform into yellow. Good heavens! A soul ring gains a year every second. How should one respond to such a phenomenon? Initially fearing his martial spirit was useless, he found the opposite to be true. How impressive! Now, he felt no drowsiness. If the soul ring could extend its lifespan, surely his innate soul bone could do the same. He promptly opened the storage space panel and equipped his head soul bone in the vacant slot. To his delight, it fit perfectly. He then outfitted all 6 innate soul bones, including the external soul bone. The 10-year innate head soul bone came with a passive skill, mental immunity, capable of resisting a degree of mental harm. Its effectiveness influenced by the soul bone's age and his own strength. The 10-year innate right arm soul bone bore the skill, soul bone weapon, allowing his internal soul bone to manifest as a suitable weapon. The left arm soul bone could also transform. The 10-year innate left arm soul bone included a passive skill, mastery of the left-hand weapon. The 10-year innate right leg soul bone granted the skill, sprint, doubling his running speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of half an hour. The duration and cooldown affected by the soul bone's age and his own strength. The 10-year innate left leg soul bone provided the skill, blink, permitting him to teleport to a target location, with a cooldown of half an hour. The initial distance was 1 meter, and for every additional 100 years, the distance increased by 1 meter, with the cooldown influenced by the soul bone's age and his own strength. The 10-year innate torso bone included the passive skill, self-revival, allowing self-repair in the event of birth defects, the speed of which was contingent upon the soul bone's age and his own strength. The 10-year external soul bone, wings of life, formed from energy, enhancing various attributes and enabling flight, with the potential for growth. Of the 7 soul bones, all but the external one had plus signs. He decided to add 10,000 years to the head soul bone, feeling his mind sharpen as forgotten memories returned, including the nursery rhyme he had entrusted to Zhang Zifen. He then sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the 5 Thunder Heart technique. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Chun-Jing awoke to prepare for laundry, only to find the clothes already washed and hung up. Even her undergarments were clean. It seemed Lin Yu's second personality was quite commendable. After attending to her personal hygiene, she noticed Lin Yu's room door ajar. Peeking inside, she found Lin Yu absent. Yet the room was impeccably tidy, the bedding neatly arranged. Chapter 5. The Growth of All Things, Transformed into a Farmer. Chun-Jing pondered Lin Yu's whereabouts. And after hanging her laundry on the balcony, she began to prepare breakfast just as Lin Yu entered, carrying 2 plastic bags. Xiaoyu, where did you go so early in the morning? Auntie, I visited the nearest vegetable market and discovered that most of the produce sold there is synthetic, with only a few natural grains available, and the prices are exorbitant. Therefore, I have decided to grow my own. Chun-Jing looked on in confusion as Lin Yu brought over a foam box from his window and emptied one of the bags filled with soil into it. Lin Yu smiled at Chun-Jing. Auntie, could you please fetch some water? Though perplexed, she complied and returned with a basin of water, watching as Lin Yu planted 2 vegetable roots in the soil. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? She inquired. Lin Yu chuckled. Auntie, didn't I say I would grow vegetables? I want to give it a try. At that moment, Chun Wenwen emerged from her room in a light sleeping attire, yawning, and upon seeing Lin Yu's actions, scoffed before heading to the bathroom. Lin Yu poured water into the foam box, thoroughly moistening the soil, then summoned his martial spirit, a yellow soul ring ascending around him. Xiaoyu, where did your soul ring come from? Auntie, let's discuss that later. Growth of all things. Lin Yu pointed his life staff at the foam box. A beam of green light shot from its tip, landing on the 2 vegetable roots, which sprouted rapidly into 2 large cabbages. Auntie, bring me a kitchen knife. Chun-Jing marveled at the wonders of Lin Yu's soul ring and hurried to the kitchen to fetch a knife to chop down the cabbages. Growth of all things. By the time Chun Wenwen returned from the bathroom, the table was already laden with over 10 cabbages. What is going on here? Xiaoyu, we have more than enough cabbages. We can't eat them all, and it would be a shame for them to spoil. Chun-Jing's observation was valid, and she promptly uprooted the last 2 cabbages, then retrieved a rotten tomato from the bag, extracting a few seeds to plant in the foam box, only to fail again when she attempted to invoke growth. Xiaoyu, why do the tomatoes only flower but not bear fruit? Indeed, I'm puzzled as well. The flowers have bloomed several times, yet not a single fruit. Meanwhile, Chun Wenwen returned to her room, emerging with a fan, fanning the tomatoes a few times before turning to Lin Yu. Try again. Lin Yu invoked the growth of all things once more, and this time, the tomatoes quickly developed, ripening into red fruit. Chun Wenwen plucked the largest one and, while eating it, returned to her room. Chun-Jing harvested all the ripe tomatoes, then fanned them a few times. Tomatoes are prolific, yielding continuously without the need for replanting. Xiaoyu, enough? We can't possibly keep all these tomatoes. At this moment, Lin Yu felt that his soul power had been sufficiently depleted. He promptly severed the tomato seedlings and relocated the foam box back to his windowsill. After washing his hands, he picked a tomato to taste, finding it extraordinarily delicious, akin to indulging in fruit, bursting with juice and sweetness, surpassing any tomato he had previously consumed in his past life. Lin Yu then offered another tomato to Chun-Jing, saying, Aunt, you must try this. The tomato is exceptionally tasty. After washing her hands, Chun-Jing accepted it and took a bite, confirming its delightful flavor. Perhaps it's due to your soul power nurturing it. This tomato is indeed exquisite. Moreover, its firm exterior suggests it can be stored for several days. Aunt, do you think if I were to sell this tomato, someone would buy it? Chun-Jing was taken aback, replying, Lin Yu, if you're in need of money, just tell me. There's no need to expend energy on such matters. Your focus should be on cultivation. Lin Yu chuckled. Aunt, I aspire to live in a house with a courtyard. Chun-Jing shrugged. That's beyond my capabilities. Aunt, I plan to step out for a bit, so you needn't prepare my meal. Before Chun-Jing could respond, Lin Yu returned to his room, grabbed his backpack, packed 2 tomatoes and a bag he had salvaged from the market, and headed out. At that moment, Chun Wenwen emerged from her room. Mom, where did his first soul ring come from? Chun-Jing shrugged. I have no idea. He didn't tell me. Are you still having breakfast? No. I'll suffice with 2 tomatoes. As Lin Yu wandered outside, nearing noon, he returned to his school, only to find the gates closed for the holiday. Excuse me. I'm looking for teacher Tang Yin from class 3 of senior year. I am Lin Yu from her class. Lin Yu presented his entry pass, and the gatekeeper opened the small gate for him. Upon reaching Tang Yin's office, he spotted her returning with a lunchbox. Tang Yin entered her office, saying, Find a place to sit. What brings you here today? Truth be told, seeing Tang Yin lifted Lin Yu's spirits. Her beauty was quite captivating. He smiled and said, I missed you, teacher Tang. Tang Yin shot him a glare. Did you come here just to exchange pleasantries? Lin Yu retrieved a bag of vegetables from his backpack and washed them at the sink. Noticing a small plastic basin leaning against the wall, he rinsed it out twice, filled it with vegetables, and placed it on Tang Yin's desk. Looking at the basin, Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. Lin Yu, do you know what this basin is for? It's for washing my backside, and you put vegetables in it? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. After all, it's for your personal use. Besides, I've cleaned it thoroughly, and honestly, it's cleaner than the vegetables in your bowl. Can you be sure they were washed before frying? If you saw the chef cooking, you probably wouldn't be able to eat. Tang Yinyan pondered this and realized she wasn't even sure what the chef looked like or if the vegetables were washed. Suddenly, her appetite waned. However, seeing the vegetables in the basin, she thought, since it's her own basin, she couldn't be too picky. Tang Yinyan picked up a tomato and found it remarkably delicious, even more so than the one she had eaten before. After finishing one tomato, she tried a sweet pepper and found it equally delightful. This assortment of vegetables must have cost quite a bit. What is your ulterior motive? Lin Yu replied. I grew these myself. I'm here to inquire about how to quickly purchase a standalone villa in the affluent district. I'm quite serious. Tang Yinyan chuckled at Lin Yu's earnest expression. The quickest way is to pursue Lin Maxiue. Her family owns numerous properties in the affluent district. If you can win her over, acquiring a house, there would be a mere formality for her. Moreover, with your talent, Lin Yaodong would likely not refuse. Chapter 6, Selling Vegetables, Encountering the School Bell. Lin Yu recalled Lin Maxiue's frigid demeanor, clearly not his type. Lin Maxiue's sour expression is as if someone owes her billions. There's no chemistry, no appeal. That's due to her family's cultivation technique, the ice formula. Once mastered, she will naturally possess a normal expression. If you're not inclined to pursue that path, there's only one alternative. Join the Adventurers Association. Accompany them outside the city to hunt magical beasts. A 5th-tier magical beast soul ring could secure you a house in the affluent district. Of course, if luck is on your side and you happen to find a soul bone, even a beginner's one, you could exchange it for a house. As Tang Yinyan finished speaking, she pulled a carrot from the basin and began munching on it. Lin Yu pondered before posing the crucial question, how do I collect soul rings? Tang Yinyan produced a device resembling a scanner from her waist and handed it to Lin Yu. This is a soul ring collector developed by the Federation. Use it on the corpse of a freshly slain magical beast. It can condense the essence of the beast's flesh into a soul ring. But it must be used within half an hour of the beast's death. After half an hour, the soul power will dissipate, making it impossible to form a soul ring. Also, when a magical beast is placed in a storage space, its soul power will immediately disperse. You can have this. I doubt I'll have any further use for it. Curious, Lin Yu glanced at the small black pouch at Tang Yinyan's waist, suspecting it was a storage space equipment. Her previous strength must have been considerable. Rest assured, when I ascend to divinity, you shall undoubtedly have a place by my side. Tang Yinyan smiled. All right. I hope to see that day. After a brief exchange, Lin Yu retrieved a few more bags of vegetables from his backpack, preparing to leave. He paused to ask, what are the requirements for exiting the city? The city gates open at 7 in the morning and close at 7 in the evening. Non-soul master civilians are prohibited from leaving the city alone. To exit, you need an adventurer's badge or a government introduction letter, and registration is required at the city gates. Re-entering the city also requires registration. If you haven't returned for a few days, you will be treated as a missing person. Once the gates close, they typically 1T reopen that day. If you don't make it back before they close, you'll have to spend the night outdoors. Tang Yinyan paused. Looking at Lin Yu, you may possess abilities beyond the average person, but I advise against leaving the city now, as you are completely unfamiliar with the outside world. Sometimes, danger does not stem from the magical beasts themselves. Lin Yu nodded. I'm not planning to leave the city just yet. After losing my memory, I fear I wouldn't even be able to tell north from south. And the danger you speak of is likely from other adventurers, right? Tang Yinyan agreed. Remaining silent as if lost in thought, Lin Yu chose not to disturb her, exiting the school. Initially intending to visit the Adventurers Association, he reconsidered and decided against it. Instead, he went to a general store to buy a roll of plastic bags and headed to the entrance of the affluent district, setting up a roadside stall. Fresh vegetables. $100 a bag. Fresh vegetables, $100 a bag. Just then, a car pulled up in front of Lin Yu, and a figure approached him. A person with innate full soul power is actually setting up a stall at the entrance of our community. Why did you decline my father's invitation? Lin Yu looked up and, to his surprise, recognized the familiar face. It was none other than Lin Maxiue. Without a word, he offered her a smaller tomato. Try it. Lin Maxiue instinctively wanted to refuse. Even for an ordinary person, fresh vegetables were commonplace, let alone being unwashed. She contemplated leaving but, adhering to her family's upbringing, hesitated and cautiously prepared to accept the tomato Lin Yu offered. Just then, a hand reached out to take the tomato from him, followed by a bottle of mineral water being retrieved from the car, used to wash the tomato before passing it back to Lin Maxiue. Miss. After Lin Maxiue received the tomato, she gently took a bite, seemingly finding the flavor quite agreeable. I'll take all of them. Lin Yu chuckled. I have plenty here. Are you sure you want them all? Of course. Do you doubt my ability to pay? Lin Yu laughed, encountering a wealthy individual like her. He couldn't resist the urge to take advantage. He then picked up his backpack and began unloading vegetables onto the nearby grass, revealing several hundred pounds. A total of 100,000. Thank you. Lin Maxiue frowned, surprised to discover that Lin Yu's ordinary-looking backpack was actually a storage device. With a casual wave of her hand, She collected all the vegetables before settling into the car. Uncle Fu, the payment. The person who had just washed the tomatoes for Lin Yu pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket, counted out 10 bills, and handed them to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the money, Lin Yu glanced at it, surprised to find each bill was worth 10,000. He promptly stowed the cash into his backpack. Thank you, Miss Lin. After saying this, Lin Yu left, instructing the person from Uncle Fu to return to the driver's seat and drive into the affluent district. Upon returning home, Uncle Fu informed Lin Yaodong of the events that transpired at the entrance, whereupon Lin Yaodong turned to Lin Mashua, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in her phone. Mashua, let your father see the vegetables your classmate sold. Lin Mashua retrieved some vegetables from her spatial ring, and Lin Yaodong inspected one closely before asking the household maid to wash a few. He and his wife sampled them afterward. How do they taste, dear? Lin Yaodong's wife, appearing to be in her 30s but exuding an extraordinary aura, likely from a prominent family, replied, the flavor and texture are quite good, with a faint trace of soul energy. They are indeed cultivated using soul techniques. To be honest, it's rare for anyone to use soul techniques for growing vegetables, unless they possess such poor aptitude that advancement seems hopeless. Lin Yaodong nodded. That's something I fail to comprehend. If someone with a full innate soul energy chooses to use their first soul ring and technique for farming, then their potential will be limited. Meanwhile, Lin Yu ventured to the mall, first purchasing 3 smartphones, spending nearly 15,000, and acquiring 2 phone cards, each topped up with 500 in credit. He then visited the nearby market at Xingfu Community, buying some meat and fruits, primarily seasonal offerings like apples, oranges, and strawberries, before purchasing several bags of rice and daily condiments. The owner of the grain and oil store delivered the goods to his home in a 3-wheeled cart. Chen Jing and Chen Wenwen watched the delivery with bemusement, realizing that this fellow truly was unwilling to live a life of hardship. After the store owner left, Lin Yu put the bags of rice away and took out the 3 new smartphones from his backpack, handing one to Chen Wenwen. Wenwen, this is yours. Humph. Don't think that just because you bought me a phone, I'll forgive you. Chen Wenwen retorted, yet she still accepted the phone. Lin Yu then offered another to Chen Jing. Auntie, that old phone of yours is outdated. It's time for an upgrade. Chen Jing, observing Lin Yu's extravagant demeanor, curiously inquired, Xiao Yu, did you sell vegetables? In response to Chen Jing's question, Lin Yu nodded. I went to the affluent district and ran into a classmate from school. She bought everything, leaving me with 50,000. You should take it, Auntie, Lin Yu said, handing over 50,000. Chen Jing declined. You keep that money. My salary at my job suffices. Lin Yu asked out of curiosity, what job do you have, Auntie? Chen Jing remained silent, but Chen Wenwen chimed in, my mom works at a slaughterhouse, handling beasts that ordinary people find hard to manage. She gets 1 day off a week and earns 10,000 a month. Oh, Auntie, keep this money and don't return to the slaughterhouse. From now on, I will take care of the household expenses and I won't sell vegetables anymore. You can trust me. Chen Jing gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before her, hesitating for a moment before nodding. In the evening, after Chen Jing switched to her new phone, she called her company leader to inform them of her absence the following day, then headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chen Wenwen sat in the living room, meticulously plucking the seeds from strawberries with tweezers. Wenwen, what kind of person was I before? Chen Wenwen glanced at Lin Yu and replied curtly, you were a rogue, never involved in anything good, and you even stole my red envelope money. How much of your red envelope money did I take? Chen Wenwen pondered before responding, altogether, about 3,000. Lin Yu promptly retrieved a 5,000 bill from his pocket and handed it to her. Here you go. Consider the remainder as interest. Chen Wenwen snatched it eagerly, inspected it, and tucked it into her pocket, then curiously asked, by the way, how much did you earn from selling vegetables today? Today I encountered a wealthy patron. Do you know Lin Mashua from our school? Of course. In Jinling City, who doesn't know Lin Mashua? The daughter of the Lin family bought your vegetables? Yes, that's how it happened. Lin Yu recounted the events of the previous day, and Chen Wenwen displayed a puzzled expression. Why didn't you agree to go to the Lin family? She promised to cover all your expenses for the next few years. What about after graduation from the academy? Wouldn't that make you a lackey for the Lin family? If she tells you to go east, you can't go west, losing your freedom. No amount of money is worth sacrificing your freedom. Chen Wenwen considered this and realized the truth in his words, opting not to pursue the topic further. Just then, dinner was ready, and the meal was quite lavish, featuring meat, vegetables, and fruits for dessert, an uncommon treat for most families. Even Chen Jing had previously been reluctant to indulge in such feasts, and as for the slaughterhouse salary of 10,000, that was due to her being a sole master. Ordinary workers earned only about 3,000 a month. After dinner, the three engaged in conversation for a while before Lin Yu retreated to his room to meditate and cultivate. Shortly after, Chen Jing emerged from her shower, glanced at him, and chose not to speak, returning to her own room. After circulating his energy for 2 cycles, Lin Yu checked the time on his phone. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Annie had sent him a message, advising him not to do laundry tonight as she would take care of it tomorrow. Otherwise, she'd feel anxious sitting idle at home. Lin Yu set his phone aside, contemplated for a moment, then took down the foam box from the window to plant some strawberries before heading to the bathroom for a shower. He decided against washing clothes tonight, leaving his garments in the basket. Afterwards, he returned to his room, opened the system panel, and allocated points to his second martial soul, the God-slaying spear, reaching a level of 100,000 years. The 100,000-year Sky Falcon soul ring endowed him with the soul skill, precision shot, and Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark functioned like a guaranteed hit skill. Once the target was marked, a shot would assuredly hit, rendering evasive maneuvers futile. Meanwhile, the precision shot skill allowed for passive shooting at a distance of up to 100,000 meters. He turned off the light and approached the window, taking out the God-slaying spear. Through the scope, he could see patrolling soldiers on the city wall, equipped with various advanced weaponry, indicating that humanity had not entirely forsaken technological arms. However, his current view was limited due to the angle. The wall was higher than his position, obscuring the outside world. And the sky was also sealed off by some sort of energy barrier. Previously, he had contemplated using an external soul bone to fly in and out, but that would likely be tantamount to courting death. He then retracted his martial soul and prepared for sleep, asserting that he was not the type to substitute sleep with meditation. A night of silence passed. The next morning, upon waking, Chen Jing discovered that Lin Yu had already risen and was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, he returned shortly with a bag of apples and oranges. Xiaoyu, where did you go? In our home, to the east, there lies a small river, does it not? I ventured there for a brief morning exercise. Lin Yu set down his belongings and proceeded to wash up. After breakfast, he rode Chen Jing's electric scooter, accompanied by Chun Wan, as they set out. The duo first visited the market to procure some foam boxes and cardboard cartons. Lin Yu, you still have a storage bag? Indeed. Once I have some wealth, I shall buy you one as well. I shall hold you to that. Upon reaching the riverbank, where no one was present, they began planting strawberries. Lin Yu unleashed his soul skill of universal growth, while Chun Wan picked strawberries to place in the boxes. Strawberries, being perennial herbs, do not require repeated planting. Lin Yu, didn't you tell my mother you wouldn't sell vegetables? Wan, pay attention. Strawberries are fruits, not vegetables. Besides, your aunt is currently unemployed. We must earn some money to enhance our living conditions, mustn't we? Well then, I want roasted goose for lunch. All right, let us work quickly, and I shall buy you roasted goose for lunch. At noon, the pair returned to the market's deli, and Chun Wan immediately exclaimed, Annie, we want roasted goose. Little girl, roasted goose is 500 per pound. How much would you like? Chun Wan glanced at Lin Yu, who pointed to the largest goose, saying, Auntie, we'll take this one. The deli aunt was taken aback. Typically, customers would buy no more than a pound or half a pound. Surely, she must have misheard. Are you certain you want the whole goose? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. No need to carve it. We'll chop it at home. The aunt proceeded to weigh the hefty roasted goose, which totaled over 5,000 yuan. Given the unchanged income, the prices had skyrocketed tenfold, explaining why ordinary people could hardly afford such luxuries. A roasted goose costing over 5,000 yuan was something I once could scarcely dream of. Wan, what kind of person is your father? How would I know? I have never met him. I suspect I might not even be my mother's biological child. Perhaps she picked me up from somewhere. Don't speak nonsense. Refrain from saying such things in front of your aunt. I'm not foolish. Upon reaching home, Lin Yu carried the battery while Chun Wan held the roasted goose. Upon entering, Chen Jing did not comment on the large goose in Chun Wan's hands. Chapter 8. School Class Assignments and Selling Fruits. Lin Yu placed the battery down, took the roasted goose from Chun Wan, and headed to the kitchen to chop it into pieces. He arranged the meatier portions on a plate, while setting aside those with less meat and more bones. Xiaoyu, how should we separate those? Auntie, the less meaty parts can be used for stewing with cabbage tonight. Chen Jing said nothing and prepared 3 bowls of rice. Earlier, she had asked Wan to call her, mentioning they were bringing back ingredients, so she made a tomato and egg soup. During the meal, Lin Yu offered both goose legs to the mother and daughter while he savored the goose's head. Xiaoyu, you should eat the goose legs. No, Auntie. I dislike that kind of lean meat. It has an unpleasant texture. I would rather indulge in the goose belly and head. After lunch, Lin Yu returned to his room to scroll through his phone and practice, not venturing out for the rest of the afternoon. The following day, Monday, after breakfast, Lin Yu and Chun Wan left in succession. Chun Wan's school was nearby, so Lin Yu accompanied her first before proceeding to his own school. The teaching building's bulletin board was surrounded by students. Lin Yu squeezed in for a glimpse. This was the class assignment information, and naturally, he was placed in the Soul Master Class 1. Originally, there were 6 classes in the freshman year, but after reassignments, there were 2 Soul Master classes remaining, indicating a relatively high awakening rate among the students. Upon entering the so-called Soul Master Class 1, most of the other students had already arrived, and he found a seat at the back. Hey, brother, did you absorb your first soul ring as a full innate soul power? Lin Yu turned to the speaker. None other than the chubby Yang Daba. Lin Yu remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. Yang Daba pressed on. So, what is your first soul ring skill? After some thought, Lin Yu replied, healing. Yang Daba was about to say more when the teacher walked in, and Lin Yu's spirits lifted. It was none other than Tang Iran. All right. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Yuran. Previously, I was the homeroom teacher for Class 3 of the freshman year. For the next 3 months, I will be in charge of Class 1, and I propose Lin Xiaodao as our class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? With none raised, the class continued, and the lesson was filled with substantial content. Lin Yu listened intently, absorbing information about Soul Master and Soul Beast levels. Soul Masters range from novice apprentices to 9th-tier Soul Saints, with each tier divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 10 constitute the initial tier, further categorized into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. Currently, with a Soul Power level of 11, he was at the early stage of the first tier. Soul Beasts are classified with 1,000 years as 1 tier, 9,000 years as 9 tiers, with every 3,000 years marking a period. Those exceeding 100,000 years are considered sacred beasts. The lesson also covered the colors of soul rings, with the sole distinction being that the 10th tier soul rings are azure. At this time, most soul beasts could articulate human speech. It was said that Tang Yuran's arm had been bitten by a late-stage wind demon wolf, approximately 70,000 years old. Note: the age of soul beasts and other species indicates their strength. Killing them yields corresponding soul rings and bones based on their age, not their actual lifespan. In the first class, Tang Yuran shared some fundamental knowledge, and as the bell rang for the end of class, she began to pack her belongings. The second class featured a different male teacher who explained the types of martial souls, broadly categorized into animal, plant, weapon, elemental, and food martial souls. Soul Masters are further divided into melee fighters, ranged attackers, and support roles. Melee fighters are split into melee damage dealers and defensive fighters, while ranged attackers encompass both spell casters and physical attackers, akin to mages and archers. The rest fall under support roles. In the third class, yet another teacher took over, this time discussing the varieties of demon beasts and how to identify the ages of soul beasts. How did the morning feel? I gained a wealth of knowledge. In Tang Yuran's office, Lin Yu and she sat across from each other over lunch, with a bowl of freshly washed strawberries on the adjacent table. Are you using that bowl for food again? I forgot. You don't have any other containers here, and besides, I don't mind, so why should you? As long as you're not bothered. Is your first soul ring solely for cultivating these? Lin Yu chuckled. My first soul skill is universal growth, capable of nurturing any plant. But I told my classmates that my first soul skill is healing. Upon finishing, Lin Yu retrieved the Staff of Life and cast a healing spell on Tang Yuran, who immediately felt rejuvenated, with a tingling sensation at the sight of her arm's injury. Tang Yuran was astonished, without releasing a soul ring. Your healing is inherent to your martial soul. Lin Yu nodded, then inquired, what impression did I leave on you previously? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuran replied, how shall I put it? You seem to have a remarkably low presence. It appeared you had no close friends, aside from being somewhat friendly with Yang Daba. So, I was merely a transparent figure in class. That's about the gist of it. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yu took his lunchbox and left Tang Yuran's office, knowing she would need to rest a bit. He did not wish to disturb her. The classroom was chaotic, which did not appeal to him either, so he sought refuge under a tree on the playground, passing the time on his phone, through the lens of a mobile device. One is enlightened to the peculiarities of a world where mythical beasts have long existed. Once on the brink of extinction due to human hunting, these creatures experienced a remarkable resurgence a century ago, the reasons for which remain shrouded in mystery. Humanity, in response, retreated from rural villages and towns into the fortified sanctuaries of large cities, while the wilderness transformed into the dominion of these beasts. The Human Federation boasts a multitude of cities, numbering over 2,000, interconnected by an extensive subway system. However, interstate travel is not accomplished by aircraft. Rather, it is facilitated by teleportation arrays or airships. Each activation of an intercontinental teleportation array demands a significant amount of soul crystal stones, a costly endeavor reserved for wartime. With airships serving as the primary means of transport during peacetime, each vessel manned by skilled experts. The most formidable power within the Federation is not the government, but rather the Holy See, which oversees the city's daily governance while its members engage in frontline combat. The current pope, named Eve, is a 9th-tier soul saint, presumably a female pontiff, though her likeness remains elusive on the internet. Your first soul skill is healing, exclaimed a peer, prompting Lin Yu to glance up and recognize a significant client. He promptly donned a beaming smile. Does it truly matter? Sample this. It far surpasses yesterday's vegetables in flavor. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a bowl from his bag and extended it toward Lin Mashua. Upon inspecting the bowl of strawberries, which she recognized had been washed, she took one and was indeed pleased to find it vastly superior to the vegetables of the previous day. How many do you have? Oh, just give me strawberries worth 100,000. Lin Mashua initially intended to claim all he had, but quickly reconsidered, realizing the peculiar nature of the person before her, and thus modified her demand to a monetary equivalent. Lin Yu extracted 10 boxes of strawberries along with a case of apples and oranges. As a token of appreciation for your continued patronage, Miss Lin, these apples and oranges are complimentary for your enjoyment. Lin Mashua regarded Lin Yu's merchant-like grin with disdain. nearly striking him in frustration. She hastily collected her payment of 100,000 and departed, leaving Lin Yu elated with his newfound wealth. Ah, Lin Manhwaaudiobook, truly my golden benefactor. Chapter 9. Becoming an Adventurer. As afternoon classes commenced, the students were not confined to a traditional classroom, but instead gathered in the meditation chamber for a lesson conducted by Tang Yanran. She began by projecting human anatomy, elucidating the operational dynamics of soul energy before guiding everyone through breathing meditation. This method is the standardized foundational practice, and upon entering university, students will encounter advanced cultivation techniques, as well as some rare methodologies, contingent upon their fortunes. The meditation chamber is equipped with a gathering energy formation, designed to assist novice soul master apprentices in advancing to the first tier. Lin Manhwaaudiobook, Lin Yu, you both have already attained the first tier, so you may enjoy some free time this afternoon, or feel free to return home. With that, Lin Yu, having little to occupy his time, exited the school, pondering as he removed his uniform and stored it in his spatial pouch, before boarding a bus to the Adventurers Association. Seated by the window, he observed the city's streets, where buses predominated, and private vehicles were a rare sight, indicative of status and power. The bus halted at the Adventurers Association, and upon entry, Lin Yu was met with a throng of people. In the lobby, a massive screen displayed various bounty notices. Glimpsing the bounty tasks, he noted several ludicrously high rewards, such as 10 billion Federation coins for a 10th tier soul ring, and 100 billion Federation coins for a 10th tier soul bone. The individuals capable of hunting a 100,000-year holy beast would themselves be 9th tier soul saints, who would hardly be desperate for such sums. However, there were also more reasonable bounties, such as one from a barbecue restaurant owner seeking to purchase giant-toothed rabbits at 10,000 coins each. Lin Yu recalled that the instructor had mentioned giant-toothed rabbits earlier that morning. They were classified as beginner-level beasts, notorious for their powerful jaws capable of easily severing human armor and weaponry. Their high reproduction rates and singular attack skills made them less appealing to ordinary soul masters and a source of disdain for advanced soul masters. Yet their meat was considered a delicacy, highly sought after by the wealthy. Lin Yu paid little heed to the bounties, instead noticing a poster detailing the process of becoming an adventurer, which could be completed at a machine. He approached one and began registering his adventurer information, which included both confidential and public details, requiring real name identification alongside a nickname, soul master profession, and level. Nickname, Featherforest. Martial soul, healing staff. Level, first tier novice. Profession, healing support. Team, none. Upon completing the registration, the machine dispensed a badge, which Lin Yu examined, noting its barcode and string of numbers. After stowing the badge, he continued to explore the lobby. West City Wilderness. Anyone interested in joining me? I am a second-tier advanced melee soul master. Anyone capable of detoxification? Come join us for Snake Valley, level unrestricted, 4 for 1, departing immediately. Seeking one output soul master for Evil Cave, 4 for 1, departing shortly. Lin Yu felt as if he had stepped into a video game, surrounded by players, yet he was entirely unfamiliar with the locations mentioned. However, he did discover an intriguing feature, a teleportation machine. He observed 5 individuals stepping onto it, transforming into beams of light before vanishing, while another similar machine occasionally spat people out, some still bearing traces of blood on their garments. Curious, Lin Yu approached and inquired, "Excuse me, what destination does this teleportation machine lead to?" The balding operator glanced at him. "Ah, you must be new here. This teleportation device connects to 4 city gates in Jinling City, charging 10,000 Federation coins per person per trip, accommodating about 5 individuals at a time. Of course, you could also opt for the bus. It's a mere 2 coins. How long does it take to reach the city gate by bus?" Lin Yu asked. The operator replied with a smile, "If all goes well, about an hour. Are you considering giving it a try?" Lin Yu nodded, and the operator directed him to purchase a ticket. After acquiring it, he returned and presented the ticket to the operator. "Which city gate are you headed to?" After a moment's thought, Lin Yu replied, "To the south gate, please." "Perfect. Let us squeeze in together, little brother, and head to the south gate." At that moment, 5 people had already gathered at the teleportation device, 3 men and 2 women. One woman donned a form-fitting leather outfit, her hood and mask obscuring her features save for her captivating eyes, while the other was clad in revealing attire that exuded allure. The alluring woman spoke, "Little brother, you are quite handsome. Why not come into my embrace? Let me hold you." The operator chuckled, "Flower Butterfly, don't frighten the lad. Your age is more than suitable to be his mother." Flower Butterfly bristled at the remark, "You bald, old man. I'm only 35, mind you. All right, steady yourselves. We're about to depart." Lin Yu positioned himself, and suddenly, a blinding light enveloped him. As he closed his eyes and reopened them, he found himself standing at the entrance of the south gate. Several individuals disembarked from the machine, with the butterfly-like figure waving goodbye to them as they exited the city. At the city gate stood a few soldiers armed with rifles, along with 2 staff members brandishing barcode scanners to scan the barcodes affixed to their chests. After the 5 had left the city, the butterfly figure produced a vehicle, and they all entered, driving away. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before donning his barcode on his chest and approached. One of the young women with a scanner swiftly scanned him. Beep. Upon confirming there were no issues, he intended to proceed outward, but one of the women operating a computer called out to him. Wait a moment. You Lin. Lin Yu turned back, somewhat perplexed, and the woman spoke. The area beyond the city is fraught with dangers. Are you certain you wish to venture out alone? Lin Yu nodded. I merely wish to step outside and take a look. I have no particular destination in mind. Very well. If you encounter peril, remember to head for the main road and exercise caution. Upon exiting the city, Lin Yu glanced at his attribute panel, which indicated a total of 260,000 free attribute points accumulated over 3 days. He allocated 100,000 points to his second martial soul's first soul ring and raised all 6 of his attributes to 10,000 years, directing the remaining 100,000 points entirely towards his lifebound right arm soul bone. This 100,000 year lifebound right-hand soul bone came with the soul skill, soul bone weapon, fission attack. Fission attack, a passive skill that doubles the damage of subsequent attacks on the same target using the soul bone weapon, currently allowing for 5 fissions. Each increase of 100,000 years in the soul bone grants an additional 5 fissions. Thus, the second attack inflicts double damage, the third attack quadruples the damage, the fourth octuples it. The fifth attack yields 16-fold damage, and the sixth attack achieves 32 times damage. While this passive skill appears formidable, no beast would foolishly remain stationary for you to strike, unless it were a colossal creature with sluggish movement. Chapter 10, A Burrow of Rabbits, the Novice Protection Period. Lin Yu departed from the main road and arrived at a vast plain, still within the shooting range of the city walls. Naturally, no lively creatures were present. He could only venture further afield. A great two-handed cleaver manifested in Lin Yu's hands, akin to the one wielded by the Beastmaster Flameblade Sword Saint. After a few trial swings, he found it unwieldy, and then conjured a dagger reminiscent of the one held by Qianliang Guangxi. Though slightly more manageable, it still felt off. Eventually, he transformed it into a spear, and this felt just right. As he continued outward, the underbrush thickened, just as boredom began to set in. A large wild boar charged towards him. Lin Yu sidestepped, and the spear deftly sliced through, separating the boar's head from its body. Dinner is secured. Lin Yu stowed the wild boar and prepared to return, but sensed something approaching from behind. Turning to look, he was astonished to see a swarm of rabbits. Their oversized front teeth indicating they were likely giant-toothed rabbits, accompanied by a particularly large red-eyed rabbit. It seemed the wild boar had stumbled upon their nest. With a loud screech, the giant-toothed rabbit called out, prompting the other rabbits to swarm towards Lin Yu. He swept his blade, cleaving through several giant-toothed rabbits in one stroke. Damn, what a waste. That's over 100,000 gone. Lin Yu then transformed his spear into a hefty metal club, swinging it vigorously. The giant-toothed rabbits fell in droves, while the Rabbit King, realizing the peril, attempted to flee. In a flash, Lin Yu teleported before the giant-toothed Rabbit King, delivering a crushing blow. After a flurry of strikes, he produced a soul ring collector and began gathering the soul ring from the giant-toothed Rabbit King. In no time, a purple soul ring and a small bone appeared. The Novice Protection Period. Lin Yu swiftly collected the corpses of the rabbits, totaling 132, with 12 having been rendered unusable. With so many rabbits, there had to be a rabbit nest nearby, perhaps even treasures hidden within. Seizing the opportunity before the Novice Protection Period expired, he hurried to investigate. Following the direction from which the rabbits had come, he soon stumbled upon a wild boar's carcass, its throat punctured by some unknown creature. He gathered it up to sell later. Continuing his search, he collected 5 or 6 more wild boar corpses before spotting a small earthen mound with a cave entrance over a meter wide, shrouded in darkness. Lacking any experience or even a flashlight, Lin Yu hesitated, then pulled out his phone, activated the flashlight, and crouched to enter. Moments later, he emerged, retching uncontrollably. Did these dead rabbits have no sense of smell? Why drag their corpses into the cave? After a while of vomiting, he covered his mouth and crouched back inside. A moment later, he emerged with a backpack and a small leather pouch. Breathing in the fresh air, he allowed the foul odor to dissipate before making his way towards the city gate. By now, the sky had darkened. As he approached the gate, a vehicle pulled up beside him. Little brother, how was your harvest? Lin Yu turned to find it was none other than the butterfly figure. He smiled, opened the backpack, and showed her what he had gathered. If you like, you can take a few home to keep as pets. The butterfly figure peered inside at the bundle of small white rabbits. Though not large, they were unmistakably giant-toothed rabbits. The butterfly figure chuckled. Little brother, I dare not keep these. I have no cage to contain them. Sister, just pull out their front teeth, and they'll be ordinary rabbits. Lin Yu said, and with that, he produced 2 small rabbits from the backpack and promptly extracted their front teeth. Following this, he summoned the Staff of Life and cast 2 spells upon the rabbits. With their giant teeth gone and their wounds healed, they would no longer be at risk of regrowing them. These 2 rabbits are a gift for you 2 sisters. Lin Yu presented the rabbits, and the masked woman in the passenger seat accepted them. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and waved goodbye as he continued towards the city gate. The butterfly figure watched Lin Yu's retreating figure and remarked, "What do you think of his capabilities?" One man in the back seat replied, "Giant-toothed rabbits typically appear in groups. Such small rabbits would only be found in a rabbit nest. For an auxiliary soul master to capture an entire nest is no simple feat." Another man added, "Is it possible that someone exterminated a nest of rabbits, and he merely happened to collect them afterward?" The butterfly figure shook her head. Anyone capable of wiping out a nest of giant-toothed rabbits would not seek them out. "If I asked you to tackle a nest of rabbits, would you be willing? You certainly wouldn't relish such a thankless task." The masked woman interjected, "He is formidable. He is stained with the fresh blood of giant-toothed rabbits. He must have eliminated a nest of them. Beneath that seemingly harmless exterior lies a ferocious beast. You exaggerate too much. Let us return." When they arrived at the city gate, having parked the vehicle, they noticed two small toothless rabbits on the staff member's table. The butterfly figure inquired with a smile, "May I ask, what is the name of that young man who just gave you the rabbits? We mean no harm. He also gifted us two small rabbits." The butterfly figure gestured towards the two rabbits in the masked woman's arms. "His name is Yu Lin. That's all I can disclose. Thank you." Meanwhile, Lin Yu once again utilized the transporter to return to the mission hall, seeking out the staff member to submit the barbecue shop's commission. He placed 30 rabbits on the counter. The portly staff member pushed aside the bisected rabbits. "These 12 rabbits are unacceptable. They are in 2 pieces. The barbecue shop won't accept them." "Very well." Lin Yu gathered up the 12 rabbits and produced 32 more. The portly staff member chuckled, "Goodness. It seems you found a rabbit nest. A total of 50 rabbits. A 10% commission applies. Here is 450,000. Lin Yu was taken aback to learn that the Adventurers Association charged a commission. Just as he was preparing to leave with his money, a feminine voice rang out. "Since when did the Adventurers Association impose a 10% commission? You rotund scoundrel, are you bullying the newcomer again?" Without needing to turn around, Lin Yu recognized that it was Hua-Hudi. She immediately draped her arm over Lin Yu's shoulder and explained, "All commissions for tasks are paid by the clients. That rotund fellow is merely deceiving you because he sees you as a novice." Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, does the Adventurers Association have a life-and-death arena for resolving personal grievances? I could settle things with this fatso up there." The rotund man quickly plastered a smile on his face. "Just joking. Just joking." He then produced 50,000 coins and handed them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the money and nodded to Hua-Hudi before taking his leave. Chapter 11. The Little Ant and the Rabbit. The Rabbit Kicks the Eagle. Lin Yu boarded the bus to return home, where Chen Jing had already prepared dinner. Upon noticing the bloodstains on his shirt, she inquired, "Xiao Yu, did you go out of the city today?" Lin Yu nodded. "This afternoon. The students were practicing in the meditation room, allowing me to have some free time, so I decided to explore outside the city." After speaking, he handed his backpack to Chun 11, who opened it to discover 6 small rabbits inside. Curious, she asked, "Lin Yu, where did these little rabbits come from?" "I found a giant tooth rabbit's den this afternoon. Let us eat first. I'll explain later." After dinner, he handed Chen Jing the 500,000 from selling the rabbits, then fetched a large basin from the bathroom to empty the remaining rabbits into it. The rabbits were too large, each weighing over 10 pounds, and the basin could not contain them, so they were piled directly on the floor. Chen Jing inquired with curiosity, "Xiao Yu, did you come across a den of giant tooth rabbits?" "Yes. I don't know who killed them, but they left the bodies behind, so I collected them. I also found a few blood-tooth wild boars." Chen Jing glanced at Lin Yu, but said nothing. Instead, she conjured a dagger in her hand and began to dissect the giant tooth rabbits, which appeared to be her martial spirit. Her method of breaking down the rabbits was nothing short of breathtaking, processing one in mere seconds. Within 10 minutes, all 82 rabbits had been dealt with. "Little ant, what is your spirit power level?" "Peak 2nd rank, I suppose." This level presents a hurdle that countless individuals cannot surpass. Then, Chen Jing began to remove the rabbit heads, placing them in the basin, setting the skins aside, and keeping the heart and liver while discarding the rest in a trash bag. "Xiao Yu, put away the rabbit meat. I'll cook the heads and innards, and I'll take the skins to the fur factory tomorrow. Oh, I also found a storage bag today. Let us see what's inside." After saying this, Lin Yu went to the bathroom to wash the black bag thoroughly, having torn it from a decaying corpse. Once he confirmed there was no odor, he began examining the storage bag. Inside, he discovered several 100,000 federal currency, some food, and drinking water, along with a soul ring collector and a few yellow soul rings. Quite an unexpected surprise. The space inside was not overly large, merely the size of a room. Lin Yu took out the few soul rings and left the rest inside, handing the storage bag to Chen Jing. "Little ant, I have no use for this. You keep it." Chen Jing accepted the storage bag, glanced at it, and then hung it at her waist, collecting all the rabbits. "What about the blood-tooth wild boars? Bring them out so I can handle them all at once." Lin Yu retrieved the 8 blood-tooth wild boars, and then returned to his room to meditate. Meanwhile, the masked woman who had crossed paths with Lin Yu returned to the Lin residence, handing a rabbit cage to Lin Manhwaedit, who was sitting on the sofa. After removing her hood, she revealed a cascade of silver hair, washed her hands, and sat down to enjoy some strawberries. Lin Yu, observing the two white rabbits, curiously asked, "Sister, where did these two little rabbits come from?" This masked woman, Su Moi, was Lin Yaodong's sister's daughter, thus Lin Yu's cousin. Unlike her cousin, she had not inherited the family's phoenix martial spirit, but rather her father's phantom cat martial spirit. Stopping her nibbling, Su Moi replied, "Today, I encountered an intriguing young man at the Adventurers Association. He seems to be around your age. Where did you get these strawberries? They taste delightful. A classmate sold them to me. My father even invited him to our home once, but he declined. Today he sold me these strawberries at school. Sister, do you think someone with innate full soul power, whose first soul ring promotes plant growth, is a waste?" Without pausing her eating, Su Moi casually remarked, "Those with innate level 10 typically receive invitations from the Holy See. What was your classmate's name again?" "His name is Lin Yu, and he exudes an air of petite bourgeoisie." Su Moi chuckled. "Compared to you, Miss Lin, who isn't a bit petty." After finishing her strawberries, she murmured, Lin Yu? You Lin? Quite intriguing." Lin Yu, who was feeding the little rabbits carrots, turned and asked, "Cousin, what did you say?" "Oh, nothing. Are there any more of these strawberries? I'd like to take some back to the capital." 2 weeks later, Lin Yu emerged, preparing to take a bath. But he found Qinjing absent. Nevertheless, the house had already been tidied up beautifully. After bathing, Lin Yu lay on his bed, taking out the rabbit soul bone to examine it leisurely. Giant tooth rabbit right leg bone. Age, 2,000 years. Soul skill, rabbit kicks eagle. Rabbit kicks eagle, a form of close combat martial arts, allowing the user to swiftly seize an opportunity to inflict tremendous damage to an enemy's abdomen with a double-legged maneuver. The damage effect is determined by the soul bone's age and the user's strength. He understood that rabbit kicks eagle was a combat technique, but in this world, it had transformed into a soul skill. He glanced at his equipment panel, placed down his primary right leg bone, and attempted to attach the giant tooth rabbit's right leg bone. To his surprise, it worked. There was even a plus sign, allowing him to upgrade the soul bone to 10,000 years. He executed the rabbit kicks eagle, producing sonic booms with his legs in midair. But when he switched back to his primary soul bone, he could not replicate that sensation. After a night of silence, the next morning, Qinjing prepared spicy rabbit stir-fried rice, which Lin Yu devoured 2 hefty bowls of before departing for school with Chen Wenwen. Pouting, Chen Wenwen remarked, "You promised to prepare a storage bag for me. I only found one yesterday. Next time, I promise. Besides, you're still in middle school. Carrying a storage bag isn't suitable. I'll definitely get you one next time." After dropping Chen Wenwen off at school, Lin Yu returned to his classroom. He paid particularly close attention during the morning's theoretical lessons, as everything was unfamiliar to him. The amnesiac transmigrator. He was unexpectedly delighted to discover that this world indeed had instances akin to dungeons, referred to as secret realms, which generally required special tools to access. The evil cave he had heard about yesterday was an open-type instance, consisting of 2 layers. Once adventurers eliminated all the monsters inside, they would respawn the next day. Most astonishingly, he learned that there were also monster respawn locations within Jinling City, specifically the city sewers. The sewers posed minimal danger, primarily housing giant rats and cockroaches, making it a common training ground for novice soul masters. At noon, Lin Yu had lunch with Tang Yinran. After their meal, he inquired about the equipment needed for outdoor exploration, and Tang Yinran advised him to take notes. Also, take away those 2 little rabbits. I can hardly support myself, let alone those giant tooth rabbits. They eat like there's no tomorrow. Am I supposed to look after them too? Fine. You just don't want the trouble. Chapter 12. The class leader's advancement and equipment purchase. Lin Yu tucked away the 2 giant tooth rabbits and subsequently departed from Tang Yinran's office, making his way to the shaded area of the playground, where he discovered Lin Xiaotao seated. "Oh, class monitor, why aren't you mingling with the classmates in the classroom?" Lin Xiaotao cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Not in the mood." Lin Yu promptly settled beside her, exclaiming, "Oh, class monitor, what troubles you? Share it with me. I might lighten your spirits. I don't feel like talking." In truth, Lin Yu was well aware of Lin Xiaotao's predicament. As Tang Yinran had informed him during lunch, Lin Xiaotao had also reached the 10th level, and her family background was similar to his. Both were from single-parent households. There's nothing particularly unusual about that. Single-parent families are quite common these days. Lin Yu rummaged through his backpack and produced a yellow soul ring, offering it to Lin Xiaotao. "Here, borrow this. Just return it later. If you can't, you can repay me with your body." Lin Xiaotao hesitated as she gazed at the soul ring in his hand. Lin Yu continued, "It's a 500-year Emperor Wuxiao snake soul ring, and the soul skill should be precision strike. What do you say? No? Then forget it." "Yes," Lin Xiaotao exclaimed, snatching it away, and began to scrutinize it. "Just remember, if you can't return it, you'll owe me your body." "Humph." Lin Xiaotao huffed, and then sat cross-legged to refine the soul ring. Lin Yu found her baby-faced demeanor rather endearing. This soul ring had been retrieved from a storage bag he found yesterday. At that moment, Lin Yu approached, noticing Lin Xiaotao meditating and refraining from making a sound. 10 minutes later, a yellow halo ascended from Lin Xiaotao, who opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. "Congratulations, class monitor, on officially becoming a first-tier soul master. Lin Xiaotao waved her hand dismissively, just a formality. Lin Yu then unsheathed a 1.6-meter-long machete and looked at Lin Xiaotao. Class monitor, want to give it a try? Fine, but don't blame me for bullying you if you lose. Lin Xiaotao brandished a 2-meter-long spiral dragon spear, thrusting it toward Lin Yu. He deflected her spear with his machete, opting not to attack, but to focus solely on defense. Lin Manhwaedit observed closely, recognizing Lin Yu's martial arts skills were impressively high, making it effortless for him to counter Lin Xiaotao's assaults. Lin Yu once again deflected Lin Xiaotao's spear and swiftly turned, delivering a downward slash that cleaved an ice spike into the ground. Just then, a second and third ice spike flew toward him, and Lin Xiaotao shouted, "Precision strike!" Lin Yu took off running. Although he possessed Li Siyuan's martial arts memories, his body could not keep pace with his mind. Moreover, this was merely a sparring session, not a life-or-death struggle. Faced with two opponents, he could not reveal his true strength without risking his own well-being. All right, I'm off to buy some adventure gear. Class monitor, care to join? Lin Xiaotao shook her head. No, I need to head home for a bit. Her mother was still gathering funds to purchase a suitable soul ring for her, and she needed to return home to discuss it. Lin Yu nodded and prepared to leave when Lin Manhwaedit called out to him. Lin Yu, wait a moment. Upon hearing Lin Manhwaedit's call, he turned back, and she got straight to the point. Lin Yu, do you still have any vegetables or fruits? To be frank, I am no longer as cash-strapped as before. Considering you are my first and last customer, I will sell you one last batch, after which I will cease selling fruits and vegetables altogether. After stating this, Lin Yu produced 20 cardboard boxes, 10 filled with vegetables and 10 with fruits. Lin Manhwaedit collected the 20 boxes, handed him 200,000, and then departed. Lin Yu, glancing at Lin Xiaotao, retrieved 2 plastic bags from his spatial storage and handed them to her. Class monitor, these are from my own garden. Take them home to taste. After giving Lin Xiaotao the 2 bags, he turned and left, heading to the Adventurers Guild, where all adventure equipment could be procured. A beautiful young lady approached him. Hello, sir. What do you need to buy? Lin Yu presented a list for her to fulfill. The young lady glanced at the list and said, Sir, these are all common adventure supplies. Would you prefer higher quality or standard? What is the difference? You get what you pay for. For instance, a standard tactical flashlight provides illumination for about 2 hours, while a higher quality one can last for 12. How much is the price difference for a full set? I can't afford anything too expensive. The young lady pondered for a moment and replied, I estimate that your entire set would cost around 15,000 for standard quality, while a good quality set would exceed 100,000. I need to calculate the specifics. Then get me a good set. The young lady smiled. All right. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you. Lin Yu was aware that she likely earned a commission, but he understood it was part of her job. So he said nothing. The young lady proceeded to gather the items for him, and when the total came to 100,000 and 200, she graciously waived the 200. After paying, Lin Yu noticed 2 sets of leather outfits hanging nearby, similar to those worn by the masked lady yesterday. How much for this outfit? The young lady smiled. This is made from the skin of a gluttonous beast, quite durable with some defensive capabilities. Priced at 100,000 for a set. Well, there goes the 20,000 Lin Daijia just gave me. He thought he would need to sell the soul rings later. The young lady found him a fitting outfit, and after completing the transaction, he gave the 2 small giant tooth rabbits, which Tang Yanran no longer wanted, to the young lady. Ignoring her request for contact information, he proceeded to the soul ring exchange area, where he retrieved 8 soul rings from his spatial storage. This location had machines capable of detecting the type and age of soul rings. Out of the 8 rings, 7 were several hundred years old, and 1 was a 2,000-year giant tooth rabbit soul ring. After testing, the store determined that the 700-year soul rings were of decent quality, purchasing them for 100,000 each, totaling 800,000 for all 8 rings. Seeing that there was nothing else to attend to, Lin Yu returned home, tending to the fruit trees and strawberries he had planted a few days prior, using his ability to promote growth. This time, the produce was for his own consumption, and he also sowed some vegetables. Upon returning home in the evening, he found the table piled high with disposable food containers, both round and square, filled with rabbit meat, pork, and rice. Annie, what is all this? Chen Jing smiled and said, I prepared this for you. Whenever you go to school or venture outside, you can take it out to eat when you're hungry. Thank you. You should store it in your spatial storage while it's still warm. Chen Jing then produced several convenient bags from her spatial storage, containing spicy rabbit heads, which Lin Yu collected entirely. Auntie, what are the ages and skills of your first and second soul rings? Chen Jing contemplated before answering. My first soul ring is 400 years old, with the soul skill of quick cutting. My second soul ring is 800 years old, with the soul skill of backstab, a passive skill that doubles damage when attacking from behind. I haven't used it in many years. Lin Yu took out some fruits and vegetables from his spatial storage and had Chen Jing store them. Once Chen Wanwan returned home, the 3 of them began their meal. Chapter 13. Recklessly harvesting rabbits and seeking soul bones. In Tang Yanran's office at school, she was enjoying spicy rabbit heads while sipping freshly squeezed orange juice. These rabbit heads are quite delicious, albeit a tad too spicy. I might regret it on the toilet tomorrow. Lin Yu pointed to a box of rabbit meat beside her. Isn't there giant tooth rabbit meat? Why do you insist on eating the rabbit heads? Tang Yinran wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a tissue, mainly. After eating the rabbit heads, the rabbit meat loses its flavor. I'll save the rabbit meat for dinner. No worries. Eat to your heart's content. I'll give you a healing spell afterward. Tang Yinran looked up at Lin Yu. Can your healing spell alleviate spiciness? Lin Yu shook his head. I don't know. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, just drink some milk. Forget it. I can't afford milk. After lunch, Lin Yu once again performed a healing spell on Tang Yinran. She experienced a tingling sensation at the sight of her severed arm, and the warmth that had been lingering in her abdomen had indeed dissipated. Observing that Tang Yinran was unharmed, Lin Yu retracted the life staff and inquired. For a dagger-type martial soul, if the first soul ring is around 400 years, granting the soul skill of quick slice, and the second soul ring is approximately 800 years, providing the soul skill of backstab, what should the third soul ring be, ideally suited for many years? Tang Yinran pondered for a moment before responding. For an assassin-type close combat soul master, the essence lies primarily in agility. Thus, the third soul ring should ideally be between 3,000 to 4,000 years old, and the soul skill should preferably enhance movement speed. Lin Yu continued to probe. Aside from agility, what else would you recommend? Stealth would be optimal, though such soul rings are exceedingly rare and scarcely found in the market. Another option could be armor-piercing or toxin-based attacks, she suggested. Lin Yu found her reasoning sound and subsequently took his leave. After exiting the school, he boarded a vehicle destined for the Adventurers Guild, seeking the shop that had purchased soul rings the previous day. Does the proprietor have any 4,000-year-old, close combat armor-piercing martial soul rings? He inquired. Ah, young friend. Armor-piercing martial souls are indeed scarce. They are rather niche. Most individuals pursue high-damage soul skills that deliver lethal strikes, making such scraping-type skills quite rare. The giant tooth rabbit soul ring you sold me yesterday, with its biting attack, falls under the armor-piercing category. However, I do not possess any 4,000-year-old ones. The highest I have is the 2,000-year-old you brought yesterday. Lin Yu then inquired about toxin-based options. The merchant mentioned having one 4,000-year-old, which turned out to be from a toad. He promptly declined the offer. Afterward, he changed into a set of leather attire in the restroom, donned a badge, and spent 10,000 coins to take a teleportation device to the southern gate. Upon leaving the city, Lin Yu produced a map that marked various locations outside the city where soul beasts could be found. He set his course towards the Rabbit Mountain, the largest gathering place for giant tooth rabbits, a locale adventurers typically shun due to the overwhelming number of rabbits that would swarm upon any intruder. Low-level adventurers dared not venture there, and few poor adventurers like Lin Yu existed. Covering the distance, Lin Yu activated his sprinting skill and raced towards Rabbit Mountain. After half an hour, he arrived, astonished by the sheer number of rabbits, easily in the tens of thousands. Selling rabbits could yield a substantial profit. With that thought in mind, he unleashed his soul bone weapon, a massive iron rod. Hey, you little rascals, he shouted. Hissing sounds erupted as countless rabbits rushed toward him, and Lin Yu transformed his iron rod into a whirlwind, striking down numerous rabbits with each swing. Who would have imagined that a first-tier novice soul master would dare to enter Rabbit Mountain? After a few rounds of this whirlwind, he grew weary and took refuge atop a nearby tree with the aid of his external soul bone, the wings of life. As the rabbits ceased their frantic movements in the absence of a clear target, Lin Yu rested until he felt rejuvenated enough to resume his onslaught. 3 hours later, he had cleared Rabbit Mountain and collected the carcasses of all the rabbits, leaving behind 20 or so larger ones to absorb their soul rings. He absorbed the soul rings from the 20 rabbits, but found no soul bones emerging. It was no wonder that soul bones were so rare. Finally, he came upon the largest rabbit, which, based on its age, should have been around 10,000 years old. May the heavens bless me with another soul bone, he exclaimed. As he absorbed the final soul ring, a melodic chime resonated, and he felt something metallic drop to the ground. Hastily, he glanced over to discover a soul bone, a torso bone. He swiftly stowed it away and prepared to enter the rabbit burrow. Kid, hand over that soul bone, or I'll leave you in pieces. A voice called out, startling Lin Yu as he noticed an unfamiliar old man standing nearby. Unaccustomed to engaging in idle banter with foes, Lin Yu instantly teleported and drew his god-slaying gun, a beam of azure light illuminating the air as he turned and fired. Bang! The old man, spotting the azure soul ring enveloping Lin Yu, instinctively turned to flee, regretting his curiosity that had led him to Rabbit Mountain, where he had watched Lin Yu slay rabbits and, in his greed, sought to claim the rare soul bone for himself. As he felt the ominous sensation of being targeted, he summoned all his soul power to activate a defensive barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered like glass, consuming the bullet in the process. And the old man fell to his knees, pleading, "Spare me, esteemed one." However, in response, Lin Yu fired 2 more bullets. One struck the old man's forehead, while the other pierced through his chest. The old man was beyond saving. Lin Yu discharged several additional rounds to ensure the old man's demise before cautiously approaching to search the corpse. To his surprise, Lin Yu found that his first kill had indeed yielded a soul bone, specifically a right-hand soul bone. Lacking a storage bag, he discovered a ring on the old man's right hand. After a moment's contemplation, he stowed the old man's body and ventured into the rabbit burrow. Inside the burrow, aside from a multitude of small rabbits, he found nothing of value, not even a single corpse. Reluctantly, he searched twice, but yielded no results. Just as he was about to abandon the burrow, he noticed a few mushrooms growing at the ceiling. I can't leave empty-handed, he thought. After harvesting the mushrooms, he placed them into his backpack and departed Rabbit Mountain, making his way back towards the city gates. Upon re-entering the city, he boarded a vehicle that took him home. As it was already past 6 o'clock, upon arriving home, Shenjing noticed his attire and immediately understood he had ventured out again. Xiaoyu, change your clothes and join us for dinner, she called. Okay, auntie, Lin Yu replied, returning to his room. He changed out of his black leather attire and into home clothes before sitting down to a sumptuous meal. The past few days had featured exceptionally lavish fare, with tonight's dinner including dompa pork, stir-fried liver, and a rib soup. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room to meditate. By now, his soul power had reached approximately level 12. The age of his soul rings and soul bones did not directly enhance his soul power. But had the old man attempted to ambush him today, he might have well found himself in dire straits. Chapter 14, First Shield, Mastering Martial Arts. After 2 cycles of meditation, Lin Yu took a shower and returned to his room, closing the door to inspect his spoils from the day. There was no need to examine the soul rings. The giant tooth rabbit soul rings were most likely all associated with biting attacks. The main highlights were the 2 soul bones. The torso bone from the giant tooth rabbit, aged 10,000 years, with the soul skill, First Shield. First Shield. By channeling soul power, a protective shield of soul energy is generated. Lin Yu recalled that he had indeed utilized this skill during his encounter with the Rabbit King. The first strike had sent it flying, and the second had delivered the fatal blow. He had not, however, been aware of the First Shield's application at that moment. The right arm bone from the death god Mantis, aged 20,000 years, with the soul skill, Sky-Soaring Mantis Slash. Sky-Soaring Mantis Slash, leap forward, delivering a deadly strike with the blade upon landing. Stowing away the 2 soul bones, Lin Yu began to inspect his storage ring. A significant sum of money greeted his eyes. He realized he would never again need to worry about finances. Estimating he had several 100 million coins, no longer needing to sell rabbits. He also found several black soul rings that he had no use for at present, setting them aside. The remaining items were miscellaneous, lacking anything of particular note. Notably, the storage space in the ring was vastly more extensive than that of a storage bag, equivalent to the size of an indoor soccer field. As he prepared for bed, he remembered the mushrooms and retrieved his backpack to take a look. Phantom mushroom, a rare fungus that grows in dark caves, shunning sunlight. Its age is a century. Once it reaches a certain age, it can be refined to alter the practitioner's aptitude, potentially even evolving certain martial souls. The higher the age, the better the effect. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before bringing the phone box back inside. He placed it beneath his writing desk and carefully separated the 6 mushrooms, planting them within the box. Subsequently, he channeled his energy into them, nurturing their growth until he was completely depleted. Afterward, he covered the phone box with a black garbage bag and, having completed his tasks, retired for the night. The next day, he attended school, diligently listening to lectures in the morning. At noon, he went to have lunch with Tang Yanran, who glanced at him and casually remarked, "Did you kill someone?" Curiously, Lin Yu inquired, "How did you know? You must understand that this is my ability, right? How did you dispose of the body?" Tang Yanran stated as she took the lunch Lin Yu had prepared for her and began to eat. Lin Yu did not conceal the truth. Yesterday afternoon at Rabbit Mountain, I encountered an old man who attempted to kill me for treasure. I retaliated and killed him. Originally, I intended to leave his body there, but fearing he might have a special identity, I stored the corpse in my dimensional space, planning to later dispose of it in the territory of carnivorous monsters. You acted wisely. Some individuals can glimpse the last moments of the deceased through their bodies. Rabbit Mountain holds no treasures. It merely indicates you found a soul bone. Killing for treasure in the wild is quite normal. Next time, you might consider wearing a mask. Yesterday, I wore an ensemble worth 100,000, complete with a hooded leather jacket. Tang Yanran nodded. That will suffice. It appears you are more formidable than I initially presumed. Lin Yu began to eat as well, then reflected aloud. I am not particularly clever and do not enjoy deciphering the meanings behind others' words. In the future, feel free to speak directly to me. Understood. Let us eat. After lunch, he asked Tang Yanran about the other students, discovering that most were still meditating and cultivating. Those who had broken through to the 10th level were free to roam, and Lin Yu decided to return home. In the dining room, Chen Jing, who was engrossed in her phone, noticed Lin Yu entering and asked, Xiaoyu, have you had lunch? Why are you back at this hour? Auntie, I have eaten. The school is assisting those who have not yet broken through the 10th level. Those who have are free to engage in activities. Let me share a new cultivation method with you. Chun Jing observed Lin Yu with seriousness and then asked, Xiao Yu, do you want me to continue cultivating? Lin Yu nodded earnestly, yes. I wish for you to always be by my side, no matter how far I go. Chun Jing felt her heart race at his earnest declaration. Very well. Lin Yu proceeded to explain the cultivation methods of the Qian Kuan Zhi Shengong in great detail. Chun Jing asked questions whenever she encountered difficulties. By 3 o'clock, she began to meditate and cultivate the Qian Kuan Zhi Shengong. Returning to his room, Lin Yu continued to channel growth into the ghost mushrooms. Once his energy was exhausted, he began to meditate. After 2 cycles of cultivation, he exited his room to find Chun Jing preparing dinner. Around 6 o'clock, Chen Wenwen arrived home, and the 3 of them sat down to dinner together. Before retiring for the night, Lin Yu inspected the ghost mushrooms, noting some minor changes, though nothing significant. After all, such things were not akin to fruits or vegetables, and achieving the level of spiritual herbs would take at least 10,000 years. Before departing the next day, he informed Chun Jing that he might return for lunch, to which she nodded in understanding. Upon arriving at school, he found the classroom buzzing with discussion and called Yang Daba over. What are you all talking about? Yang Daba turned to him. Bro, you haven't heard? Rabbit Mountain, which hasn't been visited for centuries, has recently been cleared out. Now, not a single adult giant-toothed rabbit remains, just some little bunnies in their burrows. Which master would take the time to trouble the rabbits? Lin Yu chuckled. Perhaps that master is so impoverished that he resorted to selling rabbits. Don't joke. If they were truly a master, a single soul ring above the 5th level would be worth more than all the rabbits in Rabbit Mountain combined. Just then, the theory class teacher arrived, and everyone fell silent, turning their attention to the lesson. At noon, Lin Yu visited Tang Yinran's office, leaving a lunchbox filled with both meat and vegetables, along with a box of cut fruit. Tang Yinran curiously asked, Aren't we having lunch together today? No, I have some matters to attend to at home. Tang Yinran considered and replied, Given the current pace, some students should be ready for practical classes next week. So, if you have no pressing matters next week, please don't leave school in the afternoon. Lin Yu nodded. All right, I understand. I'll take my leave now, bye. After departing from school, Lin Yu returned home to find Chun Jing had prepared lunch, 2 dishes and a soup, one of spicy rabbit offal, the other stir-fried cabbage, along with a tender meat soup. Chun Jing served him a bowl of rice, and they sat down to eat. After a few bites, Lin Yu said, Auntie, I have prepared 2 soul bones and a soul ring for you. You should absorb them later. Chun Jing looked at Lin Yu across the table and nodded, acknowledging his offer. Chapter 15. Chun Jing breaks through to the 3rd level. After tidying up, Chun Jing went to wash the dishes while Lin Yu returned to his room, channeling growth into the ghost mushrooms. When Chun Jing entered, he paused his actions and covered the mushrooms once more with a garbage bag. What is that, Xiao Yu? Ghost mushrooms, a type of medicinal herb. I intend to cultivate them into spiritual herbs. Please sit cross-legged for now, Auntie. Chun Jing removed her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Lin Yu produced 2 soul bones and a black soul ring. What are these, Xiao Yu? The spine bone of a 100,000-year giant-toothed rabbit, with soul skills, fur shield and master of disguise. The right leg bone of a 100,000-year giant-toothed rabbit, with soul skills, rabbit leap and swift as a rabbit. It was Thursday, and he had activated the system for 6 days, earning 86 for 100 freedom points per day, totaling 500,000 years over 6 days. He had utilized 240,000 for himself, and these 2 soul bones cost 200,000. The remaining points were insufficient to acquire the 10,000-year right arm bone of the death god Mantis, so he had not retrieved it. Chun Jing was astonished. 100,000 years? Why don't you use them yourself? She had thought they were merely a few thousand years old, sufficient to help her break through to the 3rd level. Yet this fellow presented her with items of 100,000 years. Lin Yu smiled. These do not align with my martial spirit. Please choose one for yourself, Annie. Which one do you think is suitable? Both are suitable. You want to be engaging in combat for now, so start with the spine bone. Following Lin Yu's advice, Chun Jing took the spine bone and began to refine it. Lin Yu observed for a while, noting that her current strength made it quite arduous to refine a 100,000-year spine bone. Thus, he sat on the bed behind her, placing his palms against her back, activating the Qian Kuan Zhi Shengong to assist her in drawing out the soul power within her body. As their cultivation techniques shared the same root, there was no repulsion. A surge of immense soul power flowed from the soul bone into Chun Jing's body, and soon the spine bone vanished, transforming into a golden light that entered her. Chun Jing felt the overwhelming soul power surging within her, posing a risk of bursting at any moment. What should I do now, Xiao Yu? Lin Yu had not anticipated that the soul power contained within the 100,000-year soul bone would be so vast. She urgently needed to break through, but the soul ring he had just retrieved was only a 10,000-year one. Absorbing it now would undoubtedly lead to her demise unless he drew out the excess soul power from her body. Consequently, Lin Yu activated the absorption technique, drawing all of Chun Jing's soul power into himself, causing his own soul power to soar like a rocket. Xiao Yu, I feel better now. Should I absorb that soul ring? Yes. Chun Jing, not wishing to overthink, grasped the black 10,000-year soul ring and began to absorb it, while Lin Yu once again assisted her in the refinement process. Half an hour later, a black soul ring ascended from Chunjing's body, the third soul ring of 10,000 years. This is an achievement that many dare not even dream of. It is truly unprecedented. How many levels of soul power does my aunt possess now? What is her third soul skill? It must be at least level 40. The third soul skill, dividing gold and cutting jade, is a formidable armor-piercing technique. The soul-bone soul skill, skin shield, serves as a defensive skill, while Master of Disguise allows one to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Different soul masters absorb the same type of soul ring, but acquire different attributes in their skills. Nevertheless, Lin Yu seems to have discovered a cheat technique, Li Siyuan's absorption technique, which is far more efficient than his own arduous practice of the Qian Kun Ji Sheng Gong. Very well. You should take some time to adapt to your newfound abilities. I will take a shower first. Lin Yu hurried to the bathroom, as his clothes were thoroughly soaked. At that moment, his soul power surged to level 22. He opened the system panel and took a glance at his attributes. The second soul ring of his first martial soul, Life Scepter, is a 10-year rose crystal butterfly soul ring, with the soul skill Hypnosis. The second soul ring of his second martial soul, God-slaying Spear, is a 10-year fiery salamander soul ring, with the soul skill Fireball. The effects of soul skills are indeed as their names suggest. However, their efficacy is still contingent upon the age of the soul ring and the individual strength. He has allocated the second soul ring of his first martial soul to be at 999 years. One must remain humble. After finishing his shower, Lin Yu returned to his room only to find that his aunt was absent. He did not dwell on it, but suddenly felt a finger prodding at the back of his neck. So this is the Master of Disguise? To be honest, I truly did not notice. Chun Jing's voice resonated behind Lin Yu. Indeed, it is quite effective, but any movement will break the disguise. And it has no time limit as long as one remains still. This technique resembles the night elf racial skill Shadow Meld from World of Warcraft. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, let us use it as a life-preserving skill. In an invincible state where my body is unbreakable, I can escape swiftly, then find a place to disguise myself. Haha, Xiao Yu, you've already devised a plan for how to operate my life-saving skill. Alright, take a break. I will go take a shower. Keep that right leg bone for now. Chun Jing went to shower, while Lin Yu began to consolidate his strength. After all, it was acquired through the absorption technique, not through his own cultivation. It still felt somewhat lacking. By evening, when Chun Wenwen returned, Lin Yu halted his training. After the three of them had dinner, Lin Yu retired to his room to rest. Lying on his bed, he suddenly recalled that the black and white impermanence had extracted internal energy from Jiang Xuanli's corpse. And he still had a corpse in his space. Should he give it a try? Ultimately, he decided against it, as his own soul power was already restless. Moreover, absorbing a corpse for cultivation was rather unsettling. He resolved to find a suitable place to dispose of the body later. The night passed without incident. The following day at school, the students were still discussing the topic of Rabbit Mountain, but Lin Yu paid them no mind. When the class bell rang, he became the attentive student, diligently listening to the lecture. After class, Tang Yinran mentioned that practical training would commence next Monday afternoon. Those who had not yet broken through level 10 were to come back in the next few days, while those who had surpassed level 10 should prepare their soul rings within these 2 days. As usual, the two shared lunch, and Tang Yinran glanced at Lin Yu. Have you already broken through to the second stage? Lin Yu was equally surprised. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Tang Yinran took her lunchbox and said while eating, the fluctuations of your soul power are too evident. Anyone paying even slight attention would notice. Very well. I must admit you truly are an excellent mentor. After lunch, Lin Yu prepared a basin of fruit for Tang Yinran, this time opting for several fruit baskets instead of the small one she had used before. Tang Yinran picked up a strawberry and began to eat. With your innate full soul power, the school will surely report this to the authorities. I estimate that by graduation, someone from the Holy See will come to invite you to the Sacred Academy of Soul City. Honestly, it matters not to me where I go. Studying locally is also acceptable. This way, I can remain closer to you. Tang Yinran rolled her eyes. Is that all you aspire to? What is wrong with that? Must it always be about reaching for the stars and the sea, or about witnessing the collapse of the world in laughter? Chapter 16, Head Soul Skill. Breaking Illusions with Golden Eyes. In the afternoon, he returned home and first released All Things Grow on the Ghost Mushroom. Only after depleting his soul power did he prepare to meditate and cultivate. At that moment, Chun Jing entered the room and sat across from Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, there are rumors outside that someone is cleaning up Rabbit Mountain. Did you have a hand in it? Yes, indeed. We no longer lack funds. And I haven't sold the rabbits. They're all stored in my space, nearly 10,000 of them. Oh, do you want me to handle them? No need. You should take a break. We have enough provisions for now. Since we have some idle time, I can't just sit idly watching my phone and meditating all day. Lin Yu thought this was reasonable. Chun Jing did not seem particularly passionate about cultivation. He walked over, took Chun Jing's left hand, and slipped his storage ring onto her ring finger. This is a storage ring. Its internal space is much larger than that of a storage bag. Use this from now on. Chun Jing nodded with a blush, then began exploring the contents of the ring, only to find piles of rabbits. Lin Yu had already transferred the soul rings and cash to the system space, but he left several million in cash within. With nothing to do, Chun Jing headed to the bathroom to process the rabbits, while Lin Yu commenced meditating to solidify his cultivation. The next day was Saturday, and as a day of rest, the three did not rise early. After lunch, they ventured out to a large shopping mall to procure daily necessities and purchase some clothes. To be honest, Lin Yu had no sense of fashion when it came to his attire, but Chun Jing occasionally held up clothes against him, purchasing whatever she deemed fitting. The clothing material was synthetic, as pure cotton had become a luxury, given that few grew cotton these days. Nevertheless, Lin Yu still advised Chun Jing and Chun Wenwen to buy a few sets of pure cotton underwear, considering they were not short on funds at the moment. Chun Jing took Chun Wenwen into the lingerie store to select clothing, while Lin Yu sat on the steps outside the store, waiting. Soon after, the mother and daughter emerged with shopping bags. Chun Wenwen pouted. A few small pieces of fabric cost over 100,000. This is something I never even dared to imagine before. Lin Yu chuckled. This is luxury. It's completely normal. Let us head home. Having purchased nearly everything they needed, the three returned home, and Lin Yu proceeded to complete his daily tasks, which included using all things grow on the ghost mushroom, followed by meditating. The following day, Lin Yu did not venture outside, but managed to suppress the restless soul power within him. By nightfall, he had accumulated 300,000 free attribute points. As the activation of the system had been over 9 days, he allocated points to the second soul ring of the god-slaying spear, the head soul bone, and the right arm bone of the death god mantis, bringing them all up to 100,000 years. The 100,000-year fiery salamander soul ring bestowed the soul skill fireball and armor-piercing explosive shell. The 100,000-year head soul bone offered the soul skill mental immunity and breaking illusions with golden eyes. The 100,000-year right arm bone of the death god mantis granted the soul skills deadly strike and sky-soaring mantis slash. All these abilities were remarkably practical. Although the right arm bone of the death god mantis seemed more suited to dagger-type martial souls like Chun Jing's, it could still be utilized effectively. The next day in class, the chubby young Daba approached Lin Yu, throwing an arm around his neck. Brother, do you know what my first soul ring skill is? Lin Yu smiled. How would I know? It wouldn't be charge or brutal charge, would it? Upon hearing this, young Daba immediately wore a mournful expression. Brother, I wanted to choose charge or brutal charge too. Unfortunately, no one supported me. Lin Yu exclaimed. Stop keeping us in suspense. What is it? The chubby boy, with a woeful expression, replied, mud armor. Instantly, a vivid image formed in Lin Yu's mind, a wild boar rolling in a muddy pit, the mud drying to form chunks of armor. He then patted young Dabo on the shoulder and said, all right, so you're planning to develop in the direction of a tank. Huh, no worries. For your second soul ring, you might as well choose charge or barbaric charge. Young Dabo nodded yes. There's no other option. As the class bell rang, the teacher entered and commenced the lesson. Lin Yu observed the teacher writing on the blackboard and attempted to activate his vision of truth ability. Name, Yang Yong. Age, 45. Martial soul, trident. Soul power, level 29. Soul skills, rapid attack, flying trident. I didn't expect the vision of truth to possess this capability. It's quite useful. When the last class of the morning arrived, taught by Tang Yanran, Lin Yu once again activated his vision of truth while watching her at the podium. Name, Tang Yanran. Age, 28. Martial soul. Before Lin Yu could fully discern, a blackboard eraser came flying towards him. He hastily caught it and respectfully delivered it to the podium. Lin Yu, do not engage in activities unrelated to learning during class. Yes, teacher, I understand. Now, return to your seat. Tang Yanran continued her lesson, and Lin Yu sat back down, with his classmates casting puzzled glances at the pair. What was Lin Yu doing in the back? Why did Tang Yanran throw an eraser at him? All right, that concludes today's lesson. This afternoon, we will have practical exercises, if there are no other matters. Do not leave the school. Students below level 10 should continue to the meditation room this afternoon. Class dismissed. Tang Yanran collected her materials and left. Lin Yu prepared to follow, but was stopped by the chubby boy. Bro, what did you do to make teacher Tang throw an eraser at you? Nothing much. Just glanced at her a bit longer. Bro, are you seriously falling for that older woman? Why not? Is there a problem? The chubby boy gave him a thumbs up. You're bold. Aren't you afraid her metallic arm will crush your precious? Lin Yu chuckled. Fear not. I possess indestructible fortitude. Let us go. Upon arriving at Tang Yanran's office, Lin Yu found her washing her hands and face. He promptly retrieved lunch for both of them, and Tang Yanran sat down to eat without delay. Curiously, Lin Yu asked, how did you notice I was looking at you earlier? Then tell me, how did you elevate from a first-level novice to a second-level beginner in just a few days? I absorbed 100,000-year head soul bone. Does that explanation suffice? Tang Yanran rolled her eyes in disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Yu then revealed an item for her to see before quickly concealing it again. Tang Yanran, upon glimpsing the item, nearly choked. All right, you're impressive. Don't rush. I'll prepare a set for you later, Lin Yu replied as he began to eat. After lunch, he leisurely reclined on the sofa in Tang Yanran's office to rest, while she ignored him and went inside for a nap. Chapter 17, School Organization, Out-of-City Training. Around 2 in the afternoon, they all gathered at the school training ground. Tang Yinran presented a list. Du Qian, Wei Xingjin, Shi Jingxiang, Du Zitong, Zhu Yichun. The individuals called stood up. Tang Yinran continued. You 5 will form a small team. Familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. The 5 departed to a corner. Tang Yinran continued reading names, mostly forming teams of 5, until only 3 remained. Lin Xiaotao, Lin Maxue, and Lin Yu. Currently, we lack sufficient members. So you 3 will form a team for now. Once others advance, we'll add 2 more. Those who had yet to advance were generally of lesser talent. And Lin Maxue was naturally unwilling to team up with them, promptly stating, Teacher Tang, the 3 of us are sufficient. We don't need more members. Very well. You may begin to familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Lin Yu was already well acquainted with their skills, so he moved to a shaded area to meditate and cultivate. His soul power fluctuations having largely stabilized. Suddenly, he heard Tang Yinran's voice. Lin Yu, someone is injured. Lin Yu opened his eyes, stood up quickly, and rushed over. A classmate was clutching his arm, blood seeping through his fingers, while a bespectacled girl beside him was in tears. Teacher Tang, I truly didn't mean to. Tang Yinran waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Injuries are inevitable in battles among soul masters. Without hesitation, Lin Yu took out his life staff, activating the first soul ring, and released a healing spell on the injured classmate before returning to the shaded spot. The male student removed his hand, astonished to find that not only had the bleeding stopped, but the wound had also healed completely. Wow, how miraculous. I can't see any trace of injury. At that moment, Tang Yinran continued, in battles among soul masters, injuries are unavoidable. Hence, normal teams always include healing soul masters or supportive soul masters. Food-type soul masters or certain plant-type soul masters occasionally carry healing soul rings, which are quite necessary. The following days passed peacefully, and Lin Yu behaved like an obedient student, refraining from wandering. After a week, he successfully upgraded all 6 of his innate soul bones to a 100,000-year level. The 100,000-year innate head soul bone came with the soul skill, mental immunity, vision of truth. The 100,000-year innate right-hand soul bone included the soul skill, soul bone weapon, fission attack. The 100,000-year innate left-hand soul bone bore the soul skill, void claw, mastery of left-handed weapons. The 100,000-year innate right leg soul bone had the soul skill, swift step, lightning poison dragon drill. The 100,000-year innate left leg soul bone contained the skill, blink, divine crane neck kick. The 100,000-year innate torso soul bone featured the skill, self-revival, eternal rebirth. Among the 600,000-year soul bones, 5 were passive skills, mental immunity, fission attack, mastery of left-handed weapons, self-revival, and eternal rebirth. Eternal rebirth allowed for self-restoration of soul power, enabling rapid recovery, potentially to an inexhaustible extent. There were 4 auxiliary skills, vision of truth, soul bone weapon, swift running, and blink, which were self-explanatory. 3 offensive skills included void claw, a formidable attack skill capable of easily tearing open space, primarily used to breach defensive shields and spatial barriers. The lightning poison dragon drill required no further explanation. It caused the target to spin rapidly like a drill, increasing damage. The divine crane neck kick was essentially a whirlwind kick, reminiscent of moves seen in Street Fighter and King of Fighters, but powered by inner strength, constituting a true energy attack. Its attack range was exponentially larger than that of a standard whirlwind kick, allowing Lin Yu to strike all targets within a 10-meter radius, categorizing it as a group attack. As May first arrived, after a month of training, the students were finally set to begin practical classes. 80 students from 2 classes would split into 2 groups. One half would venture into the city sewers, while the other would embark on an out-of-city training expedition. Those with better aptitude and performance would go out, while those of average talent would explore the sewers, as the latter posed far less difficulty. After finishing breakfast at home, Lin Yu headed to school, where 2 large buses were organized. He boarded the bus destined for the out-of-city training and, upon entering, spotted Yang Dabo waving at him. Lin Yu promptly took a seat beside him. After everyone settled into their seats, the bus embarked on its journey. Among the passengers were 8 teachers, each responsible for the safety of a designated team. The school had not originally intended for Tang Yinran to lead a team. Given her unique circumstances, having lost her right hand, her combat prowess was significantly diminished. However, at the insistence of Lin Maxue, the affluent young lady, who specifically requested Tang Yinran as the team leader, the school naturally had to take her opinion into account. Upon reaching the northern gate of Jinling City, the supervising teacher presented the school-issued authorization. Once the gatekeepers confirmed its validity, they opened the security barriers, allowing the bus to exit the city. One of the supervising teachers then unfurled a projection screen from the roof of the bus and began the briefing. Today's objective is an abandoned town. We have 8 teams, each responsible for a designated area. He proceeded to delineate the 8 sectors. Teacher Yang, you will oversee Area 1. Teacher Li, you have Area 2, and Teacher Tang, you are in charge of Area 8. Since your team is the smallest, do you foresee any issues? None at all. Lin Yu glanced at the map, which included a school, a hospital, and a large factory. His assigned Area 8 was located at the town's edge near the mountains, featuring several residential buildings and an abandoned mine. Half an hour later, the bus halted outside the desolate town, and everyone disembarked. The leader reiterated the importance of returning to the bus by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The team set off, and Lin Yu, wielding the Staff of Life, followed closely behind Tang Yanran towards Area 8. The path was overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had been quite some time since anyone had traversed it. Lin Xiaotao led the way, clearing the dense underbrush with her dragon spiral gun, skillfully pushing the tall grass aside. Lin Maoxue, walking in the middle of the group, glanced around and remarked, "Teacher, why does it feel like no one has been here for ages?" "It's likely due to the unique nature of this place," Tang Yanran explained. "In this town, the majority of the enemies we encounter are undead creatures, and their low age makes them nearly worthless to adventurers. Hence, aside from the annual student expeditions organized by the school, few others venture here." After navigating through the thicket, they came upon some crumbling walls and skeleton soldiers wandering both inside and outside the buildings. These skeletal warriors were their training targets for the day. Lin Xiaotao and Lin Maoxue engaged in battle. Although these were low-ranking skeletons, they still posed a challenge. Typically, it took Lin Xiaotao 3 thrusts and Lin Maoxue 3 frost arrows to bring down a single skeleton. Chapter 18. The Abandoned Mine and Undead Creatures. Half an hour later, both Lin Xiaotao and Lin Maoxue were panting from exhaustion. Tang Yanran allowed them a moment to rest and suggested Lin Yu demonstrate by taking down a skeleton. Lin Yu raised his hands and feigned innocence. "You want me to kill a skeleton? But I am a healing soul master," Tang Yanran retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Just do as you're told. No need for all that chatter." At that moment, an armored skeleton warrior emerged from the shadows, brandishing a rusted longsword as it charged at Lin Yu. He skillfully sidestepped the warrior's attack, then executed a sweeping kick, toppling the skeleton warrior. As it attempted to rise, Lin Yu stepped on its neck, and with a swift motion, severed its head from its body, extinguishing the flickering soul fire in its eyes. Lin Xiaotao and Lin Maoxue were taken aback. While they knew Lin Yu was formidable, they hadn't anticipated such prowess against a fully armored skeleton warrior. Certainly not a foe they felt confident in defeating themselves. Observing the two girls' astonishment, Tang Yanran smiled and inquired, "Did you two grasp the lesson?" Lin Xiaotao exclaimed. "Lin Yu is incredibly skilled." Tang Yanran continued, "While you recognize Lin Yu's prowess, did you notice anything else?" Lin Maoxue hesitantly asked, "Are you suggesting that Lin Yu targeted the unarmored weak points of the skeleton warrior?" Tang Yanran nodded. "Indeed. While skeletons may be weak, you can certainly improve upon your methods. Instead of requiring 3 strikes to defeat a skeleton, aim for 2 or even 1. At that moment, Lin Yu returned, and both Lin Xiaotao and Lin Maoxue turned to him. Lin Yu revealed, "The head, spine, and neck joints are their weak points." After a brief respite, they continued onward. Lin Xiaotao and Lin Maoxue made significant progress. Their 3-strike approach gradually transformed into 2 strikes, and by midday, they were capable of defeating a small skeleton with a single blow. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, Lin Yu set up a tent and arranged some tables and chairs inside. As the 3 women took a moment for themselves, Lin Yu prepared food and placed a basin of water at the entrance. Soon, the women returned. "Let us wash our hands and eat," he called. The trio washed up and entered the tent, where Lin Maoxue, upon seeing the spread, decided against taking any food. Lin Yu beckoned for them to sit and enjoy their meal. Lin Xiaotao sampled a piece of meat from her plate and exclaimed, "Lin Yu, what kind of meat is this? It's absolutely delicious." With a smile, Lin Yu replied, "This is meat from a giant toothed rabbit. And these are the ribs of a blood-toothed wild boar. Class monitor, feel free to indulge." After that, they lapsed into a comfortable silence, focusing on their meal. The group was conscientious, ensuring they left no food behind. Even Lin Maoxue, the young lady, did not shy away from hearty portions. Post-lunch, Lin Yu packed away the tables and chairs, produced a mat, and suggested they take a brief rest while he meditated under the shade of a tree. Around 1 o'clock, the 3 emerged from the tent. Lin Yu dismantled the tent and handed a tactical flashlight to Tang Yanran while donning a headlamp himself. The 4 then ventured into the mine. Inside, the skeleton soldiers had been replaced largely by skeleton warriors and zombies. Tang Yanran frowned, saying, "Something feels off here. The monsters and the records we have seem to differ significantly. Be cautious. If things get too dicey, we'll retreat." Lin Yu shook his head. Being cautious is wise. But these warriors and zombies present the perfect training opportunity for the 2 of them. Tang Yanran, reassured by Lin Yu's confidence, merely stated, "I worry that there may be even more advanced undead creatures deeper within the mine." Barely had she spoken when a fireball hurtled toward them. Lin Yu conjured a shield with his left hand to deflect the attack, then hurled the shield back, cleaving the assailant in 2. Upon inspection, they found it was a skeleton mage, approximately 500 years old. Without hesitation, Lin Yu deployed his soul ring collector, and moments later, the skeleton mage turned to ash, revealing a yellow soul ring. Every little bit counts. Lin Yu mused as he pocketed the soul ring and handed it to Tang Yanran, who glanced at it briefly before returning it to him. If it were a fireball soul ring, it could fetch hundreds of thousands. Let us continue. Lin Yu stored the soul ring and pressed on. Not long after, they encountered a second skeleton mage, this time attacking with frost arrows, resulting in yet another soul ring. As the group ventured deeper, the age of the monsters increased, forcing Lin Yu to assume the role of a tank, shielding the two girls from danger. Suddenly, a skeleton knight mounted on a skeletal warhorse, brandishing a lance, emerged to block their path. Tang Yinran frowned. The school's data had not indicated the presence of undead knights here. She quickly assessed the situation. Lin Yu, this skeleton knight, is nearly 2,000 years old. It's beyond what they can handle. Then I shall take care of it, Lin Yu declared. Lin Yu sheathed his shield and brandished his familiar Miao knife. While the undead knight brandished a spear and charged at him, a protective shield appearing in its wake. With a deft sidestep, Lin Yu executed an iron plate bridge maneuver, directing the blade of his knife towards the skeletal warhorse's legs. A sharp cry echoed as the horse's leg was severed, causing it to collapse to the ground, sending the undead knight tumbling. By the time it managed to rise again, it had met its demise. Lin Xiaodao observed Lin Yu absorbing the soul rings and turned to Tang Yinran, asking, "Teacher, can most soul masters achieve such feats with the same ease as Lin Yu?" "That is certainly not the case," she replied, choosing her words carefully. "It requires a certain level of combat skill." Lin Yu stowed away the soul rings and glanced at his newly acquired soul ability, Fearless Charge, which allowed him to charge at a target while simultaneously conjuring a shield to deflect incoming attacks. The group pressed onward, leaving the weaker foes for the two girls to practice against. An hour later, they arrived at the cavern's grand hall, greeted by a daunting sight of dark, restless spirits. With a leading undead knight that appeared to be at least 50,000 years old, Tang Yinran whispered, "That knight leader is at least 5th rank. The presence of so many undead here must be reported. We should head back." "Yes, you take them out to wait for me at the cave entrance. Be careful." Tang Yinran led Lin Xiaodao and Lin Maoxue back, and Lin Xiaodao inquired, "Teacher Tang, shouldn't we be concerned about Lin Yu?" "No need. Perhaps he is merely curious." Once they were gone, Lin Yu descended into the midst of the undead, executing the divine crane's neck kick. After a minute of relentless action, he produced 3 soul ring collectors, initiating a fervent absorption of the soul rings. Ding ding. Chapter 19, Trial concludes, return to the city. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yu felt exhilarated, quickly scouring the ground to unearth a leg-bone soul and a ring, marveling at the fortuitous luck of a traveler. After securing these items, he resumed his efforts. Half an hour later, Lin Yu returned to the cave entrance, and upon seeing his exuberant demeanor, Tang Yinran knew he had reaped significant rewards. Lin Yu asked the 3, "Have you contacted the school or your families?" They all shook their heads. At that moment, Lin Yu produced the Staff of Life, which illuminated his second soul ring. Tang Yinran instinctively turned away, avoiding his gaze, while Lin Xiaodao and Lin Maoxue looked on with curiosity. A flash of green light enveloped them, and Tang Yinran turned back to see Lin Xiaodao and Lin Maoxue looking bewildered, then directed her gaze at Lin Yu. "The matters of the cavern end here. I have hypnotized them. At the cave's base, we faced only a 5,000-year-old undead knight, which we 3 collectively defeated. Very well. You handle it as you see fit." Lin Yu then snapped his fingers, waking the 2 girls. "Don't dawdle. It's time to distribute the spoils." He retrieved 8 soul rings from his space, 5 yellow and 3 purple. "Class leader, this 5,000-year-old undead knight's soul ring is yours. While it can't serve as your second ring, it is perfect for your third. Isn't that inappropriate? It's only one 5,000-year-old ring. Taking it seems a bit unfair." Lin Yu simply handed her the purple soul ring, saying, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Take it." Lin Xiaodao gratefully accepted it, while Lin Yu then offered a yellow soul ring to Lin Maoxue. 900 years. This is a skeletal mage's soul ring. Your martial spirit is likely ice armor. Would you find it acceptable, Miss Lin?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Maoxue accepted it. Lin Yu continued, "I plan to sell the remaining 6 soul rings and split the proceeds among the 4 of us." Lin Maoxue shook her head. "No need. I have already benefited greatly today. I'll pass." Lin Xiaodao echoed her sentiment. "I've already gained enough. I also don't want them." Hearing their objections, Lin Yu put away the 6 soul rings. "You two saying that makes me feel quite bashful. It's only natural for Miss Lin to overlook these trifles. I noticed you enjoyed the cherries I brought for lunch. I'll get you 2 boxes. Lin Yu produced 2 boxes of large cherries, which Lin Maoxue accepted eagerly. He then handed a small black pouch to Lin Xiaodao. "Class leader, I see you lack a storage bag. This is a replacement of mine, and I'm giving it to you." Lin Xiaodao attempted to refuse, but Lin Yu insisted, shoving it into her hands. At that moment, Tang Yinran interjected, "All right. It's getting late. Let us head back." The 4 set off towards the bus. Lin Xiaodao secured the storage bag to her waist, placing the 5,000-year-old soul ring inside. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at Lin Yu's retreating figure. Upon returning to the bus, they found other teams had also returned. The students chattered excitedly, with Lin Xiaodao quickly mingling as class leader, sharing their successes of defeating the skeletal warriors. Noticing Yang Daba did not return, Lin Yu made his way to the back of the bus, sitting beside Tang Yinran. Do you have feelings for Lin Xiaodao? Not at all. Why do you ask? You're too kind to her. It's giving her the wrong impression. Although Lin Xiaodao cannot compare to Lin Manhwaaudiobook, she is still quite attractive in school. Stop with the useless talk. If you handle her for me, I'll reward you with a gift later. Just tell her I'm not interested in that regard for now. Tang Yinran rolled her eyes. Why don't you say that for yourself? I'm a soft-hearted person, unable to refuse others. Please. Shortly after, students began returning to the bus in droves. The school leaders conducted a head count, ensuring everyone was present before instructing the driver to depart. Lin Yu returned to his seat beside Yang Daba. Bro, today was exhilarating. The skeletal warriors couldn't breach my muddy armor. Lin Yu smiled. Well then, congratulations. I happen to have a 3,000-year-old, nearly 4,000-year-old undead knight soul ring. Interested? The soul ability should be charge-related. Yang Daba's excitement peaked upon hearing this. Yes. You're like my reborn parents. A 3,000-year-old soul ring would be perfect for my third. Wait, you encountered an undead knight? Indeed. Didn't you come across one? No. How did you defeat it? Yang Daba's voice raised, drawing the attention of those in the bus. Lin Yu could only modestly say, Teacher Tang was directing us from the side. We three collaborated to defeat it. Upon hearing this, the others accepted it as truth. After all, how could they, with only one soul ability each, defeat a 3,000-year-old undead knight? Several teachers turned to Tang Yinran, who confirmed the events and recounted their encounter with the undead knight in the cavern. The grade director nodded. That cavern has remained unexplored for many years. It's surprising to find it harbored an undead knight. This matter will be documented in the school records. We should refrain from allowing students to venture there in the future. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the city gates. After the security personnel confirmed everything was in order, they opened the crash barriers, permitting the bus to return to the capital. Upon arriving back at the school, the students disembarked and Lin Yu left for home. Tang Yinran summoned Lin Xiaodao to her office. Somewhat puzzled, Lin Xiaodao followed Tang Yinran to her office. Teacher Tang, did you need to see me for something? Tang Yinran gestured to a nearby stool. Sit down, Xiaodao. Lin Yu asked me to convey that his assistance is simply a gesture of friendship between classmates, and he hopes you won't feel burdened by it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodao felt a pang of disappointment. All right then, I once believed he held some interest in me. How foolishly optimistic I was. Tang Yinran chuckled. You are still young, and girls mature faster than boys. It is quite normal for him, at this age, not to have any thoughts about relationships. Lin Xiaodao also laughed. All right then, Teacher Tang. Lin Yu is indeed exceptional. To speak honestly, I have a genuine fondness for him, but it seems we are fated to be apart. Tang Yinran smiled. If you both attend the same university, perhaps you might still have a chance. Lin Xiaodao shook her head. Lin Yu is so outstanding. He will certainly go to the Wuhan City Academy. I do not possess the qualifications for that. After a casual chat, Tang Yinran managed to resolve the misunderstanding between them, and Lin Xiaodao left the school. On her way, Lin Xiaodao checked the storage bag Lin Yu had given her. Inside, she found a soul ring collector, several boxes of fruits and vegetables, and some unprocessed meats, which brought her a sense of joy. Chapter 20. The Prince's Ring, an impressive soul bone. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chun Wenwen already there, while Chun Jing was still preparing dinner. Little Yu is back. You can take a break. Dinner will be ready soon. No need to rush, Ani. I'll take a shower first. Having spent an entire afternoon in the mine, he was eager to wash off the grime. After a refreshing shower, he emerged just as dinner was ready, and the three of them sat down to eat. Brother, tell us about today's adventure. Over the course of a month, Chun Wenwen's perception of him had changed, and she now called him brother with ease. Today, our school took us to an abandoned town in the north of the city, primarily for the purpose of exploring it. It was essentially an opportunity for students to practice against the skeletal soldiers within the city. Lin Yu recounted the day's events, and Chun Wenwen listened with longing. I wonder if I will successfully awaken my soul, and what it will be. Curious about her words, Lin Yu used his piercing golden eyes to take a glance at Chun Wenwen. Since being discovered by Tang Yinran last time, he had refrained from using this ability. Name, Chun Wenwen. Age, 15. Martial soul, Xian bird. Soul power, none. Soul skills, none. Good heavens, she possesses the Xian bird. It's perfectly natural for her to have no soul power, as she has yet to reach the awakening age. Such a high-quality martial soul likely indicates innate full soul power. 1-1. You will undoubtedly awaken your martial soul. Perhaps you will even have innate full soul power. By the way, would you like to begin cultivating in advance? I have the foundational techniques taught at school, as well as some I obtained by chance. Brother, which one is more powerful? I want to practice that. All right then, after dinner, I will teach you. After the meal, Chun Wenwen eagerly dragged Lin Yu to practice. He had no choice but to return to his room, retrieve a human meridian acupoint diagram distributed by the school, and meticulously mark the meridian routes for the Qian Kuan Ji Shanggong. Wenwen, do you remember? There are only 20 acupoints. It's easy to grasp. Okay. Then brother will help you guide the energy into your body. Lin Yu sat behind Chun Wenwen, placing his hands on her back, using his inner strength to help her channel the energy within. Chen Jing, observing Lin Yu drenched in sweat, remarked that his pre-dinner shower was in vain. An hour later, Chen Wenwen was able to independently manipulate the true energy within her body. Lin Yu, soaked in sweat, hurried off for another shower. Little Yu, you should avoid doing this in the future. Ani was right. An hour later, Chen Wenwen also took a shower and returned to her room, humming an unknown pop song while lying on her single bed. Wenwen, don't mention to anyone that your brother is teaching you cultivation. Oh, all right. I'll listen to you. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was using the all things growth ability on the phantom mushroom, which was now nearly transparent. He then employed his piercing golden eyes on it. Phantom mushroom, celestial grade, age, 13, 215 years. After consumption, it possesses the effect of strengthening the muscles and marrow, allowing certain martial souls to evolve. It has reached the celestial grade. After nearly a month of nurturing, it was only over 10,000 years old. To reach 100,000 years, it would require nearly a year of cultivation. Nonetheless, he was not in a hurry. He would redesign a box for them later. As the foam box seemed unworthy, he covered them again with a black plastic bag and then examined today as harvest dozens of soul rings. He set aside a 1,000-year soul ring from a skeletal mage, intending to reserve it for Chen Wenwen, as it was a fireball technique soul ring, suitable for her Xian bird martial soul. The rest would be dealt with later, and it was time to replace Auntie's soul ring with a premium one. Next, he unveiled the two most significant treasures of the day, a ring adorned with a skull motif and a right leg bone. He was not mistaken. It was indeed a right leg bone. Skull Prince's ring contains a storage space, can open a portal to the realm of the deceased, locked. The ring of Prince Blecher, the second son of King Lyric, once a symbol of brightness, fell into darkness with the prince's demise. Is this the legendary orange quality artifact? Lin Yu inspected the ring. The space was vast, seemingly endless, filled with mountains of gold coins, yet devoid of anything else. He examined the coins, soul coins, the universal currency of special regions. He stowed the coin away, donned the ring on his left middle finger, and then picked up the right leg soul bone. 50,000 years of the right leg bone from the skeletal knight commander, soul skill, summon skeletal warhorse. Summon skeletal warhorse. As the warhorse of the former knight commander, it has roamed the underworld since death. When summoned by its master, it returns to fight alongside its master. Lin Yu added it to the 100,000-year mark and took another look. The right leg bone of the skeletal king, soul skill, summon phantom warhorse. Summon King S Knight Brigade. At 100,000 years, the skeletal knight commander transformed into the skeletal king. The skeletal warhorse became a phantom warhorse. Essentially, it was a change in form, but its function remained that of a mount. Summon King S Knight Brigade. The Knight Brigade of the king, who guard him in death, will emerge from the depths of the underworld to fight for him when called. The initial members of the king's brigade numbered 100. For every additional 100,000 years of soul bone, the summon count increased by 100, with a maximum of 1,000. The members' levels would be one tier lower than that of the user. Incredible. Lin Yu could only describe it as extraordinary. He promptly leaped out of the window, seizing the knight to approach the riverside and invoked the summoned phantom warhorse. A portal opened beside him, and a blue phantom horse clad in silver armor knelt before him. The exposed parts of the horse shimmered with blue energy, and its eyes radiated a brilliant blue light. As Lin Yu mounted the horse, it stood up. With a thought, it leisurely trotted toward the river, walking effortlessly across the water's surface, leaving no trace. Then, with another thought, the horse ascended into the sky as if climbing stairs. This is absolutely astounding. This is the finest soul bone he has encountered thus far, albeit not his destined soul bone. He was not inclined to easily replace his fated soul bone. After all, it was uniquely his, likely possessing effects that others did not, possibly even a set effect. Most importantly, while these two soul skills appeared impressive, they were utterly useless for him. He dared not attempt to summon the Knight Brigade lightly, especially within the city, as he did not wish to attract trouble. Afterward, he flew back to his room on the magnificent steed. Such an extraordinary right leg bone. Who should he gift it to? The recipient, unless they were to become his wife, would undoubtedly miss out. To be honest, this item truly complements Lin Xiaodao's Dragon Spiral Spear martial soul. However, I find myself lacking interest in that doll-like visage. True, the face is indeed lovely. Yet the physique leaves much to be desired, suggesting a life of hardship and abnormal physical development. Over the course of this month, I have accumulated over 2 million free points, and upon allocating the second spirit ring for the second martial spirit to a golden million-year ring, no new soul abilities have manifested, which contradicts the 4 soul abilities associated with a million-year spirit ring, as stated by the Dream Ice Silkworm of the Doloa world. Chapter 21. Reminiscing the past, selling soul rings. The next day, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter, taking Lin Wenwen to middle school before proceeding to his own institution. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xiaodao waved at him, indicating that she had moved on. Lin Yu nodded and returned to his seat, where the chubby boy leaned in. Bro, I heard there was a rat tide in the sewer yesterday, and some students got injured. Curiously, Lin Yu asked, a rat tide? Just how many rats must be in the city's sewers? Bro, our entire Jinling city is vast, and the sewers are equally expansive. No matter how many people go in, it never feels crowded. That is indeed true. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and the theory teacher resumed the lesson, analyzing how to effectively defeat the skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors from yesterday, while addressing various issues exposed by some students. As the teacher departed, Yang Daba complained about old Lu being a backseat driver, questioning why he didn't mention it beforehand. Lin Yu chuckled. If he had forewarned you, how would you have grasped the true strength of the skeleton creatures? Fair point. Some things must be explored independently, rather than relying solely on theory. After the morning classes concluded, Lin Yu joined Tang Iran in her office for lunch. As they dined, Tang Iran glanced at Lin Yu and casually remarked, "What about the gift you mentioned preparing for me yesterday?" "Ah, the gift exists, but it's rather extravagant. If you do not become my wife in the future, I shall incur a great loss." "Haha, it's the first time I've heard you utter the phrase too extravagant. I am quite curious. What kind of item do you deem so precious?" "Then you must first tell me your martial spirit and level. Ever since you threw the chalk eraser at me, I haven't probed into your abilities. I've shown you ample respect." Hearing this, Tang Iran hesitated for a moment before replying, "Take a look, but only this once." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu promptly activated his insightful eyes. Name, Tang Iran. Age, 28. Martial spirit, Emperor Butterfly. Level, 64. Soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Soul abilities, Blade of the Butterfly, Shield of Wind, Venomous Dust, Language of Insects, Profound Insight, Enhanced Perception. Once the pride of the Capital University, she fortuitously acquired a 50,000-year right arm soul bone, only to be betrayed by her teammates, leading to the loss of her right arm. Following this, her offensive soul abilities became difficult to unleash, and her soul power stagnated. Upon reading this, Lin Yu closed his insightful eyes and resumed his meal. After finishing her lunch, Tang Iran began eating fruit. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied? I will be attending Capital University in the second half of the year. I shall retrieve that soul bone for you." "Oh, you can actually foresee such things? By the way, do you know the current strength of that individual?" Lin Yu's expression hardened with determination. "Even if he becomes a 9th-tier soul saint or ascends to godhood, I will still slay him for you. Let us not speak of distant matters. This item truly suits you." After saying this, Lin Yu produced the right leg bone of the Skeleton King and placed it before Tang Iran. She picked it up and examined it closely. "What kind of soul bone is this? How many years? What soul abilities does it possess?" Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Do you truly believe I can discern the soul abilities inherent to a soul bone?" Tang Iran laughed. "Your ocular technique can even reveal how I lost my arm. I doubt you would miss the soul abilities attached to the soul bone. The 10,000-year Skeleton King's right leg bone has the soul abilities, Summon Phantom Warhorse and Summon Royal Knight Brigade." Tang Iran grinned. "Indeed, this is a fine item. Little Lin Yu, you've revealed your secret to me. Do you not know how treacherous human nature can be?" Lin Yu chuckled. "I dare to be completely open with you. Firstly, you are my destined wife. Naturally, I shall not conceal anything from you. Secondly, I possess absolute confidence in my own strength, and I wish to show you one more thing." Upon finishing his statement, a pair of enormous green energy wings emerged behind him, with green soul power coursing through them. Tang Iran immediately stood, pointing at Lin Yu. "You, how could you possess an external soul bone?" Lin Yu retracted the life wings and smiled. "Impressive. You even know about external soul bones." After sitting down, Tang Iran rolled her eyes at him. "Her Highness Eve, the current Pope of the Holy See, acquired an external soul bone in the form of wings from a bird-like demon beast while still a saintess. This is not a secret. Of course, this is the only documented external soul bone." Lin Yu was unaware of this. Having only arrived over a month ago, he speculated that others likely exist, but they kept their secrets closely guarded. After finishing his thought, Lin Yu stored the soul bone away. Tang Iran, smiling, remarked, "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with it? Just wait a moment. Perhaps the soul bone's effects will improve. I will impart to you a new cultivation method. Wait, could it be that this soul bone can transform into something million-year in quality? What technique do you plan to teach me?" Half an hour later, Lin Yu dashed into Tang Iran's bathroom, took a refreshing shower, and donned a leather outfit, only to discover a pile of her clothes and undergarments scattered about. "All right, given that you only have one hand, I shall lend you a hand." An hour later, all of Tang Iran's laundered garments were hung on the balcony outside her bedroom. Noticing that she was still meditating, he quietly exited her office. Once Lin Yu departed, Tang Iran opened her eyes and glanced at the balcony, observing the neatly hung clothing. She felt quite pleased. After accumulating a month's worth of laundry, she had been contemplating who to persuade into washing it, yet he had taken care of it all. Tang Iran then left her office and headed to the school training room, where several students were engaged in free practice, but Lin Yu was nowhere to be found. It seemed he had skipped class. At that moment, Lin Yu arrived at the Adventurer's Hall, specifically at the previous soul ring shop, and directly produced over 50 soul rings, primarily from defeating that old man and those acquired yesterday in the mine, leaving him with only one soul ring set aside for Chen Wenwen. The shop assistant utilized instruments to assess the types and ages of the soul rings, meticulously recording the results on paper. Lin Yu waved to the shopkeeper. Esteemed customer, is there anything else you require? Do you have any soul bones? My dear customer, you are challenging me. Not to mention 10,000-year soul bones are exceedingly rare. Even 1,000-year soul bones are scarcely found. Surely you have 100-year soul bones. If not, even 10-year ones will do. Dear customer, you must be jesting. Once a soul bone is affixed, it becomes a lifelong commitment. An unsuitable soul bone could potentially hinder one's own strength development, and furthermore, the Federation prohibits the sale of soul bones below 100 years. Simply tell me if you have any. If available, I shall purchase it for my collection. Chapter 22. Purchasing soul bones, issuing tasks. The shopkeeper glanced around before beckoning Lin Yu to follow him inside the store. He retrieved a box from his storage ring and opened it, revealing 5 soul bones. These were recently delivered, 3 from hard-haired rats and 2 from blood-toothed wild boars. Their ages are all around 50 years. Lin Yu glanced at them. They were commonly seen arm and leg bones. Shopkeeper, do not hide anything from me. I refuse to believe there are no head or torso soul bones. Esteemed guest, I must confess, such items are exceedingly rare. Typically, head and torso soul bones are seldom found. These lower-grade soul bones are often purchased by individuals of lesser rank, those who harbor no hope of advancement, merely to gamble on a chance. Lin Yu understood that although the Federation prohibits the sale of such low-age soul bones, there undoubtedly exist those who engage in clandestine transactions beneath the surface. Very well. How much for these 5 pieces? If the price is reasonable, I shall take them. It seems this patron is no stranger to our trading house. You may inquire with anyone here. Jean Dafu of the Soul Ring Trading House prides himself on integrity and fairness. Rest assured, this is not a mere one-time transaction, and we shall not make unreasonable demands. 5 pieces for a flat price of 10 million. 2 million each for soul bones of several decades is, I must admit, rather steep. However, soul bones over a century old are indeed rare commodities. It is likely that there are those who specialize in such trades. For instance, this hard-haired rat likely originates from the city's sewers. Very well, I shall take them. Let us calculate alongside the soul rings. And please remember to reserve some for me in the future. Excellent. Please, esteemed guest. Upon stepping outside, the staff had already assessed the types and ages of the soul rings. After the proprietor calculated the total, he began summing the amounts. Most of these soul rings possess commendable age and quality, albeit they are relatively common. Primarily, the 5th-tier soul ring of the Undead Knight stands out. In total, there are 52 pieces. I shall round it off to 60 million, and I will additionally offer you 50 million. What say you? Lin Yu, gazing at the proprietor's smiling face, was tempted to deliver a punch. What a swindler. Very well, let it be so. The proprietor cheerfully placed 50 stacks of Federation coins on the counter. Please, esteemed guest, count them. Lin Yu directly stowed them away in his storage space, confirming there were no discrepancies, and then remarked with a smile, I still trust your integrity, dear proprietor. All right, please take care, esteemed guest. After leaving the shop, Lin Yu strolled around the hall, then slipped into the restroom, producing a right claw bone of a hard-haired rat for assembly. 20-year hard-haired rat right arm bone. Soul skill, claw strike. Truly a swindler. It is clear this is merely 20 years old, not 50. Even if you are a rogue trader, you lack the audacity of me. Lin Yu promptly upgraded this right arm bone to 100,000 years. 100,000-year rat king, right arm bone. Soul skills, Dragon Tiger Dance, Monarch's Summon. The Dragon Tiger Dance is merely an advanced version of claw strike, reminiscent of the ultimate technique of KOF's Kai Baojian. While the Monarch's Summon is truly remarkable, capable of calling forth rat-like creatures within a 10-kilometer radius to fight on one's behalf. Lin Yu could only lament that this was the most worthless soul bone he had ever encountered. Such illusions must not be harbored. He swiftly exited the restroom and approached the counter to issue a bounty notice. Lin Yu took a piece of paper, inscribed a few words, and presented it to the staff for review. Esteemed guest, are you certain? Do you understand the consequences of disseminating false information at the Adventurers Association? I am well aware. And I presume you will verify the authenticity of the information, yes? Of course, but this matter exceeds my jurisdiction. Esteemed guest, please proceed to the VIP room while I notify our president. The staff invited Lin Yu to the VIP room, where a young lady served him tea. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, accepted it, and set it down. Moments later, the staff returned with 2 elderly gentlemen. One was someone Lin Yu recognized, Principal Wu from his school. This gentleman is our Jinling branch president Du. This gentleman is. I am indeed acquainted with Principal Wu. Principal Wu smiled and said, I heard someone wishes to post a 10,000-year soul bone for a soul ring exchange, and I shamelessly accompanied old Du here. I hope this gentleman does not mind. Not at all. Please, examine the goods. Lin Yu stated, producing the 100,000-year Rat King's right arm bone and placing it on the coffee table before them. President Du took the soul bone, scrutinized it closely, and then handed it to Principal Wu, who also examined it. This appears to be a right arm bone from a rat. Old Du, shall we use the machine? President Du requested a device to be rolled over, Placing the soul bone for analysis, the results emerged swiftly. Principal Wu exclaimed in astonishment. How fortuitous. The soul bone's age is precisely 100,000 years, neither more nor less. Lin Yu's heart sank as he realized his folly. How could a wild 100,000-year soul beast possess such a precise age? President Du interjected. Perhaps this is merely a machine error. After all, we have never encountered a machine designed for a 100,000-year soul bone. Principal Wu considered this and agreed, ceasing his curiosity regarding the age. The machine confirmed that the type was indeed rat-like, listing numerous possibilities. Esteemed guest, what are your requirements? As long as it is a 100,000-year soul ring. There is no limit on quantity. The two gasped. Esteemed guest, what do you mean by no limit? Lin Yu chuckled. I never specified. I possess but one soul bone. If anyone wishes to exchange, inform them that I will be at our Jinling branch every Sunday afternoon. Having said this, Lin Yu picked up the right arm bone and departed. The two elders exchanged glances as Lin Yu walked away. Old Wu, can you discern this person's strength? Principal Wu shook his head. I cannot. My spiritual energy begins to dissipate within a meter of his presence. Once this bounty is issued, the entire Federation will be in an uproar. I suspect many old-timers will flock to our Jinling city. However, overall, this is a positive development, as it will bolster humanity's strength. Subsequently, President Du instructed the announcement to be made, igniting fervor throughout the Adventurers Guild across the Blue Star Federation. A 100,000-year soul bone. Even a 9th-tier soul sage possesses them in scarce numbers. Thus, it is highly probable that anyone capable of presenting a 100,000-year soul ring also possesses a 100,000-year soul bone. After leaving the Adventurers Association, Lin Yu sought out a carpenter's workshop, commissioning 6 wooden boxes crafted to his specifications, requesting them to be as exquisite as possible. For he was not lacking in funds. Upon seeing Lin Yu's affluent demeanor, the carpenter's proprietor attempted to persuade him into selecting materials crafted from several hundred-year-old plant-based magical beast wood. After a round of convincing, Lin Yu paid a deposit of 20,000 and returned home, only to find Chun Jing busy preparing sauce rabbit in a large vat. Auntie, you ought to take a break. I have plenty of sauce rabbit in my storage. Chun Jing smiled. Let us make a few more. Xiao Yu will need them when he goes to university in the second half of the year. Auntie, don't exert yourself. We can prepare them later. When I go to school there, you and Wenwen must come along. I cannot bear to leave you both behind in Jinling. Chun Jing chuckled. Who takes their family along to university? We do. It is essential to bring the family. Chapter 23, 1 million-year soul bone. After returning to his room, Lin Yu took out the other 4 soul bones. 20-year hard-haired rat left arm bone, soul skill, gold digger claw. 30-year hard-haired rat left arm bone, soul skill, gold digger claw. 20-year blood tooth, wild boar right leg bone, soul skill, charge. 30-year blood tooth, wild boar left leg bone. Soul skill, building momentum. A swindler, devoid of even a 50-year soul bone, merely 2 left arm bones and 2 leg bones, none possessing an attack skill. However, he refrained from upgrading them to 100,000 years. Perhaps he would reconsider later. After finishing a vat of rabbit, Auntie sliced and packaged them as usual, most of which ended up in Lin Yu's storage. Auntie, when do you plan to absorb your 4th soul ring? Chun Jing pondered before replying. I think I shall wait a bit longer. I have yet to acclimate to my current strength. That is acceptable. I will seek out a better soul ring for you later. Lin Yu understood that his aunt was not particularly devoted to cultivation, perhaps influenced by her previous aptitude. She preferred cooking for herself and Wenwen and cherished their companionship by her side. The following day, just as Lin Yu arrived at school, Yang Dabo eagerly informed him that a 10,000-year-old soul bone had surfaced in Jinling City. Witnessing his animated demeanor, one might easily mistake that ancient relic for his own. During lunch, Tang Yinran inquired, Is that soul bone from the Adventurers Association yours? Indeed, it is the right arm bone of a mouse king, capable of summoning all the rats in the city. Would you care for it? Tang Yinran quickly shook her head. No, that sounds utterly revolting. What's your intention behind selling this soul bone? I wish to exchange it for a 10,000-year soul ring to serve as your 7th. It is commonly said that the 7th soul ring holds paramount importance. One's ascension to soul sage hinges upon it. Tang Yinran chuckled. You truly know how to move your elder sister. What? Do you find me quite beautiful? Absolutely. All right, no more jesting. Thank you for yesterday's assistance. Lin Yu understood Tang Yinran's reference to the laundry incident and waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. From now on, I shall come by every noon to wash your clothes, lest they pile up and emit an odor. After lunch, Lin Yu ascended to the balcony and noticed that the clothes he had washed yesterday were thoroughly dried. He promptly retrieved them, neatly folded them, and placed them on her bed, where Tang Yinran stored them away. Why do you do these things? It is rare to encounter a man willing to engage in such tasks, especially washing women's clothes. Isn't it inconvenient for you? If you neglect your garments, it would reflect poorly on you, and I refuse to wash your clothes under such circumstances. Fine. I had thought you would do this for me for a lifetime. Dream on. Once your arm is healed, you'll have to wash your own clothes. After a month of camaraderie, Tang Yinran harbored no doubts about Lin Yu's ability to restore her arm's functionality. Encountering a young man who treated her with such kindness seemed a stroke of fortune. After cleaning the clothes Tang Yinran had discarded the previous day, Lin Yu took a brief nap on the sofa in the office. In the afternoon, he found a spot in the training ground to practice his Qian Kuanji Shengong, intending to refine it to perfection before advancing to the Five Thunder Heart technique. He had taught Tang Yinran the latter, as Qian Kuanji Shengong was primarily a physical cultivation technique, and given her status as a long-range soul master. Coupled with her missing arm, it was impractical for her to engage in close combat. The next 2 days passed in tranquility, with Lin Yu remaining at school each afternoon to train. Despite possessing the martial arts memories of Li Siyuan, he still needed to open his meridians himself. This endeavor could not be accomplished solely through soul power. It required a gradual expansion of his energy pathways. Otherwise, regardless of how much soul power one possessed, it would be futile if it could not flow properly. On Friday afternoon, he visited a carpenter's shop and procured 5 small wooden boxes, each costing 20,000. The proprietor was indeed unscrupulous, as they were merely machine-carved, and Lin Yu, the naive fool, ended up spending such a ridiculous sum. The next day, Saturday, a day of rest, the trio slept in until they awoke naturally. After a light breakfast, Lin Yu drew the curtains in their room while Chun Jing and Chun Wenwen assisted in transferring 6 phantom mushrooms into the small wooden boxes. After casting the spell of growth upon the 6 mushrooms, Lin Yu closed the boxes and then opened the curtains. Little Yu, what level are these mushrooms at now? They are now over 10,000 years old. There is no need to rush. Let us wait until they reach 100,000 years. Perhaps the effects will be even more substantial. Having spent considerable time with Lin Yu, Chun Jing had grown accustomed to his frequent references to the 100,000-year mark. Today, Lin Yu remained home, and in the afternoon, he brought out a deck of playing cards, and the 3 of them idly played landlord. On Sunday, Lin Yu ventured out in the morning, first stopping by the school to retrieve the soul bone he had prepared for Tang Yinran. It was the right leg bone of a million-year-old white bone emperor, with the soul skill, summoned phantom warhorses, capable of calling forth the emperor's night brigade. After reaching 1,000,000 years, the skill's name would transform, and the warhorses would become phantom steeds, while the royal night brigade would evolve into the emperor's night brigade. This soul bone feels somewhat different from the previous one. You'll know once you absorb it. With that, Lin Yu closed the door to the office and secured the doors to both the office and bedroom, also shutting the balcony door and drawing the curtains. Tang Yinran observed Lin Yu's actions with a bemused expression, exclaiming, "If you keep this up, others might think I have some man hiding in the apartment. Fear not. Our actions are justifiable. When summer vacation arrives, you shall accompany me. We'll see about that." After Tang Yinran settled cross-legged on her bed to absorb the right leg bone, Lin Yu assisted her in the process. The energy from the million-year-old soul bone was overwhelmingly vast. Soon, her soul power reached level 70 without the explosive sensation Chun Jing had experienced. Before long, the soul bone transformed into a beam of light and melded into Tang Yinran's right leg. Focused on her cultivation, Lin Yu broke into a sweat and promptly headed to the restroom for a shower. When he emerged, clad in fresh attire, he encouraged Tang Yinran to test out her new soul skill. The summoned phantom warhorse was even more splendid than the spectral steed, adorned in golden armor, with a golden horn atop its head and blue flames flickering from its hooves. Chapter 24, Acquiring Another Soul Bone, An Initial Encounter with a Sage. Lin Yu gazed enviously at the phantom warhorse, lamenting, "I regret it. If I were to ride this horse out, I would undoubtedly captivate countless beauties. I dare say even His Holiness Pope Eve would not possess such a dazzling steed." Tang Yinran laughed. "The Pope's mount is a golden unicorn, which is hardly inferior to your phantom warhorse." While she spoke thus, it could not conceal the joy swelling within her heart. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Enough? It's noon. Time for a meal. I still have to visit the Adventurers Association this afternoon. Moreover, if it weren't for the soul skill of summoning the Emperor's Night Brigade, this soul bone would hardly qualify as more than 10,000 years. Hehe, I understand your point. The skill to summon the Emperor's Night Brigade is indeed extraordinary, allowing for the summoning of 1,000 undead knights of equal strength. It truly merits the title of a million-year soul skill. Goodness. When I looked at it at 10,000 years, it could summon 100 undead knights one rank below oneself. With each increment of 100,000 years, it could summon an additional 100, culminating in a maximum of 1,000. Hence, I did not give it to you on Tuesday. Little did I know that at 1,000,000 years, it would summon knights of the same rank. Tang Yinran, if you do not become my wife in this lifetime, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. After Lin Yu declared this, he disregarded the giggling Tang Yinran and proceeded to open the curtains in the bedroom, unlock the door and the office door, retrieving 2 lunches. Tang Yinran stored away the phantom warhorse before joining him for their meal. After taking a bite of her rice, Tang Yinran asked, "How many 10,000-year soul bones do you still possess?" 3. 2 right hand bones and 1 right leg bone. 2 of them are intended for my aunt. We'll see how it goes. If I find suitable soul rings, I wouldn't mind exchanging them. After lunch, Lin Yu left some fruit for Tang Yinran. donned a black leather outfit, secured his small electric scooter, and, after departing from the school, put on a hood and mask before making his way to the Adventurers Association. He did not rush to the task commission area, but instead headed to the Soul Ring trading post. "Boss Gene, I'm back. Do you still have that item from last time?" Upon seeing the boss's bewildered expression, Lin Yu retrieved the box he had used to store the soul bones from his space, showing it briefly before putting it away. The boss's face lit up with delight. "Esteemed guest, please come in." Noting the boss's demeanor, Lin Yu followed him to the back meeting room. The boss then produced a box and placed it before Lin Yu, saying, "Dear guest, this is a treasure I specifically reserved for you." Lin Yu discerned that this individual intended to treat him as a mere pig for slaughter, promptly displaying an expression of impatience. The boss assured me, "If you attempt to bamboozle me again with decades-old rodent legs or the like, I shall have no part of it. How could I deceive a valued customer? This time, I possess but 2 items, both of exquisite rarity. Please have a look." The proprietor declared, unveiling a box that contained a skull and a torso bone. Intrigued, Lin Yu recognized the exceptional rarity of these soul bones. "Boss, are these from some extraordinary beast?" "Indeed, esteemed guest. These 2 soul bones are from the forest deer, but they are exceedingly rare." Lin Yu chuckled. "Boss, you must have captured an entire herd of forest deer. My dear brother, do not speak such nonsense. I merely acquired them. Moreover, this esteemed patron is a longtime customer who has recently found himself in need of funds and has entrusted me to assist him in selling these items. Knowing your interest, I purchased them at a premium. Just think about it. How else could one possibly acquire both the cranial and torso soul bones at once?" Lin Yu was aware that this was merely the vendor's spiel. The items were undoubtedly his own. Besides, the forest deer's soul bones were indeed rare. Realizing that he was about to be duped again, he glanced at the 2 soul bones with his piercing golden eyes. The 50-year-old cranial bone of the forest deer bore the soul skill, mental enhancement. The 40-year-old torso bone possessed the soul skill, life's anthem. "What splendid items," he thought. Observing the vendor's smug grin, he knew he was about to be fleeced and leisurely remarked, "Well then, boss, what is the price? If it suits me, I shall take them. If the price is outrageous, you may as well keep them. Esteemed guest, these soul bones are a rare find. For you, I offer both at a discounted price of 2,000. Lin Yu immediately rose. "Boss, I am sincerely here to conduct business, yet you cannot treat me as a fool. Last time, you claimed 5 were 50 years old, and upon appraisal, they turned out to be merely 20 to 30 years. Now you wish to swindle me again? Keep them for yourself. I'm leaving." Upon uttering this, Lin Yu turned to depart, but the vendor hastily grasped his arm. "Esteemed guest, please don't be hasty. Everything is negotiable. After all, patrons like Lin Yu, who could be easily deceived, were scarce. If he let this opportunity slip, the items would become a burden. For soul bones below a century were considered juvenile and prohibited from sale by the Federation. Hard-haired rodents and blood-toothed wild boars were deemed hazardous creatures, particularly the hard-haired rodents, which the authorities regularly sought to eradicate. It was quite normal for individuals to extract soul bones from the corpses of such rodents. Given the overwhelming population in the city's sewage systems, one could easily slay tens of thousands and obtain several soul bones, and the authorities would turn a blind eye. However, forest deer were different. They were inherently gentle herbivores, never attacking humans. Typically, large-scale killings of such animals under 100 years were forbidden, as their existence helped mitigate the predation of carnivorous beasts on humans. Lin Yu stated directly, "Boss, provide me with a fair price, and I shall naturally return for more in the future." After a moment of hesitation, the vendor extended his right hand, gesturing 1,500. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. While the price still seemed outrageous, his desire for the items was strong. He then retrieved the 2 soul bones and produced 1,500,000 in cash. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Boss, save any fine items for me for next time. As long as they are in good condition, I will purchase." "Certainly. Safe travels, esteemed guest." After departing the shop, Lin Yu mingled within the crowd, taking a leisurely stroll around the hall, where he noticed his commission task prominently displayed on the large screen. Proceeding to the service area, he announced, "I'm the issuer of task number 1. Is anyone here to exchange? Please hold on a moment while I consult the president." A clerk responded, dialing a phone. After a brief conversation, he turned to Lin Yu. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. President Du wishes to meet with you." Lin Yu followed the clerk to the meeting room, where he encountered President Du and a diminutive elder. "Sir, please take a seat. This is Yen Zepping, the esteemed elder of the Wuhuan Hall, who has a keen interest in the soul bone you possess. Might you present it for his examination?" Chapter 25. Worthless soul rings and a desire for seafood. Lin Yu retrieved the right arm bone of the rodent king, but refrained from handing it over, instead directing his gaze toward Elder Yen. Without delay, Elder Yen produced a blue soul ring, placing it on the coffee table between them. The 100,000-year soul ring of the king yellow hornet, with the soul skill, flight, and the hornet stinger. Lin Yu was profoundly disappointed. This soul ring was the epitome of worthlessness. What 9th grade soul sage couldn't fly? A 10,000-year soul ring equated to merely 1 soul skill. He placed the rodent king's right arm bone on the table, and Yin Zepping eagerly picked it up, scrutinizing it before testing its age on a nearby machine, which confirmed its validity. Sir, would you consider trading your right arm bone for my soul ring? Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. Elder Yin, to be frank, your soul ring leaves much to be desired. Yin Zepping was well aware of the unimpressive nature of his soul ring. At their level, discerning the abilities of one's soul ring was not overly challenging. Furrowing his brow, Elder Yin inquired, what would you propose? Elder Yin, perhaps you could sweeten the deal with some cash. If you could add 50 billion, we have ourselves a deal. Haha, very well. Thank you, sir. Elder Yin promptly produced a substantial amount of cash, and the exchange was completed with both parties exchanging goods and currency. After the transaction, Elder Yin hurriedly departed, seemingly eager to find a place to absorb the soul bone. Lin Yu turned to President Du. President, what about the commission? President Du waved his hand dismissively. Since both of you have traded items, let us not discuss commissions. Also, sir, does your commission remain active? Yes, let it remain. Should anyone inquire about it, please inform them that I still possess soul bones. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu departed the Adventurers Association and returned home. Inside the main bedroom, Chen Wenwen was engrossed in videos on her phone. He retreated to his own room, where Chen Jing was fast asleep on the bed. A fan beside her swayed gently, as the early May weather had turned rather sweltering, making her nightgown a rather revealing sight in the breeze. Lin Yu chose not to disturb her, instead releasing the growth of all things with his ghostly mushroom and settling down to meditate. The quality of the soul rings and bones derived from different soul beasts varied significantly. Glancing at his remaining 17,000 or so free points, he contemplated enhancing the head bone of the forest deer to 10,000 years. 10,000 years, the head bone of the forest deer king. With the soul skill, enhanced mental power, rallying spirit. Very well. An auxiliary head bone with decent effects. The rest will have to wait until next week. Xiao Yu, when did you return? Lin Yu smiled. I've been back for a while. I saw you sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you. I've prepared your fourth soul ring. When do you plan to absorb it? Chen Jing pondered for a moment. Let us wait a little longer. That is fine. We can discuss it whenever you feel it's the right time. The worthless blue soul ring seemed quite fitting for Chen Jing, given its flight ability. With her current soul power at level 40, considering her training speed, it would take her at least a decade or 8 years to reach 9th grade soul sage. Even with his assistance, Chen Jing glanced at her phone, noting that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and she got up to prepare dinner. After finishing dinner, the three of them descended the stairs to take a leisurely stroll, arriving at the small riverbank where he had previously planted strawberries. The earth, once again, was teeming with life, as strawberry sprouts emerged, blossomed, and bore fruit. And, are there fish here? Chen Jing pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe there should be fish. I once saw someone fishing here. Lin Yu realized that their local market did not sell seafood, and he was uncertain if the affluent district did. Aunt, have you been to the seaside outside the East Gate? Chen Jing shook her head. The beasts beyond the East Gate are quite unwelcoming to our kind. Close combat soul masters with shorter reach. The beasts there are heavily armored, making it nearly impossible for ordinary soul masters to breach their defenses. Furthermore, some of those beasts can attack from a distance, rendering low-level soul masters ineffective, leading to poor cost-effectiveness. Generally, advanced soul masters are reluctant to venture there. Chen Jing's words piqued his interest. The theoretical lessons at school had only briefly touched upon the soul beasts beyond the East Gate. However, he resolved to inquire further from Tang Yanran the following noon. After gathering some strawberries, the three returned home, each taking a bath before resting. The night passed without incident. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter to drop Lin Wenwen off at school before returning to his own institution. After completing his theoretical classes in the morning, he followed Tang Yanran to her office, soaking the clothes she needed washed in the sink before the two sat down together for lunch. How did the soul ring exchange go yesterday? Lin Yu shook his head. It's a long story. I ended up with a worthless soul ring. That soul saint named Yin Zepping charged me 50 billion. He was curious. What kind of 10,000-year soul ring do you deem worthless? The Emperor Great Yellow Bee, she chuckled. One of its soul skills is flight. You tell me, who among 9th-tier soul saints cannot fly? Tang Yanran laughed as well. Indeed. Flight is quite useless for 9th-tier soul saints. What about the other soul skill? The stinger of the wasp's tail. The name speaks for itself. Alright then. What do you plan to do? Lin Yu contemplated. I suppose I'll hold on to it for now. Perhaps a more suitable one will present itself. However, I did manage to find you a fitting soul bone. Still a million-year? You wish for a million-year one. If you're not in a hurry, let us wait until next year. Hee. Next year it is. I'm not anxious. After lunch, Lin Yu washed her clothes and hung them on the balcony. Noticing that Tang Yanran had already fallen asleep, he lay down on the office sofa outside. During the afternoon training session, Lin Yu inquired about the conditions beyond the East Gate. Tang Yanran pondered for a moment. How should I put it? The situation at the East Gate is similar to that of Rabbit Mountain. No one wishes to venture there. No one goes to Rabbit Mountain due to the overwhelming numbers, while the East Gate is avoided due to its excessive difficulty. Even though both have 500-year soul beasts, those crabs and lobsters pose several times the challenge of other beasts. The crucial point is that most soul beasts there reside in the water. If you enter the water to battle them, it becomes a hellish endeavor. Not to mention, even first-tier soul masters with singular skills struggle to breach their defenses, and those beasts possess formidable attack power. Occasionally, mermen emerge from the water to ambush you with spells. When you attempt to strike, they simply retreat into the depths of the ocean, daring you to follow. So, is it true that the East Gate sees no visitors? Some do venture there, albeit rarely. Some require special soul rings, while wealthy individuals hire others to catch seafood. I crave seafood. I want to go to the East Gate. Haha, I too wish for seafood. Tang Yanran chuckled, fully aware that if Lin Yu ventured to the East Gate, those coastal beasts would merely be seafood to him. Chapter 26. Journey to the East Gate for seafood. The next day at noon, after finishing lunch with Tang Yanran, Lin Yu changed his clothes and headed to the Adventurer's Hall, paying 10,000 to teleport to the East Gate's entrance. The staff there scanned his code and politely inquired, "Comrade, are you certain you wish to leave the city alone through the East Gate?" "Of course. I am aware of the dangers beyond the East Gate. I merely wish to broaden my horizons." The gatekeeper, understanding his intent, did not impede his departure, only offering a kind reminder. Once Lin Yu exited the city, he continued eastward, employing a combination of flickering movement and swift strides. After several minutes, he arrived at the seaside. Naturally, Blue Star's Jinling City was not comparable to the Nanjing of his previous life, as Nanjing did not lie by the sea. They merely shared a similar name. Upon reaching the beach, he indeed found it deserted, with no sign of soul beasts on the sandy shore. He proceeded along the coastline toward the mountainous region, suspecting that there might be oysters and other seafood among the rocks there. A few minutes later, he encountered a sea turtle, likely nesting on the beach. But Lin Yu paid it no mind and continued onward. The shoreline was littered with seaweed and mussels washed ashore by the tide, which he gathered. Just as he bent down to pick up more mussels, an ice arrow whizzed past his head. Not far away, a peculiar purple creature was conjuring another ice arrow. Bang! Lin Yu dispatched it with a single shot, inspecting the corpse and deducing it was the legendary merman. He then retrieved his soul ring collector and began to gather the soul ring. The 500-year merman sage's soul ring, with the soul skill, single target ice spell, yielded him tens of thousands. He pocketed the soul ring and continued his exploration. Approaching the mountainside, he discovered several enormous crabs on the shallow sandy beach, each as large as a grinding wheel. Bang, bang, bang. One shot for each giant crab, after which he gleefully collected them. Arriving at the rocky area, he indeed found an abundance of oysters, each as large as an adult's shoe sole. Transforming into a coastal gatherer, his soul bone weapon morphed into a shovel, and he began to dig up the oysters. An hour later, the entire rocky area had been cleared, and he had collected several tons of oysters. Regrettably, he was unaware of the tidal patterns. Otherwise, he could have harvested even more during low tide. Glancing at the time, it was only 3 o'clock. He resolved to venture a bit further before turning back at 4. As he progressed, he stumbled upon a sunken ship in the bay. Logically, sunken ships should harbor treasures. But this was the real world, not a game. The ship might contain nothing at all, and it could be perilous. Ignoring the wreck, he pressed onward, discovering a massive seaside cave. This cave did not seem like a sea-eroded cavern, but rather a natural seaside grotto. Such a cave that did not require him to enter the water was too tempting to pass up. Grabbing his headlamp, he ventured inside. Suddenly, a small merman, brandishing a spear, charged at Lin Yu. He swiftly dispatched it with a clean slice and continued deeper into the cave, noticing that the mermen seemed to be increasing in number, as if he had stumbled upon a merman den. Soon, he perceived a glimmer of light ahead. He promptly extinguished his headlamp. Before him lay a vast chamber, open to the sky, with sunlight streaming in through a large hole at the top. Surrounding the cavern were numerous rudimentary dwellings made of wood and straw, with mermen frequently passing by. It appeared to be a merman settlement. Lin Yu held no interest in mindless slaughter, yet he felt it would be remiss not to check out the largest and most elaborately constructed house in the village. Observing his surroundings, he spread his wings and soared above the grand house, landing quietly behind it. Peering through the gaps in the structure, he glimpsed a colossal merman inside, alongside a massive wooden chest. A merman approached the great merman, chattering in hushed tones, and the latter followed him away. Lin Yu observed the direction they were headed, which seemed to lead to the very cave he had entered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu stealthily made his way inside the dwelling, opened a large chest, revealing an assortment of pearls and shells. He had no time to examine these treasures closely, swiftly storing everything within his spatial pouch. With a flourish, he unfurled his wings and soared directly to the cave's summit, emerging into the world outside, and flew towards the city of Jinling. Moments later, he descended and walked to the city gates, registering his information upon entry. Afterward, he teleported back to the Adventurers Guild and rode his small electric scooter home. At that moment, Chen Wenwen had yet to return from school, and Chen Jing was busy preparing dinner. "Aunt, when you cook later, let's have seafood for dinner," Lin Yu exclaimed. Promptly taking out a large basin from the bathroom, utilizing it to transfer all the seafood into Chun Jing's storage ring. After rinsing the basin, he then emptied the treasures from the merman leader's vault. Xiao Yu, what is this? Chun Jing inquired. I stumbled upon a merman village by the sea, and these are the treasures of their leader. I have no idea what's inside. Chun Jing fetched 2 small stools, and they sat down to sort through the contents. Initially extracting the colorful shells. These shells look like they could be collected by someone. They might be used for luxury adornments. Chun Jing noted. Aunt, we aren't in need of money right now. Let's save these for later. They decided. After sorting through the shells, only a few items remained, including dozens of lustrous dragon eye pearls, each of considerable value in peaceful times, along with a singular golden pearl the size of a ping-pong ball. Intrigued, Lin Yu examined the pearls with his mystic golden eyes. Deep Sea Soul Pearl contains the essence of a millennia-old giant clam sea beast's soul power, beneficial for soul power cultivation when worn. Mutated Deep Sea Soul Pearl, produced by a 10,000-year-old mutated clam sea beast, exceedingly rare, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Wearing this pearl doubles cultivation effects and grants the ability to breathe underwater. Such treasures, Lin Yu marveled, counting a total of 65 pearls, including the golden one, all of which he stored away. Next, only a few human items remained in the basin, mostly rubbish, but one colorful bracelet piqued his curiosity. He rinsed it at the sink. Storage bracelet contains a space of 10,000 square meters with a height of 10 meters, filled with items left by its previous owner. Chun Jing prepared a basin of oysters, scrubbing the mud off their shells. Lin Yu, brimming with anticipation, opened the storage bracelet space, knowing that only the affluent could utilize such items. Upon opening, he was greeted by a pile of soul coins, with no federal currency in sight, along with some mundane items. However, a particular token caught his attention, adorned with numerous wave patterns. Tied Secret Realm Key. This token unlocks a secret realm, accommodating up to 5 individuals at a time, requiring a minimum level of 50. Each use incurs a cooldown period of 1 month. This is akin to what the school refers to as a dungeon-like secret realm. A splendid find. Far more reliable than my prince's ring, which remains locked until now. Chapter 27. Lin Xiaodao's new idea during dinner. The 3 gathered around the table, feasting on a basin of oysters accompanied by a bowl of Chun Jing's homemade dipping sauce. After devouring a large oyster, Chun Wenwen picked up another, remarking, "These are indeed delicious, but the meat is scarce, mostly shells. Wouldn't it be better to extract the meat beforehand and then cook it?" Lin Yu opened an oyster, placing it before Chun Wenwen. Wenwen, the essence of boiled oysters lies in their original flavor. Once the meat is removed and processed, it loses its fresh sweetness. All right. You certainly have experience when it comes to food. After finishing dinner, the trio took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. They arrived at a jewelry store, where Lin Yu presented a pearl, inquiring about its potential for setting in jewelry. "Dear customer, setting such pearls is quite challenging. It's best to drill holes in them," the shopkeeper advised. Lin Yu considered this and replied, "I understand that drilling is preferable, but I fear it may ruin the pearl's properties. How about this? Drill 1 hole for me, and I'll assess the outcome. Here's your payment." He handed over 100 coins. The employee accepted the money, placed the pearl on a drill press, and created a hole before returning it to Lin Yu, who then pocketed the pearl, and the 3 departed. "Xiao Yu, did the pearl change after drilling?" Chun Wenwen inquired. Lin Yu smiled. "No change at all. I'll visit a high-end jewelry store tomorrow for further processing. Let's head home." Once home, they each attended to their evening routines. Lin Yu grasped the golden pearl in his hand, beginning his cultivation of the supreme Qinkuan technique, noting that the results were markedly improved. The following morning, oysters were absent from breakfast. Instead, they enjoyed noodles, with Chun Jing preparing a plate of kelp strips. After their meal, the 2 set off to drop Chun Wenwen at her middle school, encountering Lin Xiaotao on the way. He halted his scooter. "Class monitor, good morning. May I give you a ride?" "Of course," Lin Xiaotao replied, settling onto the back seat, gripping his waist as Lin Yu rode off. "Lin Yu, do you have any ideas for quickly earning money?" she asked. "Why? Are you in need of funds? I mentioned splitting the money from the soul rings last time, and you insisted on refusing. I want to take my mom with me when I go to college, and we will need a place to live in the new city, which requires money. You've given me so many things before. I feel embarrassed to ask for more." Lin Yu pondered before responding. "The fastest way to earn money is outside the city, but it carries significant risk. However, if you're unafraid of danger, I can take you out tomorrow afternoon for a stroll." Lin Xiaodao smiled. "All right. It's settled then." They continued to school, where Lin Yu noticed Lin Xiaodao was in much better spirits. The morning consisted of a single theory lesson, with the remainder of the time dedicated to meditation, as there was little need to elaborate on theoretical knowledge. The 3 months of high school serve as a transitional phase before the return to university, where theoretical courses would resume. The school aims to enhance students' abilities in preparation for the upcoming college entrance examination, which focuses not on academic subjects but rather on martial spirit levels, soul skill release techniques, and combat instincts. At noon, Lin Yu and Tang Yanran enjoyed oysters together, given that Chun Jing had prepared a large pot the night before. "Did you go to the East Gate yesterday? What was the outcome?" "A ton of oysters. The soul beasts along the east gate were rather scarce. That's to be expected. Most soul beasts reside beneath the water. Lin Yu reflected. Lin Xiaodao mentioned this morning that she wishes to earn money to take her mother with her to school. I promised to take her outside the city tomorrow. Where do you think would be suitable? Lin Xiaodao's level is not suited for any location. You will have to guide her. If you truly want to help her, consider the evil cave. There are several extremely rare demon beasts inside, one capable of lightning area attacks, and another with frost area attacks. Each soul ring obtained would be worth millions. Lin Yu shook his head. Forget it. There are adventurers everywhere. If we truly encounter such demon beasts, I suspect the adventurers would first engage in battle amongst themselves. Tang Yinran chuckled. Hee hee. After all, no one can best you. If you eliminate them all, wouldn't the monsters still belong to you? Lin Yu shook his head and said, I am not a bloodthirsty maniac. Under normal circumstances, I do not provoke others unless they provoke me first. Just yesterday, I encountered a village of fishmen but did not pay them any mind. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention the Fishman's village, Tang Yinran's interest was piqued. Lin Yu, did you know? There is actually a kind of treasure in the Fishman's village. The fishmen enjoy collecting items from the sea, and among them is a pearl that can enhance one's cultivation speed. Of course, such treasures are rare and hard to come by. Once, a soul saint annihilated several fishmen villages in search of this pearl for his grandson, only to attract the wrath of the Sea King, leading to a fierce battle that ended inconclusively. Lin Yu found it somewhat unbelievable. Is that really the case? Can't a few villages gather a complete set of pearl ornaments? Well, it is indeed possible, Tang Yinran explained. The giant clams that produce these pearls do not inhabit every sea, and every creature has its own territory. It's like finding rabbits in a place teeming with foxes. If you do find them, they would be exceedingly rare. After lunch, Lin Yu tidied himself up and set off. He first purchased an off-road motorcycle, a vehicle designed solely for outdoor use, as driving within the city was heavily restricted. Only the wealthy could afford to drive in the city, and simply having money did not grant one carte blanche. Electric buses, scooters, and bicycles dominated urban transportation. He spent $480,000 on a high-performance off-road motorcycle, but was taken aback when he discovered the price of gasoline, $100,000 a liter. With a 10-liter tank, filling it up cost enough to buy 2 motorcycles. Sir, gasoline is currently a scarce resource, and the federal government has set a uniform price. It is likely to become even more expensive in the future. Lin Yu bought 2 barrels of gasoline, each containing 10 liters. This stuff burns money, not fuel, he mused, deciding to consult someone knowledgeable later. Subsequently, he acquired some outdoor gear and, feeling adequately prepared, headed to a jewelry store in the city center to have the pearls drilled and fashioned into a necklace. He then, much like a fool, was swayed by the store clerk and ended up spending $6 million on several exquisite mithril chains to string the pearls together. Lin Yu felt rather foolish for spending such an amount, wondering if the owner would shed tears over earning $5,999,000 from him. However, once he received 3 pearl necklaces, 2 pairs of earrings, and a string of bracelets, he felt it was worth it. A reputable store indeed guarantees quality. Chapter 28. Crab meat with noodles is truly delicious. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found his aunt reclining on his bed, engrossed in her phone. He took out a pearl necklace and placed it around Chun Jing's neck, then removed her original earrings and replaced them with 2 dangling earrings. Chun Jing held up a mirror to admire herself, clearly pleased. The necklace, composed of 17 pearls, featured the largest pearl at the center, with 2 equally sized pearls on either side. Xiao Yu, this set of jewelry must have cost quite a bit, she inquired with a smile. Lin Yu replied with a grin, indeed. I seem to be easily swayed by others. Yet, I genuinely adore the necklace they crafted. So I feel my money was well spent. As long as you like it. Does this necklace possess any special powers? Yes. It can enhance cultivation speed. I also prepared one for Wen. Huh. Wearing it would be a waste on me, Chun Jing commented, though she showed no intent to refuse wearing it. They then discussed how to prepare the large crab, as she admitted she had never cooked seafood before. The crab was too large to fit in one pot. So Chun Jing began by severing the crab's legs, while Lin Yu lifted the crab shell to remove the inedible parts, such as the crab heart, crab stomach, and gills. Scraping off the crab roe, and the remaining parts were placed into the pot for steaming. When Chun Wen returned, the group began their dinner, which consisted of noodles. Chun Jing had cooked the crab meat, mixing it with the crab roe for a delectable crab meat noodle dish. Brother, this noodle is absolutely delicious. Indeed. Eat as much as you like. After dinner, I have a gift for you. Chun Jing had prepared a substantial dinner, and any leftovers were packed into containers and stored in Lin Yu's space. After washing up, Chun Wen entered Lin Yu's room, where he adorned her with the pearl necklace. Brother, this necklace is quite beautiful, but does it make me look too old? If you think it is too old-fashioned, wear it at home and not to school. Go back to your room and try cultivating with it. After Chun Wen left, Lin Yu practiced the Qian Kuan Ji Sheng Gong for 2 complete cycles before taking a shower. After releasing a certain amount of vitality to the ghost mushroom, he began to rest. The next day, after dropping Chun Wen at school, he encountered Lin Xiaotao on the way, who he knew was waiting for him. Lin Yu, when are we heading out of town this afternoon? After lunch, After school this morning, you should visit Teacher Tang's office. Let us have lunch together. And then we'll depart. All right. Upon arriving at school, Lin Yu sat down at his desk, and Yang Dabo, with a mischievous grin, threw his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. Brother, I've seen you riding with the class monitor these past few days. Are you two dating? Fatty, what nonsense fills your head all day? I simply ran into her on the road this morning and offered her a ride. It's perfectly normal. Fine. But I actually think the class monitor is prettier and more approachable than Lin Mashua. She would make the best wife. Then why don't you pursue her? Yang Dabo shook his head. No way. I know my place. He then leaned in closer to Lin Yu and whispered, Brother, did you know? Someone confessed to the class monitor before, but she rejected them, saying she likes you. Lin Yu was taken aback by Yang Dabo's words. What? When did this happen? The day before yesterday. Just then, the teacher entered the room, and Yang Dabo returned to his seat. Lin Yu pondered Yang Dabo's words, suspecting that Lin Xiaodao might be using him as a shield. After one class, it was time for meditation. Lin Yu directly sought out Tang Yinran. But upon his arrival at her office, she was not there. He washed her clothes and hung them on the balcony, preparing to meditate when Tang Yinran returned. The school is organizing a meeting for the senior teachers regarding the location for the upcoming training in 2 days. Oh, where does the school plan to go for training? They intend to send you to the inferior demon forest. Lin Yu was somewhat aware of the inferior demon. It was a humanoid creature akin to a goblin, known for its gregarious nature, yet very few live to be over 100 years old. What is the point of training there, where there are no soul rings to be gained? Tang Yinran replied curtly, Do you think every student is like you? The purpose of going to the inferior demon forest is to cultivate their combat awareness, not merely to farm soul rings and bones. Lin Yu helplessly responded, All right. But can I opt out? Tang Yinran shook her head. No. This time, the two classes will work together, and you must serve as the primary healer. You cannot be absent. Just be prepared to heal any injured classmates. Lin Yu decided not to press the matter further, and instead presented her with a set of necklaces and earrings. Upon seeing them, Tang Yinran immediately recognized their uniqueness and rewarded Lin Yu with a kiss. Moments later, Lin Yu produced the Staff of Life to heal his tongue. Tang Yinran played with the necklace resting on her chest, glancing at Lin Yu. Where did this deep-sea soul pearl necklace come from? I obtained it from the fisherman's village the day before yesterday. I noticed the fisherman chief was out, so I raided his quarters. Tang Yinran laughed heartily. Haha, you are truly wicked. I can only imagine the fisherman chief returning home in a fit of rage. Perhaps. Yesterday, I sought out a jewelry store to commence work, and they charged me 6 million for processing fees. I surmised that the owner of the jewelry store wept as he profited 590,000 from me. The metallic components of the chain and earrings are made of mithril. Admittedly, it is somewhat extravagant. Regardless, you are now quite affluent, able to indulge on a whim. By midday, Lin Yu emerged with 3 servings of crab roe noodles, prompting a puzzled expression from Tang Yinran, though she quickly comprehended upon seeing the visitor at the office door. Xiaotao, come and take a seat. Tang Yinran beckoned Lin Xiaotao to sit down, and Lin Yu handed her a well-prepared bowl of noodles, to which Lin Xiaotao graciously responded with a thank you. Lin Yu then prepared Tang Yinran's noodles, and the 3 of them began their meal. Upon taking a bite, Tang Yinran discovered that today's noodles surpassed all previous dishes in flavor. Lin Yu, these noodles are delightful. What kind of meat is in them? Crab meat, but too little. I only found a few on a sandbank. Primarily, I am unfamiliar with the tidal patterns. Had I gone during low tide, the harvest would have been greater. Now, there are no fishermen, and no one pays attention to the ocean's tides anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodao was deeply engrossed in her meal, listening to their conversation, aware that Lin Yu had ventured to the East Gate, and his capabilities seemed elusive. After finishing their meal, Lin Yu presented Lin Xiaotao with a set of black leather attire and instructed her to change in the room. Though slightly bewildered, she complied, and soon afterward, Lin Yu donned a matching outfit, riding his electric scooter with Lin Xiaotao as they set off. Chapter 29, taking Lin Xiaotao out of the city. Sitting behind Lin Yu, Lin Xiaotao inquired, Lin Yu, why are we dressed this way? To protect our identities. There are many villains outside. Their first stop was the Adventurers Association, where Lin Xiaotao registered as an adventurer. Nickname, Apricot. Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Spear. Soul Power, Mid-Stage Level 1. Profession, Melee. Team, None. Subsequently, Lin Yu transported Lin Xiaodao via the teleportation device to the North Gate. Lin Xiaodao smacked her lips. 10,000. And just like that, it's gone. Are you suggesting we should have taken the bus for $2? Lin Xiaodao nodded. That wouldn't be out of the question. 20,000 could cover several months of living expenses for our family. No need to dwell on it. Let us go. Upon reaching the main gate, the staff scanned their codes and permitted them entry. Once outside the city, Lin Yu retrieved his motorcycle, inviting her to take a seat, and after a moment's consideration, he lifted the hypnosis he had previously cast upon her. Lin Xiaotao nestled against his back, wrapping her arms around his waist, and whispered in his ear. Ever since returning home that day, I felt something was amiss with the events of that afternoon. It turns out you altered our memories. It was for your own good, to prevent you from speaking recklessly upon your return. Hold on tight. We're off. Lin Yu promptly started the motorcycle, and Lin Xiaodao clung tightly to him. making him ponder whether the efforts of Tang Yinran to influence her thoughts had been in vain. Half an hour later, the motorcycle halted at the entrance of a cave, resembling a bustling market. Cave guides, 4 for 1. A season guide will cost 100,000 per person. Cave guides, 500,000 for 4 hours. Guaranteed safest route. As Lin Yu and Lin Xiaotao dismounted and secured the motorcycle, they approached the sinister cave entrance, where an individual approached them. First time here, brother? Need a guide? I'm quite affordable, 50,000. I'll ensure your safe entry and exit. Lin Yu scoffed. Step aside. The persistent man drew closer. Are you sure you don't want a guide? It's perilous down there. Lin Yu swiftly unsheathed a dagger and pressed it against the man's throat. Move aside. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate all of you scoundrels. Oh, the kid has some guts. You should know where you are. Brothers, we have someone who doesn't know their place. At that moment, a few more individuals encircled them, causing Lin Xiaotao to hide behind Lin Yu. Close your eyes. Lin Xiaotao obediently complied, and in a swift motion, Lin Yu decapitated the man who had spoken, reappearing beside the remaining individuals, each of whom had yet to unleash their martial souls, now lifeless. Lin Yu pointed his dagger at the surrounding crowd. Does anyone else wish to guide us? The onlookers promptly recoiled, shaking their heads in fear of this harbinger of death. Lin Yu sheathed his dagger and proceeded to search the bodies, retrieving 3 storage bags. In these times, not every adventurer possessed such items. All right, let us move. Lin Yu took Lin Xiaotao's hand and ventured into the depths of the sinister cave, where Lin Xiaotao dutifully followed. The sinister cave was not as dark as others. Every few meters along the walls burned a torch that had seemingly never extinguished, the origins of which remained a mystery. The internal space of the sinister cave was vast, larger than the city's sewers, resembling a labyrinth, and according to records, the entrance to the second level of the cave shifted daily. The type of beast that Tang Yinran spoke of, capable of area attacks, could only be found on the second level. Lin Yu crouched down, and Lin Xiaotao, puzzled, watched as he spoke. Our time is limited. The monsters at the entrance have been exterminated, and we can only wait for them to respawn tomorrow. Climb on. I'll carry you. Lin Xiaotao obediently clambered onto Lin Yu's back, and he began to dash through uncharted territory, occasionally encountering other groups. Soon, they stumbled upon a swarm of bats, one of which was red. Lin Yu set Lin Xiaotao down and instructed her to attack. Apricot, be wary of that red bat. It likely possesses fire attacks. Don't let it ambush you. Oh, all right. With each bat Lin Yu dispatched, he absorbed their soul rings, all of which were ordinary, barely 300 or 400 years old, which he discarded. Peach, let me handle the monsters. You focus on absorbing the soul rings. Discard anything under 500 years. Understood. The cave was too narrow for his dagger to swing freely, so he summoned 2 sabers, unleashing a tempest of strikes that left bats scattered on the ground. Lin Xiaotao struggled to keep pace with Lin Yu's speed, simultaneously operating 2 soul ring extractors. Slow down. I can't keep up. Hearing her plea, Lin Yu paused to assist her in absorbing the soul rings. They continued onward, soon encountering a horde of zombies, from which they collectively harvested over a dozen soul rings. How much can these soul rings fetch? Attribute-bearing ones are valuable. Those without attributes go for a mere few thousand. Altogether, they should amount to around 150,000. We must find the second underground level. The beasts there possess higher soul ages. Lin Yu, still carrying Lin Xiaotao, forged ahead, and after a few more dashes, Lin Xiaotao urgently called out to him. Lin Yu, stop. This time, she forgot to use his nickname and called him by his full name. Lin Yu halted. What is it? Backtrack. I see a cave. Lin Yu retraced his steps, and moments later, indeed, a downward passage appeared in the wall. He descended into the second level, where the number of monsters had increased, all of which were over 1,000 years old, some nearing 5,000. Lin Yu unleashed his full power while Lin Xiaotao began absorbing their soul rings. Peach, we've lost the zombie soul rings. They're worthless. Lin Xiaotao, somewhat perplexed, asked. Then why are we still absorbing their soul rings? What if a soul bone appears? Fair enough. More than an hour later, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly 4 o'clock, yet he had yet to encounter the zombies he sought, and anxiety began to grip him. Taozi, let us ascend. Our time is limited, and we cannot afford to squander it on mere ordinary monsters. With that, Lin Xiaotao climbed onto Lin Yu's back, and he swiftly teleported once more. After several teleportations, he was halted by Lin Xiaotao's call. Wait, there's a purple spider over there. Lin Yu immediately teleported to the spider's location, striking it down with a single blow, before proceeding to eliminate the surrounding spiders. Only then did Lin Xiaotao begin to absorb the soul rings, as they scoured the area for elite monsters to slay. The red bats, blue zombies, and purple spiders all fell victim to his blade, leaving him no time even to glance at the soul rings. Hold on. I see another downward cave entrance. Chapter 30, The Warlord Envoy, Kalin. Lin Yu gazed at the descending passage. Xingzi, have you heard of the third layer of the evil cave? Lin Xiaotao shook her head. No, the records only mention the second layer. Shall we venture down? Let us go. Lin Yu checked the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He hoisted Lin Xiaotao onto his back and descended into the underground cave's third layer. To his astonishment, The monsters here were all over 10,000 years old, similar in species to those in the upper layers, but of a much higher age. Lin Yu focused on attacking monsters with attributes or leader-type foes, while Lin Xiaotao absorbed the soul rings. Suddenly, a freezing aura enveloped their feet, and a skeletal monster with a deep blue hue emerged, conjuring ice arrows aimed at them. Lin Yu swiftly threw his Tangheng knife. Clang! As the knife neared the skeletal monster, an icy armor materialized around it, blocking the strike. An ice arrow shot forth towards them. Lin Yu slashed downward, shattering the arrow. But the ice spread along his blade. He dropped his knife, realizing he was encountering an exceptionally formidable foe for the first time. Taozi, close your eyes. Obediently. Lin Xiaotao shut her eyes. Lin Yu drew his god-slaying gun, green soul rings rising around him, and fired several shots at the blue skeleton. A frost armor spell reappeared on the skeleton, and it raised its hand, preparing to unleash its soul skills. Lin Yu noticed the icy clouds above him. Understanding that this was the omen of the frost storm's soul skills release, he quickly fired a shot at the ice binding his feet, breaking free and rushing to Lin Xiaotao, enveloping her in a protective embrace as a massive shield materialized around them. Countless ice spikes rained down, crashing against Lin Yu's shield. Thud, thud, thud. After a cacophony of sounds, Lin Yu swiftly fired 2 shots at the ice beneath Lin Xiaotao's feet, then retreated with her to a prior corner. He stowed the god-slaying gun and summoned the Staff of Life, casting a healing spell on Lin Xiaotao. For reality was no game, and her feet had sustained frostbite from earlier. At that moment, another ice arrow whizzed just above Lin Yu's head. He teleported behind the blue skeleton, firing again. Bang bang. After 2 shots, a massive ice block enveloped the blue skeleton, rendering Lin Yu's attacks futile. He swiftly created distance, a golden soul ring ascending from him. Once the ice encasing the blue skeleton dissipated, he fired again, and this time a penetrating explosive round shattered it. However, numerous ordinary monsters surged forward. Taozi, how are your feet? Lin Xiaotao tested her legs, then nodded. They're fine now. Good. Let us get back to work. Lin Yu continued to eliminate the surrounding monsters while Lin Xiaotao absorbed the soul ring from one, which was a deep blue. In the dim environment, Lin Xiaotao failed to notice the skeletal monster's body vanishing, leaving only the blue skull behind. Curiosity piqued. She picked up the skull and continued to follow Lin Yu, absorbing soul rings. The third layer of the evil cave was not extensive, housing only 3 elite monsters. The latter 2 were significantly easier than the blue skeleton. They were swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu, who discarded the corpse into an inconspicuous corner before they both absorbed the soul rings. Lin Yu, look. There's another downward passage. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was 5:30. He promptly scooped Lin Xiaotao into his arms and leaped down. This time, they emerged not into a dim cave, but into a vast hall, within which stood a throne. Upon it sat a figure clad in resplendent golden armor. Lin Yu instinctively drew his god-slaying gun. After so many years, you are the fastest to ascend from the first to the third layer of the filthy cave. You have passed the master's trial and earned the right to enter my temple. I am the warlord envoy, Kalin. The warlord envoy Kalin descended from the throne, each step resonating with an oppressive weight that pressed upon Lin Yu's heart. He understood that even unleashing his full power would render him no match for this being before him. Indeed, even the slightest movement felt arduous. Kalin circled around the 2, then halted before Lin Yu. How intriguing that life and destruction coexist within a single being. Yet, the master would surely disapprove. Kalin then turned to Lin Xiaotao, who instinctively recoiled into Lin Yu's embrace. Lucky girl, tell me, do you harbor feelings for this boy beside you? Lin Xiaotao nodded. She indeed held deep affections for Lin Yu, unable to forget him despite Tang Yanran's attempts to sway her heart. Excellent. I shall grant you a gift that will secure your place beside him in the future. Upon finishing, Kalin summoned a golden orb of light that entered Lin Xiaotao's forehead, sparking a look of delight upon her face. Very well, it is time for you to depart. With a wave of his hand, the warlord envoy Kalin transported Lin Yu and Lin Xiaotao to the entrance of the first layer of the evil cave. Lin Yu checked the time. It was now 6 o'clock. Taozi, it's 6. We must hurry back. As they approached the cave, a group of individuals surrounded them, each glowing with soul rings, the leader bearing 7 rings. One of the men pointed at Lin Yu, shouting, "Boss, it was them who killed 6 of our brothers." The leader grinned maliciously. It's been years since anyone dared to lay a hand on our Black Bear gang. Kill them and hang their bodies along the roadside outside the city. As the group prepared to attack, Lin Yu swiftly instructed Lin Xiaotao to cover her ears and lie down. She complied, and Lin Yu unleashed the God Crane lead by example kick. With his high-speed whirlwind kick, he dispatched the surrounding foes, leaving only the leader, who transformed into a massive black bear, donning a dark shield to absorb Lin Yu's assault. Sky-splitting claw. Lin Yu's left hand morphed into a claw, green light emanating from his fingertips as he lunged at the dark shield, shattering it instantaneously. He then landed a powerful punch against the black bear's chest, causing it to revert to human form and collapse in defeat. Lin Yu proceeded to loot the bodies. collecting a storage ring, 9 storage bags, and a soul bone from the defeated black bear. A 500-year-old bloodfawn wild boar right arm bone, soul skill, charge strike. Quite underwhelming. As a gang leader, possessing only a 500-year-old soul bone, I had thought today would yield no rewards, yet it seems someone has generously provided me with equipment. Lin Yu glanced toward the nearby bushes, then lifted Lin Xiaotao into his arms, teleporting away from the scene. They paused not far from the city gate. All right, it's time to enter the city. Chapter 31, Legends of the Divine. Lin Xiaotao released his embrace and took Lin Yu's hand. The two of them walking into the city together, where the registrar at the city gate scanned their codes. It's almost dark. I was worried you two wouldn't make it back. Lin Yu chuckled. Thank you for your concern, sister. Xingzi, let us go? After they were teleported to the adventurer's hall, they exited, with Lin Yu riding his electric scooter to take Lin Xiaotao home. Lin Yu, are we not going to deal with those things today? She inquired. No, there are too many items, and we need to sort them out slowly. Let us visit Teacher Tang tomorrow. All right. After confirming where Lin Xiaotao lived, Lin Yu escorted her downstairs. He then retrieved several boxes of fruit and a few jars of marinated rabbit from his spatial inventory. After she accepted these gifts, Lin Xiaotao waved goodbye, and Lin Yu rode off. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaotao found her mother looking at her with a peculiar smile. Peach, was that boy just now Lin Yu? The one who has been helping you? Lin Xiaotao exclaimed. Mom, how shameless. You were eavesdropping. Her mother laughed. Is it not normal for a mother to wait by the window for her daughter to come home when it's dark? I just didn't expect our shy Peach to be so proactive. Lin Yu returned home carrying his electric scooter, where Chen Jing was still waiting at the dining table. Xiao Yu, you're back. You must be hungry. Let me serve you some rice. Chen Jing turned to the kitchen and brought over 2 bowls of rice. And they began their meal together. Aunt, next time I come home late, you don't need to wait for me. Chen Jing smiled. I happen to not be hungry. So I waited for you. After dinner, Lin Yu took a shower and went straight to bed, thoroughly exhausted from the day. By the time Chen Jing finished her shower and emerged, she found Lin Yu already fast asleep. The night passed without incident, and when Lin Yu opened his eyes again, it was already 6:30 in the morning. He promptly got up to wash and prepare for the day. After breakfast, the siblings departed together, and Lin Xiaotao was waiting in the same spot as before. This time, she sat on the back seat of Lin Yu's scooter, her arm wrapped around his waist. I felt so tired last night. I had a little to eat, took a shower, and went straight to bed. This morning, my mom had to wake me up. Indeed. I felt quite fatigued too. We had been busy all afternoon yesterday. Lin Yu replied. I was somewhat better off, simply absorbing the soul ring, while you were either hunting monsters or carrying me on the way to hunt. By the way, during meditation class, let us step outside for a moment. I want to teach you a new cultivation method. All right. Lin Xiaotao was the first girl he had ever taken an interest in across 2 lifetimes. Previously, he had worried about her misunderstanding his intentions and had sought Tang Iran's help to clarify things, but now that she had been so forthright, it would be unreasonable for him to continue rejecting her. Upon returning to the classroom, Yang Dabo leaned over. Bro, this morning, I saw the class monitor with her arm around your waist. So what? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. That means the class monitor genuinely likes you. If you can manage to keep your mouth shut, I might consider giving you a storage bag, Lin Yu retorted. Yang Dabo immediately returned to his seat, sitting up straight. After class began, Tang Iran approached to discuss the upcoming training organized by the school, encouraging all students to participate actively. After her brief address, she instructed everyone to go to the meditation room, and Lin Yu promptly left, followed by Lin Xiaotao. They arrived at Tang Iran's office, but she was not present. Is it inappropriate for us to stay in Teacher Tang's room? Lin Xiaotao asked. Not at all. Just sit down. Lin Xiaotao sat cross-legged on the floor, while Lin Yu took out a golden variant deep-sea soul bead, placing it in her hands, and then sat behind her, supporting her back with his hands. Remember all the routes the soul power flows through. Okay. Lin Yu then activated his Qian Koan Ji Gong, guiding the soul power within Lin Xiaotao. After 2 cycles, she would be able to cultivate independently. Lin Yu intended to take a shower, but noticed Tang Iran watching him with a teasing smile. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he entered the bathroom to shower. A few minutes later, their clothes were hanging on the balcony of the bedroom, and they quietly exited the room, closing the door behind them. Lin Yu sat across from Tang Iran, who looked at him and asked, How many did you kill yesterday? 16. The first 6 were those who attempted to extort money for leading the way, and later, we encountered 10 people blocking the entrance to the evil cave who intended to kill us and hang our bodies on the city wall. The evil cave does have such occurrences. It usually targets solitary soul masters or newcomers. Therefore, adventurers typically form teams at the Adventurers Association to avoid such situations. Let us not dwell on that. Speaking of which, have you heard of the gods? Tang Iran pondered for a moment and replied. The only known god on the continent is an angelic deity associated with the Holy See. This angel usually resides in the divine realm, and the Pope, Eve, is the inheritor of the angelic deity. If she passes all the angelic trials, she will become the next angelic god. Beyond that, I am not well informed. As my level is still here, Lin Yu nodded, feeling as though it resembled a divine trial. Lin Xiaotao should undergo the trial of the god of war. The messenger of the god of war was quite calculating, knowing that Lin Xiaotao would be by his side, and he would certainly assist her. With some time to spare, Lin Yu took out a spatial ring and 12 storage bags, emptying their contents. Aside from money, there was not much of value. The Black Bear's ring contained a vehicle and 2 large barrels of gasoline. Tang Yiran inquired curiously, "What is the total value of these?" Lin Yu chuckled. That big black bear was quite wealthy. Including what S in the 12 storage bags, it amounts to around 2 billion. I want to share the money. You can choose one of these 2 items, and the rest will go to Lin Xiaotao. Lin Yu gathered all the items on the table, leaving behind a bracelet and a ring. Tang Yiran took the bracelet and slipped it onto her left wrist, transferring everything from her storage bag into the storage bracelet. Then handed Lin Yu the black storage bag at her waist. By noon, Lin Xiaotao emerged from the inner room, looking refreshed, and returned the variant deep-sea soul bead to Lin Yu. He then pulled out a bracelet and handed it to her. The beads on it were fewer than those on the necklace, but even with only 10 beads, the cultivation effect was still commendable. Xiaotao, this storage ring is for you. It offers much more space than a storage bag. Chapter 32, the variant skeleton king soul bone and soul ring. Lin Xiaotao accepted the ring Lin Yu had handed her and slipped it onto her left hand. Lin Yu then produced 3 bowls of mixed noodles, a portion of raw oysters, and a serving of fruit, and the 3 of them began to eat. After lunch, Lin Yu tidied up the items on Tang Yiran's desk and then laid out all the soul rings they had acquired yesterday, with Lin Xiaotao doing the same. Oh. Lin Yu quickly picked up the blue skull head. Lin Xiaotao remarked, "After absorbing the soul ring yesterday, I found this half of the blue skull head. So I picked it up. Variant Frost Skeleton King Head Soul Bone. Age, 200,000 years. Soul skills, Frost Immunity, Ice Barrier, Blizzard. 3 soul skills, truly impressive. Can soul bones even mutate? 200,000 years. No wonder it was so challenging yesterday." He then rummaged through the pile of soul rings belonging to Lin Xiaotao. "Stop rummaging, it's with me," Tang Yiran said as she handed over a blue soul ring. Lin Yu accepted it and assessed it once more. Variant Frost Skeleton King Soul Ring. Age, 200,000 years. Soul skills, Ice Arrow, Frost Nova, Frost Armor. Lin Yu was aware that the blue soul ring likely possessed 3 soul skills, Ice Arrow, Frost Nova, and Frost Armor, as he had previously utilized the blue skeleton himself. Tang Yiran inquired with curiosity, "How is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, "It can only be described in 4 words, truly unparalleled." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yu stored away the 2 items and proceeded to search for valuable soul rings. He discovered the following: 900-year frozen zombie soul ring. Soul skill, Ice Area soul skill, 2 pieces. 900-year flame bat soul ring, soul skill, fiery continuous damage soul skill, 2 pieces. 900-year thunder spider soul ring. Soul skill, lightning single target soul skill, 2 pieces. 5,000-year frozen zombie soul ring, soul skill, advanced ice defense soul skill. 5,000-year flame bat soul ring. Soul skill, fiery defense soul skill. 5,000-year thunder spider soul ring, soul skill, lightning area soul skill. 50,000-year flame bat king soul ring. Soul skill, advanced fiery area soul skill. 50,000-year thunder spider king soul ring, soul skill, advanced lightning area soul skill. Lin Yu set these 12 soul rings aside, while the remaining 100 or so were stacked together. "Xiaotao, I will give you 1 billion. I will handle these soul rings myself later. How does that sound?" Lin Xiaotao quickly waved her hands, saying, "I haven't done anything. I merely followed behind to absorb the soul rings. You've already given me a storage ring. I don't need the money. You keep it." Lin Yu insisted, "I'm giving it to you, so you should accept it. If it weren't for your desire to earn money outside the city, I wouldn't have planned to leave either." After Lin Yu poured out 1 billion in cash for Lin Xiaotao to take, he turned to Tang Yiran and asked, "How are the housing prices in the capital? Can 1 billion buy a villa near the school?" Tang Yiran shook her head. 1 billion is only enough to purchase a 3-bedroom house around the school. You'd still be far from affording a villa. Living in the capital is indeed not easy. Tang Yiran then pointed at the exquisite soul rings Lin Yu had set aside, prompting him to provide a brief explanation. Tang Yiran, intrigued, asked, "Where did you 2 go? How did you acquire so many rare soul rings with such high ages?" Lin Xiaotao smiled and inquired, "Teacher Tang, are you aware that there is a 3rd level to the evil cave?" This piqued Tang Yiran's curiosity, and Lin Xiaotao recounted the events of the previous day. Tang Yiran laughed genuinely. No wonder no one has discovered the 3rd level all these years. You lucky girl, it truly is enviable." Lin Xiaotao beamed, while Lin Yu interjected, "All right, Xiaotao, do not mention the matter of the god of war's inheritance to anyone else, not even your mother." Lin Xiaotao nodded in agreement. "All right then." Subsequently, Lin Yu asked her what trial Quellen had given her. She responded that Quellen had instructed her to absorb a 2nd soul ring that was over 900 years old. After spending some time there, Lin Xiaotao left, filled with joy, while Tang Yiran chose not to sleep, instead gazing at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu, intrigued, asked, "Why aren't you going to sleep yet?" Tang Yiran looked at him eagerly. Aren't you going to tell me what that blue soul ring and soul bone are? What soul skills do they possess? I want to be able to sleep otherwise. Lin Yu chuckled. If I tell you, you'll be even more restless. All I can say is that the skeleton monster has mutated, causing the colors of the soul ring and soul bone to change accordingly. Judging by the colors, you should expect soul skills related to ice. By the way, can weapon spirits utilize elemental soul rings? Of course. This allows for elemental attacks to be added to weapons. However, very few people choose this route, as weapon spirits typically pursue maximum attack power. Each time an elemental soul ring is absorbed, while it increases elemental damage, it inherently reduces one attacking soul skill. Tang Yinran paused for a moment, and then looked at Lin Yu. You don't intend for Lin Xiaodao's second soul ring to be an elemental type, do you? Lin Yu reclined on the sofa. I do have that intention. Let me think it over. Around 2 in the afternoon, after Tang Yinran strolled around the practical training room and returned to the office, she found Lin Yu still sound asleep on the sofa. Tang Yinran sat on a nearby chair, observing the handsome young man before her. Lin Yu opened his eyes again, glancing at the time on his phone, which read 4 in the afternoon. Not seeing Tang Yinran around, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and freshen up his clothes. He then made his way to the practical training room, waving at a chubby boy clad in yellow armor. Yang Debeos rushed over eagerly. Brother, is there something you need? Lin Yu beckoned him outside and handed him a yellow spatial bag, saying, it contains a complete set of adventure gear. You won't need to purchase anything else. Yang Debeos received it with a grateful expression, exclaiming, Brother, you are my reincarnated parents. Get lost. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. All right, I'll get lost right now. Yang Debeos returned to the practical training room, while Lin Yu rode his little electric scooter home. Upon arriving home, he was pleasantly surprised to find Chun Jing meditating on his bed. Not wanting to disturb her, he went to the kitchen to prepare a pot of porridge, slicing some lean meat, pork kidneys, and pig liver, seasoning them for later. He then returned to his room to release the growth of the ghost mushroom. Xiaoyu, what have you prepared for my 4th soul ring? Lin Yu turned to see Chun Jing had ceased her meditation and smiled as he replied. A rather mediocre 10,000-year soul ring, with the skills of flight and a ranged attack. Chun Jing chuckled. Xiaoyu, you know that reaching the 9th level soul sage will be a long journey for me, so you think this flying ability will be perfect for me, right? Lin Yu smiled and said, Auntie, consider this 10,000-year soul ring as a fine gift. Are you ready to absorb it now? Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Chun Jing responded, preparing to make dinner. Lin Yu quickly interjected, there's no need to cook dinner. I've made some porridge. We can just wait for Wenwen to return and eat together. Chun Jing pondered for a moment and suggested, shall we absorb the soul rings now? Sure. Chapter 33, The School's Group, Training Again. Half an hour later, a red soul ring ascended from Chun Jing, signaling her soul power had reached level 50, with the excess being absorbed by Lin Yu. After a sweaty endeavor, Lin Yu eagerly took a shower, his soul power now at level 28. In truth, leveling up quickly wasn't particularly difficult. The black and white impermanence's absorption technique could even extract energy from corpses, though Lin Yu found that somewhat distasteful. Upon exiting the bathroom, Chun Wenwen returned, prompting him to head to the kitchen. He placed the prepared meat slices, pork kidneys, and liver into the hot porridge for a brief cooking, then called for the 2 women to join him for dinner. Hey, brother, is this your new culinary invention? It tastes amazing. Not quite. This is called pig liver porridge, which has the benefits of invigorating and nourishing the blood. Chun Wenwen displayed a look of surprise. Nourishing blood? You know my mom is on her period, so you made this especially for her? Chun Jing quickly interjected, Wenwen, don't talk so much during meals. One should eat in silence. Chun Wenwen promptly fell silent and focused on her meal. After dinner, she volunteered to clear the dishes while the 3 of them went out for a stroll to aid digestion. Xiaoyu, are you going out of town again for training tomorrow? Yes. The school has scheduled these outings every 2 weeks, especially since the college entrance examination is just over a month away. The trio then wandered to the market, purchasing some seasonal fruits like melons before returning home. The next morning, after sending Chun Wenwen off, Lin Xiaodao was still waiting for him in the same spot. Together, they returned to school, where the bus was ready, and the teachers organized the students to board. Lin Xiaodao wished to sit beside Lin Yu, only to find him seated with Yang Daba. Thus she joined the other girls instead. Yang Daba approached eagerly. Brother, do you have any idea where we are headed for our training today? How would I know? The teacher didn't mention it beforehand. Lin Yu replied, I thought you were close to teacher Tang, and she would inform you. No. I suppose the director will tell us once everyone arrives. After all the students gathered, 2 large buses set off from the west gate. Shortly after exiting the city, the school leaders announced that their destination was the infernal demon forest, as hunting demons is a collective endeavor. Yang Daba glanced at the bored Lin Yu beside him and asked curiously, Brother, why do you seem so uninterested in this training? It would be strange to be enthusiastic about a fruitless endeavor, Lin Yu retorted, but it's rare for 80 students from 2 classes to participate together. I am rather looking forward to it. An hour later, the buses halted at an abandoned bus stop, and the teachers organized the students into lines to disembark. Once out of the buses, a teacher called out, Students with defensive martial souls, formed the front row. Yang Daba hurriedly ran over, and about 10 students stepped forward to stand in a line. Students with close combat martial souls stand behind the defensive martial souls while maintaining a safe distance. Once the melee students were in place, the ranged and support students followed suit, also keeping their distance. Let us move out. The group marched towards the infernal demon forest, guided by Tang Yanran. Although she lacked combat abilities, her scouting skills were unparalleled among them. As Lin Yu surveyed the forest, he noted that aside from the contorted trees and the shallow moss underfoot, there was no other vegetation. After several minutes, they reached a small hillside, where they spotted thousands of little infernal demons cooking something in large pots. This was Lin Yu's first encounter with such creatures, and he couldn't help but marvel at these grotesque beings, who surprisingly knew how to cook. Although their levels were relatively low, ranging from a few to several decades, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Support soul masters began to unleash their enhancement skills. Lin Yu observed several classmates casting buffs on the group, preparing for the ensuing battle. A teacher unleashed a fireball at the swarm of demons. Boom. The fireball incinerated 3 or 4 little demons, provoking a furious response. Countless little demons roared and charged toward the students. The defensive martial soul students unleashed their respective skills to shield the front lines. Lin Yu spotted Yang Daba brandishing a shield and spear as the battle was about to commence. As the demons entered the range of the ranged attackers, they began their assault, hurling a dazzling array of soul skills into the horde. The demons fell in heaps, yet the ones behind trampled over their fallen brethren to advance. Once the front line of demons reached the defensive soul masters, a melee ensued. Lin Yu stood at the rear, observing the scene. The little demons were so weak that it felt like a one-sided massacre. Of course, some unfortunate classmates were injured by the little demons and required treatment, but there were several capable healers present, allowing him to take a back seat. Curiously, Lin Yu turned to Tang Yanran and asked, with such a vast swarm of demons, isn't their leader? With a smile, she replied, certainly. The Demon King is likely in the cave at the base of that hill. It will only emerge once the lesser demons have suffered significant losses. Just wait and see. You'll witness the Demon King unleash its ultimate skill. After more than an hour, the students managed to fend off the demon onslaught and pressed towards the demon camp. Upon reaching the outskirts of the camp, a massive Demon King emerged from the cave at the rear. With a wave of its hand, a red light erupted from its form, enveloping the entire camp. Miraculously, the slain demons began to rise from the ground. Goodness, the Demon King possesses a group resurrection skill. The students found themselves encircled by the demons, causing chaos among them. Lin Yu turned to Tang Yanran. Can the Demon King use this ability indefinitely? What are you thinking? Such an awe-inspiring ability can only be utilized once in its lifetime. Moreover, it is a racial innate skill. The Demon King's soul rings and bones won't possess such an ability. As more students sustained injuries, Lin Yu joined the fray to cast healing spells. Fortunately, after a while, the students began to adapt to the demon attacks, resulting in fewer injuries. However, after continuous battles, fatigue began to set in among them. They could only take turns resting, which slowed their pace in slaying the demons. Yang Daba, who had retreated from the front lines, pulled out 2 buns from his spatial bag. Brother, would you like a bun? Lin Yu shook his head. No thanks. You can have them. I'm not hungry. Judging by the situation, it seems we won't finish until around 3 in the afternoon. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and there were still 5,000 to 6,000 demons outside relentlessly attacking them. Truth be told, Lin Yu wished he could jump in to expedite the battle. Chapter 34. The Marvelous Plant, Luminous Grass. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the majority of the demons outside had been vanquished, leaving only the Demon King within the cave. The cave's peculiar environment rendered it impossible for the entire group to enter. At that moment, the director called out, Wang Chao, Lin Xiaotao, Lin Mashue, Lin Yu. Sudawe, you 5 enter and defeat the Demon King. The rest of you stay put and recover. Wang Chao led the group at the forefront, followed closely by Lin Xiaotao and Sudawe. Wang Chao's martial soul was a shield, superior to Yang Daba's muddy armor. Sudawe's martial soul was a pair of gauntlets, marking him as a standard melee soul master. Although their innate soul powers were not exceptionally high, they were among the top tier in their class. Lin Yu, as usual, brought up the rear, scanning for any valuable items. The cave of the Demon King was considerably damp compared to a rabbit's burrow, with moss lining both sides and numerous luminous plants growing within. Curious, he utilized his broken illusion golden eyes to examine the luminous grass, a common plant that thrives in moist environments, frequently found in damp caves. Capable of glowing in the dark while emitting a unique fragrance that repels mosquitoes. It holds no other value and is notoriously difficult to transplant. Although it lacks significant worth, it could serve as a charming nightlight at home. With that thought, he transformed his hand into a shovel and began to dig. Meanwhile, the battle ahead raged on, undisturbed by Lin Yu's foraging. Before long, he had filled a bag with luminous grass. Lin Mashue turned back and, curious, asked, Lin Yu, why are you digging up so much luminous grass? I plan to plant it at home for fun. Lin Mashue replied, but this plant is notoriously hard to keep alive. It rarely survives a change in environment. My family tried planting it before, but it died within 2 days. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, he heard Su Daoi's voice and rushed over to see that Wang Chao had been injured. He promptly cast a healing spell. A few minutes later, the group reached the bottom of the cave and encountered the Demon King, accompanied by several guards. Wang Chao charged forward with his shield raised, while Lin Xiaodao and Su Dawei followed closely behind. Lin Yu surveyed the cave, finding it utterly devoid of any treasures or even a single strand of hair. As the Demon King fell, it signified the conclusion of this trial. Lin Xiaodao produced a soul ring collector and gathered the Demon King's soul ring, then showed it to Lin Yu. Trash, toss it away. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Xiaodao promptly discarded the soul ring, prompting Su Dawei to retrieve it for her once more. Don't give it to me, class leader. After all, it's a first-tier soul ring. Lin Xiaodao ignored him, and the 5 of them proceeded to exit the cavern together. Su Dawei flashed the black soul ring in his hand, and the teachers signaled for everyone to embark. Once aboard the bus, many leaned back in their seats and succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. It was likely they would struggle to rise the following morning. It was no wonder that this excursion was scheduled for Friday, allowing everyone to rest over the weekend. By the time the bus returned to the school, it was already 4:30. After disembarking, the school administration advised everyone to rest well, encouraging them to reflect on the experiences garnered from this trial during the weekend. Lin Yu rode his electric scooter, carrying Lin Xiaodao back to her home, before making his way to an upscale flower market in the affluent district, where he purchased several high-end flower pots before returning home. At that moment, Chen Jing was preparing dinner. After washing his hands in the bathroom, Lin Yu cast a healing spell towards her, then took the shovel from her hands and began his task. After dinner, the 3 of them went for a leisurely stroll. Lin Yu brought out the flower pots, filling them with soil by the riverside. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? He was asked. I dug up some luminous grass during today as training and plan to plant it at home for fun. Chen Jing considered mentioning that luminous grass was difficult to cultivate, but upon recalling Lin Yu's soul abilities, she refrained from voicing her doubts. After a stroll, the trio returned home, where Lin Yu took out the luminous grass from his backpack, planting all 16 of them into the pots. Although referred to as grass, this plant resembled a hybrid of succulents and clivia, with flowers akin to orchids, predominantly in shades of blue. Lin Yu began casting the growth of all things spell on the 16 luminous grasses, and shortly thereafter, they began to emit a soft glow, indicating they had come to life. After several more casts of the spell, the moss at the roots of the luminous grass had completely filled the pots. Lin Yu paused, realizing that encouraging the grass to grow any larger would render it unsuitable for pot cultivation. Auntie, let us put 1 pot in your room for a nightlight. That sounds good, Chen Jing replied, carrying a pot into her bedroom, while Lin Yu placed another on the bathroom windowsill for convenience during nighttime visits, leaving the remaining pots in the living room. The following Saturday, Lin Yu indulged in the pleasures of sleeping in, knowing that both his aunt and Wenwen would not rise early either. It was Lin Xiaodao who sent him a message, inquiring if he wished to go out together. Is this what it means to have a girlfriend? At my age, dating an 18-year-old feels odd, due to a lack of memories from this lifetime. Lin Yu often perceived himself as the honest person he used to be, and he ultimately replied to Lin Xiaodao's message, stating that he intended to deal with the batch of soul rings from the evil cave today. Lin Xiaodao responded that she wanted to join him, and after a moment's thought, he informed her he would meet her downstairs at 10 o'clock. At that moment, he heard the sound of the toilet flushing from the adjacent bathroom, realizing his aunt had awakened. He then rose and cast the growth of all things spell on the ghostly mushroom. As Chen Jing brushed her teeth and noticed Lin Yu was up, she took her mouthwash cup to the kitchen. After completing his personal hygiene, Lin Yu quickly washed up. Xiao Yu, what shall we have for breakfast? Anything is fine. Auntie, let us keep it simple. If we're keeping it simple, it's going to be noodles. Today, instead of crab mixed noodles, we're changing it up with some thick meat and vegetables, which reminded him of certain local delicacies from his past life. Auntie, is there any beef available at the market? No, I'm not sure about the affluent district, but I haven't seen any beef or lamb around here. Looks like to enjoy some beef or lamb, we'll have to go hunting in the wild. Chen Jing shook her head, saying, there are no wild cattle or sheep around Jinling City. Most of these beasts are concentrated near the northwestern cities of the Federation. Well then, it seems I'll have to wait a few months for some beef noodles. After breakfast, Lin Yu bid his aunt farewell, changed his clothes, and set off on his electric scooter. Soon, he arrived at Lin Xiaotao's home. Upon seeing Lin Yu's attire, she sought to conceal herself and quickly donned a black leather jacket. Taozi, your little boyfriend is here. Why not let him come up and meet your mother? Mom, you're so boring. If you find it too dull being alone, wait until we get to the capital and go find a man then. If that happens, won't Taozi have an extra stepdad? That wouldn't be good. Enough of this. I'm heading downstairs. Chapter 35, taking Lin Xiaodao to sell soul rings. Lin Xiaodao hurriedly departed, while her mother approached the balcony window, observing as she hopped onto the back of the boy's electric scooter, and they set off together. Lin Xiaodao wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's waist, resting her head against his back. Lin Yu, I gave the storage bag you previously gave me to my mother. You're not mad, are you? Why would I be? I have several of those on me. What use do I have for that? One ring is enough. Before long, the two arrived at the Adventurers Association, where Lin Yu directly approached the soul ring purchasing area, producing the wooden box filled with soul rings from their last excursion. Boss Jean approached with an obsequious demeanor. Honored guest, you've arrived. Please, come inside. Lin Yu led Lin Xiaotao into the reception room, where a server presented them with 2 cups of tea. However, Lin Yu did not touch his cup, and seeing this, Lin Xiaotao followed suit. Does the boss have what I seek? Of course. Unless you want a collection of rat legs, in which case I can spare you. You flatter me. Since we were not acquainted last time, I didn't know your preferences. This time, however, I genuinely have something good for you. Please, take a look. Upon the boss's words, a soul bone appeared on the table before Lin Yu, a right arm bone from a clawed mountain cat, aged 80 years, with the sole ability of deadly claw strike. Not bad. 500 will do. Keep the rest for yourself. Done. It's yours. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I won't disturb you. Once I finish the tally, I'll return. After the boss left, Lin Xiaotao curiously picked up the soul bone. Is this really a soul bone? It can be bought for 500? Aren't soul bones supposed to be incredibly rare? Indeed, they are. This is an underage soul bone, akin to a white soul ring, and the Federation does not permit sales of such items, making this a gray market transaction. Also, when I mentioned 500, I meant 500,000, not 500. Lin Xiaotao was astonished, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's intentions. She then curiously inquired, if the Federation prohibits sales, how come there is still an underground market? This is intended for those with limited potential who still wish to break through, much like those stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Normally, they might never advance to the 3rd tier in their lifetime. At such a juncture, absorbing a soul bone becomes a means of breaking through. Of course, higher age bones are certainly out of their financial reach and are hard to come by. Thus, they gamble on absorbing lower grade soul bones, and if they win, it's a joyous outcome. If they lose, it's not too consequential. You must understand, soul bones will also grow within a person's body, and they grow faster than those within soul beasts. Consequently, when a soul master passes away, the soul bones will naturally shed, and after decades of nurturing, the bones would have surpassed a century, thereby becoming available for their children to use. Lin Xiaotao then asked, according to your reasoning, if these soul bones are passed down through generations, wouldn't their age increase significantly as long as the family persists? Absolutely. In general, prestigious families possess their own legacy soul bones, but this is contingent upon the longevity of the soul bone's owner. Should they meet an untimely end, it would merely serve as a wedding garment for another. Thus, these noble families are unlikely to allow for a gradual nurturing of soul bones, as that would be far too protracted. Their inherited soul bones are directly tens of thousands of years old. Oh, Lin Xiaotao nodded, lifting her cup to drink. But Lin Yu intervened. Do not consume food or drink from strangers outdoors. One must always remain vigilant. Furthermore, we are currently in disguise. Taking a sip would reveal our identities. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Xiaotao set down her teacup. Shortly thereafter, the owner, Boss Jean, approached with a sheet of paper for Lin Yu to review. Esteemed guest, here is the variety and quantity of the soul rings brought in. Please confirm if everything is in order. Lin Yu glanced over the document, finding no discrepancies in the quantity. Let us proceed with the calculations. The owner retrieved a calculator and began tallying, subsequently presenting the figures to Lin Yu. After deducting the 500 from earlier, I can round it up for you. How does 12 sound? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That works. These soul bones were not solely from the malevolent cave, but also from the great black bears. They held little value for Lin Yu. Splendid. I shall prepare it for you at once. After departing the meeting room, the owner summoned a cart laden with currency. Once Lin Yu confirmed that everything was satisfactory, he accepted the money and departed with Lin Xiaotao. Lin Xiaotao remarked, somewhat incredulously, this owner is rather unscrupulous. The acquisition price for soul rings of the same type and age is less than half of the selling price. These establishments are inherently affiliated with the Adventurers Association, thus constituting a monopolistic industry. Do not envy their substantial profits. At the very least, they provide us with a means to earn. Otherwise, how would we manage that heap of soul rings? They would simply be discarded as refuse. Hearing Lin Yu's reasoning, Lin Xiaotao acquiesced. All right, but you still incurred a loss. You only sold 12 yet gifted me 10. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, I have secured the premium soul rings for myself. Those are far more valuable than this collection. Oh, look over there, isn't that Su Dawei? Following Lin Xiaotao's gaze, Lin Yu observed Su Dawei approaching the soul ring exchange, clutching a black soul ring intended for sale. Boss Jean inspected the soul ring briefly before exclaiming, goodness, how dare you bring such a wretched soul ring for sale? Su Dawei responded resignedly, boss, at least this is a first-tier soul ring. Would you reconsider? Boss Jean shook his head. This soul ring wouldn't even be picked up off the street. Very well. Since you are still a middle school student, I shall offer you 5,000. Do not bother collecting such rubbish in the future. Su Dawei beamed. Thank you, boss. The owner of the soul ring exchange handed Su Dawei a $5,000 bill. after which Su Dawei departed, and the owner promptly discarded the inferior Demon King soul ring into the trash. Lin Xiaodao observed Su Dawei leaving and remarked, "Well, I always thought this owner was a despicable businessman, yet he possesses this humane side. Let us form a kindred bond. Everyone encounters their own challenges," she continued. "By the way, Fatty mentioned someone was pursuing you. Was it Su Dawei?" Lin Xiaodao retorted, "No, it was Wang Chao. I directly told him that I like you." With that, Lin Xiaodao linked her arm with Lin Yu's and exited the Adventurers Association. Shortly thereafter, they hopped onto a small electric scooter, which soon halted at a bus stop. Su Dawei looked on in confusion at the pair. Lin Yu removed his hood and mask, inquiring, "What brings you here, Su Dawei?" Su Dawei chuckled, "It's Lin Yu and the class monitor. I just sold the inferior Demon King soul ring, and the owner, feeling sorry for me, gave me 5,000. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised by Su Dawei's candor, which improved his impression of him considerably. "It's lunchtime. Let us dine together nearby. My treat." Chapter 36, An Unexpected Encounter with Su Dawei. Su Dawei felt somewhat awkward, as the class had been gossiping about Lin Yu and Lin Xiaodao being a couple. He felt like a third wheel. "This doesn't seem appropriate. I do not wish to be a light bulb." Lin Xiaodao laughed, "Hee hee. No worries. If you decline, Lin Yu will take me home afterward, and I want to spend more time with him." Su Dawei chuckled, "All right. It seems I must indeed join you for lunch." Moments later, the trio arrived at a fast food establishment akin to KFC. Lin Yu ordered 3 portions of food, then led them to a quiet corner to await their meal. "Su Dawei, what university do you plan to attend?" Previously, he had not shared their class, having only been grouped together after awakening their martial souls. Su Dawei replied, "I aspire to attend the capital university, though I wonder if they would accept me." "Lin Yu, you will attend the Martial Soul City Academy, correct?" Lin Yu shook his head, "Not necessarily. I will likely choose the Capital Academy." Su Dawei smiled, "So you wish to be with the class monitor at the Capital Academy?" Lin Xiaodao gazed at Lin Yu with eager eyes, while Lin Yu rolled his eyes in response. "I merely believe the Capital Academy offers greater freedom." At that moment, their food arrived, fried chicken and hamburgers, and the trio commenced their meal. "Su Dawei, I noticed your first soul skill is a rapid attack. Do you plan to pursue a strong offensive route?" Su Dawei chewed on a bite of hamburger and replied, "Actually, I wish to follow an elemental path, like Fire Fist or Frost Punch, but unfortunately, my family cannot afford such soul rings. Hence, I opted for a rapid attack, hoping to encounter a suitable soul ring in the future." Lin Yu glanced around, producing a storage bag and offering it to Su Dawei. "Here, use this for now. Return it once you have your own." Su Dawei contemplated for a moment before accepting it, fastening it to his waist. He smiled, "All right. If I can attend the Capital Academy, I shall be your first henchman, Lin Yu." Lin Yu possessed a considerable number of these items and had no intention of selling them. Gifting one to a potential future classmate was a worthy investment. And even if they did not end up in the same school, they had forged a bond through their shared experience. Lin Yu responded with a grin, "Very well. Since you wish to be my first henchman, I shall not shortchange you. You may choose one of these 2. He presented 2 yellow soul rings on the table. Su Dawei glanced at them and then inquired, "What are these soul rings?" "The Fire Bat and the Frost Zombie. As for their age, I cannot divulge too much. But they would certainly be suitable as a second soul ring. You may choose one to be your second soul ring." Su Dawei examined the 2 yellow soul rings, then turned to Lin Yu. "I like both soul rings. I shall choose one at random and let fate decide what my second soul ring will be." After lunch, the 3 parted ways at the fast food restaurant's entrance, with Lin Yu escorting Lin Xiaodao back. "Lin Yu, what kind of soul ring did Su Dawei acquire?" "A collective soul skill soul ring from the Ice Zombie, aged over 900 years. If utilized with a close combat martial soul, it serves as a control-type soul skill." "Oh, it should be quite valuable." Su Dawei wouldn't he sell it, would he? Unlikely. Should he choose to sell it, it would indicate a lack of foresight. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Su Dawei indeed returned to the Adventurers Association, seeking the owner to appraise the soul ring. After a thorough examination, Boss Jean inquired with a smile, "Where did this soul ring come from?" "A classmate just gifted it to me." "Is it valuable, boss?" Boss Jean replied meaningfully, "Child, cherish this friendship. In the future, it may illuminate your path in life." The boss returned the soul ring to Su Dawei. Su Dawei, not being a fool, realized that this soul ring must be exceedingly valuable. After expressing his gratitude to Boss Jean for the soul ring, he left the Adventurers Association. Curious onlookers inquired, "Boss Jean, what could possibly be said about that child's century-old soul ring? What is there to say? He just took a 10,000-year inferior Demon King soul ring, and I kindly offered him 5,000 for it. The soul ring is still in this trash bin. Do any of you want it?" Upon finishing his words, Boss Jean lifted the garbage can for all to see, revealing indeed a black soul ring inside. "Haha, Boss Jean, you might as well keep it for yourself. That kid likely picked up someone else's discarded soul ring, hoping to sell it for a profit." Meanwhile, after escorting Lin Xiaodao home, Lin Yu returned to his own abode, where he took a shower and changed into comfortable home attire. Chun Wenwen emerged carrying a rabbit cage, exclaiming, "Brother, I don't want this rabbit anymore. It eats and defecates so much that there's a strange smell all over the balcony." Lin Yu glanced at the 4 giant toothed rabbits, each weighing around 2 to 3 pounds, and suggested, "1. There are 2 courses of action. First, you could ask Aunt to prepare them for a meal. We could enjoy the meat together later. Second, we could toss the entire cage downstairs and let whoever wants it retrieve it." Without hesitation, Chen Wenwen took the cage down. Moments later, she returned, saying, "I placed it beside the trash bin." Lin Yu casually asked, "Why don't you check if they're still there?" Chen Wenwen rushed to the balcony to look, confirming that the rabbits were indeed gone. Having watched them grow, they could not bring themselves to slaughter them for meat, unlike others who might not think twice. That evening, Lin Yu added the 4-leg soul bones he had purchased to a little over 100,000 years. The soul skills were unimpressive. Even if these soul bones were indeed of 100,000 years, the accompanying soul skills were still of poor quality. Since he had no need for them, he planned to exchange them for soul rings the following day. On Sunday, after the family of 3 finished breakfast, they ventured to the local market to procure some essential groceries: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. With financial means and ample space, they indulged in excess, including disposable chopsticks, lunchboxes, toilet paper, and sanitary pads. Upon returning home, Chen Jing took out a large piece of pork to chop for filling, while Lin Yu needed 2 bowls of dough, one for steamed buns and the other for dumplings. The trio enjoyed egg soup and generously filled meat buns for lunch. "Aunt, I'm heading out for a bit. You rest for a while. When I return, we can make dumplings together." "All right." After lunch, Lin Yu donned a black leather jacket and set off on his electric scooter. Soon, he arrived at the Adventurers Association, parked his scooter, and spent some time perusing the requests in the Adventurers Hall. He spotted an intriguing commission. Someone was offering 50 million for a storage bag capable of containing living creatures. It's worth noting that ordinary storage bags typically cost around 5 million, while spatial rings are priced much higher. After wandering for a while, he made his way to the association's reception room, where he encountered Chairman Du along with a man and a woman. The man was an elderly gentleman, while the woman was young, beautiful, and of foreign descent. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Chairman Du stood and promptly welcomed him. "A guest has arrived. Please have a seat. Allow me to introduce. This is Wang Pejun, a saint, and this is Saint Yekaterina." Goodness, even the name of the great Emperor Yekaterina has surfaced. Lin Yu politely greeted them before getting straight to the point. "Saints, I wish to acquire as many soul rings as possible. I am willing to exchange one for one, provided they are not of inferior quality. Although a single blue soul ring corresponds to 100,000-year soul bone, the demand for soul bones evidently surpasses that for soul rings. After all, most 9th-tier soul saints do not possess blue soul rings. Even if they have surplus blue soul rings, they may not easily part with them if they have not acquired what they desire, as hunting a 10th-tier beast is no simple task and can be perilous." Wang Pejun produced 2 blue soul rings and placed them on the tray of the coffee table, stating, "Here are the Titan Python soul ring and the Demon Spider King soul ring. Please examine them." Yekaterina also revealed 3 blue soul rings: the Hellhound soul ring, the Swamp Fly King soul ring, and the Swamp Lizard King soul ring. "Please take a look. Good heavens, I am short 1 soul ring, but fortunately, I still possess the right arm bone of the blood-toothed wild boar obtained from the Great Black Bear. I can now elevate it to 100,000 years." Lin Yu examined the 5 soul rings with his golden eye of illusion, confirming their authenticity, which was far more reliable than the King's Yellow Hornet soul ring presented by Yan Zeping. "I am quite interested in all 5 of these soul rings. I happen to have 5 10th-tier soul bones, 2 left arm bones, 1 right arm bone, 1 right leg bone, and 1 left leg bone. Chairman Du, I appreciate your assistance." After stating this, Lin Yu produced the 5 bones and handed them to Chairman Wu, who then proceeded to test them for age in front of Lin Yu, Yekaterina, and Wang Pejun. Once verified, Wang Pejun stood and addressed Yekaterina with a respectful nod. "Elder Yekaterina, would it be acceptable for me to take 1 left arm bone and 1 left leg bone?" Yekaterina smiled and replied, "Saint Wang, please feel free." Wang Pejun collected the 2 soul bones, bowed to Lin Yu and Chairman Du, and departed. Yekaterina then gathered the remaining 3 soul bones and, smiling at Lin Yu, inquired, "Saint, might there be more 10th-tier soul bones in the future?" "None at the moment." Yekaterina offered him a golden card. "Very well. Should you come across any 10th-tier soul bones in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yu accepted the card, which bore only her name and a series of numbers, and nodded respectfully, "Certainly." Yekaterina acknowledged them with a nod before vanishing before their eyes, an impressive display of spatial soul skills. Only Lin Yu and Chairman Du remained in the room. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Chairman Du, who exactly is Yekaterina? Why does Saint Wang regard her with such respect?" Chairman Du chuckled. "Most 9th-tier saints are granted the honorary title of Elder by the Holy See, and Yekaterina is an Elder of the Hall of Elders of the Holy See. Ah, so she is a member of the elite few at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy." Recalling the earlier scene, Lin Yu continued, "Chairman Du, I noticed in the Hall's commission board that someone is seeking to purchase items capable of storing living creatures." Chairman Du looked puzzled. "Oh, what do you mean? Esteemed guest? To be frank, Chairman Du, I have a keen interest in such items capable of storing living creatures. if you have a way to procure one. I am more than willing to negotiate a fair price. Chairman Du smiled. Such items do exist, but their dimensions are generally limited. I happen to have one available. Consider it a gift for you. Chairman Du presented a green spatial bag to Lin Yu, who, however, declined to accept it. Chairman Du, I prefer not to receive favors without merit. Please name your price. Chairman Du chuckled. Sir, do you believe that at our level, we still lack for material possessions? Lin Yu waved his hand. No, Chairman Du, I am most wary of owing favors to others. How about you propose a condition? If I can fulfill it, I shall take the item, but if I cannot, I will seek other means. After a moment of contemplation, Chairman Du replied, since you are so insistent, let us do this. You may take the item now, and within 3 months, you shall assist me in locating a lightning-type soul ring of at least 4,000 years. Lin Yu smiled. Chairman Du, how fortuitous. I just happen to possess a 5,000-year Thunder Spider soul ring, which should possess a group attack soul skill. Please have a look. Lin Yu produced a soul ring and placed it before Chairman Du, who examined it and smiled in return. Very well. In light of such a superior lightning attribute soul ring, I shall graciously accept it. This is indeed splendid. Chairman Du, kindly cancel my previous soul ring commission. After Lin Yu canceled his commission, he departed from the Adventurers Association, mounted his electric scooter, and returned home. After changing into a fresh outfit and washing his hands, he retrieved a bunch of celery from his storage and began chopping it into fine pieces. Xiaoyu, are you planning to use the celery for dumplings? Yes. Let's make dumplings with a filling of minced meat and celery. Aunt, you and Wenwen can enjoy the celery. Sure. We have no dietary restrictions. Thus, the three of them commenced the dumpling making process, steaming a batch as they worked, ultimately crafting over 500 dumplings. That evening, they dined on steamed dumplings. Brother, I didn't expect the dumplings with celery to be so delightful. The unique aroma of the celery combined with the minced meat is truly delicious. Indeed, if you enjoy them, eat as many as you like. I find them quite delectable myself. Lin Yu indeed relished dumplings filled with celery, particularly the ones made from the celery he had cultivated, which were fragrant and tender. After a thorough evening wash-up, Lin Yu returned to his room to inspect the storage bag given by President Wu that could contain living beings. Life Storage Bag contains a storage space of 3 meters in length, width, and height, capable of storing living creatures, with a time flow rate inside that matches the outside world. Lin Yu's initial impression was that it was rather small, hardly larger than a room. Once assured of its functionality, he placed 12 pots of luminous grass into the life storage bag. The luminous grass illuminated the entire interior space, resembling a small dark room devoid of doors and windows, yet with solid walls all around. Well, if it's small, so be it. At least it can accommodate living creatures. Storing 11 pots of luminous grass is akin to lighting a 38-watt LED bulb. Chapter 38. Tang Yinran's 7th Soul Ring. After casting the growth of all things on the ghost mushroom, Lin Yu stored it in the life storage bag and turned his attention to the 5 Azure Soul Rings. Titan Giant Python Soul Ring. Age, 110,000 years. Soul Skills. Deathbind, Titan Strike. Demon Spider Emperor Soul Ring. Age, 100,000 years. Soul Skills. Spider Emperor Venom, Binding Web. Hell Three-Headed Dog Soul Ring. Age, 180,000 years. Soul Skills. Multiple Attacks. Hellfire. Swamp Fly King Soul Ring. Age, 140,000 years. Soul Skills. Weakening Attack. Bloodsucking Rejuvenation. Swamp Lizard King Soul Ring. Age, 130,000 years. Soul Skills. Petrifying Gaze. Bodyguard Stone Skin. These were the soul skills visible to him through his broken illusion golden eyes. However, the actual effects would vary depending on who absorbed them. Yekaterina's soul rings had far greater ages than those of Wan Pujuan, and although most were auxiliary soul skills, they possessed formidable support capabilities that could enhance regular soul skill attacks, while simultaneously inflicting various debuffs on enemies. Well, it matters not, as I have no use for them. Lin Yu thought as he stored away the 5 soul rings and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. A night of silence passed, and the following morning, after escorting Chen Wenwen to school, Lin Yu took Lin Xiao Dao to the school as well. In the first class, Tang Yinran began by summarizing the group's performance in the Demon Forest the previous Friday, commending some individuals while also highlighting the foolish mistakes they had made that could prove fatal in the future. After class, Tang Yinran instructed everyone to meditate and cultivate independently. Lin Yu made his way to Tang Yinran's office, only to find her absent. He took the time to wash several days' worth of her clothes, hanging them on the balcony. By the time Tang Yinran returned to her office, Lin Yu had settled into a chair opposite her. By the way, all these years you've been alone. Haven't you ever thought about finding a man and starting a family? Isn't that an obvious question? Even though I've lost my arm, my perspective remains intact. I naturally look down on those incompetent soul masters, and the prodigies certainly wouldn't be interested in someone like me. If a prodigy were to take an interest in me, it would likely be out of a desire for my beauty, only to tire of me and cast me aside. Do you think I have any need to find a man and settle down? Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. You truly see things clearly. Tang Yinran responded with a knowing expression. That's a given. The hardest thing to fathom in the jungle law of the world is the human heart. Let me show you something. With that, Tang Yinran used her left hand to remove several screws from the prosthetic arm on her right side, exposing a component resembling a battery beneath a cover. What is this? A miniature nuclear bomb. It can kill a 9th-level soul sage at close range. This was gifted to me by my master when I left school, primarily for self-defense. After explaining, Tang Yinran reassembled the device. Lin Yu, somewhat helpless, remarked, "That hardly seems like self-defense. It's more akin to a mutual destruction device. By the way, how safe is it?" Tang Yinran replied with a smile, "Rest assured. It's very safe. It requires soul power and a special command to activate. Normally, it won't explode even under violent damage. How was your harvest yesterday?" "The soul rings I obtained were decent." Lin Yu produced a blue soul ring and placed it before Tang Yinran, explaining the types of soul rings and their accompanying soul skills. 10,000-year soul rings are indeed formidable. Which one do you think I should use? And what about your blue soul ring from last time? The blue soul ring is a mutated one with 3 ice-related soul skills, which doesn't particularly align with your attributes. Alright, this might be the only mutated soul ring in existence. 3 soul skills, I want those so badly. Toward the end, she began shaking Lin Yu eagerly. He sighed. "I want them as well. That's why I mentioned it would be better if you remained unaware. Knowing will only keep you from sleeping well." "True enough. One must learn to be content. I'll go ahead and use the 10,000-year Demon Spider Emperor soul ring." With his assistance, Tang Yinran absorbed the soul ring, and half an hour later, a blue soul ring rose from her body, marking her successful advancement to the 7th rank. Lin Yu, not stopping to admire Tang Yinran's 7th soul ring, immediately noticed his clothes were thoroughly soaked and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing his laundry and hanging it up on the balcony, he returned to sit across from Tang Yinran. "What level is your soul power now?" Tang Yinran smiled and replied, 80. "If you give me another soul ring, I can break through. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. You should first solidify your power. Your current soul power is primarily derived from that million-year soul bone and this 10,000-year soul ring, not from your own cultivation. Continuing to level up could lead you to walk the path of madness. I'm just saying, I'm not foolish. By the way, what do you need that green storage bag for?" Lin Yu promptly removed the bag from his waist and handed it to Tang Yinran. "This is what I exchanged yesterday for a 5,000-year top-tier lightning area attack soul ring with President Du of the Adventurers Association. It can store living beings." Tang Yinran accepted the life storage bag, examining it, and soon a pot of luminous grass and a box containing the ghost mushroom appeared on the table. "The luminous grass that others can't keep alive is certainly not a problem for you. What's in this box? Do not open it carelessly. It contains ghost mushrooms that are extremely sensitive to sunlight. They are a type of celestial herb that can enhance the qualifications of soul masters. Is it still unused? Do you plan to continue cultivating it?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes. Until it reaches 10,000 years, I want to show it off." Tang Yinran placed the box containing the ghost mushroom into the life storage bag and returned it to Lin Yu, keeping the pot of luminous grass for herself. Lin Yu moved the pot of luminous grass into his bedroom, and then took out 2 servings of steamed dumplings to share with Tang Yinran. The following days passed in tranquility. By Friday morning, as he and Lin Xiaotao settled into their classroom seats, Su Dawei approached them. "Brother, how about we venture outside the city for some training this weekend?" After considering the lack of recent plans, Lin Yu agreed. "Have you thought about where to go? Let us not suggest the evil cave. There are more people than monsters there on weekends. How about we venture to Crow Ridge?" Crow Ridge was once a place of unmarked graves, inhabited by spectral creatures, akin to the abandoned town we explored last time. However, the difficulty escalates dramatically, rendering the effort-to-reward ratio disproportionately unfavorable, making it a locale that few are willing to visit. Lin Yu shook his head. "The challenges at Crow Ridge are insurmountable, and there are no valuable items to be found." Su Dawei pondered and concurred. "Then where can we go? Our levels are too low to access many places." At that moment, the portly young Dabo chimed in. "What about Wild Boar Forest? Even if we don't find soul rings, we can still take home some blood-fawn wild boar to feast upon." Chapter 39. Arriving at Wild Boar Forest for training. Lin Yu found Yang's suggestion more plausible and replied, "In fact, the Adventurers Association does have individuals who consistently buy blood-fawn wild boars. A single boar weighing 200 pounds can fetch up to 100,000 coins. What do you think, Su Dawei?" Su Dawei nodded. "That sounds good. When shall we go?" "Tomorrow is Saturday. I'd like to sleep in. So let us meet at 10 in the morning at the Adventurers Association entrance." "Yang, are you joining us?" "Absolutely." Yang Dabo responded enthusiastically. "Alright. You and Su Dawei should register as adventurers at the association tomorrow morning. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the city." After finalizing their plans, their teacher arrived for class. Lin Yu had lunch with Tang Yinran, and with nothing else to do in the afternoon, he slipped back home. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chun Jing napping on his bed. Choosing not to disturb her, he took out 6 ghost mushrooms and began to channel the essence of growth into them. "Xiao Yu, how long have these ghost mushrooms been here?" "About 30,000 years. It will take several more months to reach 100,000. Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer, Aunt?" "It's past 3 o'clock. I've had enough rest. Shall you? If you've nurtured the ghost mushrooms into celestial herbs, wouldn't other herbs that reach 100,000 years also possess extraordinary powers? Qinjing sat up, adjusting her skirt and loosening her tousled hair before readying it. I hadn't considered that before. Coincidentally, I'm heading to Wild Boar Forest with a few classmates tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on this. After dinner, Lin Yu messaged Lin Xiaotao about their plans for Wild Boar Forest. Lin Xiaotao replied that Su Dawei had already informed her, asking Lin Yu to come pick her up tomorrow. They exchanged a few words before hanging up, each retiring for the night. On Saturday morning, as Lin Yu was attending to his personal hygiene, he also brewed a bit of porridge in the kitchen. Returning to his room to catch some more sleep, he found himself unable to doze off, so he got up, washed up, and headed back into the kitchen. Xiao Yu, what are you making? Aunt, I'm preparing some pastries. By 9 o'clock, Lin Yu and Qin Jing were having breakfast together. Qin Wenwen had yet to rise. She typically skipped breakfast at this hour, so they didn't wait for her. After breakfast, Lin Yu set off on his electric scooter, this time donning his school's short-sleeved uniform. Arriving at Lin Xiaotao's home, he found her on the balcony, and she too changed into the same attire before descending to join him, sitting behind him as they departed. Lin Yu, are we wearing our uniforms today? Yes. The four of us are going to Wild Boar Forest together. There's no need to be discreet. Half an hour later, the duo arrived at the Adventurers Association where Yang Dabo and Su Dawei were sitting on the steps, looking around. You're here, Yang Dabo exclaimed. Lin Yu parked his scooter and led them into the hall, spending 40,000 coins to buy 4 teleportation tickets to the south gate. After which they were instantly transported there. Yang Dabo smacked his lips. Just like that, 10,000 coins vanished. I was hoping to take the bus. No worries. Lin Yu chuckled. We'll deduct that from your earnings today. The four of them playfully bantered as they approached the security checkpoint, where the attendant scanned their tickets and cautioned them not to stray too far, as the outside world was perilous. They expressed their gratitude before stepping outside the city and heading towards Wild Boar Forest. The journey wasn't too far, categorized as a low-level beast area. Though it was similar in distance to Rabbit Mountain, traversing it proved somewhat strenuous. Lin Yu decided to bring out the off-road vehicle belonging to the Big Black Bear and invited them to hop in, with Lin Xiaotao taking the passenger seat and the others settling in the back. Yang Dabo curiously asked, Can you drive, bro? As long as you have hands. It's easy. Lin Yu started the vehicle and set off. The road was quite bumpy, and after half an hour, they reached their destination. Yang Dabo jumped out, stretching his limbs. Finally, I felt like all my bones were about to fall apart. Su Dawei chuckled. If we had walked, it would have taken us around 2 hours. And by then, we wouldn't have any energy left. Lin Yu put away the vehicle, took out the Staff of Life, and the four of them ventured into Wild Boar Forest, with Yang Dabo leading the way, wielding a long knife to clear the path. Bro. We've walked quite a distance, yet we haven't seen a single wild boar, and the underbrush seems to be getting thicker. If you think the underbrush is dense, do you really think the wild boars would come here? Lin Yu retorted. Fair point. After crossing a small hill, the undergrowth thinned considerably, and the ground became uneven, likely due to the wild boars rooting around. Lin Yu kept an eye out for any herbs to take back for cultivation. Before long, they encountered a solitary blood-fawn wild boar. Lin Yu refrained from intervening, allowing his companions to handle it, and they successfully subdued a small boar. After collecting the wild boar, they continued onward and soon spotted a large wild boar accompanied by 4 piglets, preparing to charge in. Observing that the mother boar was still nursing, Lin Yu quickly called out, Wait a moment. The others turned back, curious about his interruption. The meat of a nursing mother boar is not palatable. Let us find another. All right. An hour later, the four of them sat together for lunch, which consisted of 4 large meat buns each. Yang Dabo exclaimed while munching. These wild boars are too scarce. We've only managed to catch 2 since this morning. Do you think earning money is so easy? If it were, we wouldn't be living in the commoner district. Lin Yu responded. Just like that wild boar that collided with you. If it weren't for your muddy armor, you'd have been done for. Yang Dabo conceded the point. After their meal, they took a brief rest before continuing on. The afternoon seemed to be more fortuitous than the morning, as they soon encountered another solitary wild boar. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came across more wild boars, each older and larger than the last. When they encountered a larger group, Lin Yu would step in to assist. By 4 o'clock, their luck peaked as they stumbled upon a herd of over 20 blood-fawn wild boars. Yang Dabo exclaimed with glee, Haha, I thought we should head back. But look at this unexpected surprise. Bro, how old do you think the largest one is? Over 900 years. It could serve as your second soul ring. After stating this, Lin Yu brandished a large iron rod, instructing his companions to focus on the largest boar while he dealt with the others. In truth, the wild boars did not flee. Upon spotting them, they charged en masse. Yang Dabo, brandishing his shield, prepared to block. Chapter 40. Encountering robbers again. Yang Dabo was sent flying, shield and all. Lin Yu quickly positioned himself near Lin Xiaotao and Su Dawei, tossing them backward to safety. While a fall wouldn't be fatal, a collision with a wild boar might be. As Lin Xiaotao and Su Dawei scrambled to their feet, they witnessed Lin Yu striking down a small wild boar with a single swing. The battlefield was becoming increasingly devoid of wild boars. Go check on Dabao. The two of them hurriedly made their way to young Dabao, who had been struck by Lin Yu's final blow against a wild boar. To their surprise, they heard a metallic sound emanating from the boar's head. Could this be the legendary protagonist's aura of fortune, promising unexpected encounters? Lin Yu. Hearing Lin Xiaotao call out to him, Lin Yu reluctantly approached. The sight of the corpulent figure was rather pitiful. His hand gripping the shield was completely twisted. And though his back had crashed against a tree without breaking any ribs, his internal organs were likely bleeding, with a pool of blood forming on his chest. Brother, am I going to die? Enough. If I hadn't come today, you surely would. Lin Yu retorted, producing a healing staff and casting a healing spell on Yang Dabao. He then instructed Lin Xiaotao, class monitor, go absorb the soul ring from the largest wild boar. Gather the other boars. We must return. All right. Lin Xiaotao departed, while Lin Yu continued to cast healing spells on Yang Dabao. Su Wei, on his own, attempted to lift the hefty figure, but his hand remained distorted. Lin Yu took hold of Yang Dabao's right hand, recognizing that it needed to be reset before treatment could begin. Su Wei, support him from behind. It might hurt a bit. Brother, be gentle. Okay. Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, he swiftly reset Yang Dabao's arm. Pain, pain, pain. After ensuring there were no further issues, Lin Yu cast several more healing spells on his arm. Brother, it itches terribly, like countless ants are biting me. Sounds as if you've experienced an ant bite before. Dawei lift his shirt. Su Dawei complied, raising Yang Dabao's shirt for Lin Yu to inspect. Fortunately, the muddy armor had provided protection, and his ribs were intact. Nonetheless, Lin Yu cast 2 additional healing spells. At that moment, Lin Xiaotao returned. All done. Yang Dabao, check if you feel any discomfort. Yang Dabao moved his limbs. I feel completely well. How miraculous. Lin Yu glanced at the sky and nodded. Well then, it's getting late. Let us return. The 4 of them set off back. Their pace quickened. Lin Xiaotao produced a soul ring over 900 years old, which Lin Yu glanced at before handing it to Yang Dabao. Here, this is for you, to comfort your injured little heart. Yang Dabao eagerly accepted. Thanks, brother. What soul skills does this ring possess? How would I know? It could be charge, trample, or even roar. Regardless, any soul skill would suit you. But since you have the soul ring, I'll be deducting 1 wild boar from your share. Yang Dabao, brimming with excitement, replied. No need to share the wild boar with me. We don't need your 2 boars. After about half an hour, the group emerged from the wild boar forest. Just as Lin Yu was about to retrieve the vehicle, he noticed several individuals approaching. Hey, look, some students from First High? 5 individuals approached and surrounded them. Their levels were not particularly high, the strongest being only level 29, with the others in their 20s. It was evident that those with higher levels would not venture into the wild boar forest. Well, little friends, it seems you've had a fruitful day. Show us your spoils, and we'll give you a lesson on the laws of the jungle, so you can understand the concept of survival of the fittest. You will thank me later. Lin Yu had no desire to waste time with these fools. Get lost. You lack the qualifications to teach us. Haha. These little friends probably don't even know what the laws of the jungle are. This is outside the city. We can slaughter you all and still live freely. Oh, and there's a pretty girl among you. Though she's a bit underdeveloped, she can still be useful. Before the leader could finish, he suddenly clutched his throat and collapsed to his knees, leaving the others stunned. A flash of blades followed, and the remaining individuals all knelt before Lin Yu, who had merely struck each of them behind the knees. Spare us. We've made a mistake. Yes, please spare us. We have elderly and children at home. Lin Yu remained unmoved. Those who dared to rob him should be prepared for death. Thank you for today's lesson. We will remember you for the rest of our lives. Let your blood be the first for them. Class monitor, you go first. Lin Xiaotao hesitated at Lin Yu's request. Although she had witnessed him dispatch numerous foes outside the evil cave, she had closed her eyes then. Now, she was to take action herself. The laws of the jungle dictate that if you do not kill them, they will kill us. So you must learn to eliminate potential threats. Lin Xiaotao drew her spear, staring at the begging figure before her, struggling to strike. Bang! Su Wei delivered a punch to one assailant's head, instantly extinguishing his life. Yang Dabao picked up a knife and dispatched another, leaving only Lin Xiaotao. With resolve, she pierced the throat of the pleading individual with her spear. Lin Yu confirmed that all 5 were truly dead and searched their bodies. Finding only a storage bag, it was evident they were a bunch of impoverished wretches. He then retrieved the vehicle and signaled for his companions to get in. Su Wei continued to rummage through the corpses, surprisingly uncovering several thousand coins. Su Wei handed the money to Lin Yu. Brother here, it's over 50,000. Lin Yu shook his head. Keep it. You found it, so you should keep it. Let's head out. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the city gate and disembarked. Lin Yu stowed the vehicle, and they entered the city. The scanner, seeing the 4 of them, joyfully remarked, Great. I'm glad to see you 4 return safely. Lin Yu politely thanked. Thank you, uncle and aunt. We appreciate your concern. Once again, the 4 returned to the Adventurers Guild, where they booked a private room in the dining area and ordered a selection of dishes. Class monitor, how many blood-toothed wild boars do you have? Lin Xiaotao glanced at her collection. A total of 22 blood-toothed wild boars. I have 12. That makes 34. Fatty, I'll give you 8. Dawei, you get 9. Do you want cash or wild boars? If you want cash, I'll give you 100,000 for each. Sudawei immediately responded, brother, I want cash. Lin Yu handed him 900,000, which Sudawei swiftly stored in his bag. Lin Yu turned to Yang Debao. Yang Debao grinned. Brother, give me 3 boars, I want to try them. Lin Yu produced 3 boars and 500,000 in cash, which Yang Debao eagerly accepted. Moments later, the dishes were served, and the 4 began to eat. Lin Yu sampled a bite and found it quite delicious, primarily composed of beast meat. Albeit the meal was quite expensive, costing nearly 100,000 for the 4 of them. Chapter 41. Meeting Taozi's mother after dinner. The 4 bid farewell at the Adventurers Guild entrance. Lin Yu drove Lin Xiaotao home, with her arms wrapped around his waist, her body leaning against his back. Lin Yu, why didn't they inquire about the storage bag? They're not fools. That storage bag has nothing to do with them. True, had you not been there today, the outcome might have been different. Lin Yu parked the vehicle beneath Lin Xiaotao's building, and, not in a hurry to leave, they sat in the small garden's flower bed. Taozi, were you unable to act today? Lin Xiaotao understood the question and pondered for a moment before responding, I don't know. I just can't comprehend why they chose to bully us despite their low levels. This is the darkness of human nature. They see us clad in the uniform of a secondary school, aware that we have only recently awakened. Under normal circumstances, they could easily manipulate us. They may indeed have families to support, but the moment they attempt to rob us, the matter can never be resolved amicably. Do you think they would only take our gains for today? Do they not covet our storage bags? Have they not considered that we might report them upon returning to the city? Lin Xiaotao pondered this and conceded, all right, you are correct. I was merely wondering why. Once we step into the wild, humans cannot coexist harmoniously. Coexistence requires strength to speak for itself. Outside the city, the law of the jungle prevails. When you become powerful, you will find that no villains surround you, and everyone treats you with exceptional kindness. Andy, am I right? Lin Yu's last statement was directed at a beautiful mature woman nearby, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiaotao and had approached them casually. The woman smiled and replied, Hee, this young man speaks the truth. Xiaotao, why haven't you brought your classmates home for a visit? Lin Xiaotao turned to see her playful mother and felt a wave of exasperation. Just as she was about to speak, her mother chimed in again. You must be Lin Xiaotao's classmate. Please, come in and sit for a while. Xiaotao often mentions you. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Xiaotao's mother and, to be honest, found her quite appealing. He smiled and said, then I shall not disturb you, auntie. Lin Xiaotao's mother responded cheerfully, please, make yourself at home. Lin Yu followed Lin Xiaotao and her mother to their residence, which was on the 2nd floor. The environment was similar to his own, a tidy 2-room apartment. Lin Xiaotao excused herself to change clothes, while her mother prepared a cup of tea for Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood up and graciously accepted the teacup, saying, thank you. Auntie, may I ask your surname? Hee, you are too polite, young Lin. My surname is Yi, like the leaf of a tree. I am Yi Sujing. Lin Yu noticed that Xiaotao's mother had a cheerful disposition, and women who smile are often beautiful. Hello, Aunt Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you. I do not have much to offer you, but I have brought some fruits and vegetables. I hope you do not mind. Upon saying this, Lin Yu produced several boxes of fruits and vegetables. Yi Sujing beamed and accepted the offerings, exclaiming, young Lin, you are being too kind. I love these. At that moment, Lin Xiaotao emerged in a set of homeware, pulling Lin Yu into her room and shutting the door behind them, inadvertently leaving Yi Sujing outside. Xiaotao, isn't this a bit impolite? Lin Yu remarked. There's nothing wrong. I brought you today's blood-fawn wild boar. Lin Xiaotao then released all 22 wild boars. And Lin Yu, without hesitation, collected them all. Subsequently, Lin Xiaotao produced a soul bone and casually inquired, did you send me to absorb the soul ring from that blood-fawn wild boar because you knew it had a soul bone? Lin Yu took the blood-fawn wild boar's head soul bone and, using his golden eye of disillusionment, examined it. The blood-fawn wild boar head soul bone had a lifespan of 970 years, with the soul skill, roar. Yes. I heard a metallic clink when I struck its head, which is why I had you absorb the soul ring. However, the soul ring would mean little to them. If it were a soul bone, jealousy would inevitably arise. I will keep this soul bone for now and prepare something better for you later. Lin Xiaotao nodded, okay. I trust your judgment. Lin Xiaotao held an unwavering belief in Lin Yu, especially given the extraordinary strength he had displayed. Lin Yu rummaged through his storage bag and produced some food, including both fruits and cooked delicacies, saying, you should keep these for now. I will have someone process the blood-fawn wild boars and bring you more later. Lin Xiaotao nodded, that works. I haven't finished what you gave me last time. Lin Yu then retrieved a pot of luminous grass from his life storage bag and placed it on Lin Xiaotao's writing desk. Is this the luminous grass you dug up from the inferior demon cave? Have you managed to keep it alive? Lin Yu nodded yes. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back. As Lin Yu opened Lin Xiaotao's room door, he unexpectedly found someone collapsing into his arms. A moment of awkwardness ensued. Lin Xiaotao, now visibly annoyed, exclaimed, Mom, what are you doing? Yi Sujing quickly stood up and stepped away from Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu interjected, Xiaotao? I accidentally kicked Annie's foot. Yi Sujing laughed. It's all right. No harm done. This pot of luminous grass is my apology to Annie. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Annie Xiaotao, Lin Yu said, placing the pot down before making a swift exit downstairs. Upon seeing her daughter's fiery glare, Yi Sujing rushed back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Yi Sujing, how shameless can you be, eavesdropping on your daughter? Lin Xiaotao fumed. Even using her mother's full name, Yi Sujing quickly burrowed under her blankets, wrapping herself up to block out the world. Back home, Chen Jing and Chun Wenwen had already finished washing up. Chen Jing was meditating on her bed, having been informed by Lin Yu earlier that he would not return for dinner. Hearing Lin Yu's arrival, Chen Jing paused her meditation. Xiao Yu, I placed your pajamas on the bathroom stool. Oh, thank you, Auntie. Lin Yu washed up and emerged from the bathroom, where Chen Jing remained in his room. Given that tomorrow was a holiday, they typically stayed up later on Friday and Saturday nights. Xiao Yu, how was your harvest today? I didn't find what I was looking for, but I did acquire some bloodfawn wild boars. We can process them tomorrow. That sounds good. You should rest early. Chapter 42, Going to the Beach with Chen Jing. After Chen Jing left, she closed the door behind her. Lin Yu examined his storage bag, finding over 20 bloodfawn wild boars and several million federal coins. Today, as 5 individuals were indeed impoverished, lacking strength, yet still attempting to bully people like us. Lin Yu transferred the 40-plus wild boars to an empty storage bag, secured the federal coins, and added the forest deer torso bone, the claw mountain cat right arm bone, and the bloodfawn wild boar skull, all totaling 100,000 years. The forest deer king torso bone had a lifespan of 100,000 years, with the soul skills, life song, and life barrier. The claw cat king right arm bone had a lifespan of 100,000 years, with the soul skills, deadly claw strike, and void step. The bloodfawn wild boar king skull had a lifespan of 100,000 years, with the soul skills, King's Roar, and War Stampede. All these soul bones possessed remarkable effects, and for now, Chen Jing and Tang Yiran did not need to absorb any soul bones or exchange them for soul rings. They could be kept for later use. Subsequently, Lin Yu released the growth of all things spirit onto the ghost mushroom for a while before collapsing onto his bed to sleep. Nothing transpired during the night. The next morning, at 8:30, Lin Yu could no longer linger in bed. He rose and headed to the bathroom to wash up. At that moment, Chen Jing yawned as she approached, and Lin Yu took his mouthwash cup to the kitchen. Auntie, let us skip cooking this morning. Let us just have some buns. That works. After washing up, Lin Yu ate 2 buns and drank a cup of hot water before changing into a black leather outfit. Xiao Yu, are you heading out? Yes. I plan to visit the Adventurers Association to take on a commission. Auntie, if you're free, would you like to join me? Chen Jing nodded. But I don't have suitable clothing. Lin Yu retrieved a set of black leather attire from the spatial realm, which Chen Jing accepted and tried on. Finding it quite fitting, with a smile, she inquired, Little Yu, who is this garment intended for? Lin Yu chuckled softly. Auntie, this was specifically purchased to match your physique. You'll know if it suits you once you wear it. Though the outfit appeared thick, it was surprisingly not overly warm when worn. Otherwise, adventurers would surely struggle in the sweltering heat. After changing into the ensemble, Chen Jing's figure and beauty utterly eclipsed that of Lin Xiaodao. It wasn't he that Lin Xiaodao lacked charm. Rather, personal aesthetic preferences varied significantly. Little Yu, do I look all right in this attire? She asked. Simply stunning. Auntie, let us be on our way. Lin Yu responded, grabbing the electric scooter and heading downstairs. By the time he readied the vehicle, Chen Jing followed him down, carrying a bag of trash, which she disposed of before sitting behind Lin Yu. After half an hour, they arrived at the Adventurers' Hall, and Chen Jing looked around, feeling as if it had been years since her last visit. Auntie, how long has it been since you last came here? I'd say it's been around 14 or 15 years. They then glanced at the commission board, where indeed there were requests for medicinal herbs, albeit mostly demanding higher grade specimens. Lin Yu approached the association's office to submit a commission, repeating his request, but the clerk seemed displeased. Sir, are you jesting? For herbs without a specified age, you might want to check the flower market. You may find what you seek there. Feeling bewildered, Lin Yu was swiftly pulled aside by Chen Jing, who whispered, Little Yu, I believe he has a point. Why don't we first check out the flower market? Lin Yu concurred, but was not in a hurry. Since they had ventured out today, why not explore the city? He turned to Chen Jing. All right. We can visit the flower market later. Since we're at the Adventurers' Hall, shall we venture out of the city for some fun? Without hesitation, Chen Jing replied. That sounds splendid. I haven't yet tried the new soul skill you prepared for me. Once Lin Yu confirmed that Chen Jing had her Adventurers' badge, he purchased 2 teleportation tickets, and they scanned out through the east gate. This time, Lin Yu brought out a motorcycle, and together they set off towards the seaside. After half an hour, they arrived, noticing the water had receded somewhat since Lin Yu's last visit. He parked the motorcycle. How shall we proceed, Little Yu? Chen Jing asked. Let us head south. I've already been to the north. Auntie, why not test your flying abilities? Chen Jing's 4 soul rings lit up. Yellow, black, and blue, as 2 pairs of energy-formed bee wings materialized behind her. With swift flaps, she soared into the air. Lin Yu dashed beneath her, while Chen Jing flew at a low altitude. Soon, She spotted a large crab, conjured a golden needle resembling a chopstick, and threw it, striking the crab directly, ending its life. Lin Yu appeared at the crab's location, picked it up, and continued onward. Before long, they encountered several more crabs, all easily dispatched by Chen Jing. Reaching a rocky area, Lin Yu noticed a large cluster of oysters. He produced a shovel and began to dig them out. Seeing Lin Yu harvesting oysters, Chen Jing descended to join him. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Lin Yu asked with a smile, "Auntie, how do you find your new soul skill?" "Quite good. However, I cannot use it for extended periods. It consumes a considerable amount of soul power." Just then, a pink tentacle emerged from beneath the rocks, wrapping around Chen Jing's leg, attempting to drag her down. The sudden turn of events startled her. Little Yu, Lin Yu, witnessing this, immediately dropped his shovel and grasped the tentacle, pulling upwards, while Chen Jing reacted quickly, slicing at the tendril, ensnaring her foot, and launching golden needles towards it. A fierce struggle ensued, with ink spewing from the water. Lin Yu summoned a massive shield to block the onslaught, having anticipated the creature's ink attack. A few minutes later, he managed to pull up the creature, a colossal octopus, estimated to weigh around 700 or 800 pounds. Already riddled with wounds from Chen Jing's strikes, Lin Yu paid no heed to the octopus but focused on Chen Jing's foot. She sat on the rocks as Lin Yu inspected her leg. The area where the octopus's tentacle had gripped had indeed fractured. The perils of such marine behemoths were evidently greater than those found in the forest. After casting several healing spells, Chen Jing stood and flexed her foot. "It's completely healed now. This giant octopus must be over 20,000 years old. Shall we take its soul ring? A 20,000-year-old subpar soul ring is of no use. Let us just take it back for consumption." Lin Yu stored the octopus and resumed digging for oysters, while Chen Jing wandered nearby. "Little Yu, I found this. Can we eat it?" Lin Yu looked up to see Chen Jing, holding a sea snail the size of a coconut. "Auntie, it's still alive, I assent it? If it's alive, we can eat it." Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter with Classmate Lu Ning. Chen Jing felt as though she had discovered a new world, collecting various shells along the beach and stacking them together. By the time Lin Yu finished with the oysters, the pile of shells Chen Jing had gathered weighed several tons. The shells were so large that some, like the cat's eye snail, were as big as a bowl, while the coconut snail was as large as a basin. Lin Yu stored the shells and called out to Chen Jing, "Annie, it's midday, we should head back." "All right." Upon hearing his call, Chen Jing promptly flew over, and the two returned along the path they had come. Lin Yu took out the motorcycle and set off. Leaning against Lin Yu's shoulder, Chen Jing remarked, "To be honest, I was hesitant to venture too far. There are probably many more of those shellfish in other areas. We have gathered enough for us to eat well for several years. We can collect the rest another time." Agreed. Once back in the city, they teleported to the Adventurers Association and rode the electric scooter home. Upon arrival, Chen Wenwen was still enjoying buns. Seeing them return, she immediately set her buns down. "Mom, where did you and brother go?" Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Auntie and I went to the seaside. I've prepared something delicious for you to try." After changing out of the leather attire, Lin Yu entered the kitchen, retrieving some flower snails. Due to their size, they had died once stored in the spatial realm and could not expel sand. He used the method for cooking river snails to blanch them and extract the meat, creating a pot of fragrant spicy snail meat. The three sat down to eat. "Little Yu, are all those snail meats prepared this way?" "Yes. They're too large. We can only extract the meat for processing." The flavor of the flower snail meat was indeed delightful, and by noon, the three had consumed most of the pot. After lunch, Lin Yu handed Chen Jing the storage bag containing blood-toothed wild boar and seafood before heading out once more. This time, he took the bus to the flower market. Unfortunately, the electric scooter had run out of battery. The flower market was located in an affluent area, as it was rare for the less fortunate to spend money on such items these days. Although it was called a flower market, there were hardly any shops selling flowers or plants. Upon entering one store, Lin Yu activated his perception eye and scanned the surroundings, but found no valuable herbs. He then turned to the shop owner. "Sir, are all your flowers and plants here? What can I assist you with, dear customer?" "All my flowers and plants are right here. I'm looking to buy some herb seedlings to cultivate at home." The owner waved his hand dismissively. "No, I don't have that sort of thing. Try next door." Lin Yu had no choice but to leave the shop and venture to the next one, only to come away empty-handed again. He went to a third and then a fourth shop, meeting the same fate. Just as he was about to depart, he heard someone calling for him. "Classmate Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Lin Yu turned around and discovered it was a classmate from his class. The girl with the voluptuous figure who had cried during their first practical lesson after accidentally injuring another student's arm. Her name seemed to be Lu Ning. Although Lu Ning was not as outstanding as Lin Mashua, nor as approachable as Lin Xiaodao, she was a remarkably well-behaved girl. Her presence often overshadowed by her large glasses and braces, which concealed her beauty entirely. Lin Yu chuckled. "Ah, it's you, Lu Ning." Seeing Lin Yu brought a smile to Lu Ning's face. After all, encountering a fellow classmate outside of class was indeed a delightful surprise. Lu Ning cheerfully inquired, "What brings you to the flower market, Lin Yu?" With a hint of exasperation, Lin Yu replied, "I was hoping to buy some medicinal herb seedlings." but I haven't been able to find any. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning burst into laughter and waved him over. Follow me, Lin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu decided to follow her. They arrived at the entrance of a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Lin Yu was taken aback with the advent of healing soul techniques. How could a traditional medicine shop still thrive? What could possibly be beyond the reach of a healing spell? As he entered the shop behind Lu Ning, he noticed an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a white lab coat, taking pulses, while another middle-aged man was administering cupping therapy. Goodness! They've even revived the old ways. Lin Yu, Lu Ning called out, prompting him to follow her to the back courtyard of the pharmacy, which was lush and vibrant with flowers. Using his broken mirage golden eyes, he observed that the area was filled with medicinal herbs, several of which could be classified as celestial grade. For instance, the fire attribute phoenix heart flower, the ice attribute snow lily, the wood attribute jade kirin, the non-attribute golden ginseng, and dream dew flower. Although none were particularly old, there were several specimens of each, totaling over 30. Lu Ning, I want the phoenix heart flower, snow lily, jade kirin, golden ginseng, and dream dew flower. I'll take them all. Ah, Lin Yu, if you only wanted one or two, I could make that happen. But taking them all is impossible. My grandfather treasures them too much. You can set a price. I'm willing to pay anything. Just then, the elderly man in the white coat entered, declaring, Young man, having money doesn't mean you can do as you please. My herbs are not for sale at any price. Lu Ning turned and linked her arm through her grandfather's, saying, Grandpa, Lin Yu is my classmate. It's just a few flowers. You can gift them to him. Seeing the old man before him, Lin Yu smiled and said, Sir, I'm a classmate of Lu Ning's, so I'll respectfully call you Grandpa Lu. I genuinely wish to have these. The old man, unable to resist his granddaughter's persuasion, replied, Young man, since you are my granddaughter's classmate, you may choose too. Lin Yu shook his head. Grandpa Lu, I prefer not to owe anyone favors, as debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. I'd rather engage in a transaction. This way, everything is settled. Although you may not lack money, it doesn't imply you lack other resources. How can you be certain that I don't possess something you need? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the old man chuckled heartily. What we truly need is you. If you become my granddaughter's husband, everything here will be yours. The old man's jest caused Lu Ning to blush furiously, and she vigorously shook her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, what are you saying? That's ridiculous. Knowing the elder was merely joking, Lin Yu smiled and said, Grandpa Lu, may I have a word in private? Of course. Please, come inside. Shouting, pour some tea for your classmate. Lin Yu followed Grandpa Lu into a reception room in the courtyard, where Lu Ning poured them cups of tea. Lin Yu produced 2 items from his possession, 2 wooden boxes, one large and one small, and smiled. Grandpa Lu, I know your herbs are exceedingly rare, but that does not mean I cannot afford them. You may choose one of these 2 items to offset the cost of those 30+ herbs in the courtyard. Curious. Lu Ning opened the larger box and discovered a gleaming soul bone inside. Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what is this? I recall your martial spirit is of the feline variety, correct? My martial spirit is the phantom black cat, inherited from my mother. Why do you ask? Lin Yu chuckled. This is the right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old Claw King. It should be perfectly suited for you. If you absorb this soul bone, you should be able to reach the 2nd rank immediately. Lin Yu's grand gesture astonished Lu Ning and her grandfather. Soul bones from hundreds of years were already exceedingly rare, and here he was offering one from 100,000 years. Grandpa Lu laughed. So you're Lin Yu. I think you should consider my granddaughter, Ning Ning. You both seem quite compatible. In response to the elder's matchmaking, Lin Yu merely smiled. Grandpa Lu, you jest. Would you prefer this soul bone? Or shall we consider the other box? Lu Ning picked up the 2nd box and opened it. Grandpa Lu glanced at it, immediately snatching it from Lu Ning's hands. Closing the lid, and after steadying himself, he inquired, Young Lin, how old is this phantom mushroom? Approximately 35,000 years. Grandpa Lu nodded in satisfaction. Then we shall take this phantom mushroom. You may take the herbs from the courtyard. Lin Yu clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you very much, Grandpa Lu. He stored the soul bone away and proceeded to the courtyard, transferring all 30+ herbs into his life storage bag. He waved at Lu Ning. All right, Lu Ning. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Farewell. After Lin Yu departed the traditional medicine shop, Lu Ning looked at her grandfather with confusion. Grandpa, why did you choose the mushroom over the 100,000-year soul bone? Your grandpa is not foolish. While a soul bone can enhance your strength, it has its limits. However, this phantom mushroom can easily elevate you to the 9th rank of soul sage and even allow you to surpass it. It can transform your cultivation aptitude. Your innate talent may not be high, but it will enable you to outshine those with full innate soul power. Lu Ning nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin Yu possesses full innate soul power. Meanwhile, Lin Yu arrived at the carpenter's shop where he had previously ordered wooden boxes, commissioning 2 rows of cabinets resembling bookshelves. 30 centimeters wide, just under 3 meters tall, and 3 meters long for one set, with each set measuring 2.7 meters. After completing these arrangements, he returned home, where Qinjing was still processing the blood-toothed wild boar. Lin Yu assisted by cleaning the pig intestines, taking over 40 sets of them to the downstairs sewer for processing, and then returned upstairs to wash them. Brother, I just don't understand what's so delicious about these things that you wash them so many times. Can't you just throw them away? You're not that frugal. Wen, you just don't understand. The most exquisite part of the pig is the intestines. Whether it's the 9-turn intestine or stewed, it's a delicacy. Lin Yu blanched the intestines to a semi-cooked state and set them aside, keeping a few to combine with pig heart, lungs, head meat, and other pork to prepare a large pot of braised delicacies for dinner. The flavor was decent, as long as one didn't dwell on its previous contents. Wen, let us refrain from discussing that during dinner. After the meal, the three of them took a stroll, relieved that they no longer needed to forage for food in recent months. The next day, after dropping off Chen Wenwen at school, Lin Yu waited by the roadside until he spotted Lin Xiaodao, handing her a storage bag containing 10 processed white-striped pigs and some oysters. What are those shell-like things? Lin Xiaodao asked. Those are oysters. Once you get home, soak them in water and clean them. They can be boiled directly. You can dip them in a bit of soy sauce or vinegar, or just remove the shell and take out the meat. They're versatile. Oh. As the two entered the school classroom, Lin Yu had just settled into his seat when Lu Ning approached him, freed from the constraints of braces and glasses. Her beauty undeniably reigned supreme in the school. I had always assumed that her glasses and braces were the hindrances to her charm. How shallow I was. Lu Ning chuckled. Hee. My grandfather's advice from yesterday afternoon has proven quite effective. Lin Yu shook his head. Let us discuss this later. Show me your martial spirit. Stepping before him, Lu Ning extended her right hand, revealing a black cat with 2 tails manifesting in her palm. Is this a 2-tailed cat? Lu Ning displayed an adorable expression. Hee indeed. Thank you for yesterday. So, have you reached the 2nd tier? Your soul power must have increased, but you still need a soul ring. No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. Lin Yu smiled. All right. Congratulations. You can now attend the Martial Spirit City's Holy Academy. Just as Lu Ning was about to say more, Tang Yinran entered the room and promptly returned to her seat. She cast a glance at Lu Ning before commencing the lesson. After class, Lin Yu followed Tang Yinran back to her office. Curiously, she inquired, what is up with Lu Ning? It's like this. Lin Yu recounted the events of the previous afternoon in their entirety. Tang Yinran laughed. You are quite generous, daring to bring out 100,000-year soul bone. They must have investigated your family lineage thoroughly. Lin Yu shook his head. It's not a big deal. Lu Ning's grandfather isn't a fool. If I can present a soul bone and a mortal herb, it signifies a status he cannot afford to offend. Any leak of information would be his concern. He wouldn't gamble with his family's lives. Having strength does allow for such audacity. Yet, Lu Ning's grandfather indeed possesses good judgment, opting to forego the 100,000-year soul bone in favor of an immortal herb to enhance Lu Ning's physique. Her future has already surpassed Lin Mashua. After chatting for a while, Tang Yinran left for a meeting, while Lin Yu took the clothes she had changed out of over the past 3 days to wash. It was close to noon when Tang Yinran returned to her office. I hope it's not more deliberation on Friday's training, she said, stretching lazily on her chair. Yes, we're still discussing where to train. Has a location been decided? Most places outside the city suitable for your training have already been visited by students from other schools. The leaders proposed 2 locations, Crow Ridge in the west and Rainflower Mine in the south. Upon hearing these names, Lin Yu shook his head. Both locations are utterly meaningless. The difficulty of Crow Ridge is excessively high, with the death toxin of carrion spiders and the biological virus of ghoul-like creatures presenting an insurmountable challenge for the current students. Moreover, the environment of Rainflower Mine is entirely unsuitable for the Academy's larger group. Tang Yinran nodded in agreement. I concur. Training in such high-risk areas is pointless. It would be wiser for students to cultivate independently within the Academy. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, where did last year's students train? Last year? They only trained twice. Never mind that. I'm hungry. What is for lunch today? After enjoying lunch, Lin Yu took a short nap on the sofa. He did not return home in the afternoon, but instead went to the training grounds, where the chubby boy approached him again. Bro, what is your relationship with Lu Ning? I never expected that after she removed her glasses and braces, she would be even more beautiful than Lin Mashua. There's no relationship. I merely bumped into her on the street yesterday. Chubby, which school do you plan to attend in the second half of the year? Where else? My family has everything arranged. I'll be going to the local Jinling Academy. An uncle of mine works as a teacher there. Well, that's not bad. You won't have to travel far, and you'll have family to look after you. Chapter 45. Out of the city to cultivate fruits. The following days passed peacefully, and by Friday, the school had yet to finalize the training location, leaving no arrangements in place. Lin Yu, however, had ordered a cabinet to take home, which he installed into his life storage bag. The 5'7" cabinet fits snugly against the wall, perfectly accommodating both sides, allowing him to transfer his plants there, thus organizing the space considerably. After dinner, the 3 of them took a stroll together. Xiaoyu, weren't we supposed to go out for training every half month? Why aren't we going this week? The school hasn't found a suitable location yet. Some places have already been visited by others. Oh, after their stroll, they returned home. With the next day off, there was no hurry to sleep. After Qinjing finished her shower, she lay on Lin Yu's bed enjoying the fan breeze. Xiaoyu, where are you planning to go in the second half of the year? To Martial Spirit City? Martial Spirit City is too far. Let us go to the capital instead. We can buy a house with a yard, which will provide us with some private space. And we can plant some vegetables there. Oh, Xiaoyu, ever since your martial spirit awakened, our lives have improved so much. Sometimes I wonder if I am a burden to you and Wenwen. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed with a small stool, taking her right hand in his. There is no such thing as burden. As I've said, no matter where I end up in the future, you will always be by my side. MHM. After talking for a while, Qinjing returned to her room to sleep, while Lin Yu released a wave of life energy towards his plants before taking out a golden pearl to begin his cultivation. A night passed in silence, and the next day he awoke naturally. Picking up his phone, he saw a message from Lin Xiaodao inviting him to hang out. After contemplating, he replied he would go to her house in the afternoon. After getting up and attending to his personal hygiene, Lin Yu noticed that his aunt had not yet risen. He went to the kitchen, took out a piece of lean meat, 2 pig kidneys, and some pig liver to make a pot of meat soup. Once Qinjing was up and ready, they sat down to enjoy their meal. Xiaoyu, do you have any plans for today? I have plans to meet some classmates in the afternoon. I don't have anything to do this morning. Aunt, why don't we go out of the city to plant some fruits? That sounds good. This season, watermelons and such fruits are coming into season. After breakfast, they changed into a fresh set of clothes and set off, dressed casually as they were not going out to fight. They arrived at the market near the affluent district, which boasted a wider variety of fruits and vegetables than the market near their home. They purchased watermelons, cantaloupes, honeydews, pineapples, and nectarines, as well as lychees and mangosteens that they had not seen before. This time, they chose to head to the west gate, avoiding the Adventurers Association. The scanner at the gate, noticing Qinjing's dress, couldn't he help but ask, "You're really going out of the city dressed like that?" "No worries. We're just browsing around the city gate." After exiting the city, Lin Yu took out his motorcycle, carrying Qinjing to a small wooded area where they began planting various fruits. "Hey, Xiaoyu, look. There are so many bees coming over." Indeed, a multitude of bees had arrived, busily collecting pollen from the flowers of the fruits. "Well, this is great. It saves us the trouble of manually pollinating." The efficacy of bee pollination far exceeded that of wind pollination, resulting in much rounder fruits, with each watermelon and honeydew weighing between 20 to 30 pounds. "Xiaoyu, it's almost 1 o'clock. We should head back." "All right." Lin Yu plucked the last few pineapples before heading back with Qinjing. Today had been quite peaceful. After dropping her off at home, he rode his bike to Lin Xiaodao's house, knocking on the door. It swung open, revealing a smiling face, none other than Lin Xiaodao's mother, Yi Sujing. "Lin Yu, come in." Lin Yu presented some freshly harvested fruits. "Here, Aunt Yi. I brought you some fresh fruits today." "Where's Tao?" Yi Sujing leaned in close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered softly, then put away the fruit and took some to wash. Lin Yu gently pushed open Lin Xiaodao's bedroom door, only to find her lying on her bed. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Lin Xiaodao immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Lin Yu, you're here." Lin Yu took out the Staff of Life and cast a healing spell on Lin Xiaodao. "Taozi, do you feel better?" Lin Xiaodao touched her abdomen and replied, "Yes. I'm all better now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Your healing magic is truly remarkable." She then got up to visit the bathroom and emerged looking as she usually did, which left Lin Yu feeling astonished. In this extraordinary world, it was puzzling that a young girl could still experience such mundane biological issues. At that moment, Taozi's mother entered with 2 plates of sliced fruit. Lin Xiaodao gazed at the unfamiliar fruits and knew they must have been brought by Lin Yu. In the afternoon, Lin Yu did not venture out. Instead, they spent time chatting together. By 4 o'clock, Lin Yu took out some shellfish and, along with Yi Sujin, began to clean them. He then retrieved a large stainless steel pot and prepared a seafood stew, lamenting the absence of large shrimp. "Shaolin, I didn't expect you could cook." "Oh, it's just a haphazard effort. It probably won't taste very good, so please bear with me. You're too modest. This is far superior to what we could make ourselves. To be honest, it's my and Taozi's first time eating seafood." After dinner, Lin Yu spent a little time at Lin Xiaodao's home before leaving. Upon returning home, he found his aunt lying on his bed again. After charging his electric bicycle, he took a shower. When he returned to his room, Qinjing sat up from the bed. "Xiaoyu, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Lin Yu shook his head. "Nothing in particular. How about we go out for a stroll?" "That sounds good. Let us buy you a seasonal outfit tomorrow. You can't keep wearing your school uniform every day." "All right. We're not short on money now. It's time to prepare a few more outfits." After spending some time together, Qinjing returned to her room. After completing his daily tasks, Lin Yu promptly fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident, and the following day, they rose late due to the sun being high in the sky. After washing up, Qinjing also got out of bed, and they had a simple breakfast together. Lin Yu casually inquired, "Is Wenwen still asleep? She doesn't want to get up?" Lin Yu knew his cousin preferred to sleep in until noon on weekends, so he left her be and, after breakfast, set out with Qinjing. Today, they opted for the bus instead of riding the electric bicycle, as their destination was quite far and the bicycle might not have enough charge. Plus its speed was rather slow. The roads were mostly devoid of private vehicles, with public transport being the norm, resulting in no traffic congestion. After half an hour, they disembarked in the affluent district South Clothing Street. Now that they had some financial freedom, they decided it was time to invest in some quality cotton clothing. Chapter 46. Lu Ning invites to dinner. The pair first visited a men's clothing store, where Chen Jing picked out various garments to hold against Lin Yu. "Aunt, I think this linen t-shirt looks quite nice." "Indeed, I think so too." Chen Jing selected 2 t-shirts and 2 pairs of casual pants for Lin Yu, along with 2 pairs of sports shoes. Compared to the prices in the affluent district, the Adventurers Association's 10,000-piece gluttonous beast leather outfit seemed like a bargain. They then moved to the women's clothing store, where Lin Yu instructed the staff to assemble 2 suitable outfits for Chen Jing. When Chen Jing emerged in one of the outfits, she asked, "Xiao Yu, does this look good?" "Perfect. You're beautiful. Everything looks good on you." Chen Jing beamed at his compliment. Lin Yu then asked the sales associate to select 2 pairs of ankle boots for her, which were considerably more expensive than his selections. After finishing the women's clothing shopping, Lin Yu took Chen Jing's hand and led her into a lingerie store, requesting the staff to choose several suitable sets for Chen Jing. The associate immediately picked out lace and sheer designs. Chen Jing pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Yu, is this really appropriate for me?" "There's no such thing as appropriateness. Clothes are designed for people to wear, as long as they're comfortable." "You're right," she conceded, and entered the fitting room to try them on. A short while later, she stepped out. Lin Yu casually asked, "Is anything uncomfortable or too tight?" Chen Jing shook her head. "No, it feels pretty good." "Great. Miss, please give us 10 sets in this style and size with different patterns. And if you have men's boxer briefs, please bring me 10 pairs." "Certainly, sir, please hold on." Soon, the 2 left the lingerie store and noticed a shop selling sleepwear and loungewear. Lin Yu picked 2 sets of cotton pajamas and loungewear, along with 2 sets of silk pajamas and 2 sets of silk loungewear for Chen Jing. "Aunt, let us buy one 2 sets as well. Otherwise, she'll feel left out when we return." "All right then, let's get her 2 sets of pajamas. The rest of the clothes she should try on herself." They decided not to return home for lunch, instead opting to savor a meal in the affluent district. They enjoyed steak and pasta, which, although seemingly ordinary, was a luxury reserved for the wealthy in Blue Star. "Xiao Yu, I never imagined a few outfits could cost over 200,000. I never thought so either. Just 2 months ago, I was selling vegetables at the gate of the affluent residential area, earning my first significant sum of 100,000. Once I gained some strength, I realized making money isn't that hard." Chen Jing shook her head. "When we were in the adventurer team, earning money was quite challenging. Each time we ventured out of the city, we fought fiercely, yet the earnings were meager, only around 10 to 20,000 each time. We had to cover daily expenses and save for soul rings. Back then, storage bags were luxuries. We had to carry the corpses of several blood-toothed wild boars into the city ourselves." Lin Yu chuckled. "Yes. Such days will not return." Since the first day Lin Yu inquired about his previous life as parents, he never brought it up again, nor did Chen Jing. They both chose to automatically avoid that topic. When lunch was served, the 2 tasted it and found it quite delectable. The steak had a faint hint of soul power, likely from a bovine beast. Lin Yu requested the kitchen to prepare an additional portion for them to take home. After lunch, they returned home to find a sulking Chen Wenwen. "You 2 went out to have fun without me?" "Wenwen, your mother called you this morning. You didn't get up." Lin Yu said with a smile. "All right, Wenwen, we brought you lunch. Come eat. We also bought you clothes and shoes, and you can try them on after eating." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenwen's mood brightened considerably, and she began to eat the steak and pasta. After lunch, Chen Jing handed Chen Wenwen her new clothes and shoes, which fit her quite well. The 3 of them stayed in during the afternoon, taking a stroll in the evening. After their baths at night, Chen Jing changed into a pink silk pajama set and lay on Lin Yu's bed. "Aunt, we should have bought a few sets of bedding today. I forgot to think of it during the day." Chen Jing smiled. "We can go again next week." "That is fine. It's wise to prepare more, so when we reach the capital, we can use them directly instead of having to buy them last minute." On Monday morning, after washing Chen Yinran's clothes, Lin Yu sat opposite her. "I want to promote Taozi to the 2nd tier. I have a wild boar king skull bone. Or I could let her consume a ghost mushroom to enhance her cultivation aptitude." Chen Yinran contemplated and replied, "If you want her to attend the Holy See Academy, it would be better for her to use the ghost mushroom first, as the Holy See is particularly concerned with cultivation aptitude. If she is going to the Capital Academy, it doesn't matter. She can absorb the soul bone first." "What are the skills of the soul bone?" "King's Roar and War Trample. These 2 soul skills are indeed exceptional control abilities." "What do you intend to arrange for her 2nd soul ring?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "I originally planned to assign her a lightning soul skill, which would inflict paralysis upon attack. However, now that the soul bone comes with a stunning skill, there is no need for another control-type soul skill for the 2nd ring. Still, I do plan to let her absorb a fire-based soul skill for the 2nd ring. And the 3rd soul skill will be the undaunted charge of the undead knight." Tang Yuran chuckled. "You truly are suited to be a caretaker." Enough of this topic. Has the Academy scheduled another training expedition? After a moment's thought, Tang Yuran replied, "They're still deliberating. If not this weekend, Then it should be next weekend. After lunch, Lin Yu took a short nap on Tang Iran's sofa. Upon returning to the training room in the afternoon, he found a quiet corner to sit cross-legged and meditate. Lu Ning approached him, sitting opposite, and leaned in to whisper, "Lin Yu, I've already absorbed my second soul ring." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Congratulations are in order." Lu Ning beamed, "Hee, I owe that to you. My grandfather said I should invite you over for dinner." Lin Yu chuckled, "Goodness, your grandfather truly knows how to scheme. Soon he'll probably suggest I become his granddaughter's husband. He must have his eye on that bone in my right arm. Hee, my grandfather does indeed have such thoughts. But I have quite a favorable impression of you too." Lin Yu interjected, "If I were to say I have feelings for you, it would be nothing more than a fleeting attraction. I assure you, it's not that simplistic. How about this? If there's no training this Friday, I'll come over for dinner." Hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Lu Ning was naturally delighted. "All right, let us settle on that." After Lu Ning left to practice battling with her classmates, Lin Xiaodao sat down beside Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, what did Lu Ning want with you?" she asked. "Her grandfather invited me over for dinner." Lin Xiaodao responded with a hint of disinterest. "Oh, Lu Ning is now the most popular person at school. I feel like a plain duckling compared to her swan-like beauty. Come now, don't compare yourself to others. Your future achievements will surely surpass hers." Lin Xiaodao pouted. "What does that matter? I don't have her figure, nor her looks. That's a tough one. Appearance is often a matter of genetics. However, you could eat a bit more to enhance your figure." Chapter 47. Visiting Lu Ning's home the following days were relatively uneventful. Occasionally in the afternoons when he had nothing to do, Lin Yu would return home to nurture the plants or chat with Qinjing, who would be lying on the bed. Before long, Thursday arrived, and since the school hadn't scheduled training for the next day, Lin Yu mentioned during dinner while taking a stroll, "Annie, I want to be home for dinner tomorrow. A classmate's parent has invited me out. The same one who swapped flowers with me last time. Oh, then we want to wait for you tomorrow night." The family wandered near the market, purchasing some daily necessities and kitchen supplies before returning home. After Qinjing finished her shower, she lay on Lin Yu's bed, watching him take out flowers from his life storage bag, preparing to cast the growth spell. "Xiaoyu, do you think a person can fit inside your life storage bag?" she inquired. "I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. I'll find an opportunity to verify that," Lin Yu replied. "If a person could fit, it would indeed be much more convenient. It could turn into a small room, perhaps even accommodate a bed." The next day at school, Lu Ning approached Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I've told my grandfather that you're coming for dinner tonight." "All right, let us leave school together around 4 this afternoon," Lin Yu replied. In the morning, he visited Tang Iran in her office to discuss the trip to Lu Ning's house. Tang Iran wore an expression of knowing. "See, they're still after the soul bone you possess. I'm not concerned about the bone, but I want to let them take advantage of me. If they can offer a price, I can consider it." Tang Iran burst into laughter. "Huh? What price could that be?" "They want you to become the Lu family's son-in-law," Lin Yu retorted. "Even if Lu Ning is currently hailed as the most beautiful girl in our school, even surpassing Lin Manhwaaudiobook, I'm just not attracted to her. That suggests you lack discernment." Lu Ning's figure and looks utterly eclipsed Lin Xiaodao. Lin Yu shook his head. "Let us not dwell on this topic anymore. Let us discuss your matters. I plan to head to the capital after graduation. You should come with us. We'll see. As the homeroom teacher, I have many responsibilities. I can't just abandon my duties during breaks like you. I must arrange matters for all my students. In about 2 weeks, various colleges will send representatives for early recruitment. Are you sure about attending the Capital Academy?" "Absolutely. It doesn't matter which academy I go to. I lack theoretical knowledge, and no one can teach me practical skills." After lunch, Lin Yu, with a bold face, entered the bedroom, quietly closed the door, and laid down beside Tang Iran. She opened her eyes, glanced at him, and continued her nap without shooing him away. As afternoon approached 4 o'clock, Lu Ning came to find Lin Yu. He rode his electric scooter, carrying Lu Ning, who wrapped her arms around his waist. Lin Yu felt that Lu Ning and Lin Xiaodao were two extremes. While Lin Xiaodao's bony frame pressed against him, Lu Ning felt infinitely soft against his back. Lu Ning rested her chin on Lin Yu's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Lin Yu, you must think I'm more beautiful than the class monitor, right?" "Undeniably. You are the most stunning woman I've encountered in Jinling. Even the illustrious Lin Manhwaaudiobook pales in comparison. Then why can you accept the class monitor, but not me? Would you consider being my secret?" "Being a secret? I wouldn't want that. I'd prefer to be the main choice." Before long, guided by Lu Ning, the scooter entered a wealthy neighborhood and stopped in front of a standalone villa. Lin Yu was immediately captivated by the plants in the yard. Oh, bloodline grass. Purple leaf heavy tower, blue flower nightshade, dragon blood shoyang ginseng. Good heavens. Lu Ning, your grandfather has truly prepared well. Just then, Lu Ning's grandfather emerged from the house, laughing. "Haha, my young friend, if I hadn't made adequate preparations, I wouldn't have dared to invite you over. Thank you for your invitation, Grandpa Lu." Lin Yu entered the house and was greeted by a beautiful woman, presumably Lu Ning's mother. Making Lin Yu understand the source of Lu Ning's allure, she was but a mere child compared to her mother. Lu Ning introduced, "Lin Yu, this is my mother, Lu Yani." Lin Yu respectfully greeted, "Hello, Aunt Lu." Lu Yanni smiled warmly. Young Lin, please have a seat. Lin Yu took out several boxes of fruit from his storage, saying, Aunt Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't have much to offer, just a little fruit. I hope you won't mind. Oh, young Lin. You're too polite. Here, treat it like home. Lin Yu felt overwhelmed by Lu Yanni's intense gaze upon him, promptly making his way to the yard. To put it frankly, Lu Yanni looked at him as if she were a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Observing Lu Ning's grandfather tending to the plants outside, Lin Yu boldly remarked, Grandpa Lu, there aren't as many herbs as last time. Grandpa Lu chuckled, Isn't my precious granddaughter enough for you? Your granddaughter doesn't want to be a secret. Let us get to the point. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Follow me, my young friend. Lin Yu followed the old gentleman into the study, where the elder retrieved a verdant ring from a drawer, placing it before Lin Yu. This is a treasure I acquired from a secret realm in my youth. Though I have yet to fathom its purpose over the years, I am certain it possesses great value, as no storage artifact can contain it. Please, my young friend, take a look. Upon seeing the ring, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable connection, as if it were intrinsically his. He then activated his piercing golden eyes to gaze upon it. Ring of Life contains a spatial realm of 200, 100, 100 meters. Requires life attribute soul power to activate. Once bonded to its master, one may enter and exit at will, and it can open a portal to the divine realm of life, locked. Though its internal space was not as vast as that of the prince's ring, it was nonetheless a domain he could enter, akin to the spirit spring spaces depicted in the series of courtyard novels, albeit lacking the spring itself. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yu remarked, Grandfather Lu, I am indeed quite interested in this ring. With a few pots of flowers from the courtyard, we can consider this transaction complete. The elder smiled in response, Excellent. They are yours now. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted the Ring of Life and produced the right arm bone of the Mountain Cat King, presenting it to Grandfather Lu before heading to the courtyard to gather rare herbs. Lin Yu, did you come to an agreement with my grandfather? Lin Yu, in high spirits, turned to Lu Ning and replied with a smile, Your grandfather has agreed to let you be my little assistant. Lu Ning blushed and retorted, Lin Yu, you're incorrigible. She was no fool. Lin Yu's elation indicated that a satisfactory deal had been struck between him and her grandfather. Shortly thereafter, a car drove into the courtyard, and a middle-aged man emerged. Lu Ning introduced him as her father, Lu Xiaokong. Lin Yu politely greeted him. Hello, Uncle Lu. Observing Lin Yu beside his daughter, Lu Xiaokong seemed to grasp the situation, smiling as he said, Very well, come inside. Lin Yu sensed an air of authority about Lu Xiaokong, likely indicative of a bureaucratic position. After a few friendly exchanges, Lu Yanni approached to announce that dinner was ready. The evening meal was lavish, and Lin Yu declined the offer of alcohol, opting instead for a simple yet delectable feast, crafted by a professional chef, far superior to the culinary skills of himself and Qinjing. After dinner, Lin Yu enjoyed a cup of tea before bidding farewell to the Lu family. Lu Yanni extended an invitation for him to visit often. As Lin Yu departed on his electric scooter, Lu Xiaokong turned to his father. Without preamble, the elder produced the right arm bone of the Mountain Cat King. Lu Xiaokong examined the soul bone before setting it down again. Dad, what did you trade for this? Don't say you offered him a chance to marry into our family. That boy has no thoughts on that matter. Grandfather Lu, unfazed, replied. I exchanged it for the ring I previously collected and those herbs in the courtyard. Really? You traded a piece of junk ring that you'll never fully understand for a 10,000-year-old soul bone? Should I commend your shrewdness or question Lin Yu's intelligence? That lad isn't foolish. Just because we can't grasp its significance doesn't mean he can't. In this age, no one is truly naive. Should I have someone investigate him? Don't do anything foolish. If he can part with such invaluable items, it indicates he possesses considerable power or an impressive background. The recent uproar regarding the Adventurers Association and the Soul Bone exchange likely connects to him. We should simply maintain this amicable rapport. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chen Jing lounging on his bed, engrossed in her phone. After taking a shower, he returned to the bedroom, placing the Ring of Life on the table before retrieving the Staff of Life, channeling the essence of growth toward the ring. Currently, he could only release life soul power through the growth ability, while his own soul power stemmed from the supreme yang energy of the Qian Kuan Ji Shengong. As the staff emitted a continuous stream of green life energy absorbed by the ring, it began to radiate a verdant glow. Chen Jing sat up, intrigued by the spectacle. Soon, the ring erupted in a burst of green light, and Lin Yu found himself transported to an unfamiliar place, engulfed in darkness. He produced a tactical flashlight, surveying his surroundings to discover a grassy expanse the size of 4 standard sports fields, surrounded by a misty void, with stars visible overhead. Before long, Lin Yu was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Xiao Yu, where have you been? You scared me. Hearing Chen Jing's trembling voice, Lin Yu hurried over to comfort her, explaining the ring's situation and deciding to take her to see it the following day. After reassuring her for a time, Chen Jing returned to her room to sleep. Lin Yu donned the Ring of Life on his hand, and with another flash of green light, the ring vanished from sight, yet he could feel its presence, signifying his bond to it. He now distinctly sensed everything within the life ring, down to each blade of grass. Moreover, he received information that time within the ring of life flowed synchronously with the outside world, suggesting that entering during the day meant it would also be daytime inside. Suppressing his excitement, he settled in for the night, falling into a restful slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, he confirmed that it was indeed daytime within. When Chun-Jing emerged from the bathroom, Lin Yu took her hand and transported them to the life space. Before she could react, they found themselves in a strange new location. Chun-Jing curiously surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, is this the inside of your ring of life?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Yes. Now we have our own private space." He then retrieved the spiritual herbs from his storage bag, having designated an area as a herb field to plant them. "Xiaoyu, should we plant these herbs with different attributes separately? And should there be some space between them to allow for the possibility of new seedlings?" Chun-Jing's suggestion was astute. "Indeed, you're correct." By the time they returned home, it was nearly noon. Both were covered in dirt, and Lin Yu placed the herb field in the center of the space, measuring about 5 meters by 5 meters, where they planted over 30 spiritual herbs. "Xiaoyu, you should shower first. I'll prepare lunch and then wash up myself." "That sounds good." After both had bathed, Chen Wenwen awoke. Once she finished getting ready, the three sat down for lunch. Lin Yu, glancing at Chen Wenwen across the table, cheerfully inquired, "Wenwen, would you like to join us for shopping this afternoon?" Chen Wenwen eagerly exclaimed, "Yes. This time you can't leave me behind." After lunch, the trio changed into fresh outfits and took the bus to the upscale shopping mall. They first bought Chen Wenwen 2 new outfits, and when she tried them on, she radiated the essence of a youthful beauty. They then proceeded to purchase bedding, with Lin Yu purchasing 10 sets in one go, and even contemplated buying 5 beds. "Brother, why are we buying so many bedding items? Even if we needed them, there's no need to buy beds too." Lin Yu chuckled in response, "Better safe than sorry. What if we find ourselves without beds in Beijing?" At the furniture store, he spotted rocking chairs and decided to try one out, finding it quite comfortable. "Auntie, you should try it. I think it's nice." Chun-Jing lay back to test it out, exclaiming, "It's quite comfortable." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Then we'll take 4. Subsequently, he proceeded to select several sets of tables, chairs, and other furniture. The afternoon passed in leisurely exploration, and after dinner that evening, the 3 returned home. Following their nightly routines, Chun-Jing donned a white silk nightgown and reclined on Lin Yu's bed. "Xiaoyu, do you wish to build a house in the realm of life?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging the thought. "Indeed, I have contemplated it, but it will take time to realize. Moreover, there is no illumination at night. If the house is constructed, should we use a generator for lighting, or perhaps luminescent grass?" Chun-Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe luminescent grass would suffice. It is quite common in the wild." Lin Yu agreed. Recalling their previous expedition where they encountered numerous luminescent grasses in the inferior Demon King's cavern, "We can discuss this later. I plan to dig a pond around the medicinal field. The absence of water in this space feels like a missing element." Chun-Jing smiled. "I can assist in digging." "Not necessary. I have a method to excavate the pond swiftly." After a brief while, Chun-Jing returned to her room. Lin Yu took out his phone and sent a few messages to Lin Xiaodao, explaining his busy day and his lack of availability earlier. They chatted for a while before bidding each other goodnight and retiring to bed. Chapter 49. Taozi absorbs the soul bone. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early, prepared to dig the pond, and discovered that Chun-Jing was also awake. He promptly invited her into the realm of life. The soul bone weapon in Lin Yu's hand transformed into a massive drill, and he employed the electric dragon drill technique, boring several circles around the medicinal field and collecting all the soil. A pond measuring 20 meters square was thus excavated, with the collected earth piled at one end of the space. At that moment, Chun-Jing approached. "Xiaoyu, it's already 11. Very well, let us head out." Lin Yu, covered in dirt, was unable to embrace Chun-Jing, so he simply took her hand and exited the space. He immediately proceeded to take a shower. During lunch, Chun-Jing casually inquired, "Xiaoyu, are we going out again this afternoon?" Lin Yu replied directly, "I have plans with classmates this afternoon. If I am not back by 6, you need not wait for me to dine." Oh. After lunch, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter to Lin Xiaotao's house, ascending to the 2nd floor and knocking on the door. Once again, he was greeted by a beautiful smiling face. "Hello, Aunt Yi." Lin Yu greeted with a smile. "Lin Yu, come in." Yi Suzhen beckoned, calling out to Lin Xiaodao, "Taozi, Lin Yu is here." Dressed in casual home attire, Lin Xiaodao emerged from her room, her face lighting up with surprise. "Lin Yu, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Lin Yu chuckled. "I happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop in for a visit." Lin Xiaodao took Lin Yu's hand and led him into her room, while Yi Suzhen brought in a cup of tea. Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved a head soul bone and a yellow soul ring from his space, presenting them to Lin Xiaodao. Confused, Lin Xiaodao asked, "Lin Yu, what is this for?" "This head soul bone is perfectly suited to your martial soul. And this soul ring is from the fire bat we encountered in the last evil cave. Absorb this soul bone first, then the soul ring." Lin Xiaodao shook her head. "Lin Yu, this soul bone is far too precious. You should absorb it yourself." Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. "It's a gift for you. It is undoubtedly suitable for you. Just listen to me." Lin Xiaotao obediently nodded and sat on the bed to begin absorbing the soul bone. However, the immense soul power contained within the 100,000-year soul bone was overwhelming for her. Lin Yu promptly removed his shoes and sat cross-legged behind Lin Xiaotao, placing his palms against her back to assist her in refining the soul bone, drawing away the excess, surging soul power into himself. Yi Suzhen watched curiously, realizing that Lin Yu held many secrets. The overwhelming soul power emanating from her daughter indicated the soul bone's exceptional nature. Half an hour later, the soul bone transformed into a beam of light, entering Lin Xiaotao's forehead. Lin Yu instructed her to continue absorbing the soul ring. Then, drenched in sweat, he retreated to the bathroom to wash. After his shower, Lin Yu felt utterly fatigued, and without further ado, he collapsed onto the bed in the adjoining room. Seeing Lin Yu emerge from the bathroom, Yi Suzhen entered, retrieving a set of very alluring lingerie to hang on the balcony. However, she was taken aback to find Lin Yu already sprawled across her bed, clutching the thin blanket and softly snoring. Lin Yu was utterly exhausted after a morning spent digging a pond in the realm of life, and the afternoon assisting Lin Xiaotao in absorbing the soul bone. When Lin Yu awoke again, he realized the sky outside had darkened. Checking his phone, he noted that it was already 8 in the evening. Rising from bed, he entered the bathroom to attend to his personal hygiene, only to discover someone was showering nearby. Their eyes met, creating an awkward moment. Goodness! Not only was there no light in the bathroom, but the door was also left unlocked. He quickly exited the bathroom, quietly shutting the door behind him. He returned to Lin Xiaotao's room, observing her meditating on the bed, and chose not to disturb her. Heading back to his own room, he changed out of his nightwear into a fresh set of clothes, neatly folding the blanket on his bed and tidying up. At that moment, Yi Suzhen emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and blushing. Lin Yu took the opportunity to bid farewell. "Aunt Yi, it's getting late. I must return home. Please inform Taozi when you see her. You haven't had dinner yet. I'll prepare something for you." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have food in my space. Goodbye, Aunt Yi." As he left Lin Xiaotao's house and descended the stairs to ride his scooter, he sensed someone watching him. Turning back, he saw Yi Suzhen on the balcony. He waved before riding away. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chun Jing still in his room. He first took a shower and then lay down beside her. Chun Jing turned to face him. "Xiao Yu, do you feel tired?" "Indeed, a bit. I ended up napping at a classmate's house this afternoon. There's no need to rush with things in the realm. Yes, I have indeed been hasty. I shall take my time from now on." After spending a moment together, Chun Jing returned to her room. Lin Yu opened the system panel, now at level 32, and absorbed the excess soul power from Lin Xiaotao's head soul bone. He examined the third soul ring of his life scepter martial soul, a 10-year accumulated snow grass soul ring, with its soul skill being detoxification, which is influenced by the age of the soul ring and the user's strength. He then looked at the third soul ring of his god-slaying spear, a 10-year cold ice element soul ring, with the soul skill, ice bullet, capable of inflicting freezing damage while also applying a freezing effect. Both damage and freezing are influenced by the age of the soul ring and the user's strength. He allocated the third soul ring of the life scepter to 9,999 years, while the third soul ring of the god-slaying spear was set to 100,000 years, gaining an additional soul skill, split ice bullet. Split ice bullet. Upon using this soul skill, the bullet will split into 3 secondary ice bullets upon hitting the first target, automatically splashing onto nearby targets. The secondary ice bullets also carry a freezing effect, with the opportunity to split increasing every 100,000 years of soul ring upgrade, up to a maximum of 10 splits. Each time a secondary bullet splits, its damage is halved, but the freezing effect remains unchanged. Lin Yu then calculated 3 to the 10th power and 2 to the 10th power, realizing that with the soul bone upgraded to 1 million years, he could unleash 49,049 secondary ice bullets with a single shot, although the damage effect would be reduced by a factor of 1024, effectively transforming it into a crowd control type soul skill. Afterward, he no longer focused on the soul ring matters and simply collapsed into bed. Despite having napped for much of the afternoon, sleep came easily. Chapter 50, Arriving at Crow's Ridge. The following day, after delivering Lin Wenwen to her middle school, Lin Xiaotao continued to wait by the roadside for Lin Yu. Once she had mounted her small electric scooter, she wrapped her arms around his waist and inquired, "Lin Yu, what time did you leave last night?" "About 8 o'clock. I believe. I noticed you were engrossed in your cultivation, so I took my leave. I was uncertain when you would awaken, so I plan to meditate briefly to consolidate my abilities." "Lin Yu, do you know what level I am at now?" "Level 30, of course. What else could it be? I just want to solidify my power for the time being." In truth, Lin Yu harbored concerns that Lin Xiaotao's elevated soul power might attract unwanted attention, and he could not remain by her side at all times. Earlier that morning, he had brought up this issue with Tang Yinran. "Is there anything that can conceal one's soul power? Don't you possess that capability yourself?" She replied, "I was referring to Lin Xiaotao. After absorbing a soul bone yesterday, her soul power surged to level 30, which is rather conspicuous." Tang Yinran shook her head. "That is somewhat problematic. Unless there exists a special treasure to mask it, or a unique soul bone that grants immunity to spiritual detection, it's unlikely to happen. However, you need not overly worry. Both the school and the city are quite safe. Moreover, even if we venture outside the city, with you, a formidable expert, by her side, what concerns should there be for her safety? After enjoying lunch, he departed from school and returned home. Noticing that Chen was taking a nap, he retreated into his space to continue excavating the pond. By 4 o'clock, when he emerged, Chen had already awakened and, upon seeing him covered in dirt, understood what he had been up to. Xiaoyu, why didn't you call me to join you? Auntie, I saw you were napping, so I didn't wish to disturb you. I'll go take a shower first. For the next 2 days, he left school each afternoon to continue working on the pond, with Chen accompanying him into the space. On the other side, she planted various fruit seeds, and under Lin Yu's nurturing, they had blossomed into a thriving orchard. By Thursday evening, the excavation of the pond reached a temporary conclusion, with one section dug to a depth of 6 meters, while another remained at 4 meters. Much of the past 2 days had been dedicated to shaping the pond's banks into a sloped contour, compacting the earth to prevent erosion and collapse. During dinner, Chen queried, Xiaoyu, are you going out for training tomorrow? Yes. The school is organizing a trip to the outskirts of Crow Ridge, and this should be the final training exercise for high school. Oh, after dinner, Lin Yu retreated to his room and lay down, too weary from the afternoon's labor to venture out. The following day, after delivering Chen went to school, he picked up Lin Xiaodao and boarded the bus that the school had prepared. As Lin Yu settled into a window seat, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and he noticed Lu Ning in a black outfit sitting beside him. Your actions may render me the enemy of all the male students. Lu Ning chuckled, hee. I simply wanted to sit with you. As long as you don't mind, I shall not concern myself with others' opinions. Yang Daba, upon spotting Lu Ning beside Lin Yu, promptly joined Su Dawai instead. Once the teachers confirmed that all students were present, the bus set off. After leaving the city, Lu Ning leaned closer and whispered in his ear, the class leader's soul power has increased significantly. Did you assist her? Sort of. You can sense that? Of course. Do not forget that my martial spirit is a cat. Cats possess an acute sense of perception. Also, Lin Mashua must have absorbed her second soul ring. Lin Yu shook his head. I am not particularly acquainted with Lin Mashua. In truth, since acquiring the ability of the golden eye of dispelling illusions, Lin Yu had only used it on 2 individuals, Tang Yanran and Chen Wenwen, and had not employed it on anyone else since then. Lu Ning continued. Her family is the wealthiest in Jinling, and the Lin family has been established there for many years, naturally possessing a foundation that others lack. It is entirely normal for her to advance her power swiftly. In fact, during the awakening of martial spirits, the school's machinery was tampered with, only capable of detecting soul power up to level 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu began to grasp Lu Ning's implication and inquired, are you suggesting that Lin Mashua's soul power was likely beyond level 10 during her awakening? Indeed, when we entered school as freshmen, Lin Mashua always appeared aloof. She must have been cultivating their family's ice-cold technique even then. 3 years have passed. How could her soul power possibly remain at just level 10? Lin Yu regarded Lu Ning with curiosity. What about you? Does your family not possess any ancestral techniques? Lu Ning shook her head. If my family had any ancestral techniques, my soul power would not be limited to an innate level of 8. Despite residing in a wealthy district, we are leagues apart from her family. Lin Yu found Lu Ning's reasoning compelling and then cast a glance at Lin Mashua. Name, Lin Mashua. Age, 18. Martial spirit, Ice Phoenix. Soul power, 30. Soul rings, yellow. Soul skills, Ice arrow, ice armor. The eldest daughter of the Lin family in Jinling, she has cultivated the family technique, ice cold technique, for many years, possessing unmatched strength among her peers. Goodness, Lin Yu mused, he had underestimated these locals. A prestigious family with years of influence in Jinling indeed possesses a foundation that others lack. Now he was curious about the prominent families in the capital or the imperial family of the Great Xia. It seemed that life in university would not be tranquil. An hour later, the bus halted at the Crow Ridge Cemetery Management Office, and the students disembarked one after another. This site had once served as Jinling's burial ground, where the deceased were interred before the population moved within the city, leading to its abandonment. This place was well known in Jinling, and the school's teachers had provided explanations about it. It was also a locale that adventurers often avoided, while one might at least salvage something edible from Rabbit Mountain. The spirits of Crow Ridge yielded only bones or rotting flesh upon defeat, and the challenges here surpassed those of the abandoned towns previously encountered. This time, the students did not swarm into the cemetery together. Instead, they split into small teams for their mission. The school had divided 80 students into 16 teams, each accompanied by a teacher based on their varying strengths. Initially, Yi Zishuan's team consisted of Lin Mashua, Lin Xiaodao, and Lin Yu, but 2 additional members, Lu Ning and Wang Chaoji, were added. Wang Chaoji was recognized as the school's foremost defensive soul master, hence his assignment to Lin Yu's team, with Tang Yanran as the leading teacher. Each teacher had their own designated training area. Tang Yanran summoned the 5 of them, stating, "You are the strongest team in the school. Your task is to investigate a subterranean tomb within the cemetery. What awaits you inside remains unknown. All I can say is to remain vigilant once you descend. Lin Yu raised his hand, curiously asking, Teacher Tang, are we visiting someone's ancestral tomb? Tang Yinran, momentarily speechless, retorted, What kind of question is that? I can't say for certain, but I can assure you it is definitely not your family's. With that, they set off. Chapter 51, An Encounter with the Death Spider. The various teams of the academy commenced their journey, most opting to eliminate the wandering skeletons around the cemetery's periphery, while a few capable teams chose to delve deeper. Crow Ridge was vast. After traversing several small hills, the 6 of them finally reached their destination. Along the way, they encountered several wandering skeletons, such as skeletal warriors, which they dispatched one by one. Lin Yu observed the so-called underground tomb, its entrance nestled against a small hillside, with a modest stone house atop it. Inside the stone house, a descending staircase revealed a burial method that seemed uncharacteristic of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Yinran retrieved a tactical flashlight from her spatial pouch, while Lin Yu and his companions donned their headlamps. Once prepared, Wang Chaoqi led the group at the forefront, followed closely by Lin Xiaotao and Lu Ning, with Lin Mashue, Lin Yu, and Tang Yinran walking side by side behind them. A foul stench permeated the air. Surely this catacomb-style tomb was not a burial method of the people from the eastern district of the Federation. After speaking, Lin Yu produced 2 masks, kindly placing one on Tang Yinran before donning one himself. After a moment's thought, Tang Yinran remarked, In the past few days, I researched this place. The individuals who once contracted the Crow Ridge Cemetery were from the western district of the Federation. They constructed numerous underground tombs beneath Crow Ridge, exclusively serving the wealthy. Just look at the design outside. The architecture of these underground chambers ensures that rainwater does not seep in during storms. Moreover, these tombs are not limited to just one subterranean level. They can extend to 2 or even 3 layers below ground. Before long, a skirmish erupted ahead as the group encountered a ghoul, which each of the 4 dispatched with a single strike. Upon turning a corner, they entered the grand hall of the catacomb, and Lin Yu was taken aback by its size. The entire tomb was constructed from marble and white jade, embodying a European palace design, with small side chambers flanking the main hall, each housing a stone coffin adorned with the name of the tomb's owner inscribed before it. Observing the surrounding architecture, Lin Yu mused, Well, poverty truly limits my imagination. The burial methods of the affluent differ vastly. I had no idea they could afford such lavish accommodations, with entire rooms dedicated to each individual, their walls adorned with tributes to their life achievements. Tang Yinran nodded in agreement. That is to be expected. Although I have not been here before, I have visited similar underground tombs in other places. And they are indeed as you described. As the group ventured deeper, they encountered an increasing number of monsters, yet 3 second-tier soul masters could easily manage them. Lin Yu stretched lazily, exclaiming, What a dull day. Tang Yinran chuckled, Don't rush. I've spotted a rather large creature that has set its sights on us. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu looked up to see a colossal figure on the ceiling, a death spider, approximately 4,000 years old. Its body alone was as large as a car, with each leg measuring at least 5 to 6 meters in length. Lin Yu pondered, confused, spiders are carnivorous. This place has been abandoned for a century. How has this spider grown so large? He continued, I have never understood whether these monstrous beasts have thrived here over the years, or if they migrated from other areas. How long has this place truly been desolate? Tang Yinran contemplated briefly before responding. Generally, carnivorous beasts that consume other creatures do increase their lifespan, while herbivorous beasts can also extend their lives by consuming superior herbs. Typically, only plant-based beasts exhibit slow growth in adverse environments over the years. This spider is evidently not a common species. Most of them likely migrated here from other dimensions over a century ago. The group remained oblivious to the predator lurking above them as they transitioned from one hall to another. The death spider, a top-tier hunter, patiently shadowed them from the ceiling, biding its time. An hour later, they had eradicated all the monsters on the first level and settled on the ground to replenish their strength. As Lu Ning lifted a bottle of mineral water to her lips, she suddenly spotted the descending behemoth. She swiftly grasped Lin Xiaotao by the collar and darted aside. Sensing danger, Wang Chaoqi reacted quickly, raising his shield just as the spider's leg struck. The impact pinned him beneath the shield, leaving him immobile. Realizing the situation, the others began to attack. Lin Mashue launched an ice arrow, while Lin Xiaotao activated her second red soul ring, igniting her dragon spiral spear in flames and thrusting it towards the leg that trapped Wang Chaoqi. A torrent of fire erupted, scorching the spider's limb, causing it to retract its leg from Wang Chaoqi. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ning yanked Wang Chaoqi by his hair, pulling him free. At that moment, Lin Yu cast a healing spell on Wang Chaoqi, who, now restored, raised his shield and brandished a long sword, ready to defend against the death spider's attacks. Observing the smoldering limb of the spider, Tang Yinran turned to Lin Yu and asked, Is the second soul ring you selected for Lin Xiaotao a flame-based continuous damage soul skill? Of course. I'm not foolish enough to select an explosive damage soul ring for her, as it would not align with her martial spirit. Furthermore, having an elemental soul ring would ensure she is not helpless against beasts impervious to physical damage. Tang Yinran replied with a hint of exasperation. You truly are a diligent caretaker, considering even these details for her. I wish I had met someone like you back in high school. Lin Yu chuckled. If you were still 18, perhaps I would not have found you appealing. The four of them navigated the battle with ease. Wang Chaoqi, as the defensive soul master, drew the death spider's attention while Lin Xiaotao and Lu Ning attacked from behind, and Lin Maxue fired ice arrows, which slowed the spider's movements significantly. Defeating the death spider was merely a matter of time. Just then, the death spider unleashed a web towards Lin Xiaotao and Lu Ning. Lu Ning evaded it deftly. But Lin Xiaotao was ensnared. As the death spider turned to spray venom at Lin Xiaotao, Wang Chaoqi instinctively stepped in front of her, shielding her from the torrent of gray venom. Lin Yu activated his third purple soul ring, casting 2 detoxification spells on the pair. Curious, Tang Yinran queried. When did you reach the 3rd tier? Last week. I assumed you were aware, Lin Yu replied. Tang Yinran shook her head. Ever since you awakened your eye technique soul skill, you've been targeting me with your abilities, making it difficult for me to gauge your strength. Chapter 52. Encountering the drought zombie after the venomous spray, the death spider met its demise, transforming into a purple soul ring. Lin Xiaotao retrieved the soul ring to show Lin Yu, who noted it was a control-type soul ring. A control-type soul ring, likely a web-related skill. It should fetch a decent price. You should hold on to it for now, he advised. Lin Xiaotao accepted the soul ring, discarding the previous rings from ghouls and zombies. The group settled down once more to rest and share some food. Tang Yinran spoke up. Lin Yu, as an observer, could you analyze the pros and cons of their recent battle? After a moment of thought, Lin Yu responded, well, everyone performed admirably. Among the four, Wang Chaoqi demonstrated the best combat awareness. In truth, everyone could have resolved the battle more effortlessly. The death spider has many weaknesses. For instance, Lu Ning, you could have utilized your speed to leap onto the spider's back, which is its blind spot for attacks. You could sever the connection between its body and abdomen, delivering a potentially fatal blow. Instead, you and Lin Xiaotao positioned yourselves behind the spider's abdomen, significantly reducing your effective attacks and increasing the risk of entanglement by its webs. In reality, the death spider was gradually worn down by Lin Maxue's ice arrows. It could have been eliminated much sooner had Lin Maxue targeted the spider's compound eyes. Regardless of its armored exterior, the eyes remain a critical weakness for most beasts, particularly, the death spider lacks eyelids. A well-aimed ice spear could pierce its eyeball and penetrate its brain, resulting in a swift victory. Additionally, Lin Xiaotao, although your long spear martial spirit may not be suited for direct confrontation, had you positioned yourself behind it and thrust your spear into its rear, followed by igniting a flame within, the battle could have been swiftly resolved. Teacher Tang, I have finished speaking, and I may be mistaken. Please feel free to correct me. Tang Yinran smiled lightly, refraining from answering directly, instead turning to the four of them. Do you believe Lin Yu's statement holds merit? Wang Chao remained silent, while Lin Maxue appeared to be deep in thought, having just witnessed the 3 soul rings adorning Lin Yu. Lu Ning pouted and said, at first, Lin Yu praised our performance, but after what he just said, we seem utterly inept. Tang Yinran replied with a smile. Lin Yu has merely pointed out the weaknesses of the death spider, which are applicable to nearly all arachnoid beasts. While he articulates these points with apparent ease, their practical application in combat is fraught with difficulty, demanding exceptionally high combat expertise. In my view, your performance was indeed commendable, honestly, far superior to ours at the time. What you lack is combat experience, which can only be cultivated over years of practice. Tang Yinran spoke with an air of normalcy, well aware that Lin Yu could not be regarded as a mere student. His insights flowed as effortlessly as the act of dining or drinking, a feat immensely challenging for these high school students who had only just begun to engage in real combat. After a brief respite, the group ventured into the second level of the underground crypt, which was noticeably shorter than the first, resembling the height of a standard underground parking lot, approximately 4 meters. However, the individual chambers within this level were evidently more spacious than those above. The 4 of them adeptly dispatched monsters, absorbing soul rings as if they were engaged in a video game, where each level invariably culminated in a formidable boss battle. Upon reaching the end of the second level, they encountered a 5,000-year-old skeletal ice mage. This time, the battle proved more arduous. The ice mage unleashed a frost nova, ensnaring the 4 in its icy grip. And even Lu Ning was not spared. In the face of the ice arrows conjured by the skeletal mage, Lin Yu stepped forth to shield them from an incoming projectile. Lin Xiaotao utilized her fiery spear to melt the ice binding their feet, while Lin Yu cast a healing spell on each of them before retreating once more. Before long, the skeletal mage was reduced to fragments, and Lin Xiaotao collected a purple soul ring once more. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the 3rd level of the underground crypt. Lin Yu glanced at his watch. It was now 2 in the afternoon, with the school stipulating a return to the bus by 4:30. The 3rd level marked the final tier of the underground crypt, and it was considerably more opulent than the previous 2 levels, though the number of tombs was markedly reduced. True to Lin Yu's assertion, the walls of each chamber were adorned with inscriptions celebrating the illustrious achievements of the tomb's master. Strangely, the monsters were absent here, leading the group to search in vain before preparing to depart. Suddenly, a grinding noise echoed, and a massive coffin lid was pushed open from within. A desiccated hand rested on the edge of the coffin, and then a fully armored zombie wielding a hammer emerged from the depths. Lin Yu recognized that this zombie was unlike any he had encountered before, piquing his curiosity as he utilized his broken illusion golden eyes to assess it. Type, Hanjia. Age, 100,000 years. Skills, whirlwind dance, charge strike, tornado storm, gravity strike. Once a formidable being from another realm, he was betrayed and killed by his own son, his lingering resentment transforming him into a vengeful zombie. A century ago, he traversed a dimensional portal to arrive here, where he has lain dormant within the stone coffin, awakening only in the presence of a powerful foe. Who dares disturb my slumber? Die. Gravity strike. As Hanjia spoke, the eager individuals around him felt their legs weaken in fear, gazing up at the colossal hammer looming above them with expressions of despair. Lin Yu was the first to appear by their side, swiftly grabbing Wang Chao and tossing him backward. A fall would not be fatal, but beneath that hammer, nothing would remain. He then seized Lu Ning and Lin Xiaodao, teleporting to the entrance of the third level. Run. Tang Iran need not shout the moment the monster spoke. She had already grasped Lin Mashue and fled toward the exit. Lin Yu hurled Lin Xiaotao and Lu Ning up to the second level before returning to the nearly incapacitated Wang Chao and pulling him along in another teleportation. Bang! The hammer of Hanjia crashed into the ground, pulverizing the marble flooring into dust and creating a massive crater, akin to the aftermath of an explosion. Lin Yu tossed Wang Chao onto the level above and shouted to Tang Iran, "Get them out. This place is going to collapse." Tang Iran nodded, rushing to the second level to assist Wang Chao, while the other three scrambled upward. Meanwhile, Lin Yu confronted the approaching zombie wielding the massive hammer, summoning the Godslayer spear into his grasp, with all three soul rings materializing. Bang bang bang. Lin Yu unleashed a barrage of ice bullets at the zombie, prompting Tang Ritian to roar, whirlwind dance. The zombie swung its hammer, creating an impenetrable curtain of hammer energy around itself, producing a series of metallic clinks as all bullets were deflected. The ice that had crystallized on the hammer shattered amidst the onslaught, forcing Lin Yu to teleport behind it and fire again. Bang bang bang. This time, after several shots, he succeeded in freezing it, then switched to a million-year piercing explosive round. Bang. Ding bang. Chapter 53. The million-year piercing explosive round was still blocked by Hanjia's hammer, but the explosion sent it flying, crashing into the chamber's wall and shattering a section, yet it bore no significant effect. The damage was akin to a mere tickle for the creature. Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness, as nearly all his attacks were thwarted by Hanjia's hammer. Abandoning the Godslayer spear for close combat would be tantamount to suicide. The only viable strategy to defeat it lay in utilizing speed and evasion, but that hammer was insufferable. With two soul techniques from a million years' worth of power, he could not sustain them indefinitely. Each shot cost him at least 1/3 of his soul energy, and even his resilient physique could not replenish it in time. His only recourse was to immobilize the zombie's right hand, which wielded the hammer. Outside the crypt, Lin Xiaotao, Lu Ning, and Lin Mashue breathed heavily, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Lu Ning, having regained his composure, turned to Tang Iran. "Teacher Tang, where is Lin Yu?" After pondering for a moment, Tang Iran replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. Lin Yu should be on his way up." As they continued to wait, there was still no sign of Lin Yu. Wang Chao, who had just regained consciousness, felt as though his entire body was shattered. "It hurts. Teacher Tang, where is Lin Yu?" Tang Iran surveyed the surroundings and then checked the time. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Yu had yet to emerge. Feeling concerned, she declared, "You three stay here and keep an eye on Wang Chao. I will go down to check." With that, Tang Iran descended back into the crypt. Upon reaching the first level, she heard gunfire and the sound of metal clashing, prompting her to stealthily proceed further down. Lin Yu was beside himself. After more than half an hour without progress, he was beginning to contemplate retreat. Given the strength of this foe, even several ninth-rank soul saints would struggle to contend with it. Just as he prepared to fire a piercing explosive round to drive the zombie back and escape, a web descended from above, ensnaring Hanjia. Just as it was on the verge of breaking free, a piercing explosive round struck it squarely in the chest. Bang! The million-year piercing explosive round struck Hanjia's chest with force, sending it reeling and creating a gaping hole in its torso. Rising from the ground, Hanjia roared, "Ah? You shall not be forgiven." Tornado storm. As the drought demon grasped a hammer, it commenced to spin in place, swiftly conjuring a formidable tornado. The surrounding stone sarcophagi and skeletal remains were violently drawn into the vortex, reduced to mere fragments. Tang Yanran, too, succumbed to the uncontrollable pull, but Lin Yu, with a whip materializing in his right hand, ensnared her and drew her into his embrace as they both collapsed to the ground. However, the tornado's force was overwhelming, and they were inexorably dragged toward it. In a desperate attempt, Lin Yu summoned metallic claws from his left hand, embedding them into the marble floor. Yet even the marble succumbed to the relentless suction, being uprooted and pulled away. Goodness, am I destined to meet my end today? He thought. No. Tang Yinran summoned the Imperial Night Order. With a resounding crash, the marble he clung to finally gave way, and the two of them were uncontrollably swept into the tornado. Just as Lin Yu prepared to close his eyes and await his demise, 1,000 undead knights suddenly appeared, obstructing their path. He felt the force of the pull lessen, and without hesitation, he utilized a second tier of teleportation. Once Lin Yu gently set Tang Yinran down, he turned to witness the remnants of her Imperial Night Order, now reduced to a mere handful by the mighty hammer of the Drought Demon. Yet, the tornado evidently began to lose its momentum. He understood that such a formidable skill could not be sustained indefinitely. Drawing forth the god-slaying gun, a second golden soul ring emerged around him as he awaited his final opportunity. At the precise moment the hammer's tempest ceased, a penetrating explosive round struck the gaping wound in the demon's chest. Boom! The Drought Demon's chest was obliterated, and it let out a final, haunting proclamation. Son, I disdain you. You two share a fate akin to mine. Lin Yu promptly produced a soul ring collector, beginning to gather the demon's soul rings. Moments later, the demon's body vanished, leaving behind a cerulean soul ring. Ding! Ding! A golden soul bone fell to the ground, along with the hammer still in his possession. Lin Yu pocketed these treasures and returned to Tang Yinran, enveloping her in his arms and kissing her deeply. Had it not been for her timely arrival, he mused, he might very well have knelt before the Drought Demon. Ouch! You bit my tongue again. Lin Yu cast a healing spell on his tongue, to which Tang Yinran responded with exasperation. You deserve it. Have you forgotten there are 4 others outside? If we don't get out soon, we'll be surrounded. Lin Yu realized the urgency, and, still holding Tang Yinran, teleported to the hall on the lower level, and together they emerged. Upon their appearance, Lu Ning exclaimed with excitement. Teacher Tang, Lin Yu, you've returned. Lin Yu produced a healing staff and administered several healing spells to Wang Chao, who staggered back to his feet. Curiously, Wang Chao inquired, what was the situation down there, Lin Yu? Lin Yu replied with a smile, allow me to show you something. Upon speaking, a second soul ring illuminated around him. Tang Yinran and Lin Xiaotao instinctively turned their heads away, but after a moment of vibrant green light, they turned back to find Lin Mashue, Lu Ning, and Wang Chao staring in stunned silence. With a snap of his fingers, they regained their senses, and Lin Yu then addressed Lin Xiaotao. Class monitor, please present the 2 soul rings. Lin Xiaotao retrieved 2 purple soul rings, which Lin Yu accepted, saying to the 4 of them, today's harvest includes 1 soul ring of a control type from 4,000 years and another of a group control type of ice from 5,000 years. He then turned to Lin Mashue, bowing slightly. Mademoiselle Lin, are you interested in this 5,000-year ice control soul ring? Lin Mashue's interest was piqued, although her family was affluent. Such a rare 3rd soul ring of this caliber was a treasure, and she wouldn't simply take it without due consideration. Name your price, she declared. This spider soul ring, though also a control type, is rather obscure and worth little. I shall give it to Teacher Tang. The ice skeleton soul ring, however, should be valued at 50 million. Each of you can take 10 million from that. What do you think? The others nodded in agreement, and Lin Mashue was pleased. Acquiring a premium 3rd soul ring for 40 million was undoubtedly a bargain. She promptly produced the sum, and each of the 4 received 10 million. Lin Yu handed the soul ring to Lin Mashue and tossed the spider soul ring to Tang Yinran, after which the 6 of them made their way back. Chapter 54. Custom wooden houses. Upon returning to the vicinity of the bus, nearly all teams had congregated. The group boarded the bus, and after the school leaders confirmed their numbers, they set off for home. On the way back, Lin Yu found himself beside the hefty Yang Daba, who proudly displayed a soul ring to him, one imbued with a 400-year fire single-target soul skill. Not bad, my friend. That's a tidy sum, Lin Yu remarked. Yang Daba grinned. Luck was on my side. I encountered a few skeletal mages and split a ring with Su Dawei. Throughout the journey, the group animatedly recounted the events of the day and their various spoils. Upon returning to school, the authorities encouraged everyone to rest well, as this was their final excursion before dedicating themselves to preparing for the college entrance examinations. Lin Yu rode his electric scooter, carrying Lin Xiaotao back home. She nestled against his back and asked, Lin Yu, are you coming to my house tomorrow? Lin Yu casually replied, I'm quite tired today. I probably won't rise early in the morning. If I do come, it will likely be in the afternoon. All right, you decide, she responded. I suspect I'll need some rest tomorrow morning as well. After dropping Lin Xiaotao at her home, Lin Yu returned to his own abode, where he found Chen Wenwen back from school, and Chen Jing had dinner ready. Xiao Yu is back. Wash your hands and come eat, Chen Jing called. After washing up, the 3 gathered at the table, and Chen Jing inquired curiously, Xiao Yu, how was Crow Ridge? Lin Yu paused mid-bite and replied, most of the students practiced on the outskirts of Crow Ridge. Our team is regarded as the strongest at school. We were assigned to an internal underground tomb and encountered a 4,000-year death spider and a 5,000-year skeletal mage. Of course, I remained a healing soul master. Oh, your team sounds quite formidable. After dinner, Lin Yu showered and retired to his room, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Tang Yinran's timely intervention, he would have stood no chance against the drought demon. This demon, though only 10,000 years old, possessed an unfathomable strength. Even the mutated 20,000-year ice skeletal king would have been ground to dust in its presence, leaving no trace behind. After Qinjing finished her shower and stepped out, she noticed Lin Yu already asleep. It was late, and she was accustomed to spending her evenings in Lin Yu's company. She lay beside him, scrolling on her phone. And Lin Yu, in his slumber, turned over and embraced her, continuing to sleep soundly. That night, Lin Yu enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. When he awoke, he realized he had spent the night wrapped around Qinjing, which explained the delightful fragrance he had been inhaling. Quietly, he rose, tucked a light blanket over her, and proceeded to the bathroom to attend to his personal hygiene. Qinjing opened her eyes briefly before drifting back into slumber. Lin Yu prepared a pot of porridge, then returned to his life space. The pond had been excavated, and the orchard and vegetable garden were flourishing. Now, all that remained was to fill the pond with water and finalize the construction of the house. He cast the growth spell on the medicinal herbs. The previous batch had already matured for a millennium, and the last batch would reach that level soon. With a generous supply, he planned to gift one to his best friend Yang Daba and another to Su Dawei, ensuring their paths to the capital academy were secured, which would be quite advantageous. Upon returning to the room, Qinjing was still in slumber. Lin Yu retrieved 3 items that Tang Ritian had dropped. The right arm bone of the drought demon, with an age of 100,000 years, possessed soul skills, power strike, and tornado storm. The soul ring of the drought demon, also aged 100,000 years, granted the skills, whirling tempest and gravity strike. The earth-shattering hammer, an artifact crafted by a certain deity of hammers from another realm using their own martial spirit and various top-tier rare metals. Carried inherent soul skills, desperate measures, and hammer of judgment. The earth-shattering hammer can substitute for hammer-type martial spirits to unleash soul skills, doubling the effect of impact-type soul skills when wielded. Indeed, Tang Ritian's formidable prowess was undoubtedly bolstered by this hammer, which also boasted 2 remarkable soul skills. Desperate measures concentrates all one's energy into a single strike, ensuring that if the opponent does not kneel, one shall. Hammer of Judgment enforces a 6-second stun on a single target, truly a divine skill. Although Lin Yu might not utilize it himself, it would be prudent to keep it for potential future use. After stowing away the 3 items, Lin Yu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Shortly thereafter, Qinjing awoke and headed to the bathroom. By the time she finished washing up, Lin Yu had prepared breakfast, and the two sat down to eat. Aunt, are you aware of any clean rivers outside Jinling City? Xiao Yu, are you contemplating filling the pond in our space with river water? Yes, that is indeed my intention. The river water in the city is far too polluted, and I desire to acquire some clear water. Qinjing pondered for a moment and replied, for clean river water. The nearest source would be the northern mountain by the west gate or the upstream of the Qinhuai River at the north gate. The northern mountain is relatively close to Jinling City, and the level of spirit beasts there is somewhat lower, while the upstream of the Qinhuai River is further from the city, where the spirit beasts are considerably stronger. Xiao Yu, exercise caution if you choose to venture to those places. Understood, Aunt. After breakfast, Lin Yu set out for the lumber market to procure some timber. Given that lumber was rather expensive, particularly due to the dangers associated with logging outside the city, he did not rush to sell the timber. Instead, he noticed that the lumber mill had finished wooden pavilions and simple wooden houses on display. Sir, do you have any prefabricated wooden houses here? What kind of design are you looking for? We can customize anything you desire. Why not follow me to the office to take a look? Lin Yu then accompanied the owner to the office, where a young lady opened a folder on her computer, presenting various designs for Lin Yu to peruse. This 2-story villa. Will there be noise from the upper floor to the lower? There will not be. All our stairs and flooring utilize a double-layer design, filled with soundproofing material, akin to walking on a standard wooden floor. How long would it take to complete a suite of 100 square meters on each floor? Considering the main structure and interior decoration, it would take approximately a month at the earliest. Additionally, sir, what type of materials do you wish to use? After all, in business, pricing is crucial. The cost of quality timber differs significantly from that of ordinary materials, and our craftsmen employ traditional mortise and tenon techniques. Lin Yu interrupted the young lady's lengthy explanation, stating directly, the finest timber, the highest craftsmanship, fully furnished. I want a place ready for immediate occupancy. The young lady beamed. For Lin Yu's demeanor exuded affluence, and she began calculating the costs with great enthusiasm. With her eyes sparkling, she announced, Sir, the total comes to approximately 135 million. You may pay me 135 million. No need for that. I will provide a 50 million deposit. Additionally, I would like you to construct a 10-meter-long anti-corrosion wooden bridge and a pavilion of about 9 square meters. The remaining 100 million can be settled upon collection. The young lady smiled brightly. Certainly. Please leave a phone number so we can notify you if the house is ready ahead of schedule. Chapter 55. A Stroll with Taozi. After leaving the lumber factory, Lin Yu visited a flower shop, purchasing several hundred aesthetically pleasing flower pots, nearly exhausting the inventory of multiple stores. By the time he returned home, it was already noon, and Chen Jing was busy preparing lunch. Shortly thereafter, the three sat together to dine. Chen Wenwen glanced at Chen Jing before stating, "Mom, a classmate invited me to go shopping this afternoon." "Oh, don't stay out too late." Lin Yu, understanding Chen Wenwen's intentions, knew she would inevitably spend money while shopping. One cannot simply browse without expenditure. He promptly placed a stack of money on the table and looked at Chen Wenwen across from him. "Wenwen, take a few bills for yourself." Chen Wenwen smiled. "Thank you, brother. One bill will suffice." Lin Yu extracted 2 bills and handed them to Chen Wenwen, pushing the remainder towards Chen Jing, who promptly collected the stack. After lunch, Chen Wenwen changed into a new outfit and left with her phone in hand. Once Chen Jing finished washing the dishes, she lay down on Lin Yu's bed, and he joined her, displaying a conceptual image on his phone. Chen Jing scrolled through the images, examining the house from every angle. "Xiaoyu, are you suggesting we directly customize a house like this?" "Yes, I initially planned to buy timber and construct it myself, but upon discovering that they offer customization services, I realized it would be far more convenient than doing it on my own. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals." Indeed, this approach is certainly more convenient. Not long after, Lin Yu heard the rhythmic sound of Chen Jing's breathing, and he quietly contemplated the complexities of this world, which seemed far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. He had already encountered 2 spirit beasts over 100,000 years old in the lower district, a sensation akin to encountering a world boss in a gaming novice village. Furthermore, the existence of 9th-tier soul saints and 10th-tier spirit beasts was far more abundant than he had anticipated. What lies beyond the 9th tier? Are there not demigods or similar entities? After some time, he ceased pondering this matter, closed his eyes, and indulged in a brief nap. When he awoke again, nearly 3 o'clock had passed. He washed up in the bathroom, changed into a fresh outfit, and took his electric bike before heading out. Upon arriving at Lin Xiaotao's residence, he spotted Yi Suzhen in casual attire, descending the stairs with a trash bag. Lin Yu took the bag from her and disposed of it in the trash can, while Yi Suzhen waited for him to accompany her back upstairs. Upon returning to Lin Xiaotao's home, she emerged from her room, linking her arm with Lin Yu as they made their way to her room. Lin Yu found the prospect of exchanging glances with Lin Xiaotao rather dull and suggested, "Taozi, why don't we go out for a stroll?" Lin Xiaotao nodded. "Sure. Where shall we go?" "It's quite warm today. How about we invite your mother along? We could visit the mall together, purchase some seasonal clothing, and then enjoy dinner out tonight." Upon hearing the suggestion to include her mother, Lin Xiaotao appeared somewhat reluctant. "Do we really need to invite my mom?" "Indeed. Your mother has taken care of you over the years, and now that our circumstances have improved, it would be nice to treat her to a couple of decent outfits. I noticed her loungewear is already showing signs of wear. Doesn't it seem like she hasn't changed clothes in years?" Lin Xiaotao nodded in agreement. "All right, let me change into something else, and then we can head out together." As Lin Xiaotao went to change, Lin Yu stepped out of her room and into the opposite one, where Yi Suzhen was lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone, her underwear quite visible beneath her nightgown. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, she sat up, curiosity evident on her face. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Taozi and I are considering going out for a stroll. Would you like to join us at the mall?" Yi Suzhen, appearing somewhat incredulous, replied, "Taozi wants to bring me along?" I assured her we'd take you to buy a few outfits, and she agreed. "Are you ready to change?" With that, Lin Yu exited Yi Suzhen's room. She quickly found a dress from her wardrobe to wear, changing much faster than Lin Xiaotao. And by the time Lin Xiaotao emerged from her room, Yi Suzhen had already styled her hair. The mother and daughter prepared themselves, and soon the trio set off, taking the bus to the upscale shopping mall, which was approaching 4 o'clock. Fortunately, Lin Yu had prior shopping experience, guiding them to the women's clothing store they had visited previously, where the sales assistant helped them select 2 seasonal outfits to try on. Yi Suzhen emerged in a new outfit, spinning around for Lin Yu's approval. "Lin Yu, how do you find this outfit?" "It's quite lovely," she replied with a giggle. "I think it's decent too, though a tad pricey, as long as you like it." At that moment, Lin Xiaotao also stepped out in a new outfit for Lin Yu to see. He felt it wise to first assist her in selecting a finer set of undergarments. Yi Suzhen and Lin Xiaotao each purchased 2 sets of casual sportswear for the season, and then they moved on to acquire loungewear, sleepwear, shoes, and undergarments. By the time they finished shopping, night had fallen, and the 3 of them enjoyed a simple meal at the mall's restaurant. In the afternoon, Lin Yu was delighted to accompany them on their outing, and after dinner, they returned to the base of the peach tree house. Lin Yu did not accompany them upstairs. Instead, he rode his electric scooter home. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chen Jing lying on his bed, engrossed in her phone. He took a shower before joining her on the bed, where they exchanged a few casual words before she retreated to her room. After completing his daily tasks, Lin Yu began to drift off to sleep. The next morning, he rose at his usual time, prepared a pot of congee in his rice cooker, and then set out for the Adventurers Association. He purchased a ticket and teleported to the North Gate, subsequently venturing out of the city. Once outside, noticing the road was relatively deserted, Lin Yu retrieved his motorcycle and headed north. After 2 hours, he arrived at a vast river bend, parked his motorcycle, and approached the riverbank with a machete in hand. His instructor had mentioned in class that water-dwelling monsters were more formidable than their terrestrial counterparts, as a person could only exert a fraction of their strength in water. Upon reaching the shallows, he observed the water was clear, occasionally spotting small fish and shrimp swimming by. Confirming the river was safe, he submerged his left hand, adorned with the ring of life, into the water, causing a noticeable drop in the water level. As he carefully surveyed his surroundings, he sensed a colossal creature swimming beneath the surface. He swiftly withdrew his hand from the water's edge, realizing it was a 2,000-year-old alligator gar. He had no desire to provoke such a creature, which would prove to be a strenuous encounter and, moreover, was inedible. In his previous life, it would have been considered an invasive species, and in this world teeming with monsters, he preferred to avoid trouble. Subsequently, he relocated to another spot to draw water. After filling his container, Lin Yu decided against returning directly home. Instead, he planned to revisit the infernal demon forest and then return through the west gate. He retrieved a paper map. Noting that there was no signal outside the city, he even speculated whether the satellites in the sky had been destroyed by monsters. Chapter 56. A chance encounter with the flower butterfly. After determining a suitable route, he stowed his motorcycle and prepared to set off with a flash. Although the external soul bone allowed for swifter travel, it was rather ostentatious, and since he wasn't in a hurry, he opted for a leisurely stroll, hoping for unexpected discoveries. After crossing a mountain without finding anything, he spotted a nest of wild honeybees and considered returning to collect them for cultivation in his life space. Once he traversed a plain without success, he disregarded the herbivorous animals that scurried past him. Then, a wild wolf darted by, and as someone capable of defeating beasts over 10,000 years old, he found it beneath him to engage with one merely a few thousand years old, especially since he had heard wolf meat was not palatable. Upon scaling another small hill, he paused, catching a whiff of blood. Following the scent, he soon stumbled upon 4 corpses. As Lin Yu approached to loot their belongings, he discovered they had been stripped of their storage items. This was a clear sign of foul play. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that one of the women was the flower butterfly who had once aided him. After contemplating, he resolved to dig a grave for them. Acknowledging their acquaintance and deeming it better than letting beasts devour them, he excavated 4 graves, placing each of the 4 bodies within, and began to cover them with earth. As he was about to bury the flower butterfly, he thought he saw her hand twitch slightly. A trick of the light? After all, a significant portion of her chest had caved in, presumably from a heavy blow, and under normal circumstances, she should not have survived. Lin Yu contemplated before retrieving the staff of life and casting a healing spell on her corpse. Thick, fresh blood oozed from her mouth. Was this the blood pooling in her lungs being expelled? With another 2 healing spells, the flower butterfly astonishingly opened her eyes. "Oh, my sister, you truly have a strong will to live," she exclaimed. The flower butterfly opened her mouth, but emitted no sound. Lin Yu assessed the surroundings, crouched down, and lifted her into his life space. He fetched a bed he had previously purchased, placed her upon it, and released a few more healing spells. "Thank you, little brother," she expressed. "Hold your gratitude for now. Most of your bones are fractured. If they cannot be set properly, you shall still perish. Little brother, you take care of it." Lin Yu produced a pair of scissors and swiftly cut away all of the flower butterfly's clothing, leaving none behind. He then rendered her unconscious and brought forth a surgical knife. With precision, he made an incision in her chest, reaching inside to restore her sunken ribcage, ensuring each broken rib was properly aligned. After 2 hours, the flower butterfly awakened once more, her chest restored, albeit she still could not move her limbs. As she glanced around, she noticed Lin Yu sleeping in a nearby recliner. This little brother looks rather handsome while sleeping. Sumu Yu was right about him. This fellow is truly enigmatic. Lin Yu slept until around 3 in the afternoon, and upon awakening, he found the flower butterfly staring intently at him. "You feeling better now?" "Yes, but my limbs are still immobile, which is rather uncomfortable. I need to relieve myself, but lying here makes it seem inappropriate. Just go ahead. Can a living person really die from holding their urine? Besides, this mattress is soaked with your blood. I have no intention of keeping it." Lin Yu washed his hands, first rejoining the bones in the flower butterfly's arms, casting healing spells before moving onto her legs. "All done. Your bones are set. You can get up now." "I can't. My hip hurts terribly." "All right." Lin Yu checked and confirmed that indeed, a part was dislocated. He promptly set it back in place and cast another healing spell. "You are the legendary white tiger. I've heard that white tigers bring misfortune to their husbands." The flower butterfly retorted, "How would I know? I have no man. I'm still an untouched flower. How could I know if I would bring misfortune? Do you have any clothes?" Lin Yu immediately produced a set of his own clothing for her, along with a fresh towel and a basin of water. "Clean off the blood from your body." The flower butterfly took the towel Lin Yu offered and gently wiped her body. "Little brother, I don't even know your name." "Sister, I am Zhao Dai. Flower butterfly is my nickname. Please don't tell me your name is Yulan." "It's Lin Yu." "Well then, your nickname is quite convenient." Zhao Dai noticed that she bore no wounds, marveling at the miraculous efficacy of Lin Yu's healing spells. "Lin Yu, what brought you to that place today?" "I approached from the northern gate. intending to gather some luminous grass from the infernal demon forest to plant here. As I passed by, I beheld the 4 corpses before me. By the way, what happened to the young lady who wore leather alongside me last time? She is, after all, a lady of high status. Last time, she merely requested our assistance in hunting a beast, after which she returned to the capital. Zhao Qingdai wiped the blood from her body and donned Lin Yu's clothes, although her shoes remained her own. Lin Yu, could you do me a favor? Please take me to the subway station in Jinling City. I can no longer stay here. What? The ones who attacked you were official personnel? Hua Hudy shook her head. They are not government officials, but rather individuals from the Lord's estate. Lin Yu inquired curiously, I don't quite understand. What is the distinction between the Lord's estate and the Jinling City government? Zhao Qingdai proceeded to enlighten Lin Yu. The power in Jinling City is divided into 3 factions: the Lord's estate, the Jinling government, and the Holy Seas branch. The government, as the name suggests, is the true administrative body of the city, which requires no further explanation. The Holy Seas branch, on the other hand, rarely intervenes in daily affairs and enjoys a share of local tax revenues, yet steps in to resolve issues when beasts cause chaos. The Lord's estate, affiliated with the nobility under the Great Xia imperial family, does not partake in the city's daily management, but also benefits from the city's tax revenues. As the nobility is largely hereditary, the Lord's estate accumulates vast wealth, naturally nurturing many skilled individuals. These matters were beyond his comprehension, as he had never encountered them before. He curiously asked, and what about the Adventurers Association? Which faction does it belong to? It belongs to none. The Adventurers Association is a civilian organization, entirely neutral. Chapter 57, Arranging for Zhao Qingdai. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu appeared outside clad in a black hooded outfit. He disposed of Hua Hudy's tattered clothing and the towel she had just used into the pit he had previously dug for her, filling it back in before employing his external soul bone to soar directly to the infernal demon forest. He returned to the same encampment as before, where several minor demons had appeared. He paid no heed to the scattered minor demons outside, and instead delved into the cave to harvest luminous grass, successfully procuring several hundred stalks of varying sizes. Before exiting the cave, he used a mattress smeared with Hua Hudy's blood and urine, taking out the god-slaying gun and firing a flame round to incinerate it completely. He flew back to the main road, rode his motorcycle into the city, and then teleported to the Adventurers Association, where he purchased 2 sets of black gluttonous beast cloaks for women before leaving on his small electric scooter. Not long after departing the Adventurers Association, Lin Yu and Zhao Qingdai, now clad in black leather, found themselves in a private dining room of a restaurant. Lin Yu handed Zhao Qingdai a mobile phone. I just checked. There are no underground trains to the capital tonight. Zhao Qingdai glanced at Lin Yu. I never said I wanted to go to the capital. While waiting for their dishes to arrive, Lin Yu used his broken illusion golden eyes to scrutinize Zhao Qingdai across the table. Name, Zhao Qingdai. Age, 35. Martial soul, bow and arrow. Soul power, 57. Soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul skills, aimed shot, venomous snake stab, shockwave shot, armor-piercing shot, multi-shot. Born an orphan, she has endured the hardships of life from a young age and has witnessed the malice of humanity. At the age of 10, she took the life of a scavenger who attempted to assault her. From that moment on, she ceased to trust anyone. Beneath her fervent and uninhibited exterior lies a heart that is tightly sealed. Lin Yu spoke to Zhao Qingdai. Stay with me for 2 days. I will enhance your strength, and then you can assist me in the capital. Zhao Qingdai rolled her eyes at him. So, in saving my life, I now owe you my existence. Lin Yu chuckled. Isn't that only natural? I merely ask that you perform a few tasks for me. It's not as if I am requesting your hand in marriage. Zhao Qingdai laughed. Well, if you insist on a marriage proposal, I might just consider it. After dinner, we can arrange the details. At that moment, the restaurant staff brought their ordered dishes, and after the staff exited, the two removed their masks and began to eat. After dinner, they left the restaurant, and shortly after, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter back home. He took a shower, changed into his night clothes, and then sat beside Chen Jing, who turned to Lin Yu and asked, Little Yu, did you leave the city today? Yes. This morning, I went upstream on the Qinhuai River to fill the pond in my space with water, and this afternoon, I harvested some luminous grass from the infernal demon forest. Oh, I am looking forward to the day the house there is completed. It will be soon. Not long after, Chen Jing returned to her room and, in passing, locked Lin Yu's door. After turning off the lights, Lin Yu returned to the space of life, where he found Zhao Qingdai reclining in a chaise longue, staring vacantly at the luminous grass beside her. Upon noticing Lin Yu's entrance, Zhao Qingdai smiled. Are you planning to have me offer myself to you? I am ready. Enough. I am not interested in that at the moment. Besides, there are many who would offer themselves to me. I have come to discuss serious matters. I am all ears. An hour later, Lin Yu returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, he delivered toiletries and food to Zhao Qingdai before heading outside to wash up and have breakfast. Upon returning to school, during the first class, Tang Yinran spoke about the impending college entrance examination and the standards for school admissions, which included soul power level, proficiency in soul skills, and combat techniques. After class, Lin Yu followed Tang Yinran back to her office, where he soaked her clothes in the sink and then sat opposite her. Tang Yinran glanced at Lin Yu and then spoke. I have contemplated countless possibilities and never imagined you would possess the exceedingly rare twin martial souls. Lin Yu replied with a smile. If I lacked such strength, I wouldn't have dared to confront that drought demon that day. Even then, I nearly knelt. That is unlikely. You could easily escape alone. Lin Yu briefly recounted the drought demon's soul ring and soul bone skills to Tang Yinran, who appeared uninterested. Primarily because she could not utilize them, and thus she gave Lin Yu the soul ring of the death spider. After lunch, Lin Yu left the school and found a secluded spot where he observed Zhao Qingdai meditating. She sensed Lin Yu's presence and opened her eyes. Lin Yu produced 4 soul rings and placed them on the table. The 2 black ones are the 5,000-year flame bat and thunder spider soul rings, while the 2 red ones are the 130,000-year swamp lizard king soul ring and the 140,000-year swamp fly king soul ring. You may choose one as your 6th soul ring. Zhao Qingdai glanced at the 4 soul rings and then at Lin Yu. So? You intend for me to remain in your debt? Lin Yu chuckled. Your life is already mine. Do you still care about being in my debt? Zhao Qingdai retorted. Then you decide which soul ring I should use. I will take whatever you suggest. Lin Yu handed the 5,000-year flame bat soul ring to Zhao Qingdai, who received it and rolled her eyes at him. You took out the red soul rings just for me to see, since you've shown them. You must have a way for me to absorb them. Lin Yu knocked on Lin Xiaotao's door, and Yi Sujing opened it. Seeing Lin Yu drenched in sweat, she let him in, and he dashed to the bathroom to shower. The reason Lin Yu didn't return home was to keep his aunt from learning about Huahuti, which is why he went to Lin Xiaotao's place to bathe. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Sujing brought the clothes Lin Yu had changed out of last time and placed them on the bench outside the bathroom door, knocking and saying, Lin Yu, the clothes you changed out of last time are on the bench by the door. Okay, thank you, Aunt Yi. Yesterday, I administered a millennium-grade golden ginseng to Zhao Qingdai, facilitating the evolution of her martial spirit from an ordinary Bao to the Sun Chaser Bao. This afternoon, I assisted her in absorbing the soul ring of the Swamp Lizard King, granting her the abilities of petrifying shot and protective stone skin. A few minutes later, Lin Yu opened the bathroom door and brought in the clean clothes waiting at the entrance. After changing, he emerged to find Yi Sujin sitting in the living room, pouring him a cup of tea. Lin Yu, why did you finish school so early today? She inquired. Yi Aunt, I typically do not attend afternoon classes. The practical exercises at school hold little significance for me. Chapter 58, Bidding Farewell to Zhao Qingdai. Subsequently, Lin Yu discussed the housing situation in the capital with Yi Sujin, expressing his intention for Zhao Qingdai to go ahead and purchase a property for him, and perhaps even acquire one for Taozi's family as well. Lin Yu, that's very considerate of you. We have no particular demands for our living arrangements. Taozi will stay in the dormitory, and as long as I have a place to rest, that suffices. Very well, I shall arrange for it. After spending some time at Taozi's home, Lin Yu took his leave. Yi Sujin washed the clothes he had changed out of and hung them on her balcony to dry. Shortly after departing from Taozi's residence, Lin Yu headed to the subway station, purchasing a ticket for the following morning's train to the capital. He then returned to the life space, retrieving a storage bag and handing it to Huahuti. Here is the subway ticket for tomorrow to the capital, along with the majority of my savings. Apart from the house we discussed last night, please procure me another 3-bedroom property. Zhao Qingdai glanced at the contents of the storage bag, her eyes lighting up with amusement. Such a substantial sum. I have never seen so much money before. Aren't you afraid I might run off with it? Lin Yu chuckled. If you were to flee, it would be of no concern. When next we meet, I shall ensure you return to Jinling City, buried alongside your 3 companions. Zhao Qingdai, observing the cheerful boy before her, understood that he was not jesting. He would indeed follow through on such a promise. She took an apple from the storage bag and began to eat. Is that 3-bedroom house meant for me? What are you thinking? Just take care of my matters. And if there is enough money left for a villa, I won't mind. Now, you should stay here for the night. I'll accompany you to the subway station in the morning. After saying this, Lin Yu released the vitality of all things upon the plants and then left the space, riding his bike home. The next morning, Lin Yu sent a message to Tang Yinran, informing her that he wouldn't attend the first class due to prior commitments. After escorting Chen Wenwen to school, he made his way to the subway station. Upon arriving at the subway entrance with Zhao Qingdai, he cautioned her. All right, from here on, take care of yourself. Even if you happen to be killed, at least let me know who did it. Zhao Qingdai laughed. What? Do you intend to seek vengeance for me if I perish? Lin Yu shook his head. No, I merely wish to reclaim my losses and would then have a valid reason to eliminate the perpetrator. I am a man of principle. Zhao Qingdai smiled, then embraced the youthful man tightly. All right, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again in the capital. After releasing Lin Yu, she waved goodbye and stepped through the subway turnstile. Watching her enter the waiting area, Lin Yu mounted his electric bike and returned to school, where the first theoretical class had concluded. He proceeded directly to Tang Yinran's office. Tang Yinran glanced up, observing Lin Yu seated across from her. Have you completed your errands? Yes. The day before yesterday, I encountered a dying adventurer outside the city. out of gratitude for her past assistance. I rescued her and just delivered her to the train station. I presume that adventurer must have been quite an attractive woman. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so benevolent in saving a stranger. Furthermore, she was likely attacked by other adventurers in the wild. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. When I first ventured into the realm of adventurers, she stood up for me when I was misled. Lin Yu recounted his encounter with Hua-Hudi to Tang Yinran without any deliberate concealment. Tang Yinran remarked thoughtfully, "Indeed. Who would have thought that a simple act of kindness could save one's life at a critical moment? The city lord's mansion likely targeted them due to something exceedingly precious they possessed. However, during my time in Jinling City, I have not heard of the city lord's mansion engaging in the assassination of adventurers. That is quite straightforward. If Hua-Hudi speaks the truth, it indicates that the city lord's mansion leaves no survivors." Lin Yu expressed his disdain for the aristocracy. That is also true. Lin Yu then rose to wash the clothes Tang Yinran had worn the previous night, hanging them on the balcony before resuming his seat opposite her. "This afternoon, I shall accompany you to purchase some clothing." Tang Yinran decisively shook her head. "No, thank you. I dislike shopping. If you have time, just buy me a few things. You know my size well enough." "Very well. I shall take care of it." Lin Yu estimated that his custom wooden house would be ready by the same time. After lunch, he lay down beside Tang Yinran for a nap, eventually deciding to pull her into his embrace. "It's sweltering. What kind of weather is this? Why are you holding me so tightly?" Indeed, it was rather warm. Lin Yu promptly exchanged his soul bone for that of the Frost King skeleton, and with a slight infusion of soul power, the temperature in the room dropped considerably. He then wrapped Tang Yinran in a blanket, holding her close as they drifted into sleep, finding comfort in this arrangement. Around 2 o'clock, Tang Yinran departed for class, and Lin Yu noticed a message from Zhao Qingdai, informing him that she had arrived in the capital. After responding to her message, he left the school and visited the carpentry shop, ordering 2 beehives. He planned to retrieve the swarm of bees he encountered on Sunday and place them in the space for pollinating fruits and vegetables. Upon returning home, Chen Jing had already awakened. They entered the space together to transplant the luminous grass into pots, erasing all traces of Hua-Hudi's stay beforehand. Lin Yu filled pots with soil and placed them on the table while Chen Jing sat beside him, transplanting the luminous grass into each pot. "Xiao Yu, we have quite a bounty of luminous grass this time. I excavated all sizes of luminous grass from the last cave of the infernal demon king. We should plant the excess in the space. Additionally, it would be best to dig a trench from the pond to the orchard so that we won't need to irrigate manually." "Indeed, that is a splendid idea." After planting over 200 luminous grass plants, Lin Yu decided on their growth size according to the pot dimensions, ensuring that the larger ones would serve as lighting in the living room. Once they returned home, Lin Yu first took a shower while Chun Jing prepared dinner. When Chun Wenwen returned, the three began their meal. Chapter 59, A Return to the Streets for Clothing. After dinner and tidying up, Chun Jing lay down on Lin Yu's boat, gazing at him as he finished his training. "Xiao Yu, do you think we should build a chicken coop inside for raising some chickens to lay eggs?" Lin Yu lay down beside Chun Jing, looking at her. That is indeed a splendid idea. We only need to enclose the orchard with a fence, allowing the chickens to roam freely within." "Yes, that sounds delightful." Lin Yu decided to head back to his side, urging Chen Jing to rest early. After a moment's contemplation, he donned his head spirit bone to cool the room, then wrapped Chen Jing in a blanket, ensuring that their shared space would not be overly awkward. With that, he cradled her in his arms and drifted into slumber. Chen Jing gazed at the young man before her, who had been a part of her life for several years. It was evident that he had matured, now capable of providing warmth and comfort. Soon, she nestled her head against his arm and succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke to find Chen Jing still deep in slumber. Quietly, he rose to attend to his personal hygiene, preparing a pot of porridge before retreating to his life space to nurture the herbs. These plants were nearing their millennium, and he resolved to select a couple for Su Dawei and Yang Dabo over the weekend. After breakfast, Lin Yu took Chun Wenwen to school. During their journey, she inquired with curiosity, "Brother, did my mother sleep in your room last night?" "Indeed. My room is quite cool, so Annie chose to rest there," he replied. Once he had dropped Chen Wenwen off, he fetched Lin Xiaotao and headed towards the first high school. Lin Xiaotao hugged Lin Yu and remarked, "Lin Yu, I heard from Lu Ning that Lin Mashua should be absorbing her third spirit ring. She has cultivated her family's techniques for many years. Attaining over 30 levels of spirit power is quite normal. Besides, if Lin Mashua wishes to attend the Wuhuan City Holy Academy, it is only natural that she should strive for greater strength. We need not compare ourselves to her. Focus on solidifying your own power." Upon returning to school, Lin Yu glanced at Lin Mashua, who had indeed absorbed her third spirit ring, reaching level 38 in spirit power. This indicated that she had accumulated approximately 30 levels of spirit power through her years of practicing the ice method. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that during their Wuhuan awakening, both he and she had been born with innate full spirit power, had they not tampered with the machines. Witnessing her innate 30 levels would have certainly made him question his own existence. After the first class, Lin Yu visited Tang Yinran's office and curiously asked, What was the spirit power of the progeny from the prominent families during your time of enrollment? Tang Yinran pondered for a moment before responding. Most were around the second tier, with very few reaching the third tier. Why do you ask? Just out of curiosity. I saw Lin Mashua earlier. She is already at the late third tier. Wouldn't that make her a prodigy upon entering the Holy Academy? Entering the Holy Academy at the late third tier would indeed place her among the elite of the new students, but the Academy values innate talent above all. They favor those with innate full spirit power, as children from noble families typically undergo training in advance. Thus, innate spirit power holds little significance for them. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yu left the school and went to the carpenter's workshop, where 2 beehives had been completed. He subsequently commissioned 2 chicken coops and several hundred meters of wooden fencing. After paying the deposit, he ventured outside the city to the location where he had discovered the wild bees, carefully collecting the swarm into the hives and then placing them into his life space. The bees quickly acclimated to their new environment, buzzing joyfully among the orchards and vegetable gardens, confirming that the bees were settling in well. He returned to the city without encountering any incidents. Upon returning home, Lin Yu searched online for companies that manufactured integrated water tanks and septic systems. After making inquiries, he learned that they had stock available, though they were located out of town and did not provide delivery services. He would have to collect them himself. The next afternoon, after leaving the academy, Lin Yu intended to head straight to the upscale shopping district to buy clothes for Tang Yinran. However, he reconsidered, feeling that he might be overly skilled at purchasing garments, and instead knocked on the door of Lin Xiaodao's home. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. Yi Suzhen opened the door and, upon seeing Lin Yu, smiled and stepped aside to let him in. Lin Yu observed Yi Suzhen in her nightgown, clad in nothing underneath, and smiled, saying, Auntie Yi, I hope I haven't disturbed your afternoon rest. Not at all. Your visit brings me joy. Let me get you a glass of water. That's unnecessary. If you have no other plans, would you accompany me for a stroll? Yi Suzhen chuckled. Very well. Let me change into something more suitable. As she retreated to her room to change, Lin Yu noted that she left the door wide open, displaying an unusual level of trust. Moments later, Yi Suzhen emerged in a light green dress and quickly tidied her hair in the bathroom. All set. Shall we go? The two then departed, choosing to take the bus to the affluent district. After half an hour, they arrived at the shopping center and began their excursion. With a mischievous grin, Yi Suzhen teased. Lin Yu, are you bringing me here to buy clothes for another woman? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Aren't you afraid I might cause trouble? Lin Yu chuckled in response. I doubt you would. You must have met Teacher Tang, right? Indeed. I never expected someone so young to have such a grand ambition. Teacher Tang is truly a beautiful woman. Auntie, as long as one possesses strength, the size of their heart determines the vastness of their world. That is indeed true. After exiting one store, Lin Yu took her hand and led her to another, purchasing several outfits. Auntie, I believe this lovely dress would look stunning on you. Yi Suzhen leaned in close and whispered in his ear, such a seductive outfit. Who would I wear it for? Just for you? Lin Yu nodded. Why not? Let me get you a few. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. After returning to Lin Xiaotao's building and parting ways, Yi Suzhen smiled and asked, Aren't you coming up for a while? No, it's almost time for Taozi to get out of school. I must return home. Thank you for today, Auntie. Not at all. If you encounter any inconveniences, feel free to drop by. I have plenty of time now. Since Lin Yu provided Lin Xiaodao with a substantial sum of money, Yi Suzhen no longer needed to work. Like many lower-tier spirit masters, once they had children, they would prioritize working within the city, earning a meager salary, as being outside the city posed too many dangers. Not everyone was as formidable as Lin Yu. Lin Yu insisted on taking her along, naturally purchasing several outfits for her. Overall, Yi Suzhen's spirits were lifted during their shopping excursion together. Chapter 60, Arriving in the Magic City on Saturday. The next morning, after the first class concluded, Lin Yu visited Tang Yinran's office and presented her with the clothes he had purchased the day before, placing them on her bed. These are all for me. Of course. You may try them on to see if they fit. All right, I'll try them during my midday nap. Tang Yinran collected the garments and returned to her office. Lin Yu washed the clothes she had worn the previous evening and then settled down to meditate. After lunch, Tang Yinran donned the sleepwear Lin Yu had gifted her, finding it quite comfortable before drifting into her midday slumber. Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace as they napped together. Recently, their relationship had progressed rapidly, and Tang Yinran had ceased playfully biting his tongue, although some matters remained unspoken. Around 2 o'clock, Tang Yinran changed into the new t-shirt and sweatpants Lin Yu had prepared for her, admiring how well they fit in the mirror. Through the reflection, she glanced at Lin Yu, who lay on the bed, and asked, Are you going out this afternoon? I'm not going out today. Please call Yang Dabo and Su Dawei over. I intend to gift each of them a millennium-grade spirit herb. Perhaps this will help them advance to the second tier. You are indeed generous, giving away spirit herbs so freely. Hurry and get up when they arrive. It would be quite improper for them to find you sleeping on my bed. Lin Yu promptly rose from the bed, washed his face in the bathroom, and soaked Tang Yinran's previous outfit in the sink. After closing the bedroom door, he took a seat in the outer office. Tang Yinran had not been gone long when Yang Daba and Su Dawei arrived. Lin Yu, without any pretense, produced 2 medicinal herbs and placed them before them. Yang Daba, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother, what are these?" "These are the royal bloodgrass and the dragon blood shoyang ginseng, both of which have reached the millennial grade. Consuming them will enhance one's soul power and may even alter one's cultivation aptitude, with a certain probability of causing the evolution of one's martial spirit." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both men were electrified with excitement. Su Dawei promptly asked, "How do we use these herbs?" "It's quite simple. Chew them and refine them with your soul power." The two, unable to contain their eagerness, consumed the herbs and then sat down to circulate their soul power for refinement. Seeing that their refinement would take some time, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to wash Tang Yinran's clothes. By the time he had hung the clothes out to dry, Tang Yinran had returned, but it seemed that Yang Daba and Su Dawei were expelling impurities, emitting an unpleasant odor. Tang Yinran turned on her heel and departed. Half an hour later, as the two finished their work, Lin Yu ushered them out of the office, exclaiming, "It's far too smelly in here. Go home and take a shower. We can discuss matters on Monday." They were aware of their own state and promptly left the school. Lin Yu conjured a large fan to waft away the foul stench, and once the air had cleared, he left the school and returned home. During dinner, Chen Jing casually inquired, "Xiao Yu, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" "Nothing in particular, Auntie. How about we take a trip to Modu tomorrow to buy the water tank and septic tank?" Chen Wenwen, who was dining nearby, immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, "Modu, I want to go too. I can take you along, but you must rise early tomorrow morning." Chen Wenwen nodded vigorously. Yes, I will definitely wake up early." After dinner, the three of them each went to wash up early. Chen Jing sat in his room for a while before leaving, and she would be staying over at Lin Yu's place on Tuesday night, but not for the following days. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early to water the plants in the space, then washed up, and, in the interest of time, Chen Jing opted not to prepare breakfast, but instead took some leftovers from the space. After finishing breakfast, they changed their clothes and set off. First taking a bus to the subway station, Lin Yu purchased 3 tickets to Modu and then proceeded to the waiting area. "Brother, how long will it take us to get to Modu? Isn't it on your phone?" "About 2 hours, I believe." "Oh, soon after." An announcement was made for passengers heading to Modu to begin boarding. The three of them passed through the ticket gate and arrived at the platform. Lin Yu glanced around and noticed a considerable number of people heading to Modu. Moments later, the train arrived, and they boarded along with the crowd. Once inside, they found their seats. Chen Wenwen sat by the window, Chen Jing in the middle, and Lin Yu by the aisle, as Jinling was not the starting point. The train departed 2 minutes later. The journey was rather dull. Although there was a television in the carriage, most passengers were engrossed in their phones. In this world, phones were similar to those of his previous life, but there was no mobile payment or online shopping. They were merely tools for communication. The train to Modu made 2 stops along the way, with station names Lin Yu had never heard of. By around 10:30 in the morning, the three disembarked at Modu station. "Xiao Yu, what shall we do next?" Chen Jing asked. "Auntie, how about this? You and Wenwen go explore while I pick up the goods. I'll find you once I'm done." Chen Jing shook her head. "Let us go together." "That works too." The three of them took a bus to purchase the water tank and septic tank, along with some plumbing fixtures, and returned to the bustling heart of Modu, where it was already past noon. They first sought out a restaurant to sample local delicacies, which turned out to be quite satisfactory. After lunch, the weather was scorching, prompting Lin Yu to book a luxurious suite for them. "Brother, what are our plans for the afternoon?" Lin Yu, reclining on the sofa, waved his hand at Chen Wenwen. "You should rest in the room for a while. It's too hot now. We can head out around 4. I've heard the night view here is splendid." Chen Wenwen nodded. "All right, I'll go take a nap." After she retreated to her room to sleep, Chen Jing emerged, having changed into a set of sleepwear, and sat beside Lin Yu. He laid back on the sofa, resting his head on her lap, while she gently stroked his cheek. Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked at Chen Jing. "Auntie, I plan to check out the Adventurers Association here. You should rest for a bit." Chen Jing nodded. "All right, that works." Lin Yu then got up, returned to his room to change into his gluttonous beast skin outfit, donned a hood and mask, and left the hotel. Following the navigation on his phone, he took a bus and soon arrived at Modu's Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association in Modu was significantly larger than that in Jinling. Upon entering, Lin Yu noticed that the bustling hall was filled with far more adventurers than in Jinling, indicating that Modu was indeed a much larger city. His immediate focus was drawn to the enormous task board in the Adventurer Hall, where various commissions scrolled by. The top-tier tasks were likely networked and similar to those in Jinling, though local task contents varied greatly. After meandering through the Adventurers Association, Lin Yu arrived at the Soul Ring trading shop. After browsing the shop, he turned to the shop owner. "Do you have any soul bones available?" The shop owner chuckled. "Surely you jest. Those looking for soul bones wouldn't come to my humble establishment. They all go straight to the auction house." Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Even those without a specified age would suffice." "Ah, but there are no soul bones without an age limit. The Federation forbids their sale." Although the shop owner maintained a polite demeanor, it was evident that he was less affable than before. There was clearly stock available. "Boss, I come from Jinling. I wonder if you are familiar with Boss Jean from Jinling?" Upon hearing this, the shop owner's smile broadened. Ah, so you're a customer of old Jean. Please, come right in. The owner signaled to a staff member to escort Lin Yu to the reception room and promptly called Boss Jean from Jinling. The call was connected swiftly. Well, today the sun must be rising in the west for you, the big boss of Modu, to take the initiative to call me. Old Jean, spare me the pleasantries. Today I have an unusual guest here, claiming to be from your Jinling city. He wants to buy low-age soul bones. Is this person trustworthy? Could he be wearing gluttonous beast skin and wrapped up tightly, but his voice sounds youthful? It does sound like him. He mentioned buying low-age soul bones for collection. With no age limit. Just find out how many he wants. He usually takes as many as he can get. The last item I sold him was a right arm bone from a clawed mountain cat. While Lin Yu waited impatiently, the shop owner reappeared. Thank you for your patience. My surname is Li. Just call me Old Li. I take it you were confirming information with Boss Jean? Lin Yu replied. I have a particular interest in this matter. How many items do you have? Feel free to show them all. I'm willing to buy if they are suitable. Let us not play games like Boss Jean. Testing me with a mouse leg. Haha, you're a straightforward customer. Please hold on, Old Li said, rising to leave. Soon after, he returned with 3 large boxes and opened them for Lin Yu. Inside were a sewer rat head soul bone, a water python torso bone, a right arm bone of a swamp crocodile, a left arm bone of a swamp crocodile, a right leg bone of a jungle wolf, and 2 left leg bones of a sewer rat, all under 100 years in age. Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Is this all the merchandise, Boss Li? Surely, there must be more. If you have additional items, do not hesitate to reveal them. I shall take them all. The customer chuckled. These are merely remnants from many years ago. Scarcely anyone seeks such items these days. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Then, Boss Li, do present your price. The customer replied. Since you are acquainted with old Jean, I shall refrain from inflating my price. How does 3,000 sound? Lin Yu recognized that Boss Li was undoubtedly in collusion with Boss Jean from Jinling, both being unscrupulous merchants who viewed him as an easy target for exploitation. 3,000 it is. I shall take it. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Yu stowed away the 7 soul bones and produced 30 stacks of federal currency. After confirming that everything was in order, he decided to take his leave, but Boss Li called out to him. Please wait a moment. Lin Yu was somewhat perplexed as Boss Li handed him an invitation. Tonight at 8, at the Jada auction house, there will be an auction. If you are interested, do consider attending. Thank you, Boss Li. Lin Yu accepted the invitation and departed from the Adventurers Association, suspecting that the Jada auction house likely had stakes in the Adventurers Association. Otherwise, Boss Li would not be so eager to share this information. Upon returning to the hotel, it was still before 3 in the afternoon, and Chen Jing was napping. Lin Yu changed into a fresh outfit and reclined on the sofa, examining the 7 soul bones in his system's storage space, which featured an identification function. The soul bone of the sewer rat's head, age, 30 years, soul skill, danger perception. The body bone of the water python, age, 50 years, soul skill, constriction. The right arm bone of the swamp crocodile, age, 30 years, soul skill, armor-piercing claw strike. The left arm bone of the swamp crocodile, age, 40 years, soul skill, death roll. The left leg bone of the jungle wolf, age, 50 years, soul skill, howl. The left leg bone of the sewer rat, age, 30 years, soul skill, swift running. Once again, the quality was disappointingly subpar. However, the left claw of the crocodile possessed an intriguing soul skill, death roll, recognized as the crocodile's most formidable physical attack. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to allocate the left leg bone of the rat 100,000 years. The left leg bone of the rat king, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, rapid running, rat king clone. Lin Yu immediately turned his attention to the description of the rat king clone soul skill. Transform into the rat king, capable of producing 10 clones, each possessing 1/3 of the original strength. In offense, they strike as a group. In retreat, they create confusion. For every additional 100,000 years, 10 more clones of the rat king can be generated. This bore some resemblance to Tang Yinran's skeletal king's right leg bone, albeit transforming into a rat felt somewhat off-putting. Perhaps he could sell it at the auction tonight for some extra funds, especially after having given 70 billion to the butterfly and now finding himself short on cash. Clad in pajamas, Chun Jing emerged from her room and approached Lin Yu, who was lounging on the sofa. Xiao Yu, you're back. Yes, I've been back for a while, he replied, handing her the invitation. Chun Jing took it, seated herself on the sofa, glanced at the invitation, and then returned it to Lin Yu. The auction at 8 tonight. Should we go? Lin Yu nodded. Let us take a look. I have yet to attend an auction. At that moment, Chen Wenwen also woke up, and the three prepared themselves before heading downstairs for a stroll. The commercial streets of Modu were far larger than those in Jinling, bustling with people. As they meandered, they purchased a few suitable outfits, both summer and autumn attire. By around 6 o'clock, the trio found a local restaurant specializing in regional cuisine. Lin Yu glanced at the menu, noting that prices were considerably higher than in Jinling, and ordered several specialty dishes. Brother, what are the plans for tonight? Chen Wenwen asked. After dinner, we shall return to the hotel, and then I'll take you to experience something you've never encountered before. Shortly thereafter, their meals arrived. As they dined, Lin Yu savored the flavors, which were exquisite, as the meats were primarily sourced from magical beasts, expertly prepared by the chef. Chen Wenwen, enjoying a braised pork knuckle, exclaimed, "Brother, I never knew the skin of pork could be so delectable. The pork we usually eat lacks skin. That requires professional depilation, which is quite a hassle. Hence, we normally have it skinned beforehand," he explained. After finishing their dinner, they returned to the hotel, where Lin Yu presented a new set of gluttonous beast leather attire for Chen Wenwen to wear. Confused, she asked, "Brother, where are we going that necessitates dressing like this?" Lin Yu patiently explained, "We are attending an auction. Dressing appropriately will help us avoid unnecessary complications." Chapter 62, The Auction of Soul Bones. The Jiada Auction House stands as the largest auction house in the Blue Star Federation, with branches in over 70 premier cities worldwide. Lin Yu had never heard of it in Jinling. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jiada Auction House, they presented their invitation and were promptly greeted by a representative. A young lady clad in a black uniform beckoned, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Lin Yu directly stated, "I wish to add items to tonight's auction." The young lady politely responded, "I apologize, sir. Our auction house schedules its events every 3 months, and the items have already been finalized a month prior. If you wish to auction your items, you will need to wait until 3 months hence." Lin Yu shook his head. "Time is of the essence, I assure you. My auction item will be of great interest to your establishment. Please contact your superior." Upon hearing Lin Yu's insistence, the young lady began communicating with her superior via a walkie-talkie and subsequently escorted Lin Yu and his companions to a reception room, where they were served tea. "Please hold on a moment. Our appraiser will be with you shortly." Chen Wenwen, wishing to enjoy her tea, was deterred by a glare from Chen Jing and settled for observing her surroundings in boredom. Soon, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses entered. He was presumably the appraiser. Without delay, Lin Yu presented the 100,000-year Rat King left leg bone on the coffee table. The elder examined the bone with great scrutiny before addressing a young man behind him. The left leg bone of the Rat King, aged over 100,000 years, possesses soul skills relating to speed and cloning. Inform the president that this soul bone can serve as the opening piece for tonight's auction. With that, the elder departed, and Lin Yu and his companions were fortunate enough to be assigned to a private room on the second floor, once again attended by the same young lady. She produced a small booklet and handed it to Lin Yu, who perused it, noting the items up for auction. The young lady continued, "Your soul bone should ideally serve as the finale for the auction. However, as the previous items have already been scheduled, it must be presented as the opening piece." Lin Yu leafed through to the last page of auction items, where the highlight was a key to a secret realm. Detailed as follows. The secret realm, named the Wailing Cave, accessible to individuals ranked between 3 and 5, with a maximum entry of 5 persons, and a cooldown period of 1 month for the key. Lin Yu then passed the booklet to Chen Jing, who, along with Chen Wenwen, began to flip through its pages. While downstairs, guests gradually filled the hall. At 8 o'clock, a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed lady ascended the auction stage. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our quarterly auction at the Jiada Auction House. It is my honor to host tonight's event." Lin Yu waved to the young lady beside him, and she approached, asking softly, "What can I do for you, sir?" "Who is that woman?" Lin Yu inquired. The young lady replied in a hushed tone, "Miss Jones. She recently arrived in Modu from headquarters. We do not know much about her, as we are merely entry-level staff." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement of her explanation. His inquiry stemmed from the startling revelation that this foreign woman was, in fact, a 9th-tier soul sage. Observing her stunningly beautiful visage, one could surmise that she might very well be of an ancient hag's caliber. Moreover, when did it come to pass that saints became so commonplace as to take on the role of auctioneers? At that moment, a voice resonated from a private room on the second floor. "All right, Miss Jones, let us have the main event. We are positively eager. Does Miss Jones have a special item to present this evening?" Miss Jones smiled at the second floor box and replied, "It seems I've inadvertently brought forth a rather unexpected artifact tonight. Without further ado, let us commence the auction with our first item." At that juncture, a young lady appeared, carrying a tray draped with a crimson cloth. She placed the tray down and unveiled the soul bone beneath. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, and Miss Jones appeared quite pleased with their reaction. Someone in the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity and called out, "Miss Jones, how old is this soul bone?" Another chimed in, "What soul skill does this left leg bone possess?" Amidst the cacophony, Miss Jones, with a smile, addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, do take a moment to consider how much money you have brought with you today. I fear some of you may not have sufficient funds, for this soul bone is dated to the 10th tier." A collective intake of breath echoed through the room, and many began making calls to their families, requesting funds to be sent over. Miss Jones continued, "I know everyone is eager to learn about its soul skill. As you are aware, soul bones above the 10th tier can possess 2 soul skills. This left leg bone harbors a highly practical speed-related skill, in addition to the exceedingly rare clone skill. Are you all prepared? Let us commence the bidding." A voice from the second floor interjected, Miss Jones, could we delay the auction of this soul bone? Let us auction off other items first. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes. Grant us some time to gather funds. Observing this, Miss Jones raised her hand, quieting the room once more. Since many of you have expressed this sentiment, let us move on to the second item for auction. The next item was originally intended to warm up the audience, a beautifully crafted bracelet. The latest creation of Master Versailles. He named this exquisite piece Guardian of Life. It can be activated with soul power to generate a defensive barrier capable of withstanding attacks below the 6th tier. Additionally, it possesses an internal storage space of 30 square units, starting at a price of 10 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1 million, 10 million, 11 million, 12 million. The bidding continued to escalate, eventually reaching 50 million. Lin Yu noticed that Chen Wenwen was particularly enamored with the bracelet, and he promptly entered a bid of 80 million on the bidding device. Box 9 bids 80 million. Is there a higher offer? Chen Jing, observing Lin Yu's enthusiastic bidding, felt puzzled, as Lin Yu had an abundance of storage space already. Why would he need a storage bracelet? Another voice rang out, 120 million. Lin Yu swiftly input 200 million. Miss Jones exclaimed, Box 9 bids 200 million. Going once, going twice, sold. With a decisive clap of her hammer, Miss Jones marked the item as sold and handed the hammer to a lovely assistant to continue the auction. At this point, the second item was presented, a weapon. The number of bidders dwindled, and Lin Yu and his companions showed little interest. Soon, the sound of a knock echoed through the private room, and the assistant opened the treasure chest to reveal the exquisite bracelet. Lin Yu inspected the bracelet, ensuring its quality before pouring out a pile of federal currency. As the auction progressed, an array of peculiar items emerged, including rare soul rings that attracted considerable attention. The 2,000-year-old 9 Deaths resurrection grass, rumored to have the potential to revive the dead if it reaches a certain age, was auctioned, starting at 1 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Lin Yu, intrigued, gazed at the item on the auction stage, recognizing it as the famed immortality grass. He had cultivated it before his transmigration, only to have it perish under his care. With the name 9 Deaths resurrection grass, dated at 2,168 years, and its effect of stabilizing injuries, Lin Yu noted that the bidding had barely reached 2 million. He promptly bid 3 million, and soon, the auctioneer called it sold, marking him as a rather extravagant buyer in the eyes of the onlookers. Just then, Miss Jones returned to take over from the previous auctioneer, cheerfully announcing, All right, time is of the essence. We have 3 items left to auction. I shall preside over the final segment. Our next item is the 2,000-year-old underworld salamander torso bone. Despite its relatively modest age, it is a rare torso bone with the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Starting bid, 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Upon hearing Miss Jones, Lin Yu turned his attention to the underworld salamander torso bone, dated at 2,314 years, possessing the sole skill of limb regeneration. Though it seemed impressive, Lin Yu perceived it as a subpar skill. If the price suited him, he would consider acquiring it. Otherwise, he would pass, knowing he had other means to procure what he needed from Tang Yinran later. The starting bid quickly escalated to 15 million, prompting Lin Yu to withdraw. The torso bone, despite its rarity, was not worth such a price. In the end, it sold for 18 million. Next came the auction of the Secret Realm Key, which reached a staggering 50 million. Lin Yu speculated that those bidding for such an item likely represented a significant faction, as it was intended for lower-tier soul masters. Miss Jones, smiling broadly, declared, Now, we arrive at tonight's final item, and I trust everyone is eagerly anticipating it. Without further ado, this 10th-tier soul bone starts at a bid of 100 million, with increments no less than 10 million. As soon as she finished her statement, an unexpected voice rang out, 2 billion. I, Injwiyun, shall take this soul bone. I trust there are no objections? Just then, a dashing man entered, flanked by several others, 2 of whom were also 9th-tier soul sages. Miss Jones's complexion was exceedingly poor as she immediately retorted, Princine, this is the card auction house, not your imperial palace. Injwiyun smiled and replied, Miss Jones, I am fully aware that this is an auction house. I am also prepared to pay. Is there a problem with that? The starting bid here is 100 million, and I am offering 2 billion. Is there an issue with that? If others wish to bid higher, they are welcome to do so. I am merely engaging in a normal transaction. Even if President Smith were present, he would not obstruct my purchase. As Injwiyun spoke, a profound silence enveloped the room, while Lin Yu cast a curious glance at Injwiyun below. Name, Injwiyun. Age, 38. Martial soul, Xian bird. Soul power, 78. Soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Soul skills, fireball, flame shield, scorching flames, firewall, dragon breath, hellfire. True form of Xian bird. Prince of the Great Xia dynasty, heir to the throne, trained in the royal family's unique technique, the Great Sunflame art, since childhood. Lin Yu withdrew his barret and aimed it directly at Injwiyun, who instantly sensed the threat of death and swiftly dodged behind a plump soul saint. Both the plump soul saint and another soul saint promptly displayed their soul rings, which were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and blue. Miss Jones shouted angrily. Enough. This is the card auction house. If you wish to fight, do so outside the city. Princine, I will ask you one last time. Do you still wish to purchase this soul ring? Feeling the oppressive aura of death lingering, Lin Yu recognized that the seller was also present. He stepped forward and declared, I will bid 1 trillion. If anyone offers a higher price, I shall withdraw. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu retracted his bid. This amount was within his acceptable range, as it aligned with the price sought by the Adventurers Association. Lin Yu sensed the murderous intent surrounding him dissipate, realizing the seller had acknowledged his bid. With a wave of his hand, a young lady approached to pay for the soul bone, disregarding the opinions of others entirely. After acquiring the soul bone, Lin Yu departed with his entourage, prompting Miss Jones to announce the auction's conclusion. What was meant to be a splendid auction was abruptly terminated due to Lin Yu's unexpected interference. In the reception room, Lin Yu encountered the executive chairman of the card auction house's Magic City branch and Miss Jones. The chairman, a foreign gentleman, expressed, "We sincerely apologize for the unforeseen circumstances during this auction. Here is our platinum card, which allows you to purchase items at half price at any card chamber across the cities." This implied that he was being granted a high-level membership card, enabling him to sell items at the card auction house without commission and buy items at a 50% discount. Quite a generous offer indeed. Chapter 64, Showing No Respect to the Prince. Lin Yu accepted the storage pouch handed to him by the chairman, which contained not only the platinum membership card and the payment for the soul bone, but also an additional 200 million and 300,000, which was a refund for the bracelet and 9 death resurrection grass. What does this 200 million and 300,000 signify? He inquired. Sir, the 2 items you purchased today are our way of expressing our apologies. There are no other intentions. We simply hope that today's unpleasantness will not affect our future collaboration. After leaving the auction house, Lin Yu and his companions noticed Injin's group standing by the roadside, not yet departed. Lin Yu linked arms with Chun Jing and Chun Wenwen as they moved towards the bus station. Suddenly, the woman who had just made the payment called out. Wait a moment. One of the slender soul saints blocked their path, prompting Lin Yu to draw his 1.6-meter-long knife. He infused his right-hand soul bone with 1 million years of power. His current soul bone weapon was nearly on par with divine artifacts. Lin Yu frowned. Lulu, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? The woman shook her head. Your Highness, I am not mistaken. Lin Yu pointed his knife at the slender soul saint, declaring, if you do not step aside within 3 breaths, you will learn that even soul saints are but ants before me. At that moment, the woman rushed forward. Wait. We mean no harm. Let me see that girl's face. Lin Yu glanced at the woman pointing at Chun Wenwen, paying her no mind as he continued counting down. 3, 2, 1. With a swift motion, he transferred Chun Wenwen and Chun Jing into his life space, then transformed his knife into a triangular spike, launching the electric poison dragon drill at the slender soul saint. In response to Lin Yu's sudden assault, the slender soul saint activated 9 soul rings, conjuring a soul power shield. However, against Lin Yu's attack, the shield shattered like soap bubbles. Just as he hung in the balance, the plump soul saint appeared before him. All 9 soul rings illuminated, and a shadow of a tortoise materialized behind him, manifesting a golden tortoise shell shield to block Lin Yu's assault. Yet, it proved futile, quickly becoming riddled with cracks. With a crunch, the tortoise shell shield shattered like glass, and the plump soul saint's proud absolute defense crumbled under Lin Yu's onslaught, revealing a look of despair. Just as the triangular spike approached his chest, time seemed to slow down for Lin Yu as he sensed the arrival of a formidable expert. He immediately ceased his attack, intrigued by the identity of such a powerful individual. At that moment, 4 figures emerged around them, one of whom was Miss Jones. A stern-looking middle-aged man then spoke. This matter ends here. Princine, this is the Magic City, not your royal city. All cities in the Federation prohibit violence. May I request this esteemed soul saint to show me some leniency? Lin Yu felt no goodwill towards the middle-aged man, although he appeared to speak fairly. He overlooked the fact that Lin Yu had instigated the trouble. Lin Yu retorted mockingly, show you leniency? Who do you think you are? You come here without understanding the situation and attempt to skew the scales in favor of one side. Today, I intend to eliminate these few. What can you do about it? As Lin Yu finished speaking, a golden soul ring emerged around him, and those present felt an overwhelming pressure, instinctively retreating a step. The woman approached again, bowing respectfully. Esteemed one, I sincerely apologize. Today's incident arose because of me. I mistook the girl beside you for a dear acquaintance, and I was merely eager to confirm. I am willing to die to atone. She drew a dagger, attempting to take her own life, but found herself unable to move. What? Do you intend to frame me with the title of causing a woman's death? If anyone should take their life in atonement, it should be Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, the woman gasped in horror, realizing her mistake in infuriating Lin Yu. Lin Yu, a ruthless individual, drew the dagger and plunged it into his own chest, blood immediately gushing forth. Lin Yu knew that this dagger would not claim Lin Yu's life, so he disregarded the crowd and turned to leave. As Lin Yu walked away, the plump and slender soul saints rushed to check on Yun, while the woman cast a healing spell upon him. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier furrowed his brow and continued, Prince Yin, perhaps it is best for you to return to the capital. We shall depart. Yun scoffed coldly, leading his entourage towards the city's central teleportation array, while the remaining individuals exchanged glances before dispersing. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu released Chen Jing and Chun Wenwen from his life space. Brother, it was incredibly dull in there. It was pitch black. Lin Yu shrugged, responding, what else do you expect me to do? If I had to confront them, what would you do if they took you away? That's true. I'm going to take a shower now. The three individuals returned to their room to freshen up. When Lin Yu emerged from the shower, Chen Jing was already lying on the bed in her pajamas. Lin Yu closed the door behind him and lay down beside her. After all, the hotel was equipped with air conditioning, ensuring a comfortable evening. Xiao Yu, when are we heading back tomorrow? I noticed there's a train back at 1 in the afternoon. So I bought tickets for that time. Oh, did you get into a scuffle outside tonight? Indeed, but a few people intervened. They must have been officials from the Magic City. After exchanging a few words, Lin Yu embraced Chen Jing, and they drifted off to sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, the trio checked out and went downstairs to savor the local delicacy, pan-fried buns. Lin Yu sampled the buns and found them to be exceptionally delightful. Xiao Yu, we should try making these ourselves when we get home. Yes. We can simply replace the dough used for our usual pies with leavened dough. After breakfast, Lin Yu packed some buns to take back for Tang Yanran and Taozi to taste. The three then continued their stroll through the streets. Now able to indulge in shopping without restraint, acquiring numerous items they deemed useful. By noon, they arrived at a restaurant near the underground train station for lunch before boarding the train back to Jinling. Chun Jing assessed the contents of her storage ring and turned to Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, I feel like many of the things we bought this morning are unnecessary. Not necessarily. Perhaps one day they will come in handy. It's prudent to stock up on life essentials. Alright, for the next decade or so, we won't have to worry about basic necessities. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, upon returning home to Jinling City, Chun Wenwen retreated to her room while Lin Yu reclined in his rocking chair. He had intended to visit Taozi in the afternoon, but he found himself too fatigued after the shopping spree. Chun Jing emerged from the bathroom and entered the room, where Lin Yu poured out a pile of money, saying, Auntie, please take this money. Isn't this a bit excessive? What do I need all this for? Just in case. If you ever find yourself in urgent need of funds, and I'm not around. After considering his words, Chun Jing agreed and accepted the money, which amounted to several billion. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this federal currency would suffice for their needs for many years, perhaps even a lifetime, without financial worries. Chen Jing went to prepare dinner, and Chun Wenwen approached Lin Yu, who offered her a substantial sum as well. Confused, she asked, Brother, why are you giving me so much money? Wenwen, you're not a child anymore. Just accept it. No matter where you go, having money will keep you at ease. A grin spread across her face as she replied, Thank you, brother. Chapter 65, the final week of high school. On Monday, after dropping Chun Wenwen off at school, Lin Yu picked up Lin Xiaodao by the roadside. Lin Yu, was the Magic City enjoyable? It was alright, but it is indeed much larger than Jinling. After the exams, shall we explore together? Upon hearing Lin Yu's invitation to visit the Magic City post-exams, Lin Xiaodao beamed with joy. Sure, that sounds great. Once in the classroom, Yang Daba approached Lin Yu, extending his right hand. The once wild boar-like glutton now bore numerous metallic enhancements, making him appear far more appealing. What is your soul power now, fatty? Peak first rank. Yang Daba exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu then glanced at Su Dawei, whose gauntlet soul weapon had also undergone significant changes, now exhibiting a much stronger metallic feel. Su Dawei's soul power was likewise at peak first rank. Just as they were about to converse further, Tang Yanran entered, prompting both to return to their seats. Tang Yanran didn't say much today, merely reminding everyone that exams were approaching and they needed to adjust their mentality, followed by addressing students' questions regarding cultivation. After class, Lin Yu followed Tang Yanran to her office, where he presented her with another pile of federal currency. Curiously, she asked, Did you sell soul bones in the Magic City? Nothing escapes your notice. I sold a mouse leg and nearly got killed by the great Xia Prince, Yun. Lin Yu recounted the events in the Magic City, including his battles against the two soul saints and his first encounter with someone capable of slowing down time. After considering his account, Tang Yanran remarked, The sensation of slowed speed during battle doesn't stem from the strength of your opponent, but rather from a formation inherent to the city. Every city has its own defensive array, and among the individuals who came, there must be guardians of the city who can activate its internal formations to prevent soul masters from fighting within the city. City guardians? I have never heard of them. This concept of city guardians was something my teacher mentioned long ago. They are a highly mysterious group, rarely revealing their identities. Nor do they often leave the cities they protect. They only activate the city's array during invasions, serving as the final barrier of defense. Quite different from our current technological shields. Alright, the depths of this world are truly unfathomable. After a brief discussion, Tang Yanran received a phone call and left for a meeting. Lin Yu took the opportunity to wash the clothes Tang Yinran had worn over the past 3 days. Shortly thereafter, she returned, stating, "On Thursday, representatives from the Holy See Academy, Beijing Academy, and Magic City Academy will be recruiting in Jinling. If we get selected, does that mean we have to take the college entrance examination?" "Certainly. The Holy See Academy represents the most prestigious institution in the Federation, while the other two are top-tier schools in our eastern region. Those who are selected are undoubtedly the cream of the crop." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Will they be coming to our school, or is there a designated venue for the recruitment fair?" "There are 8 advanced academies in Jinling City, and not many students from our school will qualify for the internal recruitment. Compared to Nanshur Affiliated High School, Zhonghua Middle School, and Jinling High School, we have fewer candidates. The fair will be held at the Jinling Government Auditorium." "Well, it seems that those who excelled in their studies also possess higher innate soul power and cultivation aptitude." "Theoretically, yes, but it's not absolute." After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu left school and returned home, where he began installing a water tank and digging a cesspit in his space. "Xiaoyu, how will we fill this water tank in the future?" "I'll visit the water plant tomorrow." The pre-made water tank Lin Yu purchased was quite large, with a capacity of several hundred cubic meters. Filling it with domestic tap water would take an eternity. During dinner, Lin Yu inquired about Chun Wenwen's vacation plans. She was in the 3rd year of junior high and would begin her entrance examinations in early July, after which she would be on break. Later that night, as Lin Yu lay in bed, he received several images from Butterfly Flower, showcasing properties she had viewed near Beijing Academy. He needed to select one. Lin Yu handed his phone to Chen Jing to let her choose, knowing she would spend the most time in the house. After all, once she entered university, she would likely need to venture out for training, far from the city, where overnight stays in the wild might become necessary. "What do you think of this 2-story villa with a yard?" Lin Yu glanced at it. It had 4 rooms, 3 upstairs and 1 downstairs, each with its own bathroom. "Not bad. Let's go with this one." Lin Yu promptly informed Butterfly Flower of their decision, just as he intended to embrace Chen Jing for sleep. She got up and returned to her own room. The next day at noon, during lunch with Tang Yinran, Lin Yu broached the topic of the house. "Once we reach Beijing, let us live together." Tang Yinran looked up at him. "You want to live with your aunt's cousin?" Lin Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging her inquiry, while Tang Yinran shook her head decisively. "No, you need not worry about my accommodations. The academy will provide me with housing when the time comes." At present, Tang Yinran had attained the formidable rank of level 80, with the right connections. Securing a position as a lecturer at a university would be well within her reach. "When do you plan to absorb your 8th spirit ring?" "Let us hold off for now. The surge in spirit power over the past 2 months hasn't been fully consolidated yet. Do you have any plans for tomorrow evening?" Lin Yu found himself intrigued. This was the first time Tang Yinran had inquired about his availability. Thus, he replied, "I've been rather free. What do you have in mind?" "Come with me to meet someone tomorrow evening. Just arrive by 5:30. "All right." After 2 in the afternoon, Lin Yu left the school and first visited the carpenter's shop, where his custom-made chicken coop and wooden fence were ready. The shop owner had thoughtfully crafted several movable wooden fences with gates. Lin Yu promptly settled the payment and took the coop and fence before heading to the waterworks. Although there was indeed a place to fill water, the charges were higher than those for residential use. Filling the entire water tank cost him 10,000 coins. A mere trifle for him. After departing the waterworks, he went to a store specializing in photovoltaic solar panels. Given that time inside his space synchronizes with the outside world, and that there was light even during the day, he decided to purchase a few panels to experiment with, hoping they could generate electricity. If they could, it would save him a lot of trouble. Upon returning home, the two entered the life space, and Lin Yu tossed a solar panel aside before joining Chen Jing in installing the wooden fence. "Xiaoyu, you've prepared quite a few fences. Where shall we set the remainder?" "Let us leave it for now. We can decide later. Tomorrow, we'll go buy some chickens." Lin Yu glanced at the solar panel and realized it could indeed generate electricity, which would be immensely convenient, eliminating the need to rely on night glow grass for illumination. Chapter 66, Teacher Tang Yinran and Bai Xiaoman. The next morning, after Lin Yu dropped off Chen Wenwen at school, he met Lin Xiaotao at their agreed location and drove her to school. Lin Xiaotao nestled against his back, wrapping her arms around his waist, and said, "Lin Yu, yesterday afternoon, Teacher Tang spoke to us about the early recruitment at universities." "Oh, I've heard about that too. Do you have any thoughts?" "What thoughts could I possibly have? Wherever you go, I shall follow." "All right, then it's settled. We'll go to the capital city academy." Upon arriving at the classroom, Lu Ning approached. "Lin Yu, when are you coming over for dinner? My mom says she hasn't seen you in a while." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mind immediately conjured an image of her mother, Lu Yani, and he smiled, saying, "If Aunt Lu wishes for my presence, I will surely go. But if your grandfather wants me, I might have to think it over." Lu Ning chuckled. "Hee. You think my mom is exceptionally beautiful and has a great figure, don't you?" "Indeed." Lin Yu admitted candidly. Lu Yani was the most stunning woman he had encountered in Jinling, both in physique and appearance. Lu Ning continued to smile. "Hee. So when will you have time to come over for dinner?" Lin Yu realized that their invitation was likely motivated by a desire for him to assist Lu Ning in absorbing that soul bone. After all, given her own cultivation speed, it would be a long time before she could absorb a 100,000-year-old soul bone. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Let us see. The day after tomorrow, Friday. If nothing comes up, I'll come over for dinner." "All right, it's settled." Just then, the teacher entered, prompting Lu Ning to return to her seat. After the first period, Su Dawei and Yang Daba came over. Both had also consumed celestial herbs, and thus had spots for early recruitment. Yang Daba directly asked, "Bro, which university are you going to tomorrow?" "Capital City Academy." "Daba, weren't you planning to stay local?" Yang Daba considered this for a moment before responding. "I'm still contemplating. Staying close to home has its advantages, while a prestigious school has its own merits. I thought about it all night. My family said it's my decision to make." Indeed, given Yang Daba's previous strength, attending Capital City Academy had seemed impossible, which was why his family had encouraged him to study locally. Now, with the boost from celestial herbs, his qualifications and power had improved, naturally broadening his choices. Yang Daba mentioned he still wanted to think it over, while Su Dawei was resolute about going to Capital City Academy. Lin Yu subsequently sought out Tang Yinran, visiting her office. After washing her clothes, he sat opposite her. "Who are we meeting tonight?" "A teacher from Capital City Academy. She is also a senior to me." "Oh, very well. I'll head back first and return in the afternoon." After leaving the school, Lin Yu went to the market to buy live chickens, purchasing 100 in total, 80 hens and 20 roosters, sufficient for his needs. If there were too many roosters, he could always slaughter a few for meat. After having lunch at home, Lin Yu didn't visit his place in the afternoon, but returned to the life space with Chen Jing to trim the feathers from all the chickens' wings to prevent them from flying away. "Aunt, I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I want to be having dinner at home." "Oh, then we want to wait for you." Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter back to the academy. Finding Tang Yinran absent from her office, he chose a spot to meditate. In a cafe in the capital, Zhao Qingdai sat with a silver-haired woman, none other than Su Mu Yu, Lin Mashua's cousin. Su Mu Yu smiled and said, "Sister Dai, now that you're in the capital, why haven't you contacted me?" Zhao Qingdai shrugged. "I don't even have your phone number. How could I reach you?" "Without a phone number, you could have come to the academy to find me. If I hadn't fortuitously returned home today, I wouldn't have known you were in the capital. By the way, I heard you bought the house next to mine. Are you planning to settle here?" Huadai took a sip of coffee and replied slowly, "I'm currently working for someone else, helping them buy property in the capital. The house you saw today was purchased on behalf of someone else. As for who the owner is, you're acquainted with them." Su Mu Yu curiously asked, "Who is it?" "That house isn't cheap. It costs over 5 billion. I can't imagine who would trust you with that much money." Zhao Qingdai smiled. "I'll give you a hint. Rabbit." After a moment of thought, Su Mu Yu realized that the only person they both knew related to a rabbit was Lin Yu, the student of her cousin she had met by the city gate in Jinling. "Lin Yu?" Su Mu Yu asked, somewhat uncertain. Zhao Qingdai nodded. And Su Mu Yu exhibited a look of disbelief. "I heard from my sister that he comes from the commoner district and even sold fruit to her. Even if he can gather tens of billions, you wouldn't actively assist him, right?" Zhao Qingdai calmly replied, "He saved my life. He brought me back from the brink of death." Su Mu Yu appeared astonished. "I always thought his first spirit ring was yellow with a hint of purple, suggesting he was extraordinary, but I never imagined he was even more remarkable than I'd assumed. Speaking of which, is he planning to attend Capital City Academy?" Zhao Qingdai nodded and then smiled, saying, "Mu Yu, you're in a prime position. If you can establish a connection with him, you could easily reach the 9th rank soul sage. Are you suggesting that I, as a senior, should tempt the new junior?" Lin Yu rode his scooter, bringing Tang Yinran to the entrance of the Jinling Grand Hotel. After they disembarked, Tang Yinran made a phone call, and shortly after, a middle-aged woman emerged. "Yinran, over here." Tang Yinran approached the woman upon her arrival and embraced her warmly. The middle-aged woman patted Tang Yinran's back, saying, there. After 3 years apart, seeing you now puts my heart at ease." At that moment, Tang Yinran recalled Lin Yu, who was standing nearby, and introduced him. "Lin Yu, this is my teacher. Bai Xiaoman." "Teacher, this is the Lin Yu I mentioned to you before." Lin Yu, with a bold demeanor, chimed in, "Hello, teacher." Bai Xiaoman appeared slightly bewildered, pondering why her most esteemed former student would introduce her to a student of his own. She then turned her gaze towards Tang Yinran, understanding her teacher's misunderstanding. Tang Yinran smiled and clarified, "Teacher, don't mind him. He simply has no shame." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoman, having been through similar experiences, instantly comprehended the implication, amused by the thought that her student might be indulging in a relationship with someone younger. "All right then, let us head inside." Chapter 67, The Recruitment Meeting Commences. The three of them entered the Grand Hotel and proceeded to a small private room where Bai Xiaoman had already ordered a meal. They sat down and began to eat. From their conversation, Lin Yu learned that Bai Xiaoman was responsible for the recruitment of new students from Jinling City and several surrounding areas for the upcoming academic year at the Capital Academy. Bai Xiaoman turned to Lin Yu. "Xiaolin, I can't quite gauge your strength. Are you considering attending our Capital Academy?" With a smile, Lin Yu summoned 2 yellow soul rings. Looking at Bai Xiaoman with confidence. Teacher Bai, would this suffice for attending the capital academy? Bai Xiaoman examined the 2 soul rings and then inquired, Xiaolin, how many years does your first soul ring possess? Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, 500 years. The resemblance of his 500-year soul ring to a second ring of extreme rarity, featuring a hue of purple within yellow, struck Bai Xiaoman as peculiar. Lin Yu remained oblivious to this anomaly. Glancing at his system panel, he confirmed the color, and upon noticing the minus sign preceding the plus sign on his first soul ring, he contemplated reducing it by 99 years, realizing that a 900-year first soul ring would lack the purple tint. Subsequently, as he adjusted his third soul ring to 9,000 years, he also found it devoid of its previous dark hue. No, I don't see any purple within the yellow. Teacher Tang, do you see it? Tang Yinran rolled her eyes at Lin Yu's question, having just observed the purple tint, and was taken aback by his audacity to adjust the age of his soul ring in front of both her and the teacher. Tang Yinran feigned innocence, saying, there really is no purple within the yellow. Teacher, perhaps you mistook it earlier. Bai Xiaoman, astonished, thought to herself that in this day and age, it was remarkable for someone to alter the color of their soul rings or even modify their age. Her former prize student must have some knowledge to boldly fabricate such a claim before her. Well, it seems my age has led to a bit of my eyesight failing. Xiaolin's strength is undoubtedly sufficient for the capital academy. In truth, Bai Xiaoman appeared not much older than her years, as soul masters tend to retain their youthfulness. She exuded a charm reminiscent of a woman who had gracefully aged. Lin Yu smiled and replied, thank you very much, Teacher Bai. After dinner, Lin Yu rode home alone on his electric scooter, while Tang Yinran remained with Bai Xiaoman, and the two headed to the hotel room. Bai Xiaoman gestured for Tang Yinran to take a seat and poured her a cup of tea. Yinran, what is the story behind Lin Yu? Tang Yinran pondered briefly before replying, what story could there be about Lin Yu? What aspect are you inquiring about? Well, it seems you are quite protective of your little man. It's a good thing I came. Had it been someone else, his ability to alter the color of his soul rings would certainly have stirred up quite a commotion. Would you be able to protect him then? Tang Yinran laughed. Don't worry, teacher. He doesn't need anyone to protect him. Allow me to show you something. After saying this, Tang Yinran revealed her 7th soul ring. Bai Xiaoman gazed in awe at the red hue of Tang Yinran's 7th soul ring, exclaiming, well, he certainly is generous. A 10th tier soul ring gifted to you. He must come from a prestigious hidden family. The following day, Lin Yu drove Lin Xiaotao to school, where a small bus was arranged for the students, accommodating only a handful of passengers. Once on board, Lin Yu noticed other classmates arriving, totaling just a few more than 10. Lu Ning waved at him, and seeing Pongzi and Su Dawei together, he chose to sit beside Lu Ning. Leaning closer, Lu Ning whispered, Lin Yu, are you certain you won't attend the Holy Sea Academy? Lin Yu chuckled, are you really hoping for me to join the Holy Sea Academy? Nodding enthusiastically, Lu Ning's head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain. Lin Yu affectionately patted her head, growing fond of the cheerful girl he had spent time with. As the saying goes, distance fosters beauty. They need not be together every day, and she could always video call him during festivals. Whenever you return, we can meet again. And each time we do, you, Lu Ning, will always be the most beautiful girl I know. Lu Ning pouted, you're so annoying. Can't you say something sweet to flatter me? All right then, just let me know whenever you return to Jinling or the eastern part of the Federation, and I'll come find you. That sounds much better. Once everyone had arrived, the bus set off. As they traveled, Lu Ning took Lin Yu's hand and leaned against his arm. At this moment, Tang Yinran was absent from the bus, having mentioned the night before that she would accompany Bai Xiaoman today. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the Jinling city government compound, where students from other academies had also arrived. Just as Lin Yu stepped off the bus, Tang Yinran approached them, and the group proceeded to the grand hall of the government building. To Lin Yu's surprise, the grand hall was filled with more students than he had anticipated. Numbering over 100, and schools surpassing 3 in attendance, there were at least a dozen, including prestigious institutions from the Western District. Each school had a designated table, where students gathered to converse with the recruitment officers. I thought only 3 schools were participating? How did it turn into a dozen? Tang Yinran replied nonchalantly. These schools will present enticing offers to attract those with exceptional talent. Lin Yu glanced around, not spotting the recruitment desk for the Holy See Academy, and curiously inquired, where is the Holy See's recruitment desk? The Holy See Academy's recruitment desk was not located in the Grand Hall. They had specific entry requirements, innate full soul power or being at least 2nd tier. Just then, the director walked out from an office and approached them, saying, Lin Yu, Lin Maxue, Lu Ning, Lin Xiaotao, follow me. Lin Yu felt a bit perplexed, but followed the director along with the others. They entered a small hall where 7 or 8 students were already present, and a teacher held a stack of materials, calling students one by one for morning testing of their soul power. Lin Maxue. Upon hearing her name called, Lin Maxue stepped up for the test of her martial soul and soul power. Martial soul, Ice Phoenix, soul power, 38. The testing teacher announced the results, and the surrounding students expressed their envy. The teacher then asked Lin Maxue to reveal her soul rings, and Lin Maxue displayed 3, 2 yellow and 1 red. The teacher seated at the desk nodded approvingly, then smiled and asked, Lin Mashua, would you like to attend our Martial Soul City Holy See Academy? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mashua replied, I would. The assistant beside the recruitment officer promptly printed out an acceptance letter, stamped it, and handed it to the teacher, who then presented it to Lin Mashua. Lin Mashua, this is your acceptance letter. Please arrive at the academy before September 1st. There will be someone to greet you. Lin Mashua accepted the Holy See Academy notification with a nod, stepping back to the side as the recruitment officer continued. Lin Yu. Chapter 68. High School Graduation. Lin Yu approached to test his martial spirit and soul power. The operator quickly announced, Martial Spirit, Life Staff, Soul Power, 32. Lin Yu, please release your soul rings. Lin Yu then revealed 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The admissions officer promptly inquired, Lin Yu, how did you ascend to the 3rd tier so swiftly? Lin Yu responded directly, I absorbed soul bones. The admissions officer pressed further, how many soul bones have you absorbed, and from what era? Lin Yu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, that is classified information. His attitude astonished the students present. Such audacity made one wonder if he still wished to attend the Holy Academy. However, the admissions officer was not irate. Instead, he smiled and asked, Lin Yu, would you be willing to attend the Holy Academy in Spirit City? I apologize, but Spirit City is too far, Lin Yu said, stepping aside. The admissions officer nodded, what a pity. Next, Lin Xiaotao. Lin Xiaotao stepped up for her test of martial spirit and soul power, and the examiner called out, Martial Spirit, Coiling Dragon Spear, Soul Power, 30. Lin Xiaotao displayed her 2 yellow soul rings, prompting the admissions officer to ask, Lin Xiaotao, your innate soul power is only at level 9. How did you rapidly achieve level 30? I also utilized soul bones. However, I shall not disclose which ones. Lin Xiaotao finished, leaving the admissions officer somewhat embarrassed. You from Jinling City certainly have many soul bones. Alright, next is Lu Ning. Lu Ning approached for her martial spirit and soul power test. And the examiner announced, Martial Spirit, Two-Tailed Cat, Soul Power, 26. The admissions officer reviewed the enrollment materials and looked at Lu Ning. According to your records, your awakened martial spirit was a phantom black cat, with an innate soul power of only level 7. How did your martial spirit evolve, and your soul power reach 26? You didn't use a soul bone, did you? Soul bones do not enhance martial spirits. Lu Ning replied earnestly, I did not use soul bones. I consumed a celestial herb. Her statement sparked a flurry of whispers among those present, as celestial herbs were even rarer than soul bones, existing only in legend. The admissions officer, intrigued, continued, I see. Lu Ning, could you share which celestial herb you consumed? Lu Ning instinctively glanced at Lin Yu, who nodded casually. She then said, a 30,000-year-old ghost mushroom. Wow, you are indeed a fortunate girl. Lu Ning, would you like to attend the Holy Academy in Spirit City? I would. Lu Ning also received her acceptance letter to the Holy Academy. Observing that nothing more was happening, Lin Yu called Lin Xiaotao to leave the small hall and step outside. The two made their way to the capital academy, whereby Xiaoman was in charge of admissions, with Tang Yanran seated nearby, and Su Dawei and Yang Debao present as well. Yang Debao approached, brother, I've decided to attend the capital academy. Lin Yu nodded, all right. As long as you've made your decision. Subsequently, Lin Yu and Lin Xiaotao registered, and Bai Xiaoman asked a few nominal questions before issuing them their acceptance letters to the capital academy. Lin Yu, gathering his courage, inquired, Teacher Bai, since we declined the Holy Academy in Spirit City to join your capital academy, are there any special benefits offered? Bai Xiaoman, intrigued, asked Lin Yu, what kind of benefits are you seeking? After some thought, Lin Yu replied, I have a younger sister who will be entering high school in the second half of the year. I would like her to transfer to the affiliated middle school of the capital academy. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Bai Xiaoman nodded, that is certainly manageable. Just have your sister bring her junior high school graduation certificate and records to the capital, and I will inform the affiliated middle school. I would also like a capital vehicle license. Bai Xiaoman shook her head, that is not feasible. Vehicle licenses fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Transportation Administration and are not within our academy's purview. If you wish to drive in the capital, you'll need money. A one-time payment of 10 billion will secure a local vehicle license for free driving within the capital, while a payment of 100 billion will grant a federal exclusive license, allowing unrestricted travel in any federal city. 100 billion? Who would be foolish enough to spend such an amount? That sum could allow a family to live comfortably for generations. But Lin Yu still planned to return to the transportation department to inquire further. By 10:30 in the morning, the internal meeting had concluded, and the students from the first high school returned to the minibus, with Lu Ning still seated beside Lin Yu. Lu Ning, how many were admitted to the Holy Academy? 3 in total. Myself, Lin Mashua, and a boy from Jinling High School who hasn't even reached the second tier, yet possesses innate full soul power. The other second-tier students either didn't wish to attend the Holy Academy or were not accepted. That is quite normal. Most likely, many had previous engagements with other academies or simply had their hearts set on different institutions. After saying this, Lin Yu glanced at Wang Chao across from him. Wang Chao? Where are you going next semester? Wang Chao raised his acceptance letter. I'm off to the Magic City Academy. Lin Yu understood that with Wang Chao's martial spirit aptitude and combat awareness, attending the Capital Academy would be more than sufficient. However, going to the Magic City Academy might provide him with even better training. Upon returning to the academy, those who received acceptance letters could head home, returning in a few days to collect their graduation certificates. Tang Yinran did not accompany them back to the academy, and Lin Yu took Lin Xiaotao home. Lin Yu, since you have no plans for the afternoon, why not come over for lunch? That works for me. They arrived at Lin Xiaotao's home, where Yi Suzhen opened the door. Lin Yu has arrived. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare lunch. No need. Aunt Yi, I brought food. Lin Yu retrieved several portions of cooked dishes from his inventory, and Yi Suzhen brought out bowls and chopsticks. The three sat down to eat. Watching Lin Yu eat, Yi Suzhen curiously asked, Lin Yu, have you all received your acceptance letters from the Capital Academy? Indeed. Once we obtain our graduation certificates and records, we can enroll at the Capital Academy. Bai Xiaoman indeed mentioned that they could report to the Capital Academy early. After lunch, Lin Yu lay on Lin Xiaotao's bed. Glancing at her beside him, Taozi, has the second test for the God of War inheritance been released? Lin Xiaotao nodded yes. It requires me to absorb a third soul ring of no less than 4,000 years. After saying this, she leaned closer, snuggling into Lin Yu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist as she began to doze off. Feeling a bit warm, Lin Yu opted to don the head soul bone of the Ice Skeleton King once more to cool down the room. Chapter 69. Applying for a federal license. After staying at Lin Xiaotao's home until 4 o'clock, Lin Yu returned home and shared with Chun Jing that he had been accepted into the Capital Academy, as well as the details regarding Chun Wenwen transferring to the affiliated middle school in the upcoming semester. When Chun Wenwen returned home, the three of them began dinner. And after the meal, Lin Yu took the rare opportunity to accompany the mother and daughter for a leisurely stroll. The next morning, after dropping Chun Wenwen off at middle school, Lin Yu rode his electric scooter to the Vehicle Administration Office in Jinling City. Upon arriving, he found that they had just opened for business. Lin Yu approached and inquired, I would like to apply for a federal universal vehicle license. The clerk looked at Lin Yu without condescension and replied, a federal universal license is not cheap. It requires a payment to contribute to federal city construction. Lin Yu continued, where can I make the payment? How much is required? And how do I obtain a motorcycle license? The clerk patiently explained everything to him. After that, Lin Yu rode his bike to the Urban Construction Bureau, where he paid 12 billion in federal city construction funds. These funds would be transferred to the federal urban construction account immediately and could be checked directly on a mobile phone. Every transaction there was fair and transparent. The Urban Construction Bureau issued him 2 donation certificates, one for 10 billion and one for 2 billion. After leaving the bureau, Lin Yu called Hua Hudi. The call was quickly answered, and Zhao Qingdai's voice came through. Yo, handsome Lin, what brings you to call me? Checking on my work progress? I'm asking if you're short on money lately. If you are, I'll send you some. No need for now. I eat well, live well, and have money to spend every day. No need for you to worry about me back in Jinling. After chatting with Zhao Qingdai for a few sentences, Lin Yu hung up the phone and returned to the Vehicle Administration Office. He presented the donation certificates, and after they confirmed everything was correct, they made 2 sets of license plates for him. The plates started with F Federation, followed by 5 Arabic numerals. F was the abbreviation of the English word Federation, and Federation represented the Eastern District's Chinese abbreviation. After getting the plates, Lin Yu went home, took out the motorcycle, and installed the license plate on it. Xiao Yu, you even got a license plate for the motorcycle. This federal plate must be expensive, right? Yeah, it's indeed not cheap. Otherwise, you wouldn't see so few private vehicles on the road. But with a plate, you can ride inside the city. After lunch, the 2 of them took a nap. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yu rode the motorcycle with Chun Jing as his passenger. This thing was countless times better than a little electric scooter. The motorcycle stopped in front of a car dealership S4S store, and a sales assistant came over to receive them. Welcome to Mercedes 4S store. How can I help you? Lin Yu said directly, we want an SUV. All right, sir, please follow me. The sales assistant took them inside to look at cars. Lin Yu set his eyes on a white SUV and asked Chun Jing. Chun Jing also thought it was very good. So the 2 of them decided to buy this car. After the sales assistant praised the car, she directly took out the price list. 10 million minus 2 yuan. Compared to other prices, this car was already a very conscientious deal. Lin Yu directly took out the license plate and asked them to install it. After that, he also bought several large barrels of gasoline. 1 hour later, Lin Yu drove the car with Chun Jing and headed back. Auntie, I want to be eating at home tonight. That classmate I sold medicinal herbs to last time invited me to her house for dinner. Chun Jing showed a smiling face. I think that female classmate must have her eye on you. She keeps inviting you to her house for dinner. Lin Yu also smiled and said, there are lots of people who have their eyes on me. But she is going to the church academy in the second half of the year. After the 2 returned home, Lin Yu took a shower, changed into clean clothes, rode the motorcycle, and headed to the wealthy district. The security guards there saw the license plate on Lin Yu's motorcycle and proactively let him pass. Lin Yu parked the bike directly in Lu Ning's courtyard. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle, Lu Ning walked out of the house, linked arms with him, and walked inside together. Lu Yani, sitting on the sofa in the living room, saw Lin Yu come in and smiled as she greeted him. Lin Yu is here. Come and sit. Lin Yu also smiled and replied, It's been a while. Aunt Lu looks even younger and more beautiful. Lu Yani immediately laughed so hard her body trembled. Lin Yu, I find that I love hearing you talk the most. Meanwhile, Lu Ning put her hand on the soft flesh at Lin Yu's waist. This flirtatious radish clearly had no good intentions. Feeling Lu Ning's movement, Lin Yu subtly freed himself from her right hand, walked over, and sat beside Lu Yani. Then he took out some fruits he had grown himself. Lin Yu, you're too polite. You bring things every time you come. They're just fruits I grew myself. Aunt Lu, if you don't mind, I'll bring them often. Oh, how could I mind? I'd be delighted. Lu Yani picked up the kettle on the coffee table and poured Lin Yu a cup of water, chatting casually along the way. Seeing the two chatting happily, Lu Ning felt like an extra and directly went upstairs. After seeing her go upstairs, Lu Yani looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, why aren't you going with Ningning to the Church Academy in Martial Soul City? Aunt Lu, actually it's the same no matter which academy I go to. The Church Academy is too far for me. I want something closer. I've talked to Lu Ning about it too. Being close has its advantages. It's more convenient to come back. That is true. Next time you return to Jinling City, you must come see your aunt. That is a must. Before long, Old Master Lu returned and invited Lin Yu to sit in his study. Lin Yu followed him into the study, and Old Master Lu greeted him to sit down. Grandpa Lu, don't put on airs. If you called me over, it's definitely not for anything good. I find that although you are a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, you are just like Western doctors, never acting without benefit. Old Master Lu said seriously, nonsense. I just asked Ning to invite you over, so we could all get together and be lively. Lin Yu laughed. Grandpa Lu, are you sure it wasn't he to have me help Lu Ning absorb that right arm bone? Old Master Lu realized that all his little schemes had been seen through by the young man in front of him, and couldn't he help feeling a bit awkward. He then smiled and said, eating is the main thing. The soul bone is also an issue. After all, if we wait for Ningning to absorb it herself, who knows how many years it will take. Oh, that is what I thought. Grandpa Lu, you really never call me for anything good. By the way, have you prepared a third soul ring for Lu Ning? Old Master Lu shook his head. Not yet. Mainly because we haven't encountered a suitable soul ring. If we use one that is too poor, it will affect the child's entire life. That is true. At this moment, Lu Ning came over and called the two of them to eat. That evening, Lin Yu did not see Lu Xiaokong, so he politely asked, Aunt Lu, where's Uncle Lu? Lu Yani smiled and said, Xiaokong is on duty at his unit tonight, so he wants to be back. Lin Yu, let us eat. Chapter 70. Lu Ning successfully advances to third rank after dinner. The four of them chatted for a while. Old Master Lu said that he was old and needed to rest early, so he took the initiative to leave and return to his room. Lin Yu knew that Old Master Lu was avoiding the issue and shifting the burden onto him. Lu Ning spoke up at this moment. Lin Yu, come to my room and take a look. Lin Yu nodded. All right. Lin Yu and Lu Ning went upstairs and entered her room. The room had an overall pink tone. Lin Yu sat on a stool, while Lu Ning directly sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. All right, Lu Ning, let us talk about serious matters. Do you want to absorb that soul bone? Lu Ning nodded. I really do. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, there are two plans. The first one is that the soul power contained within 100,000-year soul bone is far too much. You definitely want to be able to absorb it all. The enormous soul power might cause your body to explode and kill you. So I can only absorb all the excess soul power for you, keeping you around level 30. But that would be a bit of a waste of that pure soul power. Lu Ning quickly asked, then what is the second method? The second method is that after you absorb the soul bone, you immediately refine your third soul ring. Once you reach third rank, your soul power will also have a new outlet to release itself. Lin Xiaodao used this method. I also just asked your grandfather, and he said he hasn't prepared a third soul ring for you. Lu Ning immediately showed a bitter expression. Then what should we do? That soul power would probably be enough for me to cultivate for half a year, or even a year. Lin Yu looked at Lu Ning in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, I do have two 5,000-year soul rings, but they're both elemental attributes. One is flame, and the other is ice. If you don't mind, I can give one to you. If you don't want them, then we'll wait a bit longer and talk about it when I come back during the new year in the second half of the year. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Ning gently shook her head while embracing him, and then smiled as she said, I desire that fiery one. When the clock struck 9 in the evening, Lu Yani, having not seen them descend, made her way to Lu Ning's door on the upper floor. She softly opened the door for a glimpse and found her daughter seated cross-legged on the bed, a soul bone cradled in her hands. With a purple soul ring positioned before her, Lin Yu was seated behind Lu Ning, his hands resting against her back. Observing Lin Yu drenched in sweat, Lu Yani took a tissue and gently dabbed at his perspiration before settling onto a nearby chair. Her curiosity piqued as she watched the two. As the clock struck 10, the soul bone in Lu Ning's grasp transformed into light and penetrated her right hand, leaving Lin Yu thoroughly soaked once more. Lu Ning, now is the time to refine the soul ring. Lin Yu promptly rose from the bed and turned towards Lu Yani, who stood up to lead him to a guest room. Lin Yu, You should take a shower first. I'll check on Ning Ning. Lin Yu stepped into the bathroom and, after washing up and changing into his pajamas, collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Lu Ning had been practicing merely ordinary cultivation techniques, and Lin Yu had first to teach her the Qian Kuanji Sheng Gong to assist in refining her soul bone. Hence, this session took longer than previous ones. Approaching 11 o'clock, a purple soul ring ascended from Lu Ning, marking her successful advancement to the 3rd tier. She dismounted the bed to assess her newfound strength, her palm igniting with blue flames. After extinguishing the flames, Lu Ning glanced at Lu Yani and inquired, "Mom, where's Lin Yu?" Lu Yani yawned and replied, "Lin Yu has likely fallen asleep already. Have you checked the time? You should wash up and get to bed early. I'm off to sleep as well." With that, Lu Yani exited Lu Ning's room and returned to her own. After showering, Lu Yani pondered for a moment before checking the guest room. Although the lights were off, her ghostly black cat martial spirit enabled her to perceive the situation within clearly, as Lu Ning had inherited her martial spirit. At that moment, Lin Yu lay sprawled on the bed, the covers discarded beside him, while the air conditioning hummed softly in the room. Lu Yani approached, picked up the thin blanket, and prepared to cover him. She marveled at Lin Yu's considerable physique before draping the blanket over him. In his slumber, Lin Yu sensed someone drawing near and instinctively sat up, enveloping the figure in his embrace before collapsing back onto the bed to continue sleeping. Lu Yani felt a twinge of embarrassment. With her strength, she could not extricate herself from Lin Yu's hold. After a moment, a long black cat tail sprouted behind her, gently closing the door and locking it. Lin Yu enjoyed a particularly deep slumber, filled with a delightful dream wherein he found himself in the celestial realm of the journey to the west, accompanying son Wukong to the peach garden. The monkey gifted him 2 enormous peaches, which he cherished dearly. Yet, he soon yearned to taste the heavenly peaches, taking a gentle bite only to find them devoid of flavor. He pondered whether another bite might reveal their true essence. A muffled sound echoed in Lin Yu's ear, startling him awake. He opened his eyes to find Lu Yani gazing at him, their eyes locking in a moment of sheer surprise. What now? Should he take the plunge? Just as the tension mounted, Lin Yu quickly hit the brakes. Wait, this isn't right. Lu Yani, slightly disappointed, asked, "What is wrong? Is this moment not meant for anyone else? Maintaining the integrity of his yang body aids in cultivation, yet I must not allow you to become overly heated." Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted them. "Mom, are you in there?" came a voice, prompting Lin Yu to glance at Lu Yani before pulling her into a spatial pocket. They hastily donned their clothes. "Don't wear your pajamas. I'll fetch you a new outfit. I can deliver it from 100 meters away. Can you concoct an excuse to return home?" Of course. Lin Yu retrieved a set of sportswear, which fit Lu Yani well. He then produced a comb and urged her to sit down, swiftly styling her hair, drawing on his experience from a previous life. After a moment of knocking, Lu Ning was about to leave when Lin Yu swung the door open, allowing her entry. Lu Ning surveyed the room and turned to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, why didn't you open the door after knocking for so long?" Lin Yu retorted, "I was sitting on the toilet. How could I open the door?" Lu Ning realized the truth in his words. If she were in the same situation, she would not emerge quickly either. "All right, I thought my mom was in your room. Have you seen her?" "How would I know?" Lin Yu then proceeded to the bathroom to wash up, leaving Lu Ning no choice but to head downstairs, where she encountered Lu Yani returning from outside. Lu Ning approached her directly. "Mom, where did you go this morning?" Lu Yani smiled. "Thinking about you heading off to college and leaving your mother. I couldn't sleep this morning, so I took a stroll around the neighborhood." Lu Ning waved her hand. "It's not that serious. You're just going to college. Not leaving forever." Chapter 71. Lu Ning's third soul skill. Lu Yani returned to her room for a thorough shower. Looking in the mirror, she noticed her youthful appearance, enhanced by the hairstyle Lin Yu had crafted. After finishing his own grooming, Lin Yu descended to the yard and waved to Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, let me see your third soul skill." Lu Ning grinned. "Then prepare yourself." With that, a purple soul ring rose from her, and blue flames flickered in her hands. In a swift motion, she appeared behind Lin Yu and struck out with a claw. Lin Yu blocked the attack with his fist. Bang! Lu Ning, having missed her target, quickly evaded, but the blue flames on Lin Yu's hand remained unextinguished. He brushed them aside, realizing the flames were far more formidable than he had anticipated. A two-tailed cat should indeed possess fiery abilities. As Lin Yu scanned for Lu Ning, he sensed her presence had vanished, knowing she had utilized her soul bone's ability to enter the void. Suddenly, a lethal claw appeared before him, lunging towards his chest. Lin Yu retreated 2 steps, evading the strike, as Lu Ning revealed herself from the void. "Lu Ning, why did you pause after your deadly claw strike?" She chuckled. "I didn't want to hurt you." Lin Yu shook his head. "Such a minor attack couldn't harm me. Your role is that of an assassin in the shadows. Once you choose to strike, you must do so without hesitation to deliver a fatal blow. Any hesitation leads to defeat." Applause erupted, drawing their attention to Lu Xiaokong, who had returned from his night shift, accompanied by Old Master Lu. Lin Yu smiled. "Hello, Uncle Lu." Good, good. Lin Yu, I appreciate the care you've shown for my Ning Ning," replied Lu Xiaokong. "You flatter me, Uncle Lu. I merely wish to purchase a car license plate. and I heard that donating to urban construction at the City Planning Bureau would facilitate that. So I made a donation yesterday. Lu Yanni interjected. Lin Yu, spending 120 billion just to drive in the city? Have you lost your mind? Lin Yu acknowledged the absurdity of his choice, reassuring himself. Lately, I found my electric scooter lacking, hence the pursuit of 2 license plates. Speaking of which, Lu Ning, when are you heading to Spirit City? Around August 20th, I believe. Although the school year officially begins on September 1st, the enrollment officer has suggested that we arrive a bit earlier. I shall accompany Lin Moshue and the others on this journey. How about you? When do you plan to head to the capital? Perhaps around July 20th? I cannot specify an exact time. It depends on when my sister receives her graduation certificate. After breakfast, Lin Yu added the phone numbers of their entire family. He had neglected to do so previously, but this time he made sure to include them, as it would facilitate communication. Around 9:30, Lin Yu bid farewell to the Lu family and departed on his motorcycle. Lu Xiaokong turned to his daughter, asking, "My dear, what are your thoughts on Lin Yu's abilities?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning replied, though his soul power was only rated at level 32 during the test, his true strength feels unfathomable. I feel as if I would be utterly defenseless in a life-and-death struggle against him. Then, with a smile, Lu Ning asked, "Father, Grandpa, do you know what level I am at now?" The elder Lu chuckled. "Ning Ning, your vibrant soul power is as conspicuous as a light bulb. From what I can see, you must be at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier." Lu Ning then chirped excitedly. "Lin Yu taught me a cultivation technique last night, and gifted me a 5,000-year-old soul ring." Lu Xiaokong looked at the elder Lu, exclaiming, "Dad, Lin Yu has been exceptionally kind to our Ning Ning. How can we ever repay him?" The elder Lu responded with a smile, "Repay? There is no need for that. If Ning Ning and he can be together, that would be wonderful. Even if they do not end up together, maintaining a good friendship will greatly benefit Ning Ning's future. Although my own strength may not be impressive, I have a keen eye for character, and this boy's virtues are commendable. Enough of this talk. I must head to the clinic." The elder Lu rode off on his bicycle, while Lu Xiaokong returned upstairs to shower and prepare for bed. He noticed Lu Yanni sitting by the vanity and curiously asked, "Yanni, when did you purchase this outfit? It certainly makes you appear youthful." Lu Yanni retorted, "When have you ever cared about what I wear? Don't you find me a yellow-faced woman compared to those young and beautiful girls at your workplace? I assume Director Lu had a delightful evening last night." Lu Xiaokong felt somewhat awkward and quickly replied, "Let's not discuss such matters with the children at home." He merely made the occasional mistake that all men tend to make. However, Lu Yanni remained rational, never causing a scene, and at worst, they would simply sleep separately without leaving any negative impressions on Lu Ning. Lu Yanni then added, "Once Ning Ning heads to the Holy See Academy, I also plan to take some time for myself." "That sounds good. A little self-care will do you well." Upon returning home, Lin Yu found Chun Wenwen still asleep, while Chun Jing was meditating on her bed. Sensing Lin Yu's return, she opened her eyes. "You're back. Have you eaten breakfast?" "I had breakfast at a classmate's house this morning." Afterward, the two entered the life space, where Chun Jing practiced driving while Lin Yu began installing solar panels. As noon approached, they emerged to prepare lunch. Lin Yu glanced at his phone, noticing a message from Su Dawei inquiring when he would be available to venture outside the city again, as he wished to earn some extra money. Lin Yu sensed that Su Dawei seemed in dire need of funds, so he replied, asking if Su had reached the 2nd tier yet. He suggested they embark on another adventure once both he and Fatty attained that level. Su Dawei promptly responded with an okay. After lunch, Lin Yu embraced Chun Jing for a brief nap before returning to work on the solar panels in the afternoon. "Xiao Yu, how many solar panels do we need to install?" "We're nearly done. We just need to wait for the house." Chun Jing opened the gate to the orchard and soon returned with a small basket, smiling at Lin Yu. "Look, Xiao Yu, we won't need to buy eggs anymore." Lin Yu beamed at the dozen eggs, pleased that the hens he bought yesterday had begun laying eggs. They were indeed quite productive. Chapter 72, Journey to Shimen Yuhua Mountain. After dinner, Chun Jing lay in bed, observing Lin Yu, who was meditating beside her. She inquired, "Xiao Yu, does this mean you are officially on vacation now?" Lin Yu, glancing at Chun Jing leaning against the headboard, replied with a smile, "Indeed. Is there anywhere you wish to go? I can accompany you. I have plenty of time now. What places could I possibly want to visit?" "I have no particular destinations in mind. Shouldn't you be spending time with your classmates before heading to the capital? After all, once university begins, opportunities to gather will be scarce." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have classmates who have invited me to join them on an adventure soon." The next day, Sunday, Lin Yu rose late, while after the sun had climbed high in the sky. Checking his phone, he saw another message from Su Dawei, stating that he and Fatty had both absorbed their 2nd soul rings. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before messaging Taozi and Lu Ning to see if they would like to join him in venturing outside the city. Both quickly replied affirmatively. Lin Yu then messaged Su Dawei and Yang Debeo, suggesting they meet at the Adventurers Association at 8:30 the next morning. He also informed Lin Xiaotao and Lu Ning that he would pick them up in the morning. After breakfast, Lin Yu bid farewell to Chun Wenwen before heading out, riding his motorcycle directly to find Tang Yanran at school. Upon seeing him, Tang Yanran was not surprised. "What brings you here today?" Lin Yu sat across from her, grinning. I missed you. What else could it be? As they say, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's been 3 days, so it feels like 9. Tang Yanran playfully poked his forehead and said, your words are fit only for charming girls like Lin Xiaotao. Enough of that. Let us talk business. How have you arranged your affairs in the capital? Shall I buy you another apartment? Why do I need so many apartments? My teacher called me last night. Everything has been settled at the school. I will return to the capital academy to continue teaching. And they will allocate me another apartment on campus or allow me to live with my teacher. Hearing this, Lin Yu grew anxious. An apartment is fine. But you absolutely cannot live with teacher Bai. What will I do then? I don't want to find you only to discover you have a teacher living with you. Tang Yanran found Lin Yu's reaction amusing. Let's see how the academy arranges things. Lin Yu promptly pulled out his phone and messaged Zhao Qingdai to purchase another 1-bedroom apartment, also suggesting she buy one for herself, the size being at her discretion, and he would transfer her the money later. Zhao Qingdai assured him it would be no problem. After spending the afternoon with Tang Yanran, Lin Yu left the school and stopped by the post office, transferring 20 billion to Zhao Qingdai before returning home. That evening, Lin Yu and a few others discussed their plans for the next day. After some deliberation, they decided to explore the Shimen Yuhua mine. Located on the western side of Jinling's Yuhua Mountain, previously a human mining site, it was overtaken by dog-headed men and troglodytes after the beast tide, who deepened the original tunnels. It was rumored that the area beneath Yuhua Mountain was riddled with a spiderweb-like network of tunnels. The following morning, Lin Yu first dropped Chun Wenwen off at school, then drove to Lin Xiaotao's home, where she was already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she hopped into the passenger seat, exclaiming, Lin Yu, did you really spend so much money to buy a federal license? Yes, it's far more convenient than a small electric scooter. Lin Yu drove the car onward, soon arriving at the entrance of the affluent district, where Lu Ning was already waiting at the gate. Lin Xiaotao occupied the passenger seat, leaving Lu Ning to settle in the back. Once Lu Ning entered the vehicle, Lin Yu steered towards the Adventurers Association. Throughout the journey, the trio remained silent until Lin Yu casually inquired, Lu Ning, have you registered as an adventurer yet? Lu Ning shook his head in response, not yet. Aside from my school training, I've never ventured beyond the city. Before long, the car halted at the Adventurers Association's entrance. As the three disembarked, Yang Dabao and Su Dawei approached, reminding Lu Ning that he must register as an adventurer first, or he would be unable to leave the city. Lin Yu guided Lu Ning through the registration process on a machine, and after Lu Ning donned a barcode badge on his chest, Lin Yu purchased 5 teleportation tickets. The 5 then stepped into the teleportation array, materializing at the west gate of Jinling City. Lu Ning glanced around, smiling as he remarked, this is my first time using such a device. It feels quite convenient. Indeed, it was significantly faster than driving. The 5 scanned their tickets to exit the city, with the attendant kindly advising them to stay close to the main road, to which they politely thanked him. Once outside the city, Lin Yu retrieved an off-road vehicle. Yang Dabao and Su Dawei instinctively took the back seat, leaving Lu Ning and Lin Xiaotao to share a glance and a subtle smile before they too moved to the back. While Lin Xiaotao resumed her position in the passenger seat, Yang Dabao and Su Dawei shifted closer together. Aware that while Lin Xiaotao and Lin Yu's relationship was common knowledge, Lu Ning and Lin Yu had also grown closer, prompting them to keep their distance from Lu Ning to avoid any misunderstandings. As the 5 settled into their seats, Lin Yu started the vehicle and set off. Rainflower Mountain was farther than any previous destination, and it took over an hour to reach. Upon arrival, they noticed a considerable number of people at the entrance of the Rainflower mine. Yang Dabao observed the crowd and exclaimed, goodness, why are there so many people here? Lin Yu glanced at the throng, unfazed. The low-tier soul rings here are quite premium. Many come to farm 2nd and 3rd-tier soul rings. Let's find another entrance. The goblins and troglodytes had nearly hollowed out the mountain's interior. It was implausible for the vast range to have only one entrance. Lin Yu turned the steering wheel right, veering into a narrow, overgrown path. The road was hardly navigable, with poor visibility and a bumpy surface. Fortunately, Lin Yu was an experienced driver, possessing adequate skills. Half an hour later, the road became nearly invisible, and the vehicle jostled increasingly. Yang Dabao complained, bro, is this even a road anymore? Lin Yu focused on finding a manageable path and replied, it's been ages since anyone came this way. This is quite normal. As long as the vehicle runs smoothly, we have no issues. Just then, a fireball hurtled towards them, and Lin Yu swerved sharply to evade the attack, quickly stopping the car and jumping out. With a whoosh, another fireball was launched at the group, and Lin Yu conjured a large shield to block the blow. Reacting swiftly, the others readied their soul rings and charged towards the fireball's origin. Lin Yu stowed the vehicle and joined them. They quickly engaged in combat with several goblins, one of whom was a goblin mage. Chapter 73. Unexpected gains at this moment. The goblins were enveloped in frost, their movements significantly slowed, an indication of Su Dawei's 2nd soul ring ability. The goblins were swiftly dispatched, and Lin Yu produced a soul ring extractor, absorbing several rings before deciding to keep the goblin mages while discarding the rest. Lin Yu grinned, what a fortuitous start today. A nearly 900-year-old extreme flame element soul ring. Let us see if we can find a cave entrance nearby. The group then wandered around the vicinity, and after scaling a small hill, they discovered a cave entrance, guarded by several patrolling goblins. These humanoid creatures exhibited a degree of intelligence. A direct assault would surely lead to ambush, necessitating a strategy of taking them down one by one. The four engaged the goblins, while Lin Yu remained behind, absorbing soul rings. After half an hour, they cleared the goblins outside the cave entrance and took a moment to rest. They then retrieved flashlights and headlamps, entering the cave together. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of clinking and clanging, goblins mining within. Lin Yu pondered what valuable minerals could possibly warrant such labor. Was it rainflower stones, perhaps? The front line of his companions soon encountered foes, prompting Lin Yu to join them as they found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming number of goblins. He was prepared to assist, knowing that this was not mere school training, and swift action was necessary to expedite the monster elimination. An hour later, Lu Ning scouted ahead, identifying a direction thick with monsters. Lin Yu brandished his dual blades, following Lu Ning's guidance to dispatch them while the others absorbed soul rings in their wake. By around 11 in the morning, they found a secure spot to rest and eat, enjoying a meal of giant tooth rabbit rice bowls provided by Lin Yu. After taking a bite, Lin Yu turned to Lin Xiaotao. We've taken down several hundred goblins this morning. Do you have any soul bones? Lin Xiaotao shook her head, prompting Yang Dabao to interject. Bro, if soul bones appeared so easily, they wouldn't be so valuable. Lin Yu conceded, acknowledging the rarity of soul bones. After lunch, they set off again, practicing against isolated goblins or small groups, and when faced with larger numbers, Lin Yu led the charge, slicing through them with ease. As they defeated a 2,000-year-old goblin warrior, the area was cleared of goblins, and Lin Yu took a moment to rest while Lu Ning ventured ahead to scout the situation. Ding, a clear, melodious sound resonated in the tranquil mountaintop, and Lin Xiaotao picked up a right arm bone from the ground, handing it to Lin Yu. Haha. The protagonist group indeed possesses a stroke of luck. Lin Yu accepted the right arm bone, glancing at it. It was a goblin warrior's right arm bone, aged 23,000 years, with the soul skill, heavy punch. After storing the bone, Lu Ning quickly returned from ahead. Lin Yu. There are two paths ahead. One is filled with spider webs, with goblin corpses ensnared, while the other leads to a dirt cave where I noticed signs of troglodyte activity. Lin Yu contemplated before responding. All right, let's explore the spider cave first, then proceed to the troglodyte area. Although official documentation made no mention of Rainflower mine harboring cave spiders, it was entirely plausible for spider-type beasts to inhabit such caverns. The five continued on, reaching the fork in the path that Lu Ning had described. Lin Yu led the way into the web-laden cave, where the ground was littered with the remains of goblins and troglodytes, some ensnared in webs while others lay scattered across the floor. Taozi, ignite a fire. A flame erupted from the tip of Lin Xiaotao's spear, incinerating the surrounding webs, allowing for easier passage through the cave. Hiss, a chilling hiss echoed as a massive spider crawled forth from the depths, larger than the previous death spider, conservatively estimated to be 50,000 years old. All right, you all should retreat and wait outside, Lin Yu commanded, and the other four swiftly dashed out, knowing that remaining would only hinder their efforts. As the giant spider lunged at Lin Yu, he performed a front flip, and as he soared over the creature, his blade found its mark, plunging into its head and ending the confrontation effortlessly. Lin Yu then produced the soul ring collector to gather the rings. Unfortunately, the desired soul bone did not manifest, leaving him with only a black soul ring. The soul ring of the cave spider king, aged 50,000 years, possesses binding-type soul skills. Lin Yu stowed away the soul ring and hurriedly followed the direction from which the spider had come, reaching the depths of a vast cave filled with the skeletal remains of humanoid creatures. After a thorough search, he found nothing of value and decided to reunite with the other four members before setting off towards the dwelling of the cave dwellers. The cave dwellers lacked any ranged professions, so Lin Yu took the lead, effortlessly dispatching foes as they followed behind to absorb the soul rings. By around 4 o'clock, within the cave of the dwellers, a massive cave dweller chief fell, marking the end of their adventure for the day. At that moment, Lu Ning approached from the front, exclaiming, Lin Yu, through a narrow passage ahead, there are tracks for a minecart. Lin Yu replied directly, that must be the main tunnel of the Yuhua mine. Returning the way we came would be too cumbersome. Let us exit via the main tunnel. Also, if we encounter other adventurers, let us ignore them. The group traversed the narrow corridor and entered the main mine tunnel, encountering only a few scattered kobolds along the way. Yang Daba, glancing around with curiosity, asked, now that we've reached the main tunnel and walked for so long, why haven't we seen many monsters? He continued, no matter how many monsters there are, they can't withstand the frequent visits from adventurers. If it weren't for the complex underground environment, we might have left empty-handed today. Before long, they came across another group of 5 adventurers heading out. Both parties chose to ignore each other, allowing Lin Yu and his companions to proceed first. Suddenly, a blue glowing arrow shot towards Lin Yu's face. He instinctively reached out and caught the arrow, feeling an icy power spread throughout his arm. With a surge of inner strength, he shattered the frost encasing his right arm. A towering man emerged, clapping his hands, flanked by 6 menacing figures. Beside him stood a man with a sinister expression, holding a bow, the one who had just loosed the arrow. Impressive. I didn't expect you to catch even Scorpion's icy arrow with your bare hands. I'm curious what soul bones you two used to reach the 3rd rank. The burly man gestured toward Lin Yu and Lin Xiaodao, clearly indicating that news of their achievements had been leaked during a recent inner meeting, bringing them this trouble. Lin Yu responded promptly. Peach, retreat to the cave. Lin Xiaodao and the others hastily returned to the cave, while the burly man spoke again. Little brother, are you really planning to struggle in vain? Just surrender. It'll save us the trouble of playing a game of cat and mouse with you. Lin Yu glanced at the storage ring on the leading man's hand and chuckled. I thought today would end up fruitless. But it seems you're here to provide me with some unexpected benefits. You're quite the good Samaritan. I recall the last time someone helped me was at the entrance of the evil cave, by a fellow named Big Black Bear, who also happened to be a 7th rank. Upon hearing this, the burly man's heart sank. Having been in Jinling for a while, he had heard whispers of Big Black Bear being slain outside the evil cave just over a month ago. At that moment, the boy in front of him suddenly vanished, and he realized with alarm that he needed to flee. Just as he turned, a blade loomed large before him, and he found himself staring at his own feet. As the others attempted to escape, Lin Yu moved swiftly, dispatching one foe after another, and soon stood before the archer known as Scorpion. He sheathed his Tang-hung blade, kicked Scorpion to the ground, and proceeded to break his limbs, tearing off his fingers to remove the storage ring. The archer let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Lin Yu beckoned to the others in the cave, and as they approached, he said to Lu Ning, this one's for you. Lin Yu paid no mind to Lu Ning's stunned expression and began gleefully looting the spoils, 2 space rings and 5 storage bags. The burly leader had also dropped a soul bone, a delightful surprise. The left arm bone of a diamond lizard, aged 2,000 years, with the skill, Diamond Shield. Though he had no intention of killing, one couldn't ignore the gifts fate had bestowed upon him. As the old saying goes, a man reaps what he sows. Lin Yu collected all the items, while Lu Ning, persuaded by Lin Xiaodao, executed the archer known as Scorpion. Lin Yu glanced at those hiding at the cave entrance before retrieving his off-road vehicle and calling the others to get in. By around 6 o'clock, the 5 of them scanned their way back into the city. The staff at the entrance greeted them, saying, we're so glad to see you back. You all look like high school graduates, ready to head to university in 2 months. It would be wise to refrain from venturing out for a while. You'll have plenty of opportunities for adventure in your studies. Lin Yu smiled and replied, you're absolutely right, Annie. We don't plan on going out again before school starts. Here are some fruits for you to take home and enjoy. He placed a box of fruits on the scanner's desk, then invited the others to buy tickets to teleport to the Adventurers Association. They made their way directly to Boss Jean's soul ring trading shop, where Lin Yu laid out the day's haul. Boss Jean picked up a soul ring, examined it, and exclaimed with a smile, you all are quite lucky. The beasts in the Yuhua mine are dwindling, and yet you managed to collect so many soul rings. Lin Yu chuckled, just good fortune. Boss Jean, could you please tally it up for us? Boss Jean called his assistants to get to work. And after counting over 100 soul rings, he spoke again. Out of these, only a few are truly valuable. The rest don't hold much worth. I can offer you 200 million in total. What do you think? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After receiving the 200 million in cash, the 5 of them headed to a private room in the association's restaurant and ordered a lavish feast. While waiting for their food, Lin Yu addressed the group. Let us discuss today's gains. 200 million in addition to a right arm bone from a kobold warrior, with the skill, Heavy Punch. To be honest, this soul bone would be useful for both Su Dawei and Fatty. Considering our brotherhood, let us put a value of 50 million on it. Who wants it? Su Dawei spoke up. Give the soul bone to Daba. He currently lacks an output skill. Lin Yu regarded Su Dawei's decision with newfound respect, tossing the soul bone to Fatty. The remaining 200 million was divided equally among the 4, each receiving 50 million to keep for themselves. Fatty planned to absorb the soul bone once he got home, keeping it a secret to avoid drawing attention. The entrance incident at the mine was a perfect example of the dangers of too many knowing the truth. Yang Daba nodded with excitement. Got it, bro. Lin Yu added. Dawei, don't overthink it. You'll have your own treasures in due time. Su Dawei replied with a smile. I believe that day will come. Although Lin Yu had later picked up another soul bone, he wouldn't share the spoils of his hard-earned loot. It was a matter of principle. He could share more of the other items, but that didn't mean he would support them entirely. Soon, the food arrived, and the 4 of them began to eat. After dinner, Lin Yu drove them home, starting with Yang Daba, then Su Dawei, followed by Lu Ning, leaving only Lin Xiaodao. Peach, since there's not much going on these days, how about we go out for some fun? Lin Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. Sure? Where shall we go? How about Modu? Let us take Aunt Yi along and spend a few days there. Although Lin Xiaodao felt a slight regret that the 2 of them were not together, she was still immensely pleased. That sounds great. When shall we go? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu realized that he had no pressing matters at hand, and with exams scheduled at school in the coming days, and Tang Yanran being rather occupied, he suggested, how about tomorrow? Lin Xiaotao nodded solemnly. Lin Yu escorted Lin Xiaotao to the entrance of her residence. After ensuring she had returned home safely, he made his way back to his own house. Upon arrival, he found Chen Jing lounging on his bed. Lin Yu presented the fruits of his endeavors from the day, observing the 2 rings and 5 storage bags. Chen Jing immediately grasped the situation. Without waiting for her to inquire, Lin Yu recounted the events of the evening. Chen Jing remarked, "Wealth truly captivates the heart. The primary allure lies in the value of the soul bones. That is why they resorted to robbery." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Once they chose to engage in theft, they must be prepared for the consequences. Therefore, I bear no guilt in having dealt with them. Let us see what treasures lie within. Chapter 75. A Return to the Magic City. After a brief pause, the two promptly immersed themselves in a meticulous examination of the contents of the storage items. However, after their efforts, aside from a meager sum of cash, they discovered nothing particularly remarkable. Upon tallying, the total wealth possessed by the 7 individuals amounted to a mere 2 billion federal coins, along with a few vehicles and some gasoline. Lin Yu gathered the mountainous heap of items and then turned towards the bathroom for a cleansing bath. At this moment, he carried over a dozen storage bags. Yet due to the limited value of the items within, he had never entertained thoughts of selling them for money. Once refreshed, Lin Yu returned to his room with a light step and sat beside Chen Jing, softly stating, "I have made plans with my classmates to visit the Magic City tomorrow." Chen Jing nodded slightly in agreement. "That sounds splendid. Since the exams have concluded, it is indeed time to relish this leisurely period." The night passed without incident, and the following morning, the two arrived at the realm of life. Lin Yu released the essence of growth upon the flora, while Chen Jing went to collect eggs. Today, the yield was greater than 2 days prior, and the trio enjoyed sweetened eggs for breakfast. After their meal, Lin Yu drove Chen Wenwen to school before heading to Lin Xiaotao's residence. Upon seeing Lin Yu's car approach, Lin Xiaotao and Yi Suzhen descended immediately and took their seats in his vehicle. "Peach, Aunt Yi, have you both had breakfast this morning?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Yi Suzhen responded with a gentle smile. "We rose early and have already eaten at home." Lin Yu nodded. "Very well, then let us set off." With that, he started the car and headed towards the underground train station. Soon, the trio arrived at the underground train station. After parking, they exited the vehicle, and Lin Yu secured it before they proceeded to purchase 3 tickets bound for the Magic City. Entering the waiting hall, they awaited their departure. Before long, an announcement echoed through the air. Train 8848 to the Magic City is preparing to arrive. Passengers heading to the Magic City, please prepare for ticket inspection at platform 3. Lin Yu stood and looked at Lin Xiaotao and Yi Suzhen. "Peach, Aunt Yi, let us go for ticket inspection." As they queued for inspection, the train arrived just in time. Once aboard, the 3 found themselves seated in the same row. Lin Xiaotao seemed to radiate with insatiable curiosity, her bright eyes darting around in wonder. She then grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly and exclaimed, "Lin Yu, this is my first time taking a train to leave Jinling City." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Peach. I, too, have never had such an experience before. This is only my second time." The underground train did not possess first-class or business-class compartments. This federally designated mode of transport did not categorize passengers into ranks. A few minutes later, the train set off, and the trio each took out their phones to pass the time. After an arduous and lengthy 2 hours, accompanied by a melodious announcement, the train finally came to a gentle halt at the Magic City train station. As the doors opened, passengers disembarked in succession. Drawing from his prior experience, Lin Yu took the hands of Yi Suzhen and Lin Xiaotao, leading them towards the exit. Once outside the station, he released their hands, retrieved his vehicle, and invited the 2 ladies to board before starting the engine, smoothly driving out of the train station towards the city center. Before long, the vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the 5-star hotel they had previously stayed at. After checking in at the hotel lobby and ensuring everything was in order, they took the elevator to the luxurious penthouse suite on the top floor. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiaotao flitted about like a joyful bird, eagerly exploring her surroundings. She meticulously examined the living room before inspecting each bedroom. The 2 bedrooms were adorned with expansive, plush beds, each equipped with private bathrooms and shower facilities. Through the bright, pristine windows, the bustling streets below and the towering skyscrapers in the distance were vividly visible, undeniably placing them in the heart of this vibrant metropolis. At this moment, under the sweltering midday sun of summer, with the relentless heat bearing down upon the earth, the trio decided to postpone their outdoor adventures until the hottest part of the day had passed. Thus, Lin Xiaotao reclined leisurely on the spacious, soft sofa, fiddling with her phone as she searched for relevant travel information and diligently crafted a detailed travel itinerary. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat cross-legged beside her, reviewing his system panel. It had been 3 months since he traversed into this world, accumulating over 7 million free attribute points. He had spent nearly 3 million on soul rings and bones, with 1 million for Tang Yinran soul bone, and over 100,000 on a plethora of soul bones, leaving him with more than 200,000 attribute points remaining. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to upgrade his head soul bone to 100,000 years, while enhancing the remaining soul bones to 100,000 years as well. The Mouse King's head soul bone, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, danger perception, super sense of smell. The Water Python King's torso bone, age, 100,000 years. Soul skill, death entanglement, robust physique. The Swamp Crocodile King's right arm bone, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, armor-breaking claw strike, water dragon breach. The Swamp Crocodile King's left arm bone, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, death roll, icy bloodline. The Jungle Wolf King's left leg bone, age, 100,000 years. Soul skill, wolf howl under the moon, King's summon. The Mouse King's left leg bone, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, rapid run, mouse clone. The Diamond Lizard King's left arm bone, age, 100,000 years, soul skill, diamond shield, Lizard King's diamond breach. The Mouse's soul bone proved to be utterly unremarkable. The Crocodile soul bone was somewhat decent, with the water element attack of the water dragon breach, and the icy bloodline serving as a passive skill, akin to cold-blooded creatures' ability to regulate their body temperature, allowing adaptation to various harsh environments. The Wolf King's left leg was particularly impressive, with Wolf Howl under the moon being a buff skill, while the King's summon was akin to Tang Yinran's summon of the Knightly Order, one calling forth undead knights, the other summoning a pack of wolves. He pondered asking Tang Yinran if she desired it. The Diamond Lizard King's left arm bone, with one defensive skill and one offensive skill, was remarkably suitable for Lin Xiaotao, shield in the left hand, spear in the right. Was this Athena? Or a female version of Pantheon? Chapter 76. Yi Suzhen breaks through to the third rank with a remaining 1 million free attribute points. Lin Yu chose not to rush in allocating them, opting instead to leave them for later consideration. At present, he possessed a 1 million year innate head soul bone and a 1 million year innate right arm bone, while his second soul weapon and second soul ring were also 1 million years old, with the rest being of 100,000 years. Casting a glance at Lin Xiaotao, who was engrossed in her phone, he shook his head, marveling at how adorable she was. Why was she so flat-chested though? Not long after, a hotel staff member delivered their lunch, comprising various local delicacies from the Magic City. During his previous visit, Lin Yu had not sampled the hotel cuisine. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he tasted the food and found it quite palatable, subsequently beckoning the girls to join him for the meal. Observing the two of them, Lin Yu remarked, "It's quite hot this afternoon. After lunch, let us take a brief nap, and we can head out around 4 o'clock. Lin Xiaotao nodded. "Sure, I'll follow your lead." After lunch, Lin Yu changed into a set of pajamas and lay beside Lin Xiaotao. She promptly nestled into his arms, and they began their midday slumber. They slept until around 2 o'clock, at which point Lin Xiaotao rose to meditate and cultivate. Being an industrious girl, she was determined not to remain under Lin Yu's protection indefinitely. She aspired to one day assist him and fight by his side. Lin Yu, not wishing to disturb her, quietly exited her room, gently closing the door behind him. He settled onto the sofa outside when Yi Suzhen, clad in her pajamas, emerged from her room and joined him. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Suzhen and smiled. "Aunt Yi, why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Yi Suzhen chuckled. "Ever since I stopped going to work, I have plenty of time to rest. I certainly don't lack sleep." Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, resting his head on Yi Suzhen's thigh. The sensation was rather pleasant, distinctly different from resting against Chunjing's thigh. Yi Suzhen tenderly stroked his cheek, allowing him to do as he wished. While leaning on the sofa and fiddling with his phone, Lin Yu curiously inquired, "Aunt Yi, what is your martial soul? And what level is it?" Yi Suzhen looked down at him and replied, "My martial soul is the Black Widow Spider, with a soul power of 29, I believe." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu responded, "Oh, Aunt Yi, do you wish to break through to the third rank?" Yi Suzhen laughed. "Do you still think I can go out to battle?" Lin Yu sat up, his expression earnest. "You don't need to fight. It's essential for self-preservation. Besides, the higher your soul power, the longer you can live. Surely you don't want to age 20 more years, do you?" Yi Suzhen set her phone aside and looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. "Are you certain?" Taking Yi Suzhen's hand, Lin Yu led her to her room and closed the door. As it approached 4 o'clock, Lin Xiaotao finished her cultivation and ventured into the living room. Noticing Lin Yu and her mother were absent, she then walked to the opposite bedroom door, gently pushing it open, only to find her mother seated on the bed, refining a soul ring. The sound of running water came from the adjacent bathroom, prompting her to retreat from the room. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu emerged from the room, now dressed in a new outfit, and sat beside Lin Xiaotao. She curiously asked, "What did you give my mom? A magical herb or a soul bone?" Lin Yu replied directly, "Just a soul bone without active skills, I suppose. That soul ring was from the Death Spider in Crow Ridge." Lin Yu hadn't bestowed anything particularly remarkable upon Yi Suzhen, merely the head soul bone of the Mouse King, since she wouldn't engage in combat. The lack of practical utility in the soul bone was inconsequential. The danger perception it provided would suffice. After absorbing the 4,000-year soul ring, Yi Suzhen's soul power reached a precise 40 levels, with the excess being absorbed by Lin Yu, elevating him to 35 levels. On the streets of the Magic City, Lin Yu accompanied Lin Xiaotao and her mother on a shopping spree, purchasing anything that caught their eye, embodying the essence of a newly wealthy individual. Soon, the trio arrived at a luxury jewelry store, where Lin Yu spotted the jade products that were highly sought after in his past life. He requested the sales assistant to present a set of imperial green jewelry for Yi Suzhen to try. Once adorned, she indeed looked exquisite, the set comprising a necklace, a pair of earrings, a pair of bracelets, and a ring. These adornments were evidently more suited for women of non-combat professions. When Lin Yu inquired about her opinion, Lin Xiaotao promptly shook her head, declaring it unnecessary as it would hinder her combat abilities. Lin Yu, undeterred, purchased the entire set, and, after some thought, acquired 4 additional sets. Perplexed, Lin Xiaotao asked, Lin Yu, why are you buying so many luxury items? They can't be eaten or used for combat. This amount of money could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. With a smile, Lin Yu replied, I'll take them back for my aunt and the others. Recently, I sold a worthless soul bone and now have more money than I can spend. Lin Xiaotao chuckled. You've truly embraced the newly rich mentality that people talk about online. The trio exited the jewelry store and continued their shopping. Lin Yu spotted a massage chair outlet, and they each took turns trying the chairs. The moment Lin Xiaotao lay down, she jumped up, exclaiming, What kind of massage chair is this? It makes my whole body uncomfortable. It's sheer torture. It was unsurprising that Lin Xiaotao couldn't remain still. Lin Yu, however, observed Yi Suzhen reveling in the experience, leading him to purchase 5 units to take home for enjoyment. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, and the three found a self-service seafood barbecue restaurant. The Magic City truly was extraordinary, with soul masters venturing out to catch seafood. Although the prices were exorbitant, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. After dinner, they continued to wander the streets, where the nighttime crowd surpassed that of the day. They strolled and savored various street snacks. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, the trio returned to the hotel, each taking turns to freshen up and rest. After Lin Yu finished his shower, he lay on Lin Xiaotao's bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he eventually stirred, his gaze first fell upon the curtains illuminated by the morning light. Through the delicate beams of sunlight, he realized that the sky had brightened considerably. A slight shift of his gaze revealed the clock on the bedside table, its hour hand clearly pointing to the number 7. Beside him, Xiaotao curled up like a charming little kitten, snuggled closely against him. He carefully lifted a light blanket, gently covering Xiaotao to avoid disturbing her sweet dreams. Then, he tiptoed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom to attend to his personal needs. Stepping out of the bedroom and into the spacious, well-lit living room, he found Yi Suzhen already awake. Lin Yu approached her and softly inquired, Aunt Yi, why not rest a little longer? Yi Suzhen wore a gentle smile as she replied, I've developed a habit of rising early at home. I need to prepare breakfast for Xiaotao. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Lin Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and, after stretching, said, I was quite exhausted yesterday. Once I lay down, I fell into a deep sleep until just now. However, that rest has certainly refreshed me. Oh, I almost forgot. Aunt Yi, this is a gift for you. He pulled out a delicate storage ring from his pocket and presented it to Yi Suzhen. Chapter 77. Joyful Playtime. Yi Suzhen did not hesitate, accepting the ring with enthusiasm and slipping it onto her left ring finger. She closed her eyes, attentively sensing the spatial fluctuations within the ring. Moments later, she opened her eyes and transferred all items from her storage bag into the new storage ring. Upon completion, she smiled and returned the now empty storage bag to Lin Yu. Lin Yu tucked the storage bag away, stood up, and stretched, then embraced Yi Suzhen, who relished the warmth provided by this young man. After a brief moment, Yi Suzhen patted Lin Yu's back. All right, Xiaotao needs to wake up soon. Lin Yu released her and, with a light-hearted stride, headed toward the bathroom, beginning his morning routine with earnestness. The sound of running water harmonized with the cheerful overture of a new day. After Lin Yu finished his morning routine, he returned to the room where Lin Xiaotao was still lost in a sweet slumber. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a serene and picturesque scene upon her face. All right, Taozi, it's time to rise. Lin Xiaotao glanced at the time, rubbed her eyes, and sat up with a yawn before gradually making her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Once they were all ready, the trio took the elevator down to the hotel restaurant to indulge in a delightful breakfast. The hotel offered a buffet-style breakfast, and each of them selected their favorite dishes. They found a vacant table and savored their meals while engaging in pleasant conversation, their laughter occasionally resonating through the air. After finishing breakfast, they departed from the hotel. Lin Yu retrieved the car and beckoned them to get in. Lin Xiaotao settled into the front passenger seat, pulling out her meticulously crafted itinerary as they set off toward a series of fascinating destinations. At each attraction, they eagerly hopped out of the car, capturing beautiful moments on their phones, sometimes posing in front of ancient architecture, other times relishing the splendor of nature's gifts. They spent the entire day exploring, and by the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly 10 in the evening. After Lin Xiaotao took a shower, she went to bed, and when Lin Yu emerged from his shower, she was already asleep. He tucked her in with a light blanket before heading to Yi Suzhen's room. where she was still seated at her vanity, drying her damp hair. Lin Yu approached and took the towel from her hands, diligently helping her dry her hair. Yi Sujin glanced at Lin Yu through the mirror and softly inquired, "Is Taozi already asleep?" Lin Yu nodded yes. She must be tired after a long day of sightseeing. After drying her hair, Lin Yu lay down on the bed, to which Yi Sujin playfully remarked, "Are you planning to spend the night with me?" Lin Yu smiled in response, "Are you trying to send me away?" Yi Sujin chose not to comment further, turning off the lights and closing the door before lying down beside him. After covering her with a blanket, Lin Yu settled cross-legged in the living room to practice his cultivation. He aimed to refine both the Qian Kuan Ji Shengong and the Five Thunder Heavenly Heart technique, as both were exceptionally vigorous practices that would enhance his cultivation speed by maintaining his yang essence. In the hotel restaurant, Lin Xiaodao sat at the table, enjoying her breakfast while curiously observing her mother, Yi Sujin, across from her. After a moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Mom, you seem different today, but I can't quite place how." Turning her head, she cast an inquiring glance at Lin Yu beside her and continued, "Lin Yu, do you notice any changes in my mom compared to before?" Lin Yu set down his utensils, thought seriously for a moment, and responded, "Indeed. Aunt Yi seems to have improved skin and appears younger. It seems that the enhancement of her soul power has had positive effects on her complexion." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodao nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly the feeling." At this moment, a smile spread across Yi Sujin's face, and she playfully chided, "What nonsense are you two talking about?" Lin Yu, when asked, replied, "Aunt Yi, we'll head back to Jinling after we finish visiting all the spots mentioned in Taozi's carefully curated travel guide." After breakfast, the three of them embarked on their journey once more, leisurely wandering the streets and alleys of the city. By the end of the day, they had nearly explored all the attractions Lin Xiaodao had planned. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, the trio returned to the hotel, weary yet satisfied. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to take the train back to Jinling the following afternoon. That evening, after they had freshened up, Lin Yu stayed in Xiaodao's room for a while. Once she had fallen asleep, he quietly went to find Yi Sujin. The next morning, Lin Xiaodao opened her eyes to find Lin Yu sleeping across from her, and she leaned over to plant a gentle kiss on him. After tending to her personal hygiene in the bathroom, she returned to bed, snuggling into Lin Yu's embrace as he awoke. Lin Yu softly asked, "Taozi, when shall we get up?" She pouted and replied, "There's nothing to do this morning, so I don't want to rise. Once we're back in Jinling, we won't have this much time together." This was indeed true. Once back in Jinling, Lin Yu would undoubtedly have less time to spend with Lin Xiaodao, as he often found himself in Tang Yinran's office or at home if he had no other obligations. Around 9:30, they finally got out of bed to wash up. After they each tidied themselves, they checked out and made their way downstairs for breakfast. Lin Yu looked at Yi Sujin and suggested, "Aunt Yi, since there's nothing pressing this morning, let us visit the local market to buy some groceries and supplies for the journey home, so we won't have to shop once we arrive in the capital." Yi Sujin nodded in agreement, smiling, "All right, I'll follow your lead." After breakfast, the three of them went to the market to purchase daily necessities, buying in bulk anything that would be useful for home. By the time they returned to Lin Xiaodao's home in Jinling, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yi Sujin and Lin Xiaodao got out of the car, and Yi Sujin smiled at Lin Yu. "Why not come up and rest for a bit?" Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. "No, Aunt Yi. I'll come again next time." After bidding farewell to them, Lin Yu drove away, choosing not to return home, but instead heading to Jinling No. 1 High School, where he found Tang Yinran's office empty. He went to the restroom, soaking the clothes he had changed out of over the past few days in the sink. He then set up a massage chair in a vacant spot and began to meditate. Soon after, Tang Yinran returned to her office and, finding Lin Yu there, was not surprised. She lay back in the massage chair and began adjusting the settings. After completing 2 cycles of meditation, Lin Yu glanced at Tang Yinran and asked, "Finished with school-related matters?" Tang Yinran shook her head. "Not so soon. The students' exam results are out, but they still need to fill out their applications and obtain their diplomas. They should be wrapping up around the same time as the liberal arts students." In this world, soul masters did not overshadow ordinary people. Human technological advancements remained highly effective against lower-level soul masters, and high-tech talents continued to be the backbone of the Federation. In certain areas, they surpassed soul masters significantly, as evidenced by the soul ring extraction devices that were invented by individuals without soul power. After dinner, once Tang Yinran had showered and lay on her bed, she noticed Lin Yu had washed and hung their clothes on the balcony, and she curiously asked, "Aren't you going back tonight?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "No, I'll stay with you tonight." After finishing up his tasks, Lin Yu secured the doors and windows, drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and then laid down beside Tang Yinran, pulling her into his embrace. He replaced his original head soul bone with the Frost Skeleton King's head soul bone, causing the room's temperature to drop. Lin Yu remarked, "The school is rather stingy. They can't even afford to install air conditioning for you." Tang Yinran shook her head. "The public office does have air conditioning, but when I requested a quiet environment, I moved here. Principal Wu mentioned the air conditioning issue, but I felt too embarrassed to trouble him, so I declined directly." One must be a bit thick-skinned in life. Speaking of which, I obtained a left leg bone from the Jungle Wolf King during my last visit to the Magic City. Its soul skill is similar to your right leg bone, allowing me to summon a pack of wolves to attack. Although the strength of the wolves may not compare to the Death Knights of the Royal Knight Order, their sheer numbers are quite impressive. Tang Yinran nodded. Then you should keep it for now. There's no rush for now. I'll wait until I've fully absorbed the 8th soul ring before proceeding. There have been numerous matters to attend to these past few days, and I long for an early night's rest. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed. Then let us retire early. Tang Yinran gazed at Lin Yu before leaning in to plant a kiss upon him, subsequently resting her head upon his arm as she drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, after sharing breakfast with Tang Yinran, Lin Yu returned home. Upon opening the door, he found Chen Jing seated at the table, lost in thought. Upon noticing Lin Yu's entrance, her face broke into a radiant smile. Xiao Yu, you're back. Lin Yu approached her and enveloped her in a warm embrace, which lifted her spirits considerably. After a while, Chen Jing said, All right. You're going to make me breathless. Hearing her words, Lin Yu released her, retreated to his room, and retrieved a massage chair, setting it up and connecting it to the power source for Chen Jing to try. She relished the soothing sensations of the massage chair. Before long, the two found themselves in the realm of life, where Chen Jing ventured to the orchard chicken coop to collect eggs, while Lin Yu tended to the flora, nurturing their growth. Shortly, Chen Jing returned with a basket brimming with eggs. Xiao Yu, you haven't collected eggs in days, have you? I've gathered over 100. Indeed, I haven't been here much lately. The life space offered little to occupy them, so they returned to the outside world. Chen Jing began preparing lunch, and after their meal, Lin Yu presented her with a set of jade jewelry. She removed her deep-sea soul pearl necklace and earrings, adorning herself with the jade pieces instead. After checking her reflection in the bathroom mirror, she concluded that, in terms of aesthetics, the jade necklace far surpassed the pearl one. Emerging from the bathroom, Chen Jing smiled and asked, Xiao Yu, what do you think of this? Lin Yu, noticing how stunning the jade adornments looked on her, nodded appreciatively. It's beautiful. But primarily, it's because you are lovely. Anything you wear appears exquisite. Yes, I think it looks quite nice too. Xiao Yu, please keep the pearl necklace for your girlfriend. I have no interest in cultivation, so wearing it feels like a waste. Lin Yu understood her sincerity and carefully placed the necklace in a box. He returned to his room to cultivate, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the perfected realm. While Chen Jing lay down to take a nap, after 2 cycles of cultivation, Lin Yu joined Chen Jing in her afternoon slumber. Upon awakening, she glanced at him and then settled into a comfortable position to continue sleeping. For several days, Lin Yu remained at home, and on Monday, it was the day of Chen Wenwen's high school entrance exam. After breakfast, Lin Yu accompanied Chen Jing to drop off Chen Wenwen at the examination venue. Although the capital had promised to facilitate her enrollment, she still needed to sit for the exam, not only for her graduation certificate, but also to assess her 3 years of junior high education. Once Chen Wenwen entered the examination hall, Lin Yu took Chen Jing back home. By 11 o'clock, he rode his motorcycle to the entrance of Jinling High School to await Chen Wenwen's release from her exam. Observing the parents waiting outside, he noted that none were adorned in kipeos. In Blue Star, there were no demographic dividends. Everyone had access to high school. Though admission was still merit-based, the school they attended was merely average, especially when compared to prestigious institutions such as Nanjing Normal University Affiliated High School and Jinling High School, essentially a distinction between top scholars and regular students. Ding ding ding. The clear and urgent ringing of the bell abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere of the campus, akin to a sword slicing through silence. With the sound of the bell, this significant examination finally drew to a close. Students emerged from their classrooms, some wearing expressions of relief, others reflecting worry, yet regardless, they temporarily set aside their burdens. Before long, Lin Yu spotted Chen Wenwen among the crowd and waved to her. Upon noticing him, her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she quickened her pace to run towards him. Brother. Her affectionate call filled Lin Yu's heart with warmth, and he smiled as he handed her the helmet. She joyfully accepted it, quickly donning it, and skillfully climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, wrapping her arms around her brother's waist. Hold on tight, we're off. Lin Yu gently reminded her. As soon as the words left his lips, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle erupted with a powerful roar, speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 79, Wenwen is on break. The journey was exhilarating, with the scenery rushing past in a blur. They soon arrived back at their home, where Chen Wenwen dismounted and handed the helmet back to Lin Yu. Brother, I find motorcycles so much more enjoyable than cars. You can actually feel the wind. Lin Yu chuckled. That's because we're having good weather. If it were raining, a motorcycle wouldn't do at all. Come on. Let us head home. They ascended the stairs and returned home, where Chen Jing had prepared a sumptuous lunch, featuring all of Chen Wenwen's favorite dishes. The family gathered around the table, savoring a heartwarming mealtime together. After a satisfying meal, Chen Wenwen took a brief rest before drifting into a sweet slumber. When the time was right, Lin Yu thoughtfully escorted her back to the exam site, offering encouragement and wishing her success in her upcoming tests. Following Chun Wenwen's entrance into the examination hall, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of their school. However, today the gatekeeper showed no leniency, barring him from entry. Accepting the situation, he redirected his path to Lin Xiaodao's home. Knock knock knock. Lin Yu rapped on the door, which was opened by Yi Sujing. Spotting Lin Yu, she exclaimed with surprise, "Come in. What brings you here today?" With a smile, Lin Yu replied, "I just dropped my sister off at the exam and thought I'd stop by to see you." "Where's Taozi?" Yi Sujing responded. "Taozi just went out to play with her friends. Why don't you give her a call?" Lin Yu shook his head. "No need. I'll be picking up my sister soon." Yi Sujing prepared a cup of tea for Lin Yu, and they chatted for a while about Lin Xiaodao. Lin Yu stayed until around 3 o'clock before taking his leave to head to Jinling High School to collect Chun Wenwen after her exam. The entrance exam spanned 2.5 days, and on the third day at noon, Lin Yu returned home with Chun Wenwen, who felt completely liberated. Now, just awaiting her graduation certificate and records before embarking on her journey to the capital. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Yu arrived at the school, and this time, no one impeded his entry. He made his way to Tang Yinran's office, where she was present, seated at her desk, perusing some documents. Lin Yu turned to the restroom, soaking the clothes she had changed out of over the past few days in a basin, then took a seat across from her. "I meant to come by these past few days, but I was stopped at the entrance, and wasn't allowed in." Tang Yinran glanced up slightly, meeting Lin Yu's gaze, and softly responded, "Even if you had come during the day, I fear I wouldn't have had the time to attend to you. The school has assigned me invigilation duties, and I cannot spare a moment." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, began to complain. "The school is well aware of your impending departure. Yet they still assign you to invigilate. How greedy they are, milking every last moment from you." Tang Yinran chuckled, interrupting his lament. "All right, we are soon to depart, so let us not dwell on these matters. By the way, have you seen the school's notice? It states that you are to come on the 10th to collect your graduation certificate and records." Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging he was aware of this. He added, "I initially planned for us to head to the capital on the 20th. That should be fine on your end, right?" Tang Yinran pondered for a moment. "By the 20th, I should have all my matters settled, so there shouldn't be any issues." Lin Yu sent a message to Chen Jing, informing her that he would not be returning home that evening. Chen Jing quickly acknowledged his message, and after putting away her phone, Lin Yu retreated to his room to meditate. During dinner, Tang Yinran, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "I've noticed you've been more diligent in your training lately." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to swiftly master the 2 martial arts he was studying. However, he felt too shy to divulge to Tang Yinran the deeper reasons behind his ambition. After dinner, once Tang Yinran had finished her shower, Lin Yu also took a bath and then washed and hung both of their clothes on the balcony. He continued to practice for 2 more cycles before returning to bed, where he embraced Tang Yinran and inquired, "Yinran, you still haven't told me who your enemy is." Tang Yinran replied, "If I tell you now, it won't change anything and would only add to your worries. You'll find out naturally when we reach the capital. I've heard from my teacher that he is currently serving the royal family in the imperial city. Well, it seems I have quite the connection with the Xia royal family." Lin Yu mused, recalling how he had compelled Yun to stab himself. It appeared he would cross paths with him once more in the capital. Tang Yinran chuckled. Forcing a prince of Xia to harm himself is indeed unprecedented. But now, I wish to sleep. With that, she nestled her head against Lin Yu's arm and drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, after breakfast, Lin Yu returned home. By noon, Zhao Qingdai sent him several pictures along with a voice message. "It's hard to find a 1-bedroom apartment. Would a 2-bedroom suffice?" Lin Yu promptly replied, "As long as the finances are adequate, a 2-bedroom is certainly feasible. If the funds fall short, I can transfer more. The money is sufficient. The remainder will cover my expenses for the rest of my life." In the days that followed, Lin Yu remained at home, engaging in casual chats with classmates. He even arranged a gathering with a few friends for the afternoon of the 10th. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. And soon it was the afternoon of the 9th. At that moment, Lin Yu was gazing at Chen Jing across from him, softly stating, "Auntie, I'm planning to go out for a while. I may not return tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she responded, "I see. Does this mean you found a girl you fancy?" Lin Yu chuckled, "I'm going to see Teacher Tang." Chen Jing was taken aback. "Teacher Tang is indeed quite beautiful. I had thought you would seek out that girl named Taozi." Given Lin Yu's recent habit of frequently conversing with Lin Xiaodao over the phone while staying at home, Chen Jing was not surprised. Lin Yu then clarified, "Auntie, the girl you refer to as Taozi is actually named Lin Xiaodao. She was our class monitor for 3 years in high school." Chen Jing nodded. "Isn't she the one with the doll-like face? I saw her twice during your parent-teacher meetings. She seems quite endearing." After exchanging a few more words with Chen Jing, Lin Yu departed for Jinling Academy to find Tang Yinran. Chapter 80. A Reunion Among Classmates. On July 10th, Wednesday, Lin Yu awoke to the gentle sunlight filtering through the curtains. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was already 6 in the morning, and Tang Yinran was still fast asleep. He carefully rose, attended to his personal hygiene in the bathroom, and then began his training. At 7 o'clock, the alarm roused Tang Yinran from her slumber, prompting her to get ready for the day. Since losing her right arm, she had hardly trained. And Lin Yu regretted not purchasing that 2,000-year-old salamander bone, hoping to find a way to restore her arm once they reached the capital. After breakfast, Tang Yinran headed to the school's public office, while Lin Yu returned to the classroom, where several classmates had already gathered. Taking his seat, he was joined by Lu Ning, who pouted. Lin Yu, you took the class monitor to Shanghai, but didn't bring me along. Lin Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. I would have loved to take you, but Taozi is with her mother. How about this? Since you have time before heading to Wuhan City, why not come with us to the capital for a bit of fun? Lu Ning shook her head. You all will be studying in the capital. And when you're at the academy, I'd be left all alone outside. That wouldn't be much fun. Lin Yu considered her point and then suggested. How about this? Once we get everything settled in the capital, you can join us. If you're worried about being alone, you can bring your mother along. If you prefer not to stay in a hotel, I can arrange accommodations for you both. Lu Ning found his proposal reasonable and smiled. All right. I'll ask my mom if she's willing. As more students arrived in the classroom, Lu Ning returned to her seat. Yang Daba and Su Daji joined them, discussing where to eat lunch, but Lin Yu hadn't decided yet, as it was still early. When everyone had gathered, Lin Xiaotao and Tang Yinran entered with boxes containing diplomas and student records. Tang Yinran addressed the students. Now, when I call your name, please come up to collect your diploma and record and sign your name. Wei Shengjin, a male student, stepped forward to sign a form, while Lin Xiaotao handed him his diploma and records. After all the students had received their diplomas, Tang Yinran announced, all right, everyone, your diplomas and records are now in hand. The admission notices from the academy will be sent to your homes by mail. I want to say that your high school life has come to an end, and a new chapter in your university journey awaits you. As your teacher, I've said all I needed to say. Let me conclude by wishing you all a bright future. Class dismissed. A thunderous applause erupted as students gradually bid farewell to Tang Yinran and exited the classroom, leaving only Lin Yu and a few others, including Lin Manhwaedit, behind. Lin Manhwaedit. As she was about to leave, Lin Yu called out to her. She paused, turning back with curiosity. For since selling fruits and vegetables to her twice, 3 months ago, Lin Yu had never initiated a conversation with her. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Manhwaedit asked, is there something you need, Lin Yu? Lin Yu smiled. A few of us decided to gather for lunch. Do you have time? Lin Manhwaedit pondered for a moment, then nodded sure. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised at her quick acceptance of the invitation, and soon, the 6 of them made their way out of the school gates. Lin Yu retrieved his car from his space, but upon seeing the cramped interior, he frowned, realizing it wouldn't accommodate all 6 of them. Just then, Lin Manhwaedit suggested, Lu Ning, why not share a ride in my family's car? Her voice was melodious, akin to a sweet serenade. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Everyone's gaze shifted to a luxurious car parked nearby. It was Lin Manhwaedit's family vehicle. At that moment, the driver, Uncle Fu, noticed the young lady exiting the school and had already opened the car door to welcome her aboard. Lin Manhwaedit gracefully approached, walking alongside Lu Ning, and they both entered her family's car, while Lin Xiaotao and the other 3 climbed into Lin Yu's vehicle. Lin Xiaotao chose to remain seated in the passenger seat, and thus, the 2 vehicles departed in succession, racing towards the same destination. Shortly thereafter, both cars came to a steady stop in front of an unassuming private clubhouse. Once the occupants disembarked, they closely followed Lin Manhwaedit into the establishment. However, what was unexpected was that, despite the modest exterior of the clubhouse, its interior boasted exquisite decor. Uniquely designed, resembling a splendid garden. The ambience resonated with a rich historical essence, as if one were transported to a dreamlike realm where time flowed backward. This location was chosen by Lin Manhwaedit, and Lin Yu had indeed never been here. One might say he had never even heard of such a place. In his own words, he belonged to the nouveau riche and had not integrated into the upper echelons of society, nor did he possess any desire to do so. Lin Manhwaedit led them to a tea room where a beautiful young lady presented an array of refreshments before kneeling on a cushion to brew tea for them. Yang Debao murmured softly, goodness, is this a place I can truly visit? Lin Yu chuckled and replied, Fatty, do not be deceived by their lofty circle. In this day and age, it is still strength that speaks volumes. One day, when you achieve the rank of soul saint, you will find that all this is but ephemeral. Those who appear to be high and mighty will tread carefully to curry your favor. If your strength is lacking, even if you possess billions in assets, in the eyes of the so-called elite, you remain a rustic fool. Strength determines one's perspective. Yang Debao nodded, all right. It seems we must diligently enhance our strength. Meanwhile, Lin Manhwaedit's driver, known as Uncle Fu, entered the chairman's office of the clubhouse and bowed to a graceful lady. Greetings, madam. The noblewoman furrowed her brow and replied, Ah Fu, shouldn't you be taking Manhwaedit home? Uncle Fu hastily responded, Madam, the young lady has brought several classmates here, including the daughter of the Federal Bureau Director, as well as a male classmate who sold vegetables and fruits to her a few months ago. Moreover, this classmate is driving a federally licensed vehicle. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman became intrigued. Very well. You may leave now. As you wish, madam. Chapter 81. The first encounter with Hua Kaiwei. It was not yet mealtime, and the 6 of them were engaged in tea and conversation. Lin Yu stood up and turned to Lin Manhwaaudiobook. Lin Manhwaaudiobook, may I take a stroll around here? Lin Manhwaaudiobook nodded, of course. Please feel free. Lin Yu then rose and wandered about the courtyard of the clubhouse, fascinated by the garden architecture, as his own living space amounted to little more than a small farm. The clubhouse was expansive, and as Lin Yu strolled, he arrived at the backyard, where he beheld a stunning woman in a white cheongsam standing on a bridge. In his time of traversing different realms, she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever encountered, rivaling Lu Ning's mother. He compared the two in his mind. In terms of figure, Lu Yani had a slight edge, while their appearances were comparable, yet the woman before him exuded an air of nobility that far surpassed Lu Yani. The elegant woman spoke, having gazed for so long. What have you discerned? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. You stand on the bridge admiring the scenery, while I, the observer, find my gaze drawn to you. Your beauty eclipses the splendor of the entire garden. Every woman relishes compliments, and the cheongsam-clad lady was no exception. She regarded Lin Yu with a calm demeanor and inquired, You address me as madam, do you know me? Lin Yu shook his head. I do not know you, madam. But I perceive a resemblance between you and Lin Manhwaaudiobook. You must be an elder of hers. The lady smiled, exuding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. I am Hua Kaiwei, Lin Manhwaaudiobook's mother. You must be Lin Yu, correct? Lin Yu nodded, though we are unfamiliar. I find your name delightful, Kaiwei, like a long song filled with beauty. Hua Kaiwei smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Lin Yu continued, Hello, Aunt Hua. Upon meeting you, I find myself wishing to propose a business arrangement. Hua Kaiwei chuckled, What is it? Do you wish to sell us fruits and vegetables again? No amount of produce could compare to the value of your federal license. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Aunt Hua, may I have a word in private? Curious about this young man, Hua Kaiwei gestured for him to proceed. Please. Following her, Lin Yu entered a quaint tea room adorned with charm. A low tea table occupied the center, and Lin Yu removed his shoes, settling cross-legged on a cushion before the table. Hua Kaiwei knelt opposite him, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Yu. Please. At her invitation, Lin Yu drank heartily from the cup, and Hua Kaiwei refilled it. Lin Yu then fixed his gaze upon Hua Kaiwei. 3 months ago, when my martial soul awakened, I found myself in dire straits. By serendipity, Lin Manhwaaudiobook purchased my vegetables, as well as fruits on 2 subsequent occasions, helping me through the most challenging period of my life. Although it was a fair transaction, the sum was but a drop in the bucket for your family. Yet for me, it was like receiving aid in a time of need. This was not mere exaggeration. At that time, he truly had no money, and the funds from selling fruits to Lin Manhwaaudiobook were what he used to purchase equipment for his adventures outside the city. Hua Kaiwei smiled. You speak too highly of it, Lin Yu. I am genuinely curious about the business you wish to discuss. Lin Yu produced a small pot of flowers from his life ring and placed it upon the tea table. As Hua Kaiwei poured the freshly boiled water, it instantly froze, a chill enveloping the entire table and lowering the temperature of the tea room. Hua Kaiwei gazed at the blue grass in the small pot, astonished. The mere presence of such a herb radiating coldness could only signify it was a celestial herb. After calming her excited heart, she spoke earnestly, Soul bones have a price. But celestial herbs are priceless. Lin Yu, would you mind if I contact Manhwaaudiobook's father? Lin Yu chuckled. There's no need to trouble President Lin for such a small matter. I feel a connection with Aunt Hua. You may simply offer a price. If I were to offer $1, would you still sell it to me? Hua Kaiwei found her own words amusing. Of course. After all, I feel a connection with Aunt Hua. I view every matter through the lens of affinity. Just as this ice thorn grass is clearly suited for Lin Manhwaaudiobook. Thus, I can only sell it to your family. If I were to gift it, it would seem as if I harbored ulterior motives towards Lin Manhwaaudiobook or coveted your family's wealth. If it were for your personal use, I would gladly gift it to you. No need for money. Discussing money would tarnish our bond. Haha, so you mean you have no ulterior motives towards Manhwaaudiobook. But do you perhaps harbor such thoughts towards me, your elder sister? Hua Kaiwei's smile held a hint of allure. And since she referred to herself as sister, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to flatter her further. Sister Kaiwei, you are a paragon of beauty. Any normal man who lays eyes upon you would naturally harbor such thoughts. It would be rather abnormal if they did not. The moment I saw you, I compared you with all the women I have ever encountered, and among them, only one could rival you. Hua Kaiwei sensed that this young man possessed a remarkable audacity, daring to voice such compliments. Yet, as they were all words of admiration, they were not irksome. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, Oh, I am intrigued. Who do you believe is comparable to me? Currently, the only person I can think of who rivals you is Lu Ning's mother. Hua Kaiwei, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, was not taken aback. Instead, she responded with a smile. Very well. It truly is Lu Yani. In fact, back in the day, Lu Yani, Lu Ning's father Lu Shaokong, and I were all classmates at Moda University, sharing the same cohort. During our university years, a few enthusiastic classmates ranked the school beauties, placing Lu Yani at the top, with me in the second position. This ranking persisted for 4 years. Do you know why? Lin Yu was surprised to learn that they were all classmates, and he could easily surmise why Lu Yani had overshadowed Hua Kaiwei. With a slight smile, he remarked, I suspect the person who ranked the beauties admired her figure. Hua Kaiwei nodded in agreement, and then playfully inquired, "So, who do you think excels more among us?" Lin Yu pondered briefly before replying, "Undeniably, while Aunt Lu may surpass my sister in terms of figure, the ethereal grace that emanates from her is something Aunt Lu lacks. In my eyes, if Aunt Lu is a goddess of the mortal realm, then my sister is a celestial fairy." Hua Kaiwei laughed heartily. "Haha, Lin Yu. You are quite amusing. All right, I'll concede that you possess the gift of eloquence. You neither belittle her nor excessively flatter me." Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 82. The cuisine of an upscale restaurant. A knock echoed from outside the tea room, and Hua Kaiwei once again adopted a composed demeanor. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Lin Manhwaedit, who, upon seeing Lin Yu seated in the room, glanced towards Hua Kaiwei. "Mom, the other classmates didn't see Lin Yu, so they asked me to come and check." Realizing that Lin Manhwaedit was looking for him, Lin Yu stood up, gave a slight bow to Hua Kaiwei, and then exited the tea room, putting on his shoes before following Lin Manhwaedit out. Hua Kaiwei watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, then glanced at the ice thorn grass on the tea table. Subsequently, she took out her phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, Lin Yaodong's voice came through. "Madam, what is it? I'm quite busy here." Hua Kaiwei noticed that there seemed to be another woman's voice on the line. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "It's nothing much, just that my daughter brought a few classmates to the club to have some fun. As long as they're not those dubious classmates, let her be. After all, she needs to go to university soon. We can't keep controlling her forever. It's essential to give her some freedom. All right, you carry on with your business." Hua Kaiwei concluded, hanging up the phone. The Lin family is a prestigious aristocracy in Jinling. What defines a wealthy family? It encompasses wealth, power, and enterprises, alongside a multitude of heirs, as they are indeed heirs to a throne. As Lin Yaodong's legitimate wife, Hua Kaiwei has but one daughter, Lin Manhwaedit, and being a girl, she is evidently unable to inherit the Lin family's fortune. Lin Yaodong, not wishing for the family business to dwindle, must have a son to carry on the legacy. And this son must awaken the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. What if the legitimate wife only raises one daughter and does not wish to have more? Then, he can father children with other women. As the head of Jinling's elite family, how could he possibly have only one woman? Despite Hua Kaiwei's capabilities, she cannot alter this reality. The life of an aristocrat is inherently tumultuous. Hence, she and Lin Manhwaedit moved out of the Lin family's ancestral residence and now reside in the affluent neighborhood where Lin Yu previously purchased fruit. Lin Yaodong would often visit on weekends to spend time with Lin Manhwaedit. Returning to the tea room, Lin Yu found his companions gathered. Lin Xiaotao curiously asked, "Lin Yu, where did you go just now? We couldn't find you." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "I just bumped into Lin Manhwaedit's mother and chatted with her for a bit." The group then resumed their lively banter. Lin Yu noticed a new expression on Lin Manhwaedit's face. According to Tang Yin, once Lin Manhwaedit mastered their family's technique, her demeanor would normalize, suggesting she was not far from that milestone. Before long, a group of young women arrived with the meals, setting in front of each person, followed by a dish placed before them. Yang Dabayat glanced at the meager portion, turning to Lin Yu, "Brother, is this food substantial enough?" Understanding his concern, Lin Yu chuckled and said, "It's quite sufficient. Just take a bite, and you'll see." After taking a bite of the delicacy himself, he found it to be extraordinarily delicious. Once everyone had finished their plates, the young women cleared away the empty dishes and served the second course. After 5 dishes, Lin Yu set down his chopsticks, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, a young woman whispered something in his ear, prompting him to stand and announce, "You all carry on. I need to attend to something." The others nodded, and Lin Yu followed the young woman to a small dining area where Hua Kaiwei was seated, enjoying a simple meal. He observed her modest selection of vegetarian dishes. Yet her dining manner was pleasing to the eye. "Your meal appears rather light," he remarked. Hua Kaiwei smiled and replied, "For me, eating is of little consequence. I prefer lighter fare over meat." Lin Yu contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a fruit platter from his spatial storage, placing it before Hua Kaiwei. "These are from my later cultivation. They should taste better than the ones I sold to Lin Manhwaedit." Hua Kaiwei, seeing the assortment of fruits, did not hesitate. She set down her chopsticks, picked up a fork, and sampled a piece of green fruit, finding it delightful. "The flavor is indeed exquisite. I quite like it." "That's wonderful. There are more. You can enjoy them at your leisure," Lin Yu said, gesturing as several boxes of fruit appeared in the dining area. Hua Kaiwei graciously accepted them all. Once, Manhwaedit's father remarked that choosing to cultivate plants as your first soul ring was a waste of your innate soul power. Now it appears we have not reached your level of understanding. I wonder if that celestial herb this morning was also cultivated by your soul power? And that celestial herb which Lu Ning consumes, was it also provided by you? Lin Yu did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, sister, you are remarkably astute. The celestial herb Lu Ning uses was something I had from the beginning, and I traded that celestial herb for flowers and plants cultivated by old Master Lu himself." Hua Kaiwei set down her chopsticks and beckoned with a finger, prompting a young woman to enter and clear away the used dishes. Subsequently placing a tea set on the table, Hua Kaiwei poured a cup of tea for Lin Yu. "Old Master Lu is quite clever, but alas, he would never fathom your ability to cultivate celestial herbs. Speaking of which, are you not concerned that I might divulge this information? Lin Yu playfully retorted. On the day of the internal recruitment meeting, I told the academy's instructors that I reached the 3rd tier using a soul bone. Sister, you pondered, once I leave the city, might someone ambush me outside? Upon reflection, Hua Kaiwei realized the truth in that. Adventurers could resort to anything for profit, and yet here was Lin Yu, lively and vibrant before her, indicating either his immense strength or backing from formidable allies. Oh, Lin Yu, can you disclose what you rely upon? Strength, Lin Yu declared, summoning 3 soul rings. He then added, my 2nd soul ring grants me the ability of hypnosis. In fact, during the 1st and 3rd trials at school, I altered Lin Mashue's memories. Today, I invited Lin Mashue to gather, intending to restore that segment of her memory. Hua Kaiwei frowned at this revelation and continued to question. Did you alter Schwerer's memory due to an incident during the trials? Lin Yu nodded slightly, recalling that the first encounter occurred in an abandoned town's mine, where he faced a cadre of death knights, led by one that had existed for approximately 50,000 years. To prevent Lin Mo from divulging this information, he altered her memory, ensuring she only remembered encountering a 5,000-year-old death knight at the mine's depths. In Chapter 83, a transaction of 1 yuan, Hua Kaiwei acknowledged that if a few first-tier students were to confront a group of death knights, especially one leading with such ancient power, their survival would be highly suspect. It appeared that Lin Yu must have eradicated those death knights, prompting him to modify Schwerer's recollections. What about the second encounter? She inquired. Lin Yu remained silent, producing a crimson soul ring which he waved before storing it away again. Hua Kaiwei's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the soul ring, her face reflecting incredulity. A place like Crow Ridge could harbor a 10th-tier beast? She asked. Indeed, a remarkably powerful 10th-tier drought demon, stronger than any adversary I have encountered thus far. The reason it remains undetected is the absence of formidable warriors venturing into Crow Ridge. Without any strong presence, this drought demon has continued to slumber. The alteration of Lin Mo's memory was merely a precaution against unnecessary trouble. Although he harbored no fear of anyone, he preferred to avoid complications. If others recognize my prowess, who would dare to rob me when I venture outside the city? Without anyone to rob me, how might I amass my fortune? Hua Kaiwei, noticing Lin Yu's mischievous demeanor, retorted, so, your notion of wealth accumulation relies on robbing those who seek to rob you? Not entirely, he replied. After all, in this era, a single 10th-tier soul bone is valued at 100 billion. If I were to reveal my possession of a 10th-tier soul bone, those soul saints who perceive me as merely a trifling 3rd tier would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Once I dispatched them, I would never have to worry about sustenance again. Hua Kaiwei understood Lin Yu's implication, that he was now immensely powerful, capable of defeating several 9th-tier soul saints. She couldn't help but internally scoff. What kind of person is this? Soul bones are hardly rare treasures. She then composed herself and stated, let us discuss serious matters. How much do you desire for that celestial herb from this morning? I shall see if I can arrange the funds. Lin Yu, now adopting a serious demeanor, replied. If I were negotiating with the head of the Lin family, I wouldn't part with it for less than 100 billion. However, for my sister, I would only require 1 yuan. Hua Kaiwei chuckled and retrieved a coin from her storage ring, placing it before Lin Yu. He took the coin, split it in half, and returned 1/2 to her. Hua Kaiwei's face flushed at the rarity of such an exchange. Lin Yu pocketed the half coin and stood up. All right, Sister Kaiwei, I must seek out my classmates now. And please remember, that ice thorn grass is sold to you, not a gift for Lin Mo. Hua Kaiwei nodded in understanding, and Lin Yu departed the small restaurant, returning to join the others who had finished their lunch and were sipping tea. After a while, Lin Yu prepared to settle the bill. But Lin Mo insisted on treating this time, and he did not insist otherwise. They bid farewell to Lin Mo. Before leaving, Lin Yu snapped his fingers at Lin Mo and Lu Ning, beckoning them to follow as he exited. Lin Mo, watching their departure, contemplated the unfamiliar memories flooding her mind before heading to Hua Kaiwei's office, where she found Hua Kaiwei gazing vacantly at a blue plant in the corner. Sitting across from Hua Kaiwei, Lin Mo exclaimed, Mom, I just discovered that I was hypnotized by Lin Yu. Yes, Lin Yu informed me as well. Let us consider this matter closed, and refrain from mentioning it to your father, Hua Kaiwei replied. Lin Mo nodded, then pointed at the blue plant in the corner. Oh, understood. What is the story behind that herb, Mom? It was sold to us by Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu first dropped off Yang Dabao and Sued away at their homes. As he prepared to drive Lu Ning home, she asked, Lin Yu, could we drop off the class monitor first? I wish to discuss something with you. Understanding her intent, Lin Yu nodded. That is fine. I'll take you home first. Taozi, Lin Xiaotao agreed, and they proceeded, having previously accompanied Lin Yu during their expedition to Crow Ridge and at the inner recruitment event. She had never mentioned the matter. After escorting Lin Xiaotao to her home, Lin Yu made a gesture as if to make a phone call, and she nodded before heading upstairs. With a turn of the car, he directed it toward Lu Ning's home, where Lu Ning hopped into the passenger seat. Lin Yu, don't you have anything to say? She probed. With a smile, Lin Yu replied, my second soul ring grants me the ability of hypnosis. As I wish to keep the matter of the 10th tier soul beast in Crow Ridge a secret. Lu Ning pressed on. So? Lin Xiaotao and Teacher Tang were already aware of your abilities? That's why they turned away when you used hypnosis. Lin Yu nodded. That's about the gist of it. A short while later, Lin Yu parked in front of Lu Ning's home. She looked at him and said, "Why not come inside for a bit? At this hour, my mother is the only one at home." All right. They exited the car, and Lin Yu stowed the vehicle before entering the yard with Lu Ning. Upon entering the living room, Lin Yu spotted Lu Yin and I lounging on the sofa. Lu Yin and I opened her eyes upon sensing their presence and recognized her daughter and Lin Yu, sitting up and waving. "Lin Yu, come over and sit." Lin Yu approached the sofa and asked with a smile, "Aunt Lu, why aren't you upstairs resting?" "I'm all right, not too tired. I figured Ning Ning would be home soon, so I waited downstairs for a bit." At that moment, Lu Ning ascended the stairs, and Lin Yu guessed she was likely changing into loungewear, as he too preferred such attire at home. From his spatial ring, Lin Yu retrieved a box and placed it on the coffee table, addressing Lu Yin and I beside him. "The last time I visited Magic City, I came across a set of jade jewelry that I thought would suit you well, so I bought it. I hope you like it." Lu Yin and I opened the box and beamed with delight. "Lin Yu, how thoughtful. I really like it." Being forthright, she removed her diamond jewelry and, after fetching a mirror, adorned herself with the jade pieces Lin Yu had gifted her. Once adorned, Lu Yin and I appeared exceedingly pleased. Remarking on how this young man truly had an eye for beauty. "Lin Yu, what do you think?" Lin Yu glanced at her, noting that her beauty had indeed ascended to a new level. It wasn't that her previous diamond jewelry lacked allure, but at her age, jade was a far better fit. He nodded with a smile. "Stunning. Primarily, Aunt Lu, you are inherently captivating. Anything you wear is bound to be beautiful. Today, I heard from Lin Mo Shue's mother that you were the campus belle during your 4 years at university." Lu Yin and I was taken aback by his declaration. "Is that so? Did Hua Kaiwei tell you all that? It seems you two had quite the engaging conversation. And what was your relationship with her like during university?" Lin Yu inquired. Lu Yin and I pondered before replying. "Well, I wouldn't say we were particularly close, nor were we adversaries. It was just an average acquaintance. However, she was quite ambitious, and her expectations were high. Perhaps her assertive nature and confidence intimidated many boys. Speaking of which, she didn't ask you to compare her to me today, did she?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Actually, she did. Do you wish to know how I responded?" Lu Yin and I smirked. "Given your audacity, I bet you offered a thoroughly ambiguous answer." "Huh. Aunt Lu, you are absolutely correct. You are a goddess of the human realm, while she is a fairy from the heavens." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Lu Yanni erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Lin Yu, you are simply too amusing. This answer is neither flattering nor dismissive. Hua Kaiwei is sure to appreciate it." Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 84. The sound of Lu Ning descending the stairs echoed through the room, and Lu Yanni quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. Lin Yu glanced over to see that Lu Ning had indeed changed into her loungewear. After Lu Ning came downstairs, she approached Lin Yu and took a seat beside him. At this moment, Lin Yu addressed Lu Yanni, saying, "Aunt Lu, I mentioned to Lu Ning today that I will be heading to the capital on the 20th. Once I finish my affairs at the academy there, I'd like you and Lu Ning to join me for a little getaway." Lu Yanni nodded in agreement. Ning Ning still has some time before school starts. It would indeed be good for her to relax a bit, but it would be inappropriate for me to accompany her. "Aunt Lu, what I mean is, it's not wise for Lu Ning, a young girl, to travel to the capital alone. We wouldn't feel comfortable with that. You should accompany her. It would be nice for both of you to have some company. If you wish to stay in a hotel, you may do so. If not, I have already arranged for a few apartments near the academy in the capital where you can stay in my newly acquired property." Lu Yanni nodded and turned to Lu Ning, asking, "Ning Ning, what do you think?" Lu Ning agreed. "That sounds good." After saying that, she extended her right hand toward Lin Yu and smiled. "You brought gifts for my mom, so I must have something too, right? Just to be clear, I don't want a jade necklace. Such meaningless ornaments are of no use in battle." Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback by Lu Ning's eagerness for a gift. Indeed, a jade necklace was ill-suited for girls of their tender age. However, his greatest possessions were soul rings and soul bones. Surely, he couldn't present such items as gifts. Nightglow grass. That would be too demeaning. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu produced a small box and handed it to Lu Ning. She received it with great anticipation, opened it, and found pearls inside. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, for she had seen Tang Yanran wear that very set every day. Lu Ning pondered for a moment and asked, "This necklace and the earrings, I've seen Teacher Tang wear them every day?" Lin Yu nodded yes. "I had this specifically made at a jewelry store. There are 3 necklaces in total, 1 bracelet, and 2 pairs of earrings. I gifted the bracelet to Lin Xiaodao. 1 necklace is with my sister, and 1 necklace along with a pair of earrings is with Teacher Tang. As for this set, it originally belonged to my aunt, but she recently switched to jade accessories and returned this set to me, saying it could be used by my girlfriend." Upon learning that the necklace had been worn by someone else, Lu Ning's displeasure grew, feeling that Lin Yu was not being considerate of her feelings. Meanwhile, Lu Yanni believed Lin Yu would never be so petty as to give her daughter used accessories. The only plausible explanation was that this necklace must possess some other unique quality. Just as Lu Yani was about to voice her thoughts, Lin Yu pulled out a ring and said with a smile, "If you dislike the necklace, would you like this storage ring instead?" This ring was the one he had obtained in the wilderness. Upon seeing it, Lu Ning immediately took it, her face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, Lin Yu. I love this gift." Lu Yani shook her head, thinking her silly daughter had missed the mark entirely, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. Lin Yu, at this juncture, also tucked away the deep-sea soul pearl necklace. Lu Yani observed Lu Ning playing with the ring and then cast a curious glance at Lin Yu. Understanding her unspoken question, Lin Yu promptly replied, "Deep-sea soul pearls." Lu Yani gasped inwardly. She felt an urge to give her foolish daughter a good scolding. How foolish could one be? To forsake deep-sea soul pearls, which could enhance cultivation speed, in favor of a storage ring that could be purchased with money. Her grandfather had even promised to buy Lu Ning a ring before school started, and now, the money for the ring was saved, but the treasure had flown away. Lu Yani realized that it was not fair to blame Lin Yu for being reluctant. Her silly daughter was just like her grandfather, outwardly cunning, yet utterly clueless when it came to recognizing value. The last time they entered the life space, her curiosity had led her to ask, "Where is this?" Lin Yu had not concealed the truth, telling her directly, "This is the ring your father-in-law used to trade for soul bones." Moreover, he had also shown her that the plants that once belonged to their family had been nurtured into celestial-grade herbs under Lin Yu's care. What had been deemed worthless by their family had transformed into divine artifacts in Lin Yu's hands. It was not entirely surprising that the Lu family failed to appreciate such treasures. It was primarily due to Lin Yu's exceptional capabilities. Yet, what irked her was that her foolish daughter believed Lin Yu would present her with something unwanted. Lin Yu had clearly stated that his aunt had intended for him to gift it to his girlfriend, and this dimwit had rejected it. As if her brain were lodged in her chest. Seeing Lu Yani's expression, Lin Yu discerned her internal struggle and said with a smile, "It's not just Lu Ning. My sister also thinks the pearl necklace is too old-fashioned for her age." Lu Ning nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. For someone like Teacher Tang, it suits her, but for us, it feels too mature." Lu Yani realized that her foolish daughter was beyond saving. She understood that if she were to ask Lin Yu for a gift, he would likely oblige. However, given Lu Ning's attitude, she dismissed that thought. Lin Yu stayed at Lu Ning's home until around 4 o'clock before departing on his motorcycle. Lu Ning approached Lu Yani, linking her arm with hers, and displayed the ring on her left hand's middle finger. "Mom, look, this ring suits me quite well." Lu Yani sighed. "Ning Ning, do you know why you cannot compete with Lin Xiaodao in Lin Yu's eyes?" "Why?" Lu Ning inquired, curious, as she believed her looks and figure surpassed those of Lin Xiaodao. Yet, she was at a loss as to where she fell short in Lin Yu's regard. Lu Yani shook her head and replied, "Though I have never met Lin Xiaodao, I can assert with certainty that she is more obedient than you. Whatever Lin Yu says, she will comply. For instance, had it been Lin Xiaotao, she would have unhesitatingly worn that pearl necklace around her neck and asked Lin Yu if she looked good in it." Upon hearing Lu Yani's words, Lu Ning pouted. "But that necklace doesn't suit me, and besides, it was worn by his aunt." Lu Yani, exasperated, poked Lu Ning's forehead with her finger. "How did I end up with such a foolish daughter? Lin Yu just mentioned that his aunt asked him to give the necklace to his girlfriend. By accepting this set of accessories, you are essentially acknowledging that you are his girlfriend, yet you rejected it. Moreover, Lin Yu is indifferent to soul bones and celestial herbs. Do you truly believe he would give you an ordinary necklace that his aunt wore?" Lu Ning swatted Lu Yani's hand away from her forehead and exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, are you implying that the necklace is not an ordinary one, but a treasure? Don't forget, he just said that the necklace was made at a jewelry store. There are 3 in total, along with a bracelet. It is impossible for something made at a jewelry store to be a treasure. Don't call me Mom. I have no daughter like you. You drive me insane. I'm going to bed." Lu Yani pushed Lu Ning's arms away and grabbed a diamond accessory from the coffee table before heading upstairs. At that moment, Lu Ning's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was Lin Manhwaaudiobook, promptly answering the call. Chapter 85, Life Space Facilities in Place. Meanwhile, Lin Yu rode his motorcycle back home. Upon entering his room, he found Chun Jing reclining in a massage chair, engrossed in her phone. Seeing Lin Yu return, Chun Jing smiled brightly. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the realm of life. Chun Jing went off to collect eggs, while Lin Yu communed with the flora and fauna, nurturing their growth. Recalling Chun Jing's earlier advice, he had judiciously separated the various attributes of the celestial herbs. Each type of herb, upon reaching a certain age, would exude its unique elemental essence. For instance, the frost thorn and snow lily conjured a vast expanse of ice around them, while the phoenix heart spiral flower radiated waves of warmth. "Ah, Xiaoyu, why is there a blue herb missing?" Chun Jing inquired. "Did you give it away?" Lin Yu nodded. "Consider it sold." In the days that followed, Lin Yu remained at home. As the weekend approached, he spent 2 days in the company of Tang Yanran. On Monday, just as he departed from the school, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated but ultimately answered. "Hello, who is this?" "Good day, sir. We are from the timber company. Your custom wooden cabin is ready. When would you like to collect it?" Upon hearing the cabin was completed, Lin Yu replied eagerly. I shall come over right now. He hurried to the timber company, and upon arriving at the expansive yard, he beheld his custom-built house. The saleswoman who had assisted him previously guided him through the interior, and Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased. He promptly settled the remaining payment of 100 million and stored the house along with the pavilion and wooden bridge in his system space. Once home, he could hardly contain his excitement as he embraced Qinjing, then retrieved the custom house to install it at the northernmost end of the space, the highest point due to the accumulation of earth. Qinjing, upon seeing the house, was elated. Xiaoyu, the house is ready. Indeed, it has been a month. It was about time, he replied. They toured the house, which featured 3 bedrooms and an open balcony upstairs, a kitchen, living room, dining room, and an additional room downstairs, each equipped with a private bathroom. The furnishings were complete, save for bedding, making it truly a move-in ready abode. Lin Yu turned to Qinjing and suggested, Auntie, could you lay out a few beds and blankets? I will figure out the plumbing and electrical connections. Qinjing nodded, all right. The construction had already prepped for water and electricity access points, and all he needed to do was connect them. By noon, the plumbing and electrical systems for the small building were fully operational, and the two set out for lunch. In the afternoon, Qinjing reclined on a lounge chair on the second-floor balcony, watching Lin Yu as he fashioned a wooden fence from the remnants of the last project to enclose a small yard in front of the house. He then positioned the pavilion and wooden bridge on the small island in the pond, relocating the attribute-free celestial herbs to either side of the yard, surrounded by luminescent grass. After some thought, he excavated a hole around the house and replanted 5 ghost mushrooms into it. Once he had completed these tasks, Lin Yu washed his hands and joined Qinjing on the second-floor balcony, lifting her into his arms, allowing her to rest against him. All right, Xiaoyu, we should head out. Wenwen will be back soon. Glancing at the time, Lin Yu noted it was already 4 o'clock, and they returned outside. Qinjing began preparing dinner, and before long, Chen Wenwen returned home after a day of play with her classmates. Sitting before Lin Yu, Chen Wenwen asked, Brother, when are we definitively going to the capital? Lin Yu replied, unless something changes, it will still be on the 20th, this Saturday. That works. After dinner, the trio took a stroll to aid digestion before returning home to wash up and rest. Lin Yu practiced for 2 cycles before he and Qinjing spent the night in the space, where the evening was remarkably tranquil and the air fresher than outside. That night, they enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. When Qinjing awoke and glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already 8 o'clock. She had not slept this late in quite some time. Noticing Lin Yu was no longer beside her, she rose and opened the curtains at the window, spotting him meditating in the pavilion at the center of the pond. She proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. In the following 3 days, Lin Yu remained at home. On the afternoon of the 18th, he visited Tang Yinran's residence. She was reclining in a massage chair, idly passing time on her phone, indicating that her school duties had been completely handed over. Lin Yu prepared her clothes and took a seat opposite her. Let us go out for dinner tonight. The food at Lin Mashue's place was quite good. Tang Yinran smiled. Are you eager to see Lin Mashue? Lin Yu retorted playfully. What are you thinking? Lin Mashue's family is worlds apart from her restaurant. Besides, you know I've said I don't have feelings for her. Fair enough. Having been in Jinling for 3 years, I should also experience the cuisine of its high-end restaurants. I've heard that reservations are required. Lin Yu chuckled. No worries. If the staff refuses us entry, I will simply take you elsewhere. Tang Yinran nodded. I'll go change into another outfit. Once she was dressed, they left the school, with Lin Yu driving towards Lin Mashue's restaurant. As they traveled, Tang Yinran, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, We're going quite far, just for a meal. Lin Yu laughed. Well, we have no pressing engagements, and we're almost there. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant, and as they exited the car, a young lady approached them. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Please, come inside. Lin Yu was taken aback and curiously asked, You know me? The young lady smiled. Everyone at our restaurant knows Mr. Lin. She led Lin Yu and Tang Yinran to an exquisite private room. Once they were seated, she presented a menu to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, what would you like to order tonight? Just arrange 2 portions of whatever you think is best. Understood. Please hold on a moment. After she departed, Tang Yinran eyed Lin Yu with curiosity and remarked, It seems your presence is quite valued here. What have you done to earn such attention? A soul bone or celestial herb? Lin Yu nodded. You truly are my great wife. You know me well. I did indeed sell them a herb. Tang Yinran replied teasingly. It's not that I know you. It's just that you possess the most valuable items, soul bones and celestial herbs. At that moment, the young lady returned, preparing tea for them. After a series of impressive maneuvers, she poured tea for both Lin Yu and Tang Yinran. The young lady smiled at Lin Yu and said, Mr. Lin, our manager, Ms. Hua, would like to know if you are available tomorrow. She wishes to invite you for lunch. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. I am free tomorrow at noon. Is Ms. Hua not here right now? The young lady shook her head. Ms. Hua is only here during the weekdays, and she leaves promptly at 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yu acknowledged her information. All right, I understand. After the tea service concluded, a different group of young ladies arrived to serve the dishes, and the two began to enjoy their meal. After half an hour, Lin Yu and Tang Yinran set down their chopsticks. Lin Yu turned to the young lady. Please, the bill. The young lady smiled and responded, Mr. Lin, Miss Hua has graciously offered to cover this meal. Lin Yu smiled back. How kind of her. All right, Yinran, let us return. With that, Lin Yu took Tang Yinran's arm and left the restaurant, driving back to the school. He glanced at her in the passenger seat and asked, Yinran, how did you find the meal tonight? Tang Yinran pondered for a moment and remarked, to be frank, the flavor is indeed delightful. Yet it places too much emphasis on presentation. Dining is inherently a mundane affair, and they have convoluted a simple experience. I believe it would be far better if they served all the dishes at once. Haha, you and I share the same sentiment. I too feel it is a bit overly complicated. It's fine to indulge occasionally, but frequent consumption would surely become tiresome. There's simply nothing like the comfort of home-cooked meals. Upon returning to school, Lin Yu first encouraged Tang Yinran to take a shower while he practiced for 2 cycles of the celestial realms. After finishing his own shower and laundering their clothes, he climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Tang Yinran as they drifted off to sleep. That evening, as they gazed into each other's eyes, words were unnecessary. They shared a kiss, lingering for a while before parting. Lin Yu, I'm feeling sleepy, Tang Yinran said, planting another kiss on his lips before resting her head on his arm and succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Tang Yinran glanced at her phone and saw it was already 8 o'clock. She sat up to find Lin Yu was not in the room, but she could hear the pitter-patter of rain outside. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtains and confirmed it was indeed raining. After attending to her personal hygiene in the bathroom, Lin Yu entered from outside. Yinran, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now? Or shall we take advantage of the rainy weather and sleep a bit longer? Sitting on the toilet, Tang Yinran waved her hand dismissively, signaling Lin Yu to exit. Enough. I've already slept through the night. I won't be sleeping anymore. Just let me freshen up. Lin Yu stepped into his office, retrieved 2 bowls of vegetable and egg noodles, and topped each with a piece of meat he had prepared that morning in his space. Although the space lacked gas, it was equipped with an induction cooker. Once Tang Yinran finished her grooming, she emerged, took a seat opposite Lin Yu, and immediately began to eat from one of the bowls of noodles. After savoring a mouthful, she looked at Lin Yu across the table and said, though last night's meal was exquisite, I still find today's noodles far more appetizing. Haha. This is a heartfelt breakfast I meticulously prepared for you. Each noodle is infused with my profound affection for you. Enough. Such cheesy lines are better suited for Lin Xiaodao and her friends. After breakfast, Lin Yu lingered for a moment, sensing the rain had lessened, and then drove away from the school, arriving at the Adventurers Association. After parking his car, he walked into the Adventurers Hall and soon changed into his gluttonous beast skin outfit before heading to the Soul Ring shop. Boss Jean, I'm back. Do you have what I need today? Seeing Lin Yu, Boss Jean beamed and exclaimed, Ah, our esteemed guest has arrived. Please come in. Understanding this meant there would likely be something of interest today, Lin Yu followed him to the reception area. Our esteemed guest had quite a fruitful visit to Old Li in the capital last time, I presume? The goods at Old Li's were quite satisfactory. If you have any treasures, Boss Jean, do not keep them hidden, present them openly. With a smile, Boss Jean replied, actually, I have recently acquired a piece that I specifically reserved for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken in these juvenile soul bones. After saying this, he produced a wooden box, opening it to reveal a left leg bone of a clawed lynx. Lin Yu inspected it. Its quality was indeed far superior to that of the rat soul bones. Boss Jean, what price do you have in mind? Since we are not new to this collaboration. Although this soul bone is not particularly ancient, its quality surpasses those of rat legs and the like. For you, my esteemed guest, 350,000 is a fair price. Very well, I'll take it, Boss Jean. Please remember to set aside some for me next time. Absolutely. Lin Yu produced 350,000 in cash, collected the soul bone, and departed from the Adventurers Association. Returning to his space, he changed into a new outfit before driving to the guild. His car parked at the entrance of the guild. The rain continued to fall. Yet the young lady from last night approached with an umbrella. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Please come in. Following her, Lin Yu entered Wakaweiwai's office, where she soon left, and he took a seat opposite her. Today, Wakaweiwai was not clad in a cheapao, but wore a white silk shirt, which Lin Yu found even more appealing. Pouring him a cup of tea, Wakaweiwai inquired, when do you plan to leave? Tomorrow, he replied. Wakaweiwai nodded and sighed softly, in another month. Ma Xue will set off as well. I will once again be alone. After finishing her tea, even someone as oblivious as Lin Yu could discern the weight of her words. I shall return to visit you, dear sister. Wakaweiwai smiled. When you reach the capital, will you still remember me from Jinling? Lin Yu took her hand firmly and gazed at her earnestly. I could even send you immortal herbs. How could I ever forget you? With a playful smack on the back of his hand, Wakaweiwai did not retract her hand, allowing him to hold it. Thick-skinned. You don't truly care about those herbs. Hee. Sister, I want to take you somewhere. Lin Yu stood and approached her, swiftly wrapping his arms around her before she could react, and brought her into the realm of life. As Wakaweiwai was about to speak, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, contrasting sharply with the gentle rain outside. Here, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Lin Yu released her, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Lin Yu, is this a secret realm? Sister, You may consider it a private secret realm or a storage space that can house living things. Wakaway nodded. And then her attention was drawn to the numerous immortal herbs in the courtyard. There were dozens. No wonder he was willing to sell them for a mere coin each. After half an hour of exploring the life space, she returned to the courtyard with several black plums in hand. Washing them at the sink before sitting down on the sofa inside. Biting into a freshly picked plum, she found it delicious, and then glanced at Lin Yu beside her. You truly have no qualms about leaving me to roam outside alone. Not afraid I might take your immortal herbs? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, if you take them, then take them. Did you not say that I am indifferent to the herbs themselves? Then what are you interested in? Lin Yu smiled at Wakaway and replied, I am interested in you, dear sister. After saying this, he lifted her onto his lap, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She attempted to struggle, but felt her entire body grow weak. Seeing her flushed face, Lin Yu leaned in and kissed her. Wakaway's eyes widened in surprise. And after a moment, she bit him. Although he tasted blood, he did not retreat. Moments later, he received her response and carried her into a room on the first floor. Chapter 87. Preparing to depart for the capital. In the life space. On the bed in the first floor bedroom, Wakaway lay beside Lin Yu, tracing circles on his chest. When do you plan to keep your young body? I will wait until my cultivation technique is perfected. Besides, I am only 19 this year. No rush. By the way, how do you know so much about intimate affairs? To be honest, I never realized that life between couples could be so intriguing. Lin Yu turned his head to look at the rosy-cheeked Wakaway and gently kissed her. Around 3 in the afternoon, after a shower, Lin Yu asked Wakaway to sit at the vanity while he dried her hair and styled it. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she said, in all my years, this is the first time a man has styled my hair. Indeed. As long as you do not mind my less than perfect hairstyle, I shall step outside for a moment to ensure that everything is in order before I escort you out. Wakaway nodded slightly, consenting to Lin Yu's suggestion. After arranging Siwei's hair, Lin Yu ventured into her office, confirming the absence of anyone before he let her out. Wakaway turned to Lin Yu and pondered for a moment before saying, Lin Yu, how about joining me for dinner at my home tonight? It will just be me and Mo Shui. Not tonight. We are departing tomorrow morning, and I need to return home to pack. Perhaps another time. Lin Yu then produced 10 exquisite pots of luminous grass, placing them on the office floor, and inquired of Wakaway, is this sufficient? I can fetch more if needed. That's ample. Later, place some in my and Mo Shui's rooms to ward off mosquitoes, so we won't have to turn on the lights during the night. Lin Yu nodded and proceeded to leave Siwei's office, greeting the guiding lady with a nod as he made his way back to the car. Driving first to the train station. At the station, he purchased 6 tickets to the capital and then returned home, where Chen Jing emerged from her room. Xiao Yu, what should we bring? Aunt, just some change of clothes will suffice. We need not bring anything else. We can buy winter clothing later. That sounds good. I will follow your lead. Meanwhile, Wakaway drove her own car back home, where Afu opened the trunk and brought in 8 pots of luminous grass into the living room. Madam, where shall we place these? Just set them down here for now. Lin Yu, who was playing on her phone on the sofa, approached with curiosity about the luminous grass. Mom, where did these luminous grasses come from? They were a gift from your classmate Lin Yu. You may take 2 pots for your room. Lin Yu shook her head. That guy Lin Yu must have fallen into a fortune. If you told me he sold them to you, I would believe it more. Enough. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unseemly. Have you reached the 4th stage yet? Lin Yu smiled and nodded, yes. I have already reached the 4th stage. Seeing her daughter smile brought joy to Siwei's heart. Finally, her daughter wore a smile. After dinner, Lin Yu accompanied Chen Jing and Chun Wenwen for a stroll before returning to call Lin Xiaodao, informing her that he would pick them up at 8 in the morning. Lin Xiaodao acknowledged his message. As for Yang Daba and Su Dawei, they decided to head over when school started. Lin Yu still cautioned them to refrain from leaving the city for now, reminding them to let him know if they needed money, as he would send it to them. Both confirmed their understanding and indicated they were not short on funds. Indeed, considering Su Dawei had received 50 million last time. As long as they did not buy property in affluent areas, it would be sufficient for their family for quite some time. After spending some time in Lin Yu's room, Chen Jing returned to her own. Lin Yu enhanced the soul bone he purchased today to 100,000 years. The left leg bone of the Claw Mountain Cat King. Age, 100,000 years, soul skill, elegant catwalk, instantaneous movement. Lin Yu examined the descriptions of these soul skills and found them promising. The left leg bone seemed well suited for Lu Ning or Lu Yani, though Lu Ning was currently unfit to absorb any soul bones, as her soul power was unstable. That would be a matter for another time. Lin Yu stored the soul bone away and lay down to sleep. The night passed quietly, and the following morning, Lin Yu rose early. After attending to his personal hygiene, he drove to Jinling Academy. Upon arriving at Tang Yinran's office, he found that she was already up and in the midst of her morning routine. Lin Yu surveyed the room, noting that all of Tang Yinran's belongings had been packed away, leaving only 2 pots of luminous grass. He collected the luminous grass, and, once Tang Yinran was ready, they set off. They stopped at the school's entrance, where the security guard courteously inquired, Teacher Tang, are you leaving? Yes. I have been here for several years. It is time for me to depart. Please hand this key over to Principal Wu. Tang Yinran entrusted the office key to the guard, and Lin Yu then drove away. Tang Yinran glanced at Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I haven't had breakfast yet. Neither have I. We'll pick up Lin Xiaodao and her mother. And then you can have breakfast near the train station while I return to fetch my aunt and cousin. That works. Tang Yinran nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, they parked downstairs at Lin Xiaotao's home, where Lin Yu ascended the building, and Lin Xiaotao opened the door for him. Lin Yu inquired of the mother and daughter, Are you ready? Yi Sujing pondered for a moment before asking, Lin Yu, do we really not need to bring anything besides a change of clothes? Nothing else is necessary. I have arranged everything in the capital. Just ensure that all windows, water, electricity, and gas are turned off. I will take the 2 pots of luminous grass with me. After finishing his statement, Lin Yu collected the luminous grass and neatly folded the bedding on their bed. Once satisfied that everything was in order, the 3 of them descended together. With the mother and daughter taking their seats in the back of the car, Yi Sujing politely greeted Tang Yinran. Hello, Teacher Tang. Tang Yinran turned back to respond courteously. No need to be so formal, Lin Xiaodao's mother. Lin Yu dropped the 3 of them off at a restaurant near the train station, instructing them to have breakfast while he returned home. Where Chen Jing emerged from the kitchen. Xiaoyu, let's have a light breakfast. That sounds good. Their breakfast was quite simple, consisting of 2 large meat buns each and a bit of plain water. After finishing the buns, Lin Yu stored away the pots of luminous grass and flipped the bedding on his bed to keep it from getting too dirty over the months to come. Once Lin Yu turned off the water, electricity, and gas, and Chen Jing locked the door, the 3 of them set off downstairs. 20 minutes later, they convened in the waiting area of the train station, where Chen Jing politely greeted Tang Yinran and Yi Sujing, while Lin Xiaodao sweetly acknowledged Chen Jing.